Chapter 151. Temptation. Termiboro's thunderous voice resonated in Lumien's mind. Yes. A snort of laughter broke free from Lumien. His words oozed sarcasm as he retorted. So, Auror and the entire village were snuffed out just so you could set foot on this soil. Why the hell should I help you shatter your shackles? If you morphed into an angel with a boon, I could have swiped your abilities over and over with the ritual I just performed, under the watchful eyes of the mighty existence. Until, of course, I too bask in the angelic status of the inevitability pathway. Then, I could breathe life back into Auror and restore everyone to the pre-Cordu destruction era. How pathetic would you look then? If you hold the right Beyonder characteristic, I can bide my time until I ascend as an angel of the hunter pathway, seizing power on par with your inevitability skills. Once my army is vast enough, I'll free you, crush you, subjugate you, and make you resurrect Auror. Hell, I might be able to pull it off myself. I'll subject you to an eternity of torment till the end of time. I never had the hots for the inevitability pathway's boon, but now that I know the ritual was meant for your descent, I'm salivating at the thought of siphoning off all your might and pride. The more Lumien rambled, the higher his adrenaline spiked. His provoker potion seemed to digest a notch. Termiboro's voice was eerily steady, unfazed by Lumien's rant. I've encountered my fair share of Beyonders in the cosmos, and I've seen legions of races graced by the Lord's touch. Most of them can't cross the threshold into divinity because that one extra step would obliterate their physical and mental existence. The quest for godhood is rife with peril. Are you so sure you can truly evolve into an angel? You should be aware that we're not talking about slim odds here. Saying it's a 1 in a million or 1 in 10 million chance doesn't even begin to capture the enormous task of ascending to the angel level. If you perish on the Beyonder path, Auror Lee will follow suit. The seal binding you will naturally dissolve, freeing me from my predicament. Lumien threw his head back and laughed. His laughter bounced off the quarry's cavernous walls, heightening the eerie quiet and heaviness underground. So, why aren't you sitting tight, waiting for me to kick the bucket? Lumien picked up the carbide lamp and strode out of the quarry cave. A cryptic smile played on his lips. I don't give a damn what you're plotting or what your endgame is. I couldn't care less whether you're a saint or a sinner. All I know is that Auror and everyone in Cordu village are dead because of you. He paused for a beat, his face contorted into a maniacal grin. Someone's gotta pay the piper for this. Guillaume Bainet, you and even your so-called lord? Termiboros fell silent. The booming voice that had filled Lumien's mind, heart, bloodstream, bone marrow, and cavities disappeared entirely. Phew. Lumien heaved a sigh, clutching the carbide lamp as he navigated the pitch-black underground. Despite the conversation's brevity, it had drained him. In Lumien's previous worldview, corruption was merely that, corruption. At its extreme, it was comparable to power granted by an evil god. The concept of an angel being shackled within him was beyond his wildest dreams. Amidst the wreckage of Cordu village, atop the crimson-hued mountain, stood the body of a 3-headed, 6-armed behemoth, a vessel designed for an incoming angel. It was a mystery how much it deviated from a bona fide angel, but it already filled Lumien with a sense of invincibility. Lumien couldn't deny the allure of Termiboros's proposition. Had he not remembered their vile deeds, he might have been swayed to give it a shot. From where he stood, pledging allegiance to the eternal blazing sun, and the god of steam and machinery seemed no different than submitting to the hidden existence known as inevitability. At worst, he'd lose himself. Regaining his composure, Lumien's senses suddenly tingled. He darted into a side alcove, using loose gravel to snuff out the carbide lamp. Moments later, the hurried footfalls of 3 people echoed from the adjacent tunnel, soon swallowed by the in-kai darkness. Underground Trier is a hive of activity, too. Lumien bided his time for a couple of minutes before digging out the carbide lamp and rejoining the upward path. The interruption allowed him to collect his thoughts and consider a conundrum. Given that the corruption inside him was a living entity, the angel of the inevitability domain, Termiboros, why had his plea for a boon been successful? Termaburose wasn't just raw power lacking consciousness, responding automatically to the correct ritual. He could deny granting the boon. Could it be that his imprisonment is so severe that he can't even choose to resist the ritual? The thought made Lumion realize why Termaburose was so desperate to flee. According to Madame Magician, with every boon he granted, Termaburose would weaken marginally, and the corresponding corruption would dwindle. Simultaneously, the seal imposed by the Great Existence wouldn't slacken. As Termaburose's power faded, he would be shackled to the brink of extinction. Eventually, even his consciousness might be expunged. Lumion steadied himself and began to replay Termaburose's utterances. Great Old Ones, above the sequences. He'd said Great Old Ones and above the sequences. Lumion's head pounded, as if something was attempting to burrow out of his skull the instant he dredged up these topics. He stopped his recollection abruptly and murmured to himself, a residual sense of dread lingering. Merely possessing certain knowledge can inflict serious harm. Had I not been safeguarded by the seal of the Great Existence, would I be dead or afflicted with abnormalities? I was contemplating exploiting Termaburose's desperation to escape, to bleed him dry by compelling him to respond to the ritual magic, thereby boosting the likelihood of success and the eventual impact. But it seems the angel has plenty of tricks up his sleeve to screw me over, even in his imprisoned state. I need to tread carefully. Before I really tap into Termaburose, I must have Madame Magician verify my plan for any flaws. On this front, Lumion doubted that the vice president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, Hella, would offer any viable advice. Only Madame Magician, who could effortlessly slip in and out of the time loop and easily tackle the colossus atop the Crimson Mountain, was worthy of his trust. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Lumion, lamp in hand, navigated his way back to the level marked by a street name, leveraging his honed hunter's intuition and recollection. He attempted to shout in a hushed tone, "Termaburose!" No answer came. Lumion intended to inquire whether the angel, imprisoned within him, was aware of the events in Cordu. After a thoughtful examination, he concluded that Termaburose likely remained in the dark. Termaburose had only materialized in Cordu at the ritual's culmination before being shackled. He was oblivious to the intricate details. Lumion let out a sigh, surveying his present condition. His provoker potion had undergone further digestion. It was akin to encapsulating a fresh principle of action. Could inciting a superior entity expedite the digestion of the provoker potion? Ah, yes, this is a high-ranking entity within the Inevitability domain. In a way, it's a tip of fate. It aligns somewhat with the principles I've deduced, Lumion mused with a chuckle. Were it not for Termaburose's silence, he would have stirred him up thrice daily like clockwork meals. Pondering over this, Lumion felt that goading an angel to digest this morsel of a potion wasn't a worthy trade-off. He hypothesized 2 reasons. First, Termaburose was sealed and presented a relatively low threat. Second, Termaburose hadn't genuinely been incited. Shaking his head, Lumion curbed his thoughts, shelving matters whose solutions eluded him. He retraced his steps to the subterranean Rue Anarchy and climbed the stone steps towards the surface. Having snuffed out the carbide lamp and returned to Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumion instantly noticed Charlie perched on the steps outside. Charlie puffed on a cigarette, gazing at the grayish-white sky with a somber countenance. "What's up?" Lumion settled down next to Charlie. Charlie heaved a sigh. "Miss Ethans has moved out. Isn't that a good thing?" Lumion queried, his smile unwavering. Charlie stammered, pausing for a few seconds before admitting, "Yes, it indeed is. Too many folks around here know her and her deeds." Sigh. Lumion clicked his tongue and rose, approaching the whiskey-sour vendor and presenting 5 kopecks worth of copper coins. "Half a liter of apple whiskey sour." The vendor responded with a grin. "Got it." He ended up pouring Lumion more than the requested volume of liquor. Lumion's eyebrows quirked, but he refrained from questioning. He ambled back to Charlie, took a seat, and nonchalantly remarked, "Seems like the whiskey-sour guy recognizes me." Charlie chuckled. "He might be aware you're with the Savoy gang. No, the Savoy mob." Lumian sipped his whiskey sour, inquiring, "How'd he find out?" Charlie cleared his throat. "After breaking the news to Miss Ethan's last night, I hit the underground bar for a drink and mentioned your induction into the Savoy mob and your takeover of Auberge du Coq Doré." A vivid image flashed in Lumian's mind. Charlie, beer in hand, clambering onto a small round table, flailing his stubby arms. "Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. You wouldn't believe the bombshell that dropped at the motel today. Seal, our room 207 resident, is now calling the shots for the Savoy mob and has sent the poison spur mob packing." With a drawn-out sigh, Lumian turned to Charlie and quipped, "You're just worried the police won't come knocking at my door, aren't you?" Chapter 152. Entrustment. Charlie's bones shook as Lumian's words settled in his ears. "So you're saying you don't want word getting around about you joining the Savoy mob?" Charlie had seen the leaders of the Savoy mob, Poison Spur mob, and the rest. Their names carried weight in the market district of Rue Anarchy. Yet, as notorious as they were, the law never seemed to touch them. Lumian took a slow pull of his whiskey sour, his grin returning. "That's fine. Just think twice before you speak, that's all." Even though Lumian had infiltrated the Savoy mob, he was far from claiming the title of a leader. He hadn't been privy to the mob's deepest secrets, didn't have a crew of thugs at his disposal, and all he had to show for it was the rundown dump they called Auberge du Coq Doré. So Lumian had his sights set on a fast track to infamy, eager to climb the mob's ladder and fulfill Mr. K's mission. A mission that involved gaining the trust and favor of Mr. K, and eventually finding a place in the organization behind him, all to complete the task given by Madam Magician. There is something off about the whole thing, Lumian thought, his left hand stroking his chin. Charlie, standing by his side, asked hesitantly, "What exactly should I keep quiet about?" He had his hunches, but he didn't want to risk annoying the lawless Lumian by not covering all bases. Lumian's smile didn't falter as he turned to Charlie. "Avoid discussing anything tied to Susanna Matthijs. That includes any mention of threats I made to her, or that time I posed as a lawyer to get into the police station to talk to you." He had meant to warn Charlie about this, but hadn't found the right moment. "Got it." Charlie visibly relaxed. "You know, I was thinking about telling the guys at the bar about the time we chased Wilson out of that motel." Charlie's #1 hobby was regaling the crowd with his exploits, but Lumian's eyes turned stormy at his words. His gut was telling him Charlie was about to walk into some minor trouble, but it wouldn't be anything life-threatening. In theory, it has nothing to do with Susanna Matthijs. If it did, it wouldn't be just trouble, it would be a disaster. I suppose I can stop worrying about Susanna Matthijs for a while, but how long is a while? Lumian mulled over the sense of bad luck. He'd come to realize that unless someone was extremely unlucky or lucky, or if danger was about to strike, he needed to concentrate to perceive a person's general luck through his intuition. It was unlike a hunter's danger sense. It wasn't always activated passively. Charlie's voice began to fade as he talked. He turned to Lumian and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" He was half expecting Seal to jump out with a prank. Lumian sneered. "You might want to swing by the nearest eternal blazing sun cathedral and say a prayer. I have a feeling you're about to hit a rough patch." His tone mirrored that of Asta Troll, the conman. "What kind of rough patch?" Charlie asked, his voice sharp, then it hit him. "How would you know?" "I have a hunch," Lumian replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "Of course it's a joke." Charlie let out a sigh of relief. "I'm hoping your prediction's off, then." "On the contrary, I couldn't be more certain." Lumian's words were rock solid. Charlie squinted at him, suspicion etched on his face. Lumian let out a low chuckle. "And if I'm wrong, I'll give you a thrashing. That way, even if something bad does happen, that just proves me more right." Charlie was speechless. Is that even allowed? Regardless, this approach could come in handy for some practical jokes with some slight modification. Lumian was about to rise when he noticed a thin, mangy mutt creeping towards Auberge du Coq Doré from the shadowy street, eyeing the trash he'd tossed from the fruit vendor's cart. The mutt moved with care, aware that many of the destitute locals would gladly turn him into dinner. Just then, Lumion lunged forward, pressing the dog's neck to the ground. Caught off guard, the mutt writhed helplessly, baring its teeth in a futile attempt to bite, but its head was immobile. With his free hand, Lumion pulled out a small vial of tulip powder, emptying its contents into his pocket. Then he held the vial to the mutt's frothing mouth, collecting the saliva as the dog squirmed. Soon he had 5 milliliters. He released his grip and stood up. The mutt, ready to snap at him, whimpered and scampered off, tail tucked between its legs, when Lumion shot it a menacing glance. Charlie, who had been standing by, was flabbergasted. A story he'd once heard came rushing back to him. The protagonist in the tale would often describe the villain's cruelty with a line penned by best-selling author Aurora Lee. He would kick any dog that crossed his path. Lumion downed the rest of his whiskey sour and made his way into the motel. As he passed the front desk, the perpetually grumpy Madame Fells forced a smile. "Good morning, Seal, Monsieur Seal." Lumion gave the plump Madame Fells a sideways glance and asked nonchalantly, "No sign of Monsieur Ive today either." Monsieur Ive, the owner of Auberge du Coq Doré, was known far and wide in Rue Anarchy for his penny-pinching ways. As the new guardian of Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumion figured he ought to have a word with Monsieur Ive, just to make sure he didn't run crying to the cops, afraid the Savoy mob would shake him down for more cash. Madame Fells pursed her lips. As stingy as he is only paying for a weekly cleaning crew, he's a stickler for cleanliness and wouldn't be caught dead in the motel. "Who cleans his house?" Lumion asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "He's a widower. He and his 2 kids take care of it." Madame Fells scoffed. If she were the one with that kind of money and a motel to boot, she would hire someone to handle such chores. She'd just sit back and enjoy life. Lumion nodded and chuckled. "I noticed he didn't drop by after the cleaning on Monday. Is he still kicking?" Madame Fells replied, a hint of fear in her voice. "I visit him thrice a week to deliver the motel's earnings and various bills. I'll let him know you want to see him." She mistook Lumion's words as a veiled threat to Monsieur Ive. If he didn't meet with the new guardian of Auberge du Coq Doré soon, his survival might be at stake. Lumion didn't bother to clarify. He climbed the stairs to his room on the 2nd floor. Under his pillow, he found Mr. Catequet's finger and tucked it back into his pocket. After dealing with the tulip powder, he planned to pick up some containers for the ingredients he needed to gather next. But then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lumion swung the door open, curiosity piqued. He didn't recognize the footsteps. In the doorway stood a man in his 40s, clad in a dark jacket, worn-out brown trousers, and a grubby cotton hat. He offered a smile, asking, "Is this Monsieur Seal?" "Who else would it be?" "Madam," Lumion retorted, his eyes taking in the man's appearance, expression, and body language. His brown hair, though slightly greasy, was neatly combed. His dark brown eyes held a hint of sycophancy, and his lips were creased with lines of practiced smiles. He had an affable air, but there was an unmistakable slickness about him. "Yes, yes, yes," the man echoed Lumion's words. Lumion's eyebrows twitched. "And who might you be?" "I'm Fitz from room 401. Bankrupt businessman." The man introduced himself with a congenial smile. Without waiting for Lumion to press further, he spilled his beans. "I went belly-up cause of a con that cost me 100,000 Verl d'Or. I've been traveling between Trier and Suhit for over a decade, saving up. Wanted to settle down, start a family, but then this swindler tricked me out of everything, promising a joint venture. If you help me recover that money, I'm willing to part with 30%, no, 50%. Lumion didn't invite Fitz into room 207. Leaning against the doorframe, arms folded, he asked, "Why didn't you go after that money with Margaret or Wilson before?" It wasn't as if they required an upfront payment. Fitz didn't beat around the bush. "I did go to Margaret." He agreed initially, but then one day, he just said it wasn't possible to recover the money. Even the Poison Spur mob couldn't retrieve it. Was the con man bankrupt or backed by someone who made the Poison Spur mob tread lightly? Lumion, who had been only half interested till now, leaned in. "Did Margaret say why?" Fitz shook his head. "No, but it's certainly not because Timmins is broke. His dance hall in Quartier de l'Observatoire is printing money. Timmins, Lumian suspected the con man had either powerful backing or was shielded by a high-ranking figure, which made the poison spur mob wary of pressing him for repayment. Or maybe Timmins was a force unto himself. So why do you think I can get your money back? Lumian asked Fitz, a smirk playing on his lips. Fitz pondered for a moment before laying it all out. You're more ruthless than Margit. Plus, even if you decide not to pursue after your investigation, I have nothing to lose. Without that money, I can't afford to pay a dime. Honest to a fault. Lumian nodded, appreciating the candor. I'll look into it, but don't get your hopes up. If Timmins was simply bluffing and managed to scare off the poison spur mob, the prospect of pocketing an easy 50,000 Verldor was tempting to anyone. Fitz, the bankrupt businessman, was playing a long shot. With a nod of assurance from Lumian, he thanked him and made his exit from the second floor. In that moment, Lumian realized that his spirituality had bounced back considerably. The recovered amount surpassed his original spirituality reserves. The alms monk has boosted my spirituality significantly. At sequence 8, I can rival the spirituality of other pathways. Lumian mused quietly. Simultaneously, he recalled an uncanny sensation he experienced while sipping the whiskey sour. If he chose to live in poverty, practiced self-restraint, abstained from alcohol, shunned wastefulness, sought alms, and preached, all while adopting the demeanor of an ascetic monk, he would likely experience an enhancement in his intuitive sense of destiny and the likelihood of success of his 5 ritual spells. Yet, Lumian had no intention of following that path. He believed it would morph him into a mirror image of the bestower, gradually merging his identity with his. Shaking off his introspective thoughts, Lumian left the room, making a beeline for Salle de Bal-Brise. His next move was to solicit the Savoy mob's help to gather the remaining ingredients and the right containers required for the prophecy spell. He had to seize every opportunity at his disposal. Chapter 153. Strange Rule. Standing before the white globe-shaped statue, an assemblage of countless skulls in the Salle de Bal-Brise, Lumian paused. His eyes scanned the Intis inscription. They sleep here, waiting for the arrival of happiness and hope. Pulling his gaze from the statue, he strode toward the entrance. 2 henchmen, donned in crisp white shirts and dark overcoats, spun on their heels to face him. Good morning, Seal. They'd been buzzing with the whispers about this brash newcomer who'd reportedly offed Margit and left Wilson licking his wounds, all within a few fleeting days. It was no secret that he'd been roped into the Savoy mob. Good morning, my cabbages. Lumian tossed back, his lips curling into a grin as he borrowed Darij's pet phrase. The Salle de Bal-Brise was still waking up. Waitstaff moved with placid efficiency, arranging chairs, scrubbing the floors. Lumian had intended to seek out Louis, a familiar face. No need to ruffle the feathers of Baron Brignize over such small matters. But there, nestled at the bar, sat Maxime, the very same one who'd tailed him. Maxime, still sporting his trademark cap, drank a pint of rye beer. A smirk spread across Lumian's face as he sauntered over. Perceiving a presence nearing him, Maxime, out of habit, flicked a sidelong glance. He went rigid as though struck by a sudden frost. In the next heartbeat, he vaulted off his stool and swiveled toward Lumian, plastering on a toadying grin. Good morning, Seal. He too had caught wind of the rumors, of Seal's assassination of Margit and the defenestration of Wilson from the 4th floor of Auberge du Coq Doré. A surge of relief washed over him. Thank the stars he hadn't pushed his luck when he'd been nabbed tailing Seal. Considering Seal's penchant for violence, he could have easily ended up as fodder for the rats in some god-forsaken corner of underground Trier. This man was a bona fide killing machine. No qualms, no hesitation, Lumian smiled. Merely Seal doesn't quite ring with the proper respect, does it? Seeing Maxime blanch, Lumian added, I'm curious as to when I'll hear Baron Seal rolling off your tongue. This was a jest, yes, but also a thinly veiled indication of his ambition, to rise to the ranks of the Savoy mob leadership, and sooner rather than later. Soon, very soon. Maxime replied with a forced smile. His internal dialogue sang a different tune. "I'd call you Baron this very moment if it kept you happy, just like our Baron isn't a real Baron but a self-proclaimed one." Lumian claimed a stool at the bar and patted the one next to him. "Have a seat. I have a few questions for you." Maxime swiftly obliged, gesturing to the rye beer before him. "Fancy a pint?" "Ranger for me, if you please," Lumian responded without missing a beat. A Ranger, a tangy blend of orange and pomegranate beer, cost 2 licks more than the rye. Though it pinched his pocket, Maxime hollered over to the bartender. "A glass of Ranger." Swiveling back towards Lumian, he flashed a grin. "What would you like to know?" Lumian bided his time until the generous pint of the orange-colored beer was delivered before launching his inquiry. "How did you join our Savoy mob?" "I'm Savoy born and bred." Maxime gestured to his weather-beaten features. "Hopped over to Trier in search of greener pastures, but my buddy who'd put me up had already joined the Savoy mob." The Savoy mob was the brainchild of a handful of Savoy natives who'd made their living as laborers, servants, and peddlers in Le Marché du Courtier du Gentleman. They were a fierce lot, unafraid to put themselves in harm's way, and they'd quickly carved out their own slice of the pie. As the mob's influence grew, they began to pull in recruits from other provinces and even Trier locals, but the heart of the organization still came from Savoy. Lumian gave a slight nod, steering the conversation to his next question. "And is Baron Brignize the head honcho of the whole Savoy mob?" "No." Maxime stared at Lumian, aghast. He joined the mob without even grasping the basics, and he'd taken out Margit and severely injured Wilson in the name of the Savoy mob. Lumian took a leisurely sip of his orange pomegranate beer, a playful grin adorning his face. "I was under the impression that Baron Brignize was the head honcho. I mean, his swagger, his flair, his brawn, how could he not be the top dog?" Maxime recoiled in terror, clapping a hand over Lumian's mouth. Were such words safe to spill in such an open area? If word got back to that person, it could put a serious kink in his relationship with the Baron. Maxime wasted no time in setting the record straight. The Baron is in charge of the Salle de Bal Brise, Avenue du Marché, and the Loan Shark operations. His peers include Rat, Christo, who oversees smuggling, Giant Simon, who runs the dance joints on Rue du Rossignol, Red Boots, Franca, who oversees Rue des Blouses Blanches, and Bloody Palm Black, who controls half of Le Marché du Courtier du Gentleman. There's a top dog above them, but I've never laid eyes on him, nor do I know who he is. In a hushed voice, Maxime added, "Rumor has it he's a legitimate merchant, a card-carrying member of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce, and he's no small fry either." A member of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce. So, the Chamber of Commerce is backing a mob to handle their dirty laundry and keep the competition in check. Lumian pieced together the puzzle from his own experiences as a drifter, snippets from Auror's offhand comments, and a smattering of books, magazines, and newspapers he'd devoured at home. News of Seal's arrival at the Salle de Bal Brise reached Louis, Baron Brignize's shadow. He made a beeline for the bar, his heart pounding with worry that the audacious country boy was about to stir the pot yet again. He was really worried that the bold country boy would cause trouble again. Finding Lumian engrossed in conversation with Maxime, Louis slid onto a stool on the other side, easing into the chat. "What's got you coming to the Salle de Bal Brise at this hour?" Lumian shot him a sly smile. "I've got a favor to ask." Louis, his forehead still sporting a nasty bruise, shrank back at the sight of Lumian's grin. "What is it?" Sensing they were about to dive into heavier matters, Maxime beat a hasty retreat from the bar, nursing his rye beer closer to the dance floor. Lumian retracted his gaze and said slowly, "I need you to fetch me a lizard's eye, a rock from an eagle's nest, and a snake's venom gland." He kept the full list of the prophecy spell's ingredients under wraps, planning to source them from different places. "What do you need those for?" Louis found the trio of items vile and bizarre. Lumian chuckled. "Remember how Margit bit the dust?" Louis felt a chill run down his spine. It felt like a veiled threat, and it was working. "I'm not trying to rattle you," Lumian snickered to himself. "I stabbed him. My blade was laced with poison." "Right." Louis remembered Seal's chat with Baron Brignize. Seeing Louis still hadn't caught on, Lumion mentally berated, "Why is this guy denser than Charlie?" He sighed, spelling it out for him. "Those items are to whip up another batch of poison. What are you planning?" Louis nearly jumped out of his skin. He had a hunch Lumion was about to stir the pot. "Self-defense," Lumion replied tersely. With no grounds to object, Louis let out a sigh of relief, promising, "I'll get someone on the job to collect those 3 items for you." He ran through the list of items again, making sure he'd got it straight. Once he'd confirmed the details, Lumion took a swig of his Ranger, switching gears. "Ever heard of the Salle de Bal Unique?" Louis eyed Lumion suspiciously, advising, "Best steer clear of that place. The dance hall's owner, Timmins, is tight with the police commissioner of Quartier de l'Observatoire. And there's a shadowy organization pulling his strings. Anyone who's tried to squeeze them has found themselves in a world of hurt, and some have even vanished off the face of the world. Each quartier in Trier had its own police headquarters, each headed by a commissioner. The police commissioner's official title was the Commissioner of the Trier Police Affairs Committee, answering to the Minister of the Trier Police Department. So that's why the Poison Spur mob never had the guts to chase up Timmins' debt. Lumion nodded, deep in thought. Seeing the worry etched on Louis's face, afraid he was about to stir up a hornet's nest, Lumion threw him a curveball. "Who else in the Poison Spur mob ranks up there with Margit? And who's their boss? What are you trying to do?" Louis almost blurted out. Could it be that Seal's planning to knock off all the heavy hitters in the Poison Spur mob? "Are you out of your mind?" Keeping his cool, Louis replied, "That's none of your concern right now." Lumion responded with a knowing smile, not pushing the matter. He downed his Ranger. In the shadowy enclave of Quartier de l'Observatoire, nestled near the catacombs, Lumion found Asta Trull huddled by the bonfire. He laughed mockingly. "You're the most professional person I've ever come across." Like clockwork, Asta was here 7 days a week, peddling his con. "I'd love to be soaking myself on some beach, but my debts tell a different story." The thought of hopping a steam locomotive out of Trier and dodging his outstanding loans had crossed Asta's mind. Yet, each time he made it as far as the station, Baron Brignize's goons would be there to give him a good thrashing. This had instilled in him a healthy fear of the Baron's reach, and he'd since abandoned any such ideas. "I need you to fetch me a few things." Lumion cut to the chase, settling down beside Asta. "For each item you bring, there's an extra 5 Verl d'Or in it for you." Asta's eyes sparked with interest. "What are you after?" Lumion stared into the fire, his voice low. "Lynx innards, hyena tongue, stag bone, marrow, and any deadly herb. They're not easy to come by." Asta tried to haggle. He'd already made up his mind to scour the eateries in Quartier de l'Observatoire. Lumion brushed him off, changing the subject. "Where can I find aquatic monsters in Trier?" Asta pondered a moment before replying. "There's an underground river in the catacombs nearby, fed by the Esrenzo River. Every so often, someone claims to have run into an aquatic monster, and occasionally some surface along the Esrenzo River banks, but they're quickly dispatched by the purifiers or the machinery hivemind." Lumion nodded. "Do you know the Salle de Bal Unique?" "Sure do." Asta pointed skyward. "It's over on Rue Ancien, right by Place du Purgatoire. 1 Verl d'Or, show me the way." Lumion rose to his feet. He planned to scope out the place, gather what intel he could. If it was a dead end, he'd move on. In no time, Asta was leading Lumion topside, veering into Rue Ancien near the square and halting in front of a vintage edifice. The building, a somber shade of blue-gray, retained its pre-Roselle charm. Classic pediments, a chevron roof, and leaded windows. The Salle de Bal Unique occupied the ground floor, its entrance resembling a giant maw. It happened to be past noon, and a carriage pulled up to the curb as 3 men and a woman alighted. Dressed in dark short suits, they sauntered towards the Salle de Bal Unique. As they neared the entrance, each member of the quartet produced a monocle, fitting it over their right eye. Watching this, Lumion turned to Asta, bemusement written all over his face. Asta, flashing a knowing smile, enlightened him. "That's one of Salle de Bal Unique's rules. Everyone who steps inside must be donning a short suit and a monocle. Chapter 154. Theater. Taking in Asta's revelation, Lumion couldn't help a chuckle, thinking, what kind of strange rule is this? His mind flicked back to the turtle walking, the space bridge, clutching a candle while touring the catacombs, and sprinting just to keep up with the latest fad. He felt that this seemed inconsequential, but perhaps not for the folks of Trier, who seemed to relish something unique. As the stream of monocle-clad patrons flowed in, Lumion queried with a casual air, "What happens if a newcomer isn't privy to the rule?" Asta gestured to the far end of Rue Ancien. "There's a place selling monocles and short suits there. I'd wager the proprietor of Salle de Bal Unique is behind it." "No doubt about it," Lumion murmured under his breath. He wouldn't put it past Timmins to concoct such a rule for the Salle de Bal Unique to cash in on the monocle and short suit trade. Undeniably, it was also a nod to the citizens of Trier's relentless pursuit of the latest trends and fashion. "How long has this joint been in business?" Lumion nonchalantly gestured toward the Salle de Bal Unique across the street. "Over 2 decades. It's been here since I first landed in Trier. Rumor has it, it opened when dance halls became the rage." Asta stole a glance toward Place du Purgatoire. "Anything else? I need to get back underground." His mind was on making money, wary of missing out on potential clients seeking his divination and assistance. Lumion swung his gaze onto him. Asta's heart stuttered, feeling as though he were in the crosshairs of a formidable predator. "What's the matter?" He subconsciously forced a smile again. Lumion withdrew his gaze, nonchalantly advising, "Stay sharp for the next couple of days." "What?" Asta found himself flustered, bewildered, and somewhat frightened. "Seal isn't threatening me, is he? We just had a smooth collaboration. He even tasked me with finding some materials." A grin played at the corners of Lumion's mouth. "Exactly as I said, but it's got nothing to do with me. Also, do me a favor and dig up more details on the aquatic monster. The more comprehensive, the better. Same pay as before." Is he implying that I might be getting unlucky and be beaten up? Asta tried to decipher Lumion's cryptic message. At the same time, he found something oddly familiar about Lumion's demeanor and tone, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Retracing his steps toward Place du Purgatoire, Asta resolved to cast a divination for himself to see if ill fortune truly loomed ahead. As a secret suppliant, his divination prowess was remarkably superior to the average person. Suddenly, it struck him why he found the whole exchange eerily familiar. Wasn't this the exact manner he addressed his own customers? Across from the antiquated building, Lumion contemplated whether to invest in a short suit and monocle to infiltrate the Salle de Bal Unique and gather intel. If Timmins is indeed part of some mysterious organization and chummy with the police commissioner, snatching him for a bounty of Verle d'Or isn't a smart move. It'd muck up my operation. Wouldn't the money spent on the short suits and monocles go down the drain? They don't come cheap, after all. Lumion was never one to hold back on expenses, with Trier teeming with generous souls. But he knew when to pinch pennies. Mulling over his options, he scanned his surroundings, his eyes landing on an alone bar diagonally across the Salle de Bal Unique. Patrons of a dance hall would likely frequent a bar, too. They must be rivals. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lumion's head. After all, enemies often knew one another best, and those most familiar with a dance hall would likely be its competitors. Even if their accounts were likely embellished, they could still offer some grains of truth. Without missing a beat, Lumion swiveled around and sauntered into the alone bar. The buildings on Rue Ancien were steeped in antiquity, with most dating back to pre-Roselle times. Their windows were mere slits, letting in scant daylight. The overarching theme here was one of darkness. Unperturbed by the unlit gas lamps, Lumion navigated through the dimly lit hall, sparsely populated by patrons, and took a stool at the bar. Removing his cap, he ordered, "A gin on the rocks." The bar counter was tucked away in the darkest corner of the joint. The lean bartender was shrouded in shadows, his features obscured, revealing only a silhouette. Despite Lumion's keen eyesight, he could barely discern the man's curly black hair, slightly blue eyes, and a somewhat low bridge of his nose. As he awaited his gin, Lumian flashed a casual smile and remarked, "Business seems slow here." The salle de bal unique across the way appears to be drawing quite the crowd. The bartender slid a lemon wedge and iced gin across to Lumian. Casting a glance at the door, he replied, "We do all right, but most folks are downstairs waiting for the play. How about it? Fancy a peek? Patrons with drinks can gain entry to the cellar for 5 licks. Make it 8 for your gin." A play? Lumian couldn't hide his astonishment. This was a facet none of the Rue Anarchy bars could boast. The bartender sighed, explaining, "They can dance, sing, shoot pool, play cards across the road. We've got to stand out somehow to lure in customers. Many bars and cafes on the North Shore now have their own mini-theaters." Lumian was at a loss for words, resorting to a mere sigh. Has the bar scene gotten so cutthroat? He then produced 3 20-kopek silver coins etched with gears and a 5-kopek copper coin, handing them to the bartender. The total amounted to 13 licks or 65 kopecks, including the ticket to the mini-theater for the performance. The bartender promptly pointed to the stairs next to the counter leading down. "You can head to the cellar anytime. Feel free to take your drink with you. No ticket required." Lumian wasn't in a rush to vacate the counter. He smiled, asking, "The salle de bal unique across the way seems rather unique." "It certainly is." The bartender lowered his voice. "Did you get swindled over there? Is that why you're so curious?" "Exactly." Lumian nodded without missing a beat. He saw no reason of hiding it. The bartender chortled. "We get scammed hopefuls straggling in here every day, but none ever pull it off. Heck, I once spotted the police commissioner of Quartier de l'Observatoire, Condi, strutting into the dance hall, all decked out in a short suit and a monocle." Timmins is no pushover. Lumian quickly abandoned any notion of conning the proprietor of Salle de Bal Unique. Gin in hand, he pushed away from the counter, making his way down to the cellar. Before he could reach the timber door, the bartender's shout echoed, "Patron coming through." The door creaked open with a groan. Lumian slowed his stride, taking in his surroundings as he stepped inside. It was a makeshift theater, a half-height wooden platform stretching across the far end. 2 gas wall lamps cast a feeble light. Where the illumination fell short, stools and chairs were scattered sparsely. At that moment, over 20 guests were settled in, engrossed in the show unfolding on the stage. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the sporadic clink of glasses. The dimly lit cellar rendered almost eerily hushed. Lumian claimed a chair near the exit, his eyes drifting to the stage. The performer was not a person, but a puppet half the height of a person. Adorned in a palette of yellow, white, and red paint, regardless of gender, each puppet bore an overstated grin. Guided by nearly invisible threads, the puppets moved, opening their mouths, turning, running, carrying out a variety of plays. From somewhere, a deep male voice and a slightly shrill female voice took turns delivering the lines. Bathed in the faint, yellowish glow from the gas lamps, against the looming darkness, the painted clown puppets took on a sinister edge. Lumian was instinctively put off by the ambience. Not one to squander the ticket cost, he stuck around a bit longer until the play wrapped up. Throughout, not a sound was made. The audience, some faces bathed in the yellow light, others shrouded in darkness, were far more engrossed than Lumian had imagined. Having drained his gin, Lumian took his leave of the mini-theater, where only 2 gas lamps held off the darkness. As Lumian made his way back to Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, he claimed a window seat in a public carriage. As the shops and pedestrians retreated in the backdrop, he mulled over his next moves. First order of business: secure some aquatic monster flesh and collect the necessary components for the prophecy spell. Second, elevate my standing in the Savoy mob, aiming for a leadership position sooner rather than later. What's the plan? Lost in his thoughts, his eyes snagged on a familiar figure. There was Wilson of the Poison Spur mob, clad in a white shirt and black jacket, his craggy face framed by a mop of curly brown hair. With his 2 goons in tow, Wilson navigated Avenue du Marché, disappearing down a side alley. He moved with an assured stride, his posture unscathed. Lumian was taken aback. He's up and about after being thrown down by him. The fall was from 4 stories high. That was some recovery. Made cockroaches look like amateurs. A theory started to form in Lumien's mind. The poison spur mob has extraordinary healing powers. Possibly plantar pathways, Doctor? As he pondered, a memory surfaced. In his dream, Madame Puales had demonstrated the power to heal wounds instantaneously. Although the dream might have distorted or exaggerated the reality, Madame Puales's anomalous pathway did encompass a sphere related to life. And Louis Lund was suspected to show up on Avenue du Marché. Could the force behind the poison spur mob be linked to the evil god worshipped by Madame Puales? As Lumien ruminated over this, a smirk slowly crept onto his face. Chapter 155. Jenna. The circumstances of Wilson's rapid recovery were riddled with uncertainty. Lumien toyed with the idea that it was the work of a Sequence 8 doctor from the plantar pathway, or a Sequence 9 apothecary from its namesake pathway. Yet his heart clung to the hope of unmasking Madame Puales and her subordinates. Had he pieced together the puzzle sooner, and had Wilson and his crew not gone far off into the distance, Lumien would have thrown himself from the moving public carriage, hot on their trail. He envisioned wrangling Wilson into some clandestine quarry cave, pressing him for answers about his miraculous recuperation. If this saga bore no link to the evil god that Madame Puales revered, Lumien was prepared to swallow his pride and apologize to Wilson, who, in turn, would owe Lumien his life for not permanently silencing him. But to snuff him out was also on the table. The ball was in Lumien's court. As the carriage came to a halt at its station, Lumien was the first to alight, retracing his steps to the alley where Wilson and his crew had disappeared. No barricades existed here. It was a bustling place, with people constantly coming and going. Wilson and his gang hadn't left any clear trail. Lumien devoted a painstaking quarter of an hour to trying to discern any signs of them, finally admitting defeat. But he wasn't beaten down. Wilson may have slipped through his fingers, but there were others like Will or Williamson. The poison spur mob was a hydra of sorts, with a plethora of leaders just a notch above Wilson. Each had their own turf, their own dealings. They could run, but they couldn't hide. Lumien just needed patience. Sooner or later he'd cross paths with one or two of them. And they, undoubtedly, were more intimately involved with the shadowy forces pulling the strings behind the poison spur mob than Wilson. They knew more. Phew. Exhaling a deep breath, Lumien wrestled his impatience into submission, deciding to lay low and watch for a while before concocting a hunting strategy. If the poison spur mob truly was entwined with the evil god that Madame Puales worshipped, then the leaders on par with Margit were either Sequence 8s, endowed with Beyonder characteristics, or they were spawn of an evil god, gifted with boons akin to a Sequence 8 Beyonder. They could even be stronger. If Lumien didn't arm himself with enough intel and set an appropriate snare, he was likely to end up on the losing side. I can't forget I'm a hunter, just because I've become a provoker. Chiding himself, Lumien slipped down Avenue du Marché and strolled into the Salle de Bal Brise. Given it was barely past 3 in the afternoon, the place was practically deserted. No music played, no one danced. His eyes immediately found Louis, the thug, nursing a glass of pomegranate ale at the bar counter. "Soda," Lumien grinned, sauntering over. "How about drinking something an adult would drink?" Louis swiveled, meeting Seal's amiable smile draped over the bar counter. The sight left him momentarily stunned, as if he couldn't quite place the young man before him. Was this the same Seal who masked his wild ruthlessness behind a constant grin, one who'd resort to violence over the slightest disagreement? He seemed more like a greenhorn, a naive country boy who had just been roped into the Savoy mob. Louis gave his soda a wistful swirl, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. "I've got to be at the Baron's side later. Can't afford to get sloshed." Lumien's eyes flicked to the bruised knot on Louis' forehead, a chuckle bubbling up. He pointed at his forehead, commenting, "Still nursing that bump? How long's it been?" "I ran into Wilson earlier. After I broke his arm and tossed him from the 4th floor, you'd think he'd be worse for wear." But he looked perfectly fine. Louis was taken aback. "You're saying Wilson's back on his feet?" Seems so, at least on the surface. Wanted to say hello, but he hightailed it out of there too fast. Lumien's tone carried a hint of regret. "Say hello." More like you want to rough up Wilson again and not even give the guy a chance to heal, Louis thought. But he didn't dare voice it. His face took on a grave cast as he muttered to himself. "When we clashed with the poison spur mob in the past, their wounded always bounced back in just a few days. The Baron thinks they've got some Beyonders with a knack for healing, but for someone like Wilson to recover so rapidly from such serious injuries, that's unheard of. Could it be because you guys have never managed to put a serious dent in any of the poison spur mob members?" Lumien's voice was laced with mockery. Louis pondered, then conceded. "There have been a few, but not many. Plus, we usually don't see them again for a good long while. By then, they're all healed up. So Wilson's recovery outpaces even doctor and apothecary Beyonder powers." Lumien managed to glean a crucial tidbit from Louis's words. Although it could point to a higher sequence Beyonder on the corresponding pathway, it at least narrowed down some possibilities for him. Just as Lumien was gearing up to probe the progress on gathering concoction ingredients, a stunning figure swept into the room. A woman, ostentatiously attired, with her chestnut hair tied up, loose tendrils framing her ears, cheeks, and falling down her back. Her face was dusted with powder, black eyeliner accentuating her blue eyes, lending them a deep, decadent allure. At present, she was decked out in a bold red dress that left little to the imagination, sequins catching the light at strategic spots. Isn't this the chanteuse known for her bawdy songs at the poison spur mob's salle de gristmill? Lumien did a double take. This was the Savoy mob's salle de bal brise. Still, Lumien couldn't be entirely sure if it was the same woman. The singer had a mole by her lips, while this woman sported one at the corner of her left eye. "Catching your eye is she. That little minx." Louis followed Lumien's gaze. Lumien chuckled. "How about we use a more respectful moniker? Manners matter. You sound just like the Baron sometimes." Louis mused. "Her stage name is Little Minx, Jenna. She's known as a showy diva." "And what exactly is a showy diva?" Lumien didn't attempt to cover up his ignorance. After all, he was a newcomer to Trier, straight out of a backwater like Cordu. Louis took a moment to recall the Baron's words and then delivered smoothly. "It's all about her performance style, her acting, her flamboyant outfits. She's a standout singer." "She's a chanteuse too," Lumien probed. "She performs at the salle de gristmill as well?" "Sure does. As long as she's getting paid, she'll belt out tunes in any dance hall on Rue Anarchy." As Louis spoke, "Little Minx," Jenna sauntered over. Her blue eyes roamed the room, lingering on Lumien before moving to Louis. 10 songs, 4 Verle d'Or. I'll keep a third of the tips thrown on stage. Deal." Louis had the Baron's approval. Only 4 Verle d'Or for a night's performance. Lumien found himself questioning. Had he overpaid Asta Trull? In unfamiliar territory, he was woefully out of touch with the going rates. Spotting his lingering gaze, Jenna swiveled her head, flashing him a grin. "Feel free to let your eyes wander a bit lower." She was referencing her scantily clad chest. For Lumien, whose only exposure to such scenarios was through novels, this was uncharted territory. Yet his face betrayed no unease. Flashing a smile, he said, "I was merely wondering. The last time I spotted you, your mole was by your lips. Now it's nestled by your eye." Jenna's reply came in the form of a captivating smile, which made Louis swallow hard. "Are you from out of town?" Jenna queried. Lumien bobbed his head in affirmation. With a playful grin, Jenna leaned in, a finger tracing her cheek as she softly elucidated. "It's all the rage here in Trier. Ladies often sport a faux mole. Right in the middle of the cheek for elegance, smack in the middle of the nose for audacity, at the corners of the eyes for passion, by the lips for allure, and nestled in the décolletage for secrets." As she spoke, she sent Lumien a saucy wink as if to say, "Today, I'm all about passion." Ah, Trier. Lumien could only shake his head in amazement. Given their proximity, the intoxicating blend of Jenna's natural scent and the heady perfume she wore invaded his senses. This led Lumien to instinctively rub his nose. Jenna's reaction was immediate. "Don't tell me you still have your virginity. I'm not a street girl, but for you, I might make an exception." She took a moment to appraise Lumian, seemingly pleased with what she saw. Virginity. Something that magically returns every morning at 6 a.m. Lumian scoffed inwardly, his smile nonchalant. Right now, I'm afraid you might miss your performance tonight. Back at the All Tavern in Cordu village, Lumian often had to match the locals in their coarseness, else he'd become the butt of their jokes. Jenna's response was a hearty laugh and a dismissive wave of her hand. I'll find you after my set tonight. With that, she sauntered off towards the modest wooden stage at the front of the dance floor, keen to get a feel for the place. Isn't she jumping the gun a bit? Where's the agreement on a time and place? Lumian mused to himself. She was clearly just yanking his chain. Louis chimed in, a tinge of envy coloring his voice. Don't fall for her act. She gets a kick out of toying with good-looking men. She won't actually follow through. I reckon she's Franca's sweetheart. Franca, Red Boots Franca. Lumian's surprise was palpable. Red Boots Franca was a key figure in the Savoy mob, ruling over Rue des Blouses Blanches and rumored to be a woman. Exactly, Louis affirmed. Franca appears to be the boss's mistress, but she seems to swing both ways. She and Little Minx are thick as thieves. A lover's lover, Lumian once again marveled at the peculiarities of Trier. Louis watched Jenna, now swaying gracefully on the stage, a look of longing etched on his face. She wasn't this mesmerizing when she first arrived in the market district. Over the past couple of years, she's become more adept at presentation, more feminine. What a shame. If you manage to climb the ranks and stand toe-to-toe with Red Boots, you might have a shot, Lumian teased, stoking Louis's ambition. He then shifted gears. Any luck tracking down those 3 items I needed? Louis tore his gaze away from Jenna to respond. I was just about to tell you we've managed to gather them all. That quick? Lumian was taken aback by the Savoy mob's efficiency. Why not start a factory? Why stick with the mob life? Louis elaborated. Rat Christo keeps a variety of critters, some rare, some less so. Some we could take off his hands for the right price. That's how we got the lizard's eye and the snake's venom sac. The eagle's nest rock was a bonus. Rat Christo, the one in charge of smuggling. Lumian mulled over this newfound information. Chapter 156, Landlord. Louis carried on. I'll arrange for someone to bring those 3 items to Auberge du Coq Doré later. And the cost? Lumian was prepared to offer Louis an extra reward for his diligence. Louis merely shook his head. The Baron says you needn't worry about the payment. He believes your strength building equates to our Savoy mob strengthening. Even without Baron Brignai's spelling it out, Louis deduced his ploy of roping Lumian in. In any case, the cost was under 10 Verl d'Or. So according to the Baron's logic, I can have him refund the materials I require to progress to Pyromaniac. Lumian mused with a hint of sarcasm. Louis was taking a sip from his pomegranate soda when a group sauntered into the Salle de Bal Brise. The group's leader was strikingly tall, towering over 1.9 meters. His light yellow hair, short and plush, clung to his scalp akin to high-grade velvet. He had a huge nose, light blue eyes, and a roughly textured face. He was dressed in a figure-hugging black suit, topped off with a wide-brimmed round hat. Louis's features tightened. He carefully placed down the soda bottle, turning to Lumian. I need to attend to the Baron. Just then, the beefy man in his early 30s walked a crew that had the air of gangsters about them towards the cafe's staircase. Who's he? Lumian questioned, unable to hide his curiosity. Louis rose, offhandedly answering. That's Giant Simon, runs the dance halls on Rue du Rossignol. Isn't he a part of our Savoy mob as well? Lumian probed further. Louis nodded. True, but he's not on good terms with the Baron. He's always arguing that the Baron, since he oversees the loan sharking, ought to relinquish control of the Salle de Bal Brise. I'm heading up. Need to see what he's here for. Louis had barely taken 2 steps when he noticed Lumian, still planted at the bar counter from his peripheral vision. He couldn't resist an inward sigh. He just doesn't grasp how to seize the moment. Shouldn't he have shown some initiative and backed me up with the Baron? If Giant Simon dares say anything unsavory, stare him down, threaten him with a gun. Only then will he start to earn the Baron's trust. Yes, he may be ruthless, mad, and powerful, but he remains a greenhorn when it comes to these things. Naturally, if Lumian truly wanted to accompany him to the second floor and aid Baron Brignies in maintaining appearances at the café, Louis would turn him down. After all, the Baron and Giant. Simon could potentially be discussing confidential matters concerning the Savoy mob. It was no place for a rookie to eavesdrop. Lumian ruminated, the Savoy mob seems riddled with internal strife. Suppose there's a showdown between Baron Brignies and Giant Simon, and one bites the dust. And then the head honcho needs a strong hand to quell the storm and take over their positions. Wouldn't I be the perfect candidate? When that time comes, as long as I pass muster, I'll have fulfilled Mr. Katik's mission. Besides the leaders, I can't see anyone else in the Savoy mob who could take out Margit single-handedly. Now the trick is to pit Baron Brignies and Giant Simon against each other without arousing suspicion. Lost in his strategic contemplation, Lumian requested a glass of absinthe. Before he could savor the last of the enigmatic emerald elixir, he spotted Giant Simon emerging from the staircase, henchman in tow, a thunderous expression on his face. Well, he doesn't seem pleased, Lumian noted, retracting his gaze. He wasn't rushing to translate his thoughts into action. He was still woefully short on the ins and outs of the Savoy mob. Later that evening, on his return to Auberge du Coq Doré, Madame Fels, seated at the reception desk, rose and informed him, "Monsieur Ives has arrived. He's waiting for you in the first-floor dining room by the window." Not bad. He came quite quickly. Lumian nodded approvingly, making his way to the small dining room opposite the lobby. Monsieur Ives had heard tell of Seal's eccentric yet stylish hair. On seeing him step into the dining room, he rose, all smiles. "Monsieur Seal, right this way." He was a man on the cusp of his 50s. His blonde hair, streaked with silver, was neatly arranged. He sported a faded dark suit with a pair of chestnut tweed trousers. His eyes were a bright blue, and he bore a thin beard. Lumian glanced at the cane resting against the dining table, then approached, a congenial smile playing on his lips. "Good evening, Monsieur Ives." Once both men were seated, Ives beckoned the waiter to begin serving. "My apologies for the delay in visiting. I've been swamped recently," Ives expressed remorsefully. His accent distinctly belonged to the Trier region. Feigning ignorance, Lumian questioned, "Do you own more than one motel? Otherwise, what's kept him so busy?" Ives was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Lumian would take his polite remark literally. He stammered, "There are some other affairs, but they're neither here nor there." As their conversation flowed, the waiter brought in the evening meal, a serving each. Bean soup, pork sausage, feinepotter rice, and a sauce that occupied a fifth of the plate. "This is their signature meat sauce," Ives informed, bubbling with enthusiasm. "Is that all?" Lumian's perception of the landlord's miserliness took a new dimension. It didn't overly concern him, though. He dug into the feinepotter rice, smothered in the mildly meaty sauce, laced with pepper and vinegar. After consuming his meal for about a minute, Lumian looked up, addressing Monsieur Ives with a wry smile. "With your penny-pinching tendencies, why provide each room with sulfur?" He purposely avoided the softer term frugal, his tone saturated with sarcasm. Monsieur Ives' face clouded over, evidently displeased. He kept his emotions in check, forcing a strained smile. "The motel is riddled with bedbugs. Nobody would stay here without the sulfur we provide." "Really?" "As long as the price is low enough, those hard up for cash won't fuss about a few bedbugs." Lumian casually sectioned off a piece of sausage, taking a bite. After mulling it over a bit, he suggested, "Why not employ a couple of regular cleaners for daily cleaning? That could effectively cut down on the bedbugs. 2 full-time cleaners would set me back 130 to 150 Verl d'Or a month, while a thorough cleaning once a week only costs 18 Verl d'Or," Monsieur Ives protested, visibly pained at the prospect. Lumian simply smiled. "I meant, why don't you do the cleaning yourself, get your kids to help?" That would shave off 18 Verl d'Or from his weekly expenses. Monsieur Ives appeared to mull over the proposal, seeming to see the merit in it. However, after a reflective pause, he sighed and said, "Sadly, we're otherwise occupied." "Doing what?" Lumian didn't push for an answer. He had already established that Ive was nothing short of a tightwad. Monsieur Ive studied Lumian, hesitating before he offered. I used to hand Margit 20 Verl d'Or weekly. Which day would you prefer? Lumian scoffed. No need to hand it over to me. Invest in an additional thorough cleaning each week. Monsieur Ive was somewhat surprised but raised no objections. After all, the cleaning service cost only 18 Verl d'Or, and if contracted for twice a week, he could haggle for a better rate. Having polished off his plate, Lumian queried, Do you happen to know what happened to the tenant from 504? He was speaking of the man who'd plastered Susanna Matthijs's portrait in Charlie's room, a frequent face on Rue de la Muraille, Rue de Breda, and Rue du Rossignol, who had since moved on. Lumian had sought this information from Madame Fels earlier, but she'd offered no insight. As far as she was concerned, her interest in tenants ceased as soon as they paid their rent and didn't damage anything. Monsieur Ive appeared taken aback, glancing at the leftovers on his plate before replying, I'm not sure who you mean. I don't often visit the motel. I'm unaware of who's occupying which rooms. That response smacks of guilt. Lumian's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he didn't push the issue. He watched as Monsieur Ive tidied up his plate, not a morsel of rice or a trace of sauce left behind. After Monsieur Ive had taken his leave, Lumian emerged from the motel some 20 seconds later, tailing the landlord from a safe distance. He tracked Monsieur Ive to a beige, 6-story apartment block situated in the heart of Avenue du Marché. From what he'd gathered from Madame Fels's usual chit-chat, this was most likely Monsieur Ive's residence. Lumian didn't rush to make a house call. There were certain activities best carried out under the cloak of night. Moreover, he wasn't entirely sure whether the official Beyonders were still probing into Susanna Matthijs's affairs or hoping to find any leads through Monsieur Ive. An accidental encounter could be rather awkward. If it came to that, Lumian would have to make himself scarce promptly. Under the warm glow of the street lamps, he circled Monsieur Ive's apartment, taking in his surroundings. What struck Lumian most was the 3-story brick-red edifice diagonally across from the apartment on the opposite side of Avenue du Marché. The foyer, propped up by pillars, bore a sign overhead. Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage of Pigeons. People streamed in continuously. Every now and then, bursts of applause and strains of music floated out, creating a lively atmosphere. Lumian knew that this was a theater catering to common folk with its affordable ticket prices, holding a monopoly in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. An ideal spot for evading pursuit, Lumian was reminded of theater-related incidents from various novels. Grinning, he crossed the street and entered the foyer of the Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage of Pigeons. Posters advertising current and upcoming plays, as well as a few past classics, adorned the walls. As Lumian considered how best to exploit the theater, he stood there, earnestly examining the photographs, sketches, and captions. Suddenly, a familiar face caught his eye on a poster tucked away in a corner. Playing an extra in the background, a man with a shock of starkly blonde hair, blue eyes, and a wispy beard was featured. It was none other than Monsieur Ive, the man he'd been tailing, chapter 157, Ancient Cage of Pigeons. Monsieur Ive, a theater actor as well? Or merely an enthusiast? Lumian pondered the enigma. His immediate impression was, as proprietor and landlord of the Auberge du Coq Doré, Monsieur Ive could be classified as affluent. Moreover, he managed several other enterprises, so the notion of him dabbling in acting appeared improbable. Nevertheless, taking into account Ive's proclivity for hoarding wealth and his frugal tendencies, Lumian couldn't completely rule out the possibility of the man dabbling as a minor actor during his idle hours. It was an opportunity, after all, to rake in a few more coins and avoid squandering valuable time. Once satisfied that the small-time character indeed was Monsieur Ive, Lumian's eyes drifted to the poster's title, Forest Fairy. From the additional script, Lumian deciphered that this was a classic production from the Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons, occasionally revived for new runs. The actress portraying the Forest Fairy boasted distinct facial contours, an ethereal and captivating aura, and lake-blue eyes filled with innocence and sanctity. However, Lumion found her less than bewitching, given her adornments of bracelet, necklace, and belt fashioned from tree branches and verdant leaves, topped off by a floral laurel crown. She stirred memories of Ava, the spring elf from his dreams, and Susanna Matt-Eyes with her cascading turquoise tresses. For Lumion, these were not nostalgic musings. Especially the latter, bereft of the unusual allure her hair had once commanded, now evoked an eerie and revolting image. Charlotte Calvino. After noting the actress's name, Lumion scrutinized the other posters for more clues. Ultimately, he deduced that Monsieur Ives had performed in 3 plays at the Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage at Pigeons, yet in each, he was but a mere supporting actor, easily replaced. Entering the theater with a thoughtful demeanor, Lumion forked out 10 licks for a ticket. The Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons was a well-designed edifice. A large stage dominated the far end, illuminated by gas wall lamps, cloaked by lofty curtains and equipped with several steam-powered machines. Neat rows of seating lined the theater, progressively ascending like terraced staircases. Lumion took his ticket stub and located his seat. The ongoing play was Princess and the Beast. The actor's attire tended towards the liberal, with hints of risque, entirely in keeping with the aesthetic sensibilities of Le Marché du Courtier du Gentleman. Watching the performance unfold, Lumion was struck with an internal gasp of awe. Could this be Trier's standard for acting? Such theatrics only earn them keep in Le Marché du Courtier du Gentleman. What caliber do the theaters in Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra hold? Lumion wasn't a stranger to the world of theater. Despite Aurore's homebody tendencies, even she occasionally craved the outdoors. Sometimes she borrowed a pony from Madame Puali's, or chatted with Cordu's old ladies, narrated stories to local children. And occasionally she'd even take Lumion to Darige to attend plays, opera, circus performances, or visit the underground book market for creative inspiration. In comparison to the ancient cage, Pigeons, those theatrical performances seemed akin to amateur efforts. The lead actors on the stage were simply spellbinding. Whether through their facial expressions, physical gestures, or delivered lines, they were as though plucked from the narrative's pages and set into the world of the living. Lumion, initially focused on scouting for anomalies, found himself unexpectedly engrossed in the unfolding drama. He felt a pang for the beast's tangled turmoil of self-doubt, brutality, and torment, and for the princess, her unspoiled innocence, kindness, and heartfelt distress. Any one of these principal performers could easily steal the spotlight in a Darige theater. As the curtain fell, Lumion found himself rising to his feet, clapping his approval. A twinge of disappointment in his heart that the performance had concluded so swiftly. He detected nothing suspicious with the actors, nor could he discern anything out of the ordinary within the theater itself during his regular sojourns to the restroom during intermissions. On exiting the ancient cage, Pigeons, Lumion raised his eyes to the honey-colored apartment building diagonally opposite, taking note of the yellow gas lamp glow illuminating the windows of the 6th floor. Madame Fels had hinted that Monsieur Ives cultivated a rooftop vegetable garden as a cost-saving measure. Lumion deduced that the Ives residence must, therefore, be on the apartment building's top floor, the 6th to be exact. After a brief scrutiny, Lumion's gaze landed on the faintest of the glowing windows. In keeping with Ives' penny-pinching character, he probably refused to light an additional gas lamp. Finding a secluded, dark corner, Lumion set himself up, his focus locked onto the dimly lit window, a silent sentinel awaiting any sign of activity. As the hours wore on, a homeless man wandered by, hoping to claim this sheltered nook as his makeshift bed for the night. However, catching sight of Lumion's shadowy figure, he reluctantly shuffled off elsewhere. Such encounters barely registered with Lumion anymore. Unperturbed, he maintained his vigil. Close to 11 p.m., the feeble light in the window blinked out. Roughly 15 minutes later, Monsieur Ives, garbed in a faintly dark suit and chestnut-hued tweed trousers, materialized at the apartment door. with cautious glances cast about him, clutching a carbide lamp. He made his way along the street's shadowy cloak towards the underground trier entrance a stone's throw away. Lumion bore witness as a living statue, observing the retreating illumination of Monsieur Ives' lamp until it was swallowed by darkness. Several minutes later, with no signs of official Beyonders tailing Monsieur Ives, Lumion arose, dusted off his attire, and crossed the Avenue du Marché towards the hidden stone staircase leading underground. Lumion did not attempt to follow him. First and foremost, he had no source of light. His only candles were those used in ritualistic magic, their scent too conspicuous. Second, he lacked knowledge about Monsieur Ives' true capabilities, his motives for venturing into underground trier, or the extent of power he might command. Retracing a few steps, Lumion melted into the shadow of a nearby building's pillar, shrouding himself in the comforting dark. A tedious wait ensued. As midnight loomed, the blue radiance of the carbide lamp punctuated the darkness at the underground entrance. The elongated shadow of Monsieur Ives once again graced the scene. Just as he came to the bottom of the stone staircase, Lumion tugged his cap lower over his eyes and stepped forward, barking out, "This is a hold-up!" The strategy behind this sudden ploy was to gauge Monsieur Ives' strength. Should the landlord be a formidable force, Lumion suspected he would merely dismiss the mugger with lethal efficiency. In that case, Lumion would have the opportunity to make a swift exit, his greatest risks being some minor injuries and a dent in his pocket. If, however, Monsieur Ives failed to exhibit significant ability, the faux robbery would quickly morph into a real kidnapping. Lumion would then corner the landlord in a remote pocket of the underground trier, demanding answers about his secretive behavior around room 504 tenant and his nocturnal trips to the underground world. At Lumion's gruff demand for a hold-up, Monsieur Ives visibly flinched. Seeming to accept his fate, he pulled out a worn brown leather wallet, extracting a single silver coin valued at 1 verle d'or. An unexpected surge of avarice flooded Lumion at the sight of the silver coin. Its intricate design, with the cherubic relief on the surface and radiating lines, drew him in. Almost against his will, he found his right hand reaching out to snatch the coin from Monsieur Ives. With a swift pivot, he spun on his heel and took off, playing the part of a robber to perfection. 5 or 6 steps into his escape, a niggling thought started to bother Lumion. What sort of robber would flee after pilfering a solitary 1 verle d'or coin? And why did I even seize the coin? Lumion's senses abruptly reignited. Channeling Dancer's agility, he made a forceful twist of his frame and skidded to a halt. He noticed Monsieur Ives was also on the run. The landlord of Auberge du Coq Doré darted across Avenue du Marché and made a beeline for Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons. Lumion, originally preparing to pursue, abruptly dropped his pace. Monsieur Ives, now a victim of robbery, didn't aim for the sanctuary of his home nor the aid of law enforcement in the bustling market district. Instead, he elected for the theater, situated at an angle from his dwelling. Could it be that he perceived a more effective guard there? Lumion's brow furrowed in contemplation. Then, within the span of a heartbeat, he spun around and resumed his faux robber's role. He was anxious that Monsieur Ives might rally a force capable of reclaiming his pilfered silver coin. Given Monsieur Ives' infamous miserliness, such a response was within the realm of possibility. Although Lumion was not particularly concerned about losing a single verle d'or, getting caught would undoubtedly unmask his identity. Exiting Avenue du Marché, he nonchalantly flipped the silver coin to a destitute vagabond dozing at the street's edge. At the metallic ring, the man's eyes flickered open, resting on the gleaming piece nestled under the nearby lamplight. Once back on Rue Anarchy, Lumion peeled off his cap and coat, tucking them under his arm as he resumed his leisurely stride. His test had confirmed his suspicions. Monsieur Ives was no ordinary man. He possessed Beyonder abilities, albeit seemingly ill-equipped for combat. He had elected to gift a silver coin to an apparent burglar and retreat. This little episode filled me with a sudden, overwhelming desire for that silver coin. A desire so fierce, I nearly abandoned my true intentions, almost succumbing to madness. Lumian reflected on the strange encounter. It was a sensation he recognized. He had experienced a similar one when facing Susanna Matthijs. One filled him with paralyzing fear, the other stripped him of rational thought, substituting it with raw hatred. The similarities of these abilities' manifestations. Could Monsieur Ive be linked to Susanna Matthijs? What fate could have befallen room 504 tenant? The forest fairy, the foliage, laurels. Does Theater de l'Ancien cage of pigeons have ties to Susanna Matthijs as well? Lumian speculated as he retraced his steps to Auberge du Coq Doré. He slipped into the underground bar to find Charlie, glass of beer in hand, belting out a tune with a few of the inn's tenants. We impoverished souls, dwelling in the attic. Catching sight of Lumian's return, Charlie excused himself and ambled over to the counter, heaving a sigh as he began. You wouldn't believe what transpired this afternoon. The hotel manager nicked my drinks twice, and then had the gall to say that because of Madame Alice's situation, he couldn't promote me to an official attendant. I'm stuck as a lowly handyman. How utterly odious. Just how unlucky can I get? Suddenly, Charlie fell silent, muttering to himself. Unlucky, unlucky. After repeating it a handful of times, he glanced up at Lumian, a look of surprise registering on his face at the sight of Lumian's subtle smile. Chapter 158. Report. As he pondered on Seal's early morning warning of potential misfortune, Charlie was dumbstruck. The very afternoon he had lost the job prospect he'd been eagerly awaiting and even squandered a few Verle d'Or hosting a round of drinks. The thought of it all intensified the weight on his shoulders. Seal's smirk hit him, and Charlie's voice instinctively dropped to a hush. You can predict the future? His forecast had hit the mark with uncanny precision. Didn't I tell you? Just a wild guess, Lumian stated, his lie rolling smoothly off his tongue. Yet it wasn't entirely untruthful. It was more an educated guess based on the luck patterns he'd perceived. It was akin to devising the method after having the final answer. Charlie's expression reflected his disbelief, yet he didn't challenge the claim. Instead, he asked hopefully, Has my run of bad luck ended? Lumian turned, his focus shifting and his eyes growing stormy. His face soon mirrored the seriousness of his thoughts. Charlie, witnessing Seal's shift in demeanor, felt his pulse quicken and his mouth go arid with anxiety. What's going on? Lumian pressed his lips together before stating, You're in for a disaster. Charlie's countenance faltered, his complexion turning pale, a stark contrast to its earlier flush. Lumian chuckled. Just pulling your leg. You may not have the best luck for a while, but you won't be particularly ill-fated either. It suggested that even if the issue with Susanna Matthijs hadn't been entirely handled, it wouldn't escalate any time soon. Charlie couldn't quite grasp Lumian's words. Really? It's a tall tale. Believe it if you wish. No skin off my back if you don't. Lumian remarked, ordering a glass of absinthe fennel with a dismissive smile. Lumian's nonchalant demeanor helped Charlie breathe easy. He nestled onto the bar stool next to him, sipping his rye beer. I had thought the whole situation wasn't quite done yet. That's not out of the question. Lumian made no effort to unnerve Charlie further. Charlie's gaze fell on the bar top as he murmured, You know, in that moment, I wished to be a lowly handyman and leave the market district ASAP. Lumian glanced his way. If disaster is on its way, you won't be able to outrun it no matter where you relocate. A raw bitterness bared itself on Charlie's face. Lumian suggested further, You might as well pay a visit to the nearest eternal blazing sun cathedral and pray more. And by the way, I dined with our landlord, Monsieur Ive, today. He seemed a bit odd when room 504 came up in our chat, almost as if he knows something about the previous tenant, but isn't keen on sharing. Charlie froze for a moment before comprehending Seal's reference. He lowered his voice again. The one who hung that woman's portrait, Lumian confirmed with a slow, assertive nod. Charlie stayed quiet for a beat before muttering, Does that woman have any ties to Monsieur Ive? Does he suspect something off about the portrait? I should inform the authorities. I'll head to the nearest cathedral at dawn and speak to the priest. Not bad. A few days under my wing, and you're much sharper than Louis from the Savoy mob. You caught my hint right away. Lumian raised his glass, taking a sip of the visually appealing green liquid. Lumian was not well versed in the details of Théâtre de l'Ancien cage pigeons, hence the severity of the problem was a mystery to him. Any self-led investigation would take at least a couple of weeks to gather any meaningful information. Even then, he might not possess the means to tackle it. As such, his best course of action was to alert the authorities from the get-go, allowing them to take the reins. Once he'd reached a decision, Charlie shot a covert glance at Pavard Neeson, who was engrossed in the art of mixology. Confirming that he had the man's undivided attention, he leaned in and whispered to Lumian, "If they query the source of my information, what should I say?" "Just tell them that it cropped up during our chat," Lumian responded candidly. With Charlie previously singing his praises, the police in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman were aware that Auberge du Coq Doré had fallen under Seal's jurisdiction. Thus, it was only a matter of time before Seal and Monsieur Ives, the landlord, crossed paths over a meal and some idle chatter. When the time came, the official Beyonders could make casual inquiries and ascertain that all was in order. They would have no reason to cast suspicion upon Lumian. All right. Charlie's demeanor noticeably relaxed. Lumian savored another sip of his Lafay Vert before posing a question. "Which of the leaders of the Poison Spur mob do you know?" Charlie had previously alluded to the leaders of the Savoy mob, the Poison Spur mob, and several other smaller gangs having a certain notoriety in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, enough to frighten the youngsters. "What are you scheming?" Charlie's countenance lit up with excitement. "I intend to ask them a question or two." Lumian chose to frame it in the most courteous manner possible. Charlie's enthusiasm dipped a notch, realizing he wouldn't be privy to any spectacle. "Besides Margit, I know of two others. One's Hammer 8. He was a regular at Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, but he's been frequenting Rue Anarchy of late. Then there's Harmon, sans any nickname. I've observed Margit in his company on multiple occasions, showing him considerable deference. He's bald, by the way. The head honcho of the Poison Spur mob is Black Scorpion Roger. He appears to reside somewhere on Avenue du Marché. Garnering Margit's respect implies Harmon's status and power within the Poison Spur mob superseded his. Perhaps Hammer 8 has taken control of Salle de Gristmill and Rue Anarchy, hence his regular appearances here. Lumian pondered, setting his sights on Hammer 8. His plan was to shadow the gang leader over the ensuing days, familiarizing himself with his routines and behaviors. Should he fail to locate Wilson in due course, he would contemplate making an example of 8. After emptying his glass of absinthe, Lumian and Charlie made their way upstairs. Upon reaching room 207, Lumian noticed a wooden crate, adorned with the black-painted emblem of the Savoy mob, a bullet and a dirk, placed near the entrance. Could it be the ingredients sent by Louis? Lumian stooped to pick up the crate, subsequently unlocking the door to the room. As he flipped open the lid, the foul stench of bird droppings wafted up from a dark stone, accompanied a pair of eyeballs, bloodshot and haunting, and a poison sac, securely encased within a glass jar. Avenue du Marché was bathed in a yellowish glow thanks to the gas lamps. Ives, the landlord of Auberge du Coq Doré, was guiding someone towards a vagrant, slumbering soundly with eyes tightly shut. "Here lies my silver coin," he pronounced. The person behind him threw a skeptical glance towards the sleeping tramp and queried, "Did he rob you?" "Absolutely not." Ives replied with firm conviction. "The differences in height, physique, even clothing are too significant. A robber that tosses stolen loot to a tramp, this situation is undeniably peculiar." The figure, teetering on the edge of the lamp's glow, nodded in near imperceptibility. "We must remain vigilant, prepared for unforeseen complications or potential investigations." Ives simply grunted his agreement, grumbling under his breath. "Had he not cast my silver coin to this vagrant, we could have traced him directly." He possessed the unique capability to sense the location of his possessions, but only for a limited time. The following morning found Lumian holed up in Auberge du Coq Doré, Engrossed in Auror's grimoire, he needed to keep an eye on Hammer 8 and his cohorts, which meant altering his study routine to the morning. These gangsters only made their appearance in the afternoon, and their nightly escapades ended in the early morning hours. Charlie had left at dawn for the closest eternal blazing sun cathedral. Upon his return, his calm demeanor was underscored by a radiant smile. He seemed to have found a source of solace and received validation. As the clock approached noon, Lumian stowed his grimoire and ambled over to Avenue du Marché. He positioned himself a short distance from Monsieur Ives' apartment and the Théâtre de l'Ancien cage pigeons, hoping to witness any activity from the official Beyonders. The streets were bustling as usual, the shops brimming with activity, and carriages weaving in and out. Yet none bore any hints of the recent events. After observing for some time, Lumian was about to seek out a restaurant to satiate his hunger when he spotted Monsieur Ives in the distance. Still clad in his faded formal suit and chestnut tweed trousers, donning a gray, wide-brimmed hat and grasping a black cane, he made his way towards his apartment. The official Beyonders haven't made their move yet. Lumian contemplated briefly before crossing Avenue du Marché to intercept the landlord. "Good afternoon, Monsieur Ives. Out on an errand?" he greeted, all smiles. Monsieur Ives looked slightly disoriented before scrutinizing Lumian, a touch of trepidation in his gaze. "I'd something to attend to at the police station." So, the official Beyonders roped in Monsieur Ives through the police station, but delegated the interrogation to someone with the required abilities. Lumian surmised the situation, albeit with a lingering query. The officials didn't uncover that Monsieur Ives possessed Beyonder powers. Lumian responded with a gentle nod and a reassuring smile. "Is there something I could assist you with?" "No need." Monsieur Ives responded, his tone veering between guarded and resistant. He gestured towards the beige apartment. "I need to get home." In an effort to not arouse any suspicion, Lumian made no further attempts to detain or probe him. As Monsieur Ives walked away, Lumian was left behind, a slight furrow marking his brow. Looking back at their brief exchange, nothing seemed off. Yet, certain details felt out of place, leaving him with a peculiar sensation. On impulse, Lumian shifted his focus to the retreating figure of Monsieur Ives, attempting to gauge his recent string of luck. It seemed pretty ordinary, nothing too fortunate or adverse. Nonetheless, Lumian found his suspicion intensifying rather than alleviating. During their dinner the previous night, Lumian had instinctively assessed Monsieur Ives' luck. It had leaned towards the unfortunate end of the spectrum. And now, in a span of a day, his luck had taken a turn for the better. What could have transpired? Lost in thought, Lumian sauntered down Avenue du Marché, his hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets. Chapter 159. Savage. The tide of fortune seems to have taken a turn for Monsieur Ives. His handling of the robbery the previous night must have laid bare his secret, especially in the face of a disguised Beyonder masquerading as a police officer. Had they sniffed out something amiss and laid a trap in anticipation? The gears in Lumian's head whirred ever faster, his growing suspicion suggesting that his robbery attempt on Monsieur Ives had alerted the man and his unseen benefactors. Still, he couldn't verify any peculiarity regarding the landlord without attempting some sleuthing. Realizing the eyes of the figure at the Théâtre de l'Ancien cage, pigeons could be upon him, Lumian abandoned the thought of paying a visit to Monsieur Ives, making a hasty exit from Avenue du Marché. An urgency overwhelmed him to execute the prophecy spell in order to unravel some of the mysteries plaguing him. Within the confines of Quartier de l'Observatoire, near the subterranean cemetery, warmed by a flickering bonfire, Lumian spotted Asta Trull's peculiar stance. "Did you manage to procure the items I asked for?" Asta responded with a genuine grin. "Indeed. The entrails of a lynx, tongue of a hyena, marrow of a stag, and some gray henbane. It all amounts to 5 Verle d'Or. Including the reward you pledged, it comes to 20 Verle d'Or." Per their agreement, Lumian was to hand him an extra 5 Verle d'Or for each item. But, noticing the sum worth of the items was only 5 Verle d'Or, Asta's conscience wouldn't allow him to charge full price, hence the discount. Lumian didn't mind. The arrangement saved him a great deal of time. Naturally, he didn't push to pay more, handing Asta a sum of banknotes amounting to the quoted price of 20 Verl d'Or. The 4 items were contained in either modest glassware or small wooden boxes and cloth bags. Lumian inspected them individually before sliding them into his pocket. His gaze once again fell on Asta Trull. "Any further insights on the aquatic monster?" Asta nodded. "Indeed." His expression bore a plea for affirmation. "In my effort to gather more information about the aquatic monsters, I even ventured into the underground river myself. Regrettably, the ground was treacherous, and I ended up taking a tumble." He pulled up his sleeve, revealing the distinct marks of his slip on his forearm. "So that's why his posture seemed off. If I hadn't requested Asta to gather information on the aquatic monster, would he have avoided the injury? Yet I only enlisted him after foreseeing an imminent accident. What could have transpired if I had rescinded?" A feeling of inevitability wrapped Lumian. He was also a pawn in the game of destiny, his actions and will embedded in the luck he sensed. Lumian curtailed his musing and responded with a light chuckle. "I did advise you to be cautious." Asta appeared taken aback. The recollection of Seal's warning for the upcoming days suddenly sprung to mind. Did it manifest so rapidly? Is his divination prowess truly this potent? Amid his astonishment, Asta queried, "You divined I would be injured within the next 2 days? What sequence does Seal belong to? Not only does he appear combat-savvy, but his divination skills are impressive." A grin played at the corners of Lumian's mouth. "It's not divination." He held back further explanation, leaving Asta to his own conjectures. Seeming to take the hint, Asta didn't press further. Instead, he shifted the conversation back to the aquatic monster. "I've been able to piece together the whispers and conjecture, and it seems there are 3 kinds of aquatic monsters in the underground river. The first appears to be a drowned corpse, bloated and eerily pale. The second resembles a grotesquely mutated fish, standing nearly as tall as a man, covered in sturdy scales that seem impervious to harm. The third bears an uncanny resemblance to strands of black hair floating atop the water, only to suddenly reach out and ensnare the unwary souls on the banks, dragging them under. These aquatic monsters, however, aren't particularly formidable. Most of their attacks on humans end in failure, which accounts for the abundance of tales and rumors. They're an elusive lot. Sometimes seen 2 or 3 times a month, sometimes they disappear entirely. I ventured down there last night myself, but aside from my unfortunate slip, I found no trace of them." Lumian scoffed at this, saying, "With your level of combat prowess, I wouldn't bet on your return if you ran into one of them." Asta only managed a sheepish smile in response, not deigning to refute the comment. The only reason he dared to venture there was due to the aquatic monster's reputed weakness and his own divination. Lumian's brow furrowed in contemplation. Given the aquatic monster's record, any Beyonder team from the 2 churches or Bureau 8 could effortlessly eradicate them. So, why were they still prevalent? If the underground river concealed a greater peril, any poor soul encountering the aquatic monster should have no chance of escape. As these thoughts spun in his mind, Lumian took the materials Asta Trull had provided and carefully concealed them between a pair of nearby rocks. He was cautious, thinking that should he engage in a heated battle with the aquatic creature in the future, these delicate items might get damaged. Afterward, Lumian handed Asta a 5 Verl d'Or note. "This is for your insights about the aquatic monsters." Lumian picked up his carbide lamp and, following Asta's instructions and the tunnel signs, began his journey towards the underground river. A few moments of hesitation later, Asta quickly rose, grabbing his own carbide lamp and hurriedly following Lumian. Upon hearing the rapid footsteps, Lumian spun around, his puzzled gaze landing on Asta. Asta managed a strained smile and said, "I'll come with you. I might be of some assistance." "You?" Lumian couldn't veil his incredulous disdain. Asta cleared his throat before divulging his actual motive. "The aquatic monster is a spiritual being. It's improbable that you'll want everything. I am hoping to scavenge what you leave behind. If fortune smiled upon him and he found a buyer for the parts, he could make a tidy sum of more than 10 Verl d'Or. Lumion merely stared at Asta, letting the tension build before finally breaking into a grin. You're welcome to tag along, but don't expect me to play your bodyguard. From what he could discern, Asta's luck was veering away from a bloody end and instead showing promise of a minor financial windfall. Essentially, if Asta joined him on this underground river expedition, it implied that the hunt might be relatively safe and potentially lucrative. Of course, Lumion couldn't be entirely sure that his decision wouldn't sway the course of Asta's luck. No problem. Asta replied, devoid of apprehension. In his mind, he'd merely be tailing seal from a distance. If they happened to encounter an aquatic monster, he'd simply keep a wider berth. The threat to his own life seemed minimal at best. Asta's unwavering resolution prompted Lumion to study him a moment longer. Seeing that his luck hadn't shifted, Lumion lifted his gaze, picked up his carbide lamp, and resumed his journey forward. In a way, having someone like Asta trailing behind had its benefits. Sometimes, the art of fishing required bait. On other occasions, in the face of a formidable monster, one needn't outrun the beast. One just needed to outpace their so-called allies. The two of them ventured deeper into the subterranean world, each step guided by the flickering light of their carbide lamps. After roughly 10 minutes, they were engulfed by an escalating humidity, and Lumion could discern the faint murmur of flowing water. He held his lamp aloft, casting an eye over the tunnel's signage before veering into a pathway shrouded in darkness to his right. Soon, the telltale shimmer of water, distorted by the lamp's radiance, beckoned ahead. Lumion approached the underground river with caution. It stretched 5 to 6 meters wide, ensconced beneath a naturally formed stone dome peppered with stalactites. The water was relatively clear, meandering through the carved gullies. Apart from a scattering of moss, Lumion detected no signs of life at first glance. Asta had already ceased advancing, observing from a safe distance as the dangerous Beyonder meticulously combed through the riverside. The pair maintained a distance of over 10 meters, sporadically progressing and halting. 15 minutes elapsed, and Lumion's search bore no fruit. Half an hour passed, and the situation remained unchanged. As the path ahead began to constrict, Lumion's keen eye spotted some anomalies. By the riverbank, several rocks lay scattered, their edges tinged with soil, a struggle here. This thought nudged Lumion's heart as he cautiously neared the area. He crouched down, setting the carbide lamp aside, and examined the vicinity with careful scrutiny. Soon enough, he discovered a pair of footprints and signs of something being dragged away. Yet where these traces led, the river flowed transparent and calm. The riverbed was clearly visible and bore no hint of lurking dangers. Drip. A solitary droplet of liquid landed on Lumion's nape. It was chilly and adhesive. An immediate sense of peril overwhelmed Lumion. Without delay, he jerked his head upwards. In the cavernous interlude between stalactites, a glistening figure of grayish-white writhed. Its head resembled a python, the body slick with scales akin to a fish. From where fins should have been emerged 2 arms and a single leg, eerily human-like. The monster's mouth gaped open, unveiling a neat row of ferocious white teeth. From its mouth corner dripped a viscous and foul-smelling liquid. In the following heartbeat, the monster pounced, soaring towards Lumion. Crouched on the ground, Lumion tumbled backwards. Simultaneously, his body coiled like a spring, catapulting his right leg upwards in a swift whip-like motion. With a satisfying crack, Lumion, teetering on the brink of falling, landed a solid kick on the airborne monster who failed to evade the strike, hurling it towards the opposing stone wall. Crash, the monster collided with the rocky facade. Lumion was back on his feet, charging at his opponent with the feral urgency of a cheetah. As the monster slid off the wall, Lumion's form was mirrored in its muddy yellow eyes. Lumion reached out, seizing its arm. The monster didn't evade, but opened its palm to welcome the assault. Each of its digits sprouted sharp scales, glinting ominously with a deep blue sheen. Without warning, Lumion twisted his elbow and flicked his wrist, clasping the monster's wrist with both hands to thwart the menacing blue scales. He then extended his right foot, sweeping away the monster's lone leg. With just one leg, the monster was powerless to resist. Its only option was to harness Lumien's grip on its wrist to propel itself upward, its solitary leg trailing behind and its monstrous maw leading the charge, ready to devour Lumien's entire head. At this critical moment, Lumien relinquished his hold, lowered his stance, and rolled towards the stone wall. Thud! The aquatic monster landed heavily behind him. In a fluid motion, Lumien swiveled, snatching the monster's leg. Channeling his strength from the core, he swung it towards the stone wall. Crash! The monster's skull crumpled upon impact. Lumien didn't pause. He maintained his swinging momentum, battering the monster against the pillar, the wall, and the floor, with dark red blood and pale yellow fluid splattering everywhere. Amid the pounding sounds, craters formed on the stone wall and the monster's skull started to fragment, the contents spilling out in a gruesome red tide. More than 10 meters away, Asta Troll stood agape, utterly mesmerized by the violent spectacle. How savage! Incredible thump! Lumien unceremoniously dropped the mutilated, lifeless aquatic monster onto the ground. Chapter 160. Pervert. Asta Troll had never questioned Seal's competence in tackling the aquatic monster, yet the ruthless efficiency with which he dispatched it caught him off guard. It felt much like witnessing an adult landing a blow on a child. A persistent inquiry bobbed to the surface of Asta's thoughts. To what path and sequence could Seal possibly belong? Why could he engage in combat and appear to wield formidable prophetic capabilities? Within a region speckled by dark crimson and dull golden symbols, Lumien crouched, brandishing his ceremonial silver dagger. He slid the blade into the monster's open wound, cleaving through its flesh, and deposited it in the hollow timber container prepared earlier. Once 2 containers brimmed with the monster's flesh and scales casting a dim cerulean glow, he uncapped a metallic flask and began collecting the monster's blood that burbled ceaselessly. Witnessing this, Asta methodically closed the gap between him and the vanquished monster, lingering nearby. Before too long, Lumien rose, pivoted, and retraced his steps. Scrambling, Asta hastily crouched and started amassing blood, scales, and what he believed to be spiritually rich organs. His gaze frequently darted to Lumien, who was steadily increasing his distance, showing no signs of halting for Asta. A sense of unease began to seep into Asta. After all, Seal had dispatched the aquatic monster with terrifying ease. Given his earlier performance, Asta feared that Seal could also eliminate him without much effort. Should he remain alone by this subterranean river in the depth of the darkness, and should another monster be lured by the scent of blood, he would find himself in dire straits. With a sense of urgency, Asta hastily stowed the harvested materials, not daring to dawdle. Fighting the temptation to salvage more of the monster's remains, he left a good 90% behind and hurried after Lumien. As their carbide lamps winked out at the tunnel's end, darkness reclaimed the area, save for the perpetual whisper of water. After an indeterminate time had passed, a group of thrill-seeking university students made their way through the cavernous labyrinth, kerosene lanterns in hand. They discovered a partially collapsed stone wall and a pathway disordered and fragmented. Apart from that, all was serene and silent. Not a trace of the aquatic monster or blood stains were found. Having bid Asta Troll adieu, Lumien found himself a seat in a public carriage, bound for Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Retrieving the remainder of his ingredients from Auberge du Coq Doré's room 207, he grasped his carbide lamp and plunged once more into the realm below ground. His destination was the former site of the ritual, a quarry cave. His goal was to prepare the mysterious concoction required for the prophecy spell before the veil of night descended. Come nightfall, he intended to make his way to the nearest hospital and procure a recently departed body from the morgue. As Lumien descended from the floor, mimicking the surface world, his pace slackened. Under the glow of the carbide lamp, he noticed fresh, evident footprints marking the slightly damp path. Heavy footprints. Lumian studied them for a moment, voicing his puzzlement. From the looks of these prints, he concluded that the passerby must have weighed upwards of 100 kilograms or been shouldering something hefty. Who could it be? An underworld smuggler. Lumian had his suspicions, but he didn't intend to tail them. Tryer's subterranean labyrinth was brimming with people. Obsessing over each footprint would only exhaust him. Besides, the other party had no quarrel with him. Provided they didn't interfere with his upcoming ritual magic, he had no concern even if he was ready to ensure their silence. Turning the lamp's dial, Lumian tempered the reaction between carbide and water, thus dimming the flame's intensity and casting less light. He was concerned that the maker of the footprints was near and might detect the bright light closing in from behind. Continuing his journey, Lumian suddenly halted, nose twitching. He detected a familiar aroma. A musky perfume designed to awaken masculine desires, intermingled with a citrus hint. After a brief moment of mental rifling, Lumian identified the scent's owner, little minx Jenna, the showy diva. Could these be her footprints? Preposterous. Surely she doesn't weigh more than 100 kilograms. She's not cast of iron. Besides, the prints were clearly a man's. Lumian mulled over two possibilities. Either Jenna is adept at concealing her tracks, leaving no corresponding marks, or she's been hoisted by a man. It's quite ordinary for two individuals collectively to exceed 100 kilograms. Judging by the footprints, the man stands between 1.65 and 1.7 meters tall. His gait seems slightly peculiar. As Lumian turned this over in his mind, his brow furrowed. Piqued by curiosity, he resolved to tail the trail and ascertain what predicament Jenna had stumbled upon, or rather, what scheme she was brewing. It was crucial to note that this showy diva was suspected of being Franca's paramour. Her entanglement might reveal a clandestine secret of the Savoy mob. This could potentially provide Lumian, who was pursuing loftier heights, with an opportunity. Lowering the carbide lamp's intensity further, he hoped that once switched off, the flame would snuff out promptly. Sticking to the tunnel's shadows, he tracked the footprints, vigilantly gauging the distance. Should anything go awry, he was ready to extinguish the light. As the footprints appeared increasingly fresh, as though only moments old, he extinguished the carbide lamp and ventured forward in the darkness, relying on his memorized path. Before he knew it, Lumian had reached a divergence in the path, a faint blue light emanating from the stone wall's end on his left side. Slipping his black gloves on, Lumian inched closer, a wraith in the shadows. The blue light radiated from a small cave nestled at the end of the stone wall. Stationed against the stone, Lumian tucked himself into the shadow's embrace, craning his neck ever so slightly to catch a glimpse of what lay within. At the cave's heart, a rather primitive iron-black carbide lamp sat in a relatively flat expanse. Nearby, a capacious bag of grayish-white fabric bulged, seemingly at its full capacity. A man loomed beside the bag, adorned in a blue cap, a common tweed suit of brown that one would see in Le Marché du Courtier du Gentleman, with a linen shirt peeking out from beneath his darker jacket. The man's breathing was noticeably labored. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, his side profile revealed a thin and slightly worn countenance, his brown eyes ablaze with unmasked desire. Lumian's gaze dropped, registering the man's arousal. He inwardly chided, "Impatient, aren't we?" No wonder he was lagging. That explains the irregularity in his footprints. Lumian grew more convinced that the bag concealed none other than Jenna, the little minx. She must have fallen prey to a kidnapper and rapist. The man proceeded to remove his cap, casting it aside as his heavy panting echoed through the cave. His countenance was laid bare before Lumian. His eyebrows, pale and disordered, were sparse. His eyes sagged slightly at the corners. His nose was a hint of red at the tip, and his mouth bore dry, cracked lips. His complexion was a shade too pale, betraying signs of fatigue and exertion. The man squatted, loosening the bag's ties, revealing its contents. Lumian's intuition proved correct. It was indeed Jenna, the showy diva. Her customarily tied brownish-yellow hair was in disarray, cascading over her body. Her eyes were sealed shut, framed by a layer of deep shadows. Adorned in a white blouse and a beige fluffy short skirt, it was unclear whether she had lost or hadn't yet donned her mole. As the man drew Jenna from the bag, his breathing was so labored that Lumion could discern it effortlessly, even if he wasn't a hunter, such a strong desire. Bordering on the perverse, Lumion found himself thinking this almost subconsciously. Stumbling upon such a scenario, he resolved to come to Jenna's aid while he was here. If the Savoy mob's boss ever considered appointing a new leader, Red Boots, Franca might vouch for him, but a hasty rescue wasn't on his agenda. Lumion intended to observe further, ascertain whether the man possessed any unique abilities that emboldened him to cross a leader of the Savoy mob. Red Boots, Franca. He would swoop in once the man was mid-stripping, incapacitated in his haste. If only I had a long-range weapon. This wouldn't be such a chore. Lumion heaved a sigh, pondering on getting the Savoy mob to supply him with a firearm. The man's hands found their way to Jenna's face, patting it lightly twice. Next, he withdrew a small metal bottle, unscrewing the cap and brought it to Jenna's nose. Achoo. A sneeze jolted Jenna awake, her eyes fluttering open. The man's visage reflected in her wide blue eyes, sparking alarm. An instinctive urge to rise seized her. But in the next moment, she registered the absence of strength in her body, rendering resistance futile. "Damn you, dog sh*T, what do you think you're doing?" Jenna mustered enough strength to spit out the words. A twisted smile spread across the man's face. "You know, I've watched you sing countless times. Each time, the desire to tear away your clothing and have you perform solely for me is overwhelming." Jenna hurled back, her voice seething with rage. "You lunatic, a bastard who deserves being f***seeked by a donkey? You're done for. The Savoy mob will have you sleeping with the fishes." The man remained silent, his brown eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Jenna's cheeks flushed crimson and her breathing grew shallow. Her body twitched involuntarily, her eyes widening in shock at her own reaction. This is just perfect. Not only a hint of resistance, but a subconscious acquiescence too. The man stood up, brimming with anticipation, rapidly disrobing his clothes, trousers, and shoes. Lumion, observing from his hidden spot, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Jenna's reaction is abnormal. Could she be under the influence of some Beyonder power? Did every human and dog in Trier have access to Beyonder powers? Has Jenna been coerced into arousal? This bears an uncanny resemblance to Susanna Matthey's and Monsieur Ives' act. Lumion's thoughts spiraled as he drew out the ritual silver dagger, tucking it into his right pocket with the blade pointed inward and the hilt pressing against the outer cloth. Lowering his body, he silently moved from the stone wall into the cave, stealthily approaching the man from the shadow's edge. The man's attention was fully riveted on Jenna. His eyes blazed with a fanatic light, his face twisted into a perverse grin. As he worked his belt loose and shed his trousers, his gaze roved over Jenna's form. Emerging from the shadows, Lumion sprang forth like a cheetah on the prowl. Chapter 161. Special Traits. It was only when Lumion sprung from the darkness that the man, his gaze fixated solely on Jenna, realized the invasion of his secluded lair. Bang! 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 Lumion stormed in, raining a barrage of fists, elbows, knees, and feet upon the intruder. The man was taken aback, yet not feeble. His resistance was robust, fending off blows with forearms while retreating. His chest, calves, and thighs bore the brunt of Lumion's missed strikes, but he held his ground. With a shake of his head, his brown eyes morphed into a haunting green, casting an eerie reflection of Lumion. Suddenly, Lumion was overwhelmed by a powerful surge of desire. Beside him, showy diva. Jenna radiated a captivating allure as she strained to watch the struggle, her whole being pulsating with magnetism. This desire exploded within Lumion like a live grenade. He ceased his assault, eyes smoldering with a reddish hue as his breaths quickened. Whirling around, he lunged towards Jenna. Jenna sensed the abnormality and bellowed out, her voice a mix of anger and fear. "Pull yourself f***C King together?" But her words were smothered as Lumion pinned her down, In tandem with this action, a hard object pressed against Lumian's right side. What was that? Reacting instinctively, his hand grazed the hilt of the ritual silver dagger he'd strategically placed for self-injury. A vague understanding of his intent to use it flickered back into his mind. In the next heartbeat, Lumian, now mostly irrational from his burgeoning desire, seized the handle of the silver dagger and drove it into his own flesh. The silver tip sliced through cloth, skin, and muscle alike. Excruciating pain thundered into Lumian's consciousness, restoring some rationality from the grips of his wild desire, allowing him to regain some lucidity. Pretending nothing had changed, he continued his actions on Jenna, his hands wandering aimlessly. RUF** seeking useless. Can't even handle a pervert? Jenna scolded, hoping to jolt her lone protector back to reality. Seeing his opponent under control, the man hastily retrieved his own concealed dagger, preparing to strike Lumian from behind. Just then, Lumian's hand slid, and he steadied himself against the cool cave floor beside Jenna. With a swift motion, he flexed his waist and kicked his right foot backward. Whack! Lumian struck, his attack to the man's groin swift and precise, akin to a whip snap. A guttural crunch echoed, the man's visage draining of color as pain contorted his features. Clatter! His weapon slipped from his grasp. He crumpled to the ground, writhing as he clutched his violated area, rendered helpless in the throes of debilitating agony. Not one to squander an advantage, Lumian lunged, ensnaring his prey in a swift embrace, his right arm snaked up, seizing the man's head and wrenching it with an unyielding force. Crack! The man was granted a view of his own back, his focus mercifully diverted from the torment below. Once his adversary's life was unequivocally extinguished, Lumian withdrew his arms and produced his ritual silver dagger. With a white bandage he had in his possession, he attended to his own wound. He held no fear of infection. Even if such an eventuality arose, his provoker constitution would endure until the 6 a.m. of the next day. The primary purpose of his first aid efforts was to prevent the cave from retaining traces of blood. Jenna, sprawled on the cold ground, mustered the strength to hoist herself up. She observed as Lumian retracted his deadly grip, and the man crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Just like that. A shiver of shock rippled through her, effectively quelling her previously stoked desires. She was no naive observer. She had gauged the formidable, almost magical aura of that lecherous man, but he was annihilated in mere seconds by this handsome rural lad. Barely a heartbeat, 8 or 9 seconds at most, had transpired before a life was extinguished. Upon tending to his injury, Lumian collected the man's outer garments and moved towards Jenna. She blinked out of her stupor and queried curiously, "Why are you here?" Almost reflexively, she added jokingly, "Don't say you're enamored by me and have been trailing me." Lumian's response was a soft chuckle as he squatted down, drawing Jenna's hands behind her back. "What are you doing?" Jenna's voice teetered on panic. Despite her feeble struggles, Lumian effortlessly secured her wrists using the man's shirt. In the blink of an eye, he pulled a dark jacket over Jenna's head, blocking her sight completely. "Dog*T bastard pervert, what do you want?" Jenna's words tumbled out, a jumble of anger, anxiety, and confusion. Lumian dismissed her outburst. Ripping off the remaining piece of his shirt, he wadded it up and thrust it into Jenna's ears and mouth. Jenna was silenced. A resignation washed over her as she thought, "Fine, I'll endure this like a dog bite, as long as he doesn't kill me." Yet her apprehension was met with stillness. Lumian had risen, leaving her side to approach the lifeless form on the cave floor. Upon purifying his ritual silver dagger and wiping it clean, Lumian circumnavigated the petite cave, weaving a wall of spirituality. Next, he commenced the summoning dance. His intention was to invoke a spirit via this rite. Despite this method's efficacy falling notably short compared to traditional psychic spells, the goal of the summoning dance wasn't strictly spirit invocation. Nevertheless, it was far better than the alternative, doing nothing. His spirituality melded with natural forces and diffused in every direction. but was confined within the wall of spirituality enveloping the cave. Thus, the summoning wouldn't attract any unwanted entities. In the midst of the chaotic, mesmerizing dance, Lumion perceived the spectral form of the man. Drawing the ritual silver dagger, he let a droplet of blood fall, commanding the spirit to bond with him. Almost instantaneously, Lumion was gripped by a chilling sensation as an unusual and fervent heat ignited within him. This was accompanied by an overwhelming desire for women. Is this an actual side effect? Does it parallel the insatiable hunger experienced with the mouth orifice monster? Lumion made a conscious effort to avoid glancing at Jenna, who was now bound and blindfolded, as he noted his newly acquired head. Since the man had recently perished, his other head was saturated with lingering emotions such as lust, pain, fury, loathing, and the instinctive urge to utilize his distinctive traits. Also present were traces of obsessions and the most profound memories. Analyzing the situation, Lumion understood that this pervert possessed far more abilities and traits than the mouth orifice monster. Inciting avarice in others, becoming miserly and greedy, able to detect items that once belonged to him, stimulating others' appetites. Maintaining a robust and healthy physical state, existing in perpetual hunger and thirst. Constantly utilizing mental faculties to augment strength, reflexes, agility, and resilience. Employing one's gaze, speech, and actions to subtly induce a measure of lust in the target. Through direct contact and spell-like abilities, the target will experience varying degrees of lust. Preparing rape drugs and the like. Differentiating hormonal information of various individuals. Did Monsieur Ive utilize the first one? This pervert is indeed connected to Monsieur Ive and Susanna Matthijs, a constant state of hunger and thirst. No wonder he targeted Jenna and dared to abduct her. Can this be categorized as a negative effect? Indeed, Jenna may not be his first victim. Lumion didn't select any specific trait. He was limited to general observations of the spectral companion, and was unable to comprehend any of the more nuanced abilities. Lumion made an attempt to amplify the man's most profound memories. Suddenly, he was in the midst of a bustling theater. On stage stood a young woman clad in a divine white dress, her deeply carved features accented by lake-like eyes, crystal clear and rippling with innocence and charm. Charlotte Calvino. Lumion identified the woman instantly. She was the reigning star of the Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage of Pigeons. Simultaneously, Lumion felt the man's excitement, the predatory hunger within him intensifying. However, with the crowd around, he refrained from any untoward behavior. He bolted to the lavatory as soon as the scene concluded. As the memory faded, Lumion ceased the summoning dance, letting the man's spirit withdraw from his being. Almost immediately, he performed the summoning dance again, inviting the spirit to rejoin him. This was because each possession allowed Lumion to select only one trait, one memory, or one obsession. Once chosen, it was irrevocable. Lumion had opted for one of the spirit's most poignant memories. In the next instant, Jenna appeared before him, giving an overtly dramatic performance on stage. The situation became clear to Lumion. He couldn't resist clenching his jaw and cursing. Is there nothing else in your mind but women, women, women? He abandoned the idea of spirit channeling, regretting that he hadn't yet achieved the status of a contractee, unable to forge a long-term contract with the spirit and borrow a skill. Lumion appraised the man's traits, certain that some of them would prove immensely useful in combat. If only I could rear this spirit, Lumion sighed, conceding his present limitations. Subsequently, he dissolved the spiritual barrier, sheathed his ritual silver dagger, and returned to Jenna. He removed the jacket shrouding her eyes and the shirt binding her hands. Jenna winced, plucking the cloth from her mouth and ears. She massaged her reddened wrist, throwing a skeptical look at Lumion, who was busy searching the pockets of the man's clothing. She inquired, "Why did you blindfold me and block my ears earlier?" "I was protecting you." "You shouldn't see or hear what isn't meant for you," Lumion responded in a half-jesting tone, his search yielding a total of 8 Verl d'Or coins and 3 somewhat antiquated metal canisters. Perceiving no threat from him, Jenna huffed. What could possibly be unseen or unheard here? Unless you didn't with the corpse. Her voice faded as she connected a few dots, roughly guessing that Lumion might have been using some power to extract information from the corpse. Upon noticing Lumion evaluating the 3 metal canisters, Jenna deflected the topic and reminisced. One of these bottles contains a gas that knocks you out, leaving you feeble. That's how he abducted me. Also, another bottle has this gas, extremely foul-smelling, but strangely enough, it wakes you up. Damn, that pervert deserves being F*********d by a donkey. I don't know what's in the remaining bottle, and I can't distinguish between the other 2. Chapter 162, Fresh Corpse. Lumion crouched down, clutching the 3 metal canisters in his hands. He cast a glance at Jenna, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I know just the way to confirm it. What? Jenna's curiosity piqued, but soon a hint of nervousness and panic crept into her expression, triggered by Lumion's enigmatic smile. Unfazed by her reaction, Lumion responded with a smile of his own. Help me determine which canister is which, he suggested. What sort of joke is this? Jenna thought, grateful for the fact that had Lumion not saved her and aware of her own weakened state, she would have unleashed a stream of curses. However, Lumion's expression turned serious. Rest assured, if it contains the gas that knocks you out, the worst that can happen is you fainting again. I won't harm you, and even if I wanted to, you wouldn't be able to resist. Besides, once we ascertain which canister is which, I can use a stimulating gas to revive you and bring you back to normal. If luck is on your side and you encounter the stimulating gas, you'll regain most of your strength immediately, Lumion added. That makes sense. Regardless of the outcome, it can't possibly be harmful. She was almost convinced by Lumion's words. However, snapping out of her daze, Jenna clenched her teeth and voiced her concerns. But what if you end up selecting the other canister? We have no idea what it contains. If it turned out to be poisonous gas, there was no one present with the knowledge to treat her. Lumion responded with a mocking tone, a smile still tugging at the corners of his mouth. Are you daft? Canisters filled mostly with gas and those containing liquid have a significant weight difference. This particular bottle should be filled with liquid? He picked up one of the metal canisters and gave it a slight shake. He clearly heard the unmistakable sloshing sound of liquid inside before pocketing it. Is that so? Although Jenna had been mocked, her attention was focused on the experiment, and anger didn't consume her. After a few seconds of hesitation, she closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly, determined. Go ahead, give it a try. Lumion stowed one of the metal bottles in his pants pocket, leaving only one in his grasp. With a leisurely pace, he brought it near Jenna's nose. In the next moment, Jenna slowly cracked open her eyes. Lumion chuckled, twisting open the cap. In an instant, an intensely pungent odor, reminiscent of fermented excrement, assailed Jenna's senses, causing her to sneeze repeatedly. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, and her nose threatened to drip. However, each sneeze served as a catalyst, restoring a significant portion of her strength. As Lumion sealed the canister and rose from his crouch, Jenna leaped to her feet, instinctively stretching her limbs. Jenna happily adjusted her clothing and skirt, muttering to herself, Seems like luck is on my side. On her first attempt, she managed to obtain the canister with the foul-smelling gas. But then she noticed Lumion's playful expression. Jenna's heart skipped a beat, sensing that something was off. Curiosity getting the better of her, she inquired. Did you already know which gas canister was which from the start? Is that the reason he was able to accurately select the metal canister containing the pungent gas? Lumion grinned and handed the metal canister to Jenna. Smell the cap for yourself. Jenna eyed the canister suspiciously before cautiously sniffing the bottle. A faint odor lingered, not particularly stimulating or potent, but still unpleasant. The other canister has no scent, Lumion added with a smile. Jenna's flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red. She felt foolish, having believed the words of the other party and willingly taken part in the so-called experiment. Any feelings of gratitude she had prepared were instantly quashed. Ignoring Jenna's enraged state, Lumion pocketed the 8 Verld or banknote and marked the metal canister with a scratch before stowing it away. Though the man possessed the ability to sense the whereabouts of items that had once belonged to him, Lumion wasn't afraid of being tracked since the man was already dead. As for the function of the liquid in the remaining metal canister, he planned to test it on rats, stray dogs, and other animals. Having completed the necessary tasks, Lumion pointed at the pervert's lifeless body and instructed Jenna, "Take a good look at him and commit his face to memory. We'll need to investigate who he is. He probably has accomplices." "All right." Jenna strode toward the corpse, earnestly engraving his face into her memory. After observing for a while, the recent events flooded back into her mind, fueling her anger. She raised her right leg and ruthlessly kicked the pervert's groin, again and again, without restraint. "Dog*T, pervert, damn your mother, damn your entire family." Jenna vented her emotions to her heart's content. Lumion winced, feeling a twinge of pain as he lowered his head to clean up the remnants at the scene. Once Jenna had calmed down, he approached her with a large, grayish-white cloth bag. As he stuffed the corpse and clothes inside, he casually inquired, "How did he abduct you?" Jenna smoothed her disheveled brownish-yellow hair and tied it back into a simple ponytail. Gritting her teeth, she recounted, "I encountered him in an alley next to the Salle de Bal Brise. He claimed to be a fan of my singing and asked for an autograph. The paper he handed me was sprinkled with that odorless gas. As soon as I signed it, I sensed something was wrong and lost most of my strength. After that, he attacked me, restrained me, and brought the bottle to my nose. That's when I passed out." Lumion couldn't help but mock. "Aren't you being too careless?" Jenna didn't agree. "I've seen him several times while singing. I was certain that he genuinely enjoyed listening to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given him the time of day. And, as an unknown singer, it's an honor to have someone ask for your autograph. Besides, the gas doesn't have any smell. How could anyone have guarded against this?" Lumion scoffed. "That's not what I meant. It's obvious that the gas dissipates quickly on paper. It needs to be used within a short period of time to have a certain effect. In other words, that pervert has been tailing you for a while and has probably figured out your routines. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cornered you so accurately in an empty alley and tainted the paper with the gas 10 to 20 seconds in advance. Didn't you notice, despite being followed for so long?" Jenna fell silent, at times clenching her teeth, at times frustrated. Lumion shifted his gaze and chuckled. It was understandable that she didn't notice. That guy could discern hormonal information from different individuals. If it weren't for the fact that Monsieur Ives was clearly weaker than the pervert and probably hadn't mastered the power of lust, Lumion would have suspected that his identity as a robber had been exposed. He resealed the grayish-white cloth bag and used it to further erase any traces at the scene. Observing this, Jenna lent him a hand. She's quite skilled at dealing with evidence. Lumion glanced at Jenna and left the cave with the cloth bag slung over his back, harboring some suspicions. Due to Jenna intentionally not mentioning her unusual behavior under the influence of the pervert, Lumion believed that this showy diva had some understanding of the Beyonder world, or she might even be one herself, and her source of information or power most likely stemmed from red boots. Franca from the Savoy mob. When Lumion arrived at his hiding spot, he ignited the carbide lamp and held it in his hand, glancing back at the depths of the path. The path descended. There was darkness in the distance, a void that swallowed everything as it lay in wait for its prey to approach. "What are you looking at?" Jenna asked curiously. She sensed that Seal was acting mysterious. Lumion ended his gaze and smiled. "I'm wondering where we'll end up if we keep going down. Perhaps the trier from the fourth epoch." In reality, what he was truly pondering was, the abnormal ability displayed just now was strikingly similar to Monsieur Ives. If the two of them were accomplices, would they instinctively choose a familiar place in the underground world for the crime? The same underground destination where Monsieur Ives had entered that night. If that were the case, perhaps he would uncover something if he continued down this path. Disappointed, Jenna remarked, "That's not a good place." Lumion remained silent as he retraced his steps along the path. Lost in her own thoughts, Jenna followed silently, clutching the carbide lamp left behind by the pervert. Just as he was about to reach the level that roughly replicated the layout above ground, Lumion halted and said with a contemptuous smile, "Do you need me to escort you to the surface?" "You're not going back?" Jenna asked, surprised. Lumion shrugged. "I need to find a suitable place to dispose of this corpse." Jenna nodded and refrained from prying further. "I can ascend on my own. I've been underground before." "Does that imply you possess the means to protect yourself?" Lumion watched Jenna depart with light footsteps, inwardly sighing. Does every human and dog in Trier have access to Beyonder powers? Is something amiss with Trier, or is something amiss with me? Why do I always encounter such individuals? Shaking his head, he hoisted the corpse onto his back. As he dealt with the footprints, he made his way toward the hidden quarry cave where he had previously sought the boon. Along the way, he performed 2 instances of anti-tracking to ensure no one was tailing him. Upon reaching the underground quarry cave, Lumion tossed aside the grayish-white cloth bag containing the corpse and arranged the altar. Initially, he had intended to visit the nearest hospital morgue during the night to acquire fresh corpses, but now he had a better option. After setting up the altar, lighting the candles, and constructing a wall of spirituality, Lumion retrieved the pre-drawn faux goatskin adorned with the corresponding symbol. The central pattern on the paper consisted of a ring formed by thorns, encircled by symbols representing eyes, curves, and rivers. Just tracing these patterns in room 207 had drained Lumion's spirituality. With the faux goatskin in place, Lumion took 2 steps back and gazed at the flickering candles, preparing for the subsequent incantation. In this ritual, one couldn't employ the phrase, I summon in my name to beseech oneself. Instead, they had to craft a 3-line description of their being and feign the role of a creature from the spirit world. It could be done in any manner, devoid of any wielding of authority, as long as it could pinpoint the location within the wall of spirituality. Lumion parted his lips and muttered in Hermes, Cordu Village's trickster king, Auror Lee's younger brother, an entity known as Lumion Lee. Chapter 163. 3 questions. The flame of the orange candle, representing the focal point of the prayer, flickered as though stirred by an unseen breeze. Apart from that, it remained unaffected, maintaining its ordinary hue without any hint of transformation. Lumion sensed an unusual pulsation deep within his soul, as if a distant cry had reached his ethereal essence. Temporarily unable to respond, he continued to recite the incantation. I implore you, I beseech to be bestowed the prophetic concoction. In this ritualistic spell, words like help create couldn't be used. It had to be bestowed or gifted. Lumion's spirit trembled with each uttered word, like ripples extending outward, leaving him with an unsettling sensation of both elevation and dizziness. Taking 2 steps forward, he surveyed the aquatic monster's flesh, the lizard eyes and the gray henbane. Retrieving the faux goatskin adorned with enigmatic symbols, he positioned it atop the orange candle's flame, symbolizing the target of his prayer. Once the faux goatskin was ignited and placed within the natural hollow of the stone altar, Lumion meticulously gathered tulip powder and other ingredients, sprinkling them into the flames. A peculiar fragrance swiftly permeated the ethereal barrier, causing Lumion to experience hallucinations. He witnessed a profusion of mystical symbols adorning the faux goatskin, materializing in the void, in constant motion and reconfiguration, perpetually altering their collective form. Lumion stepped back and scrutinized the diverse materials on the altar. In a resonant voice infused with Hermes' power, he invoked, Tulip, a herb that belongs to Inevitability, please pass your powers to my incantation. As Lumion uttered the final word, his spirit's ripples merged, granting him the illusion that he could graze the candle's flame with a mere touch of his palm. Simultaneously, a searing sensation ignited within his chest, accompanied by a faint hum resonating in his ears. His surroundings spun, akin to being tossed into the air and spun around repeatedly. Guided by his spirituality, Lumion extended his right hand, pressing it toward the candle's flame, His vision dimmed as his spirituality surged forth, intertwining with the flames. The candle's flame promptly expanded, casting a radiant and ethereal glow upon the entire altar. The disparate ingredients of the prophetic concoction, once gathered, stirred and converged. Blood churned, and shadows undulated, crafting an exceptionally sinister tableau. Struggling to maintain a steady flow of his spiritual essence, Lumion observed the physical components fade into specters, completing their reassembly. A dark crimson phantom, infused with silver-black tincture, materialized before him, condensing into a murky liquid. The liquid incessantly bubbled, each burst releasing sinuous tendrils of silver-black light, reminiscent of slithering serpents. Lumion advanced 2 steps, seizing a metal canister from the altar. Unscrewing its lid, he positioned it beneath the liquid's surface. The dark liquid swiftly coalesced, streaming into the canister, nearly filling it to the brim. Having placed the vessel containing the prophetic concoction back on the altar, Lumion composed himself, preparing his mental state. As Lumion calmed the ripples within his spirit, he recollected the entire process of the ritual. If the thorn symbol hadn't reached a certain level of activation, elevating my status, I wouldn't have been able to respond, and the endeavor would have failed. I can only perform 2 similar ritualistic spells consecutively. Lumion ruminated, gradually finding his thoughts settling. Completing the 5 ritualistic spells required a minimum of sequence 7, or even contractee. Lumion, an alms monk of sequence 8, could only accomplish it by relying on the corruption within his body. Correspondingly, his spirituality couldn't endure for much longer. After concluding the ritual and tidying the altar, Lumion dispelled the ethereal barrier and approached the grayish-white cloth bag to drag out the lifeless body. With gentle care, he twisted the other party's head to its original position and opened the mouth. Bathed in the glow of the blue carbide lamp, Lumion retrieved the prophetic concoction, unscrewed its lid, and poured the dark liquid into the corpse's mouth. Rather than immediately permeating through the larynx, the liquid remained within, akin to a pool of water. Suddenly, Lumion sensed the quarry's breeze turning colder, and the carbide lamp's light deepened to a richer blue. Almost simultaneously, he heard a rumbling sound, witnessing the corpse's throat writhe as it consumed all of the prophetic concoction. In the next moment, the naked corpse sat upright, engulfed in an unnatural darkness that defied illumination. His eyes snapped open upon his pallid, worn face. The once brown irises had lost their color, now crystal clear and devoid of hue. Within the depths of those translucent eyes, layers of vibrant colors seemed to reside. A pure light hung high, countless nearly imperceptible figures and flickering silver radiance. Withstanding the bone-chilling cold, Lumion composed himself and inquired, "Where will Guillaume Bainet, the former padre from Cordoue village in Darij, Riston province in Tis Republic, appear in a month?" During the interim, Lumion had contemplated the 3 questions he wished to pose. 4 primary rules governed the questioning. First, it must pertain to the future. Inquiries regarding someone's whereabouts or past actions were forbidden. Secondly, the description had to be precise enough, or an unanswered query would arise. The name Guillaume Bainet was commonplace in other parts of Intis. Numerous individuals shared the same name. Unless the village of origin was specified, the corpse might reveal the future fate of a different Guillaume Bainet. Thirdly, regardless of the corpse's country of origin or familiarity with the corresponding language, it would respond in the same language as the question posed. Lastly, a question could only contain one element requiring an answer. It could not be framed in the manner of when and where will it be. The corpse's pale countenance took on a dark green tinge. It parted its lips and uttered in Intis, "Triers Quartier de la Princesse Rouge." The voice resonated with an illusory and ethereal quality, as if it emanated from another realm. It bore no resemblance to the deceased's living voice, so it can only be narrowed down to the Quartier de la Princesse Rouge. Lumion's brow furrowed slightly. He could comprehend the reason behind it. This was not a prophetic concoction obtained from hidden entities. Its creator was essentially an alms monk, hence the effects naturally wouldn't be outstanding. Lumian proceeded to raise his second question. Where will I encounter Louis Lund, the former butler of the village administrator in Cordoue village, Darij, Riston province, in Tis Republic? He refrained from mentioning Madame Pualis since he was uncertain of her connection to Madame Knight. He feared that her elevated status might interfere with the prophecy's accuracy. The corpse's eyes remained vacant and translucent as it gazed ahead. It responded with an ethereal voice. Triers le Marché du Courtier du Gentleman, Avenue du Marché. Avenue du Marché. It seems Louis Lund's presence there isn't mere happenstance. Lumian mused, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. As he contemplated, he noticed the strange visions reflected in the corpse's transparent eyes gradually fading. Acting swiftly, he posed his third question. Where will Monsieur Ives, the proprietor of Auberge du Coq Doré in Le Marché du Courtier du Gentleman, be from 11 p.m. to 12 p.m. this Sunday? Having observed Monsieur Ives previously entering the underground at this time, Lumian sought to ascertain the specifics of his destination. Considering that Monsieur Ives had recently been robbed and had visited the police headquarters, he might refrain from venturing into the underground for the time being. Lumian specified the time as Sunday. The corpse swiftly replied. Triers le Marché du Courtier du Gentleman, Theatre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons. With that, the corpse thudded to the ground and closed its eyes once more, emanating the putrid stench of death. Theatre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons once again, Lumian bundled the corpse back into the cloth bag, intending to bury it even deeper underground. In front of a beige three-story building, a stubbly bearded tramp found himself cornered by two valets beside a pillar. I'll leave now. He stammered, trembling. At that moment, a man dressed as a butler approached, his face filled with surprise. Master, is that you, master? What? The tramp was perplexed. The butler couldn't contain his excitement. Don't you remember? You're the owner of this place, and we are all your loyal servants. You suffered a head injury and lost many memories. One day you suddenly ran away from home. It's been months. I've finally found you. You've returned? I'm not. The tramp remembered his past clearly. However, the butler and the two valets refused to listen to his explanation. They encircled him and led him into the building. Madam, the master has returned. The butler shouted with elation. Before long, the tramp laid eyes upon an elegant and beautiful woman. She wore a light green dress, her eyes exuding a mature allure. Overwhelmed with joy, she burst into tears and threw herself into the tramp's arms. You're back. You're finally back. As he inhaled the sweet scent of her perfume and felt the softness of her body against his, the tramp attempted to argue that he wasn't her husband, but the words caught in his throat. In a daze of confusion, he was guided to the dining room. There, under a crystal chandelier, he beheld a sumptuous feast. A dozen oysters, a pot of succulent chicken, a plate of beef stewed with prunes, suet pudding, salad, and a bottle of white elixir wine. Simultaneously, the tramp's gaze fell upon the oil paintings adorning the walls of the dining room. One of them was a portrait, strikingly similar to him. Could it truly be me? But I recall every experience. Could there be another who bears my resemblance? The tramp grew even more bewildered. After indulging in a hearty meal and savoring fine wines, he was led to the bedroom. Soon, the beautiful and elegant madam entered, dressed in a silk nightgown. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she spoke. Do you still remember my passion? The tramp's breathing quickened, and he couldn't resist taking a step forward. The two of them embraced passionately, tumbling onto the bed, their desires overwhelming them. In that moment, the tramp began to believe that he truly was the owner of this grand house. He had a beautiful wife, a professional butler, and a multitude of servants. Even if the original master were to return, he would ensure that the other was exposed as a fraud. Lumian resurfaced and entered Auberge du Coq Doré, carrying the extinguished carbide lamp. Madame Fels, who manned the front desk, immediately stood up upon seeing him. Seal, Monsieur Seal, Baron Brignies wishes to meet you at the Salle de Bal Brise after dinner. Baron Brignies is seeking me. What could it be about? Lumian nodded. Chapter 164, Intelligence, Salle de Bal Brise, the cafe on the second floor. Lumian strolled over to Baron Brignize with an air of nonchalance and took a seat. Not only did he lack any sense of deference or humility, but he also showed a blatant disregard for basic politeness, as if they were equals. Louis, standing discreetly behind Baron Brignize, silently shook his head. He had encountered many such individuals before, and their fate had always been the same: either handed over to the police by the Savoy mob or gravely wounded in a violent gunfight, losing their capabilities in the process. They had no choice but to become subservient, like dogs wagging their tails, in exchange for the gang's protection. Some met their demise due to various reasons, their bodies cast into the dark recesses of the underground world or packed into wooden barrels filled with stones and thrown into the depths of the Esrenzo River. "Good evening, Baron," Lumian greeted with a disarming smile. Baron Brignize betrayed no sign of anger on his face. He leisurely took a puff from his mahogany-colored pipe and casually inquired, "Where have you been this afternoon?" "Underground," Lumian responded, resembling the corpse that had imbibed the prophecy concoction. He answered the other party's questions without any elaboration. If Little Minx, Jenna, and Red Boots, Franca concealed the fact that he had dispatched the pervert and saved the former, his response would have been a display of utmost candor. Baron Brignize appeared momentarily taken aback, but refrained from further probing. As he rubbed the mahogany pipe in his hand, he calmly stated, "I have a task for you." Without waiting for Lumian to inquire, he explained with a smile, "I hold great expectations for you. I believe you can become a crucial member of our Savoy mob, entrusted with significant matters. However, my favorable opinion alone is insufficient. You must demonstrate strength that surpasses most and make contributions that garner their recognition." A carrot dangling before a donkey. Lumian scoffed inwardly. Outwardly, he deliberately narrowed his eyes. And what might this be about? Baron Brignize set aside his mahogany pipe, took a sip of his coffee, and adopted a soothing tone as he spoke. "Assault any prominent member of the Poison Spur mob. It would be best if you inflict severe injuries. Killing them outright works too." Lumian chuckled. "Just 2 days ago, you cautioned me against causing a commotion and provoking an all-out conflict between the Poison Spur mob and us. Aren't you concerned that such actions might transpire, ultimately leading to you becoming a target of the police headquarters?" Although he had intended to lie in wait for the Poison Spur mobs, Hammer 8, Lumian refused to be treated as a fool by Baron Brignize. Baron Brignize nodded, pleased with Lumian's astuteness. "You are far more intelligent than those who surround me. For the past 2 days, I've been closely observing the Poison Spur mob's reactions, and it seems they have no immediate plans for revenge against you." "What does that imply?" "It means they're terrified of our Savoy mob," Lumian replied with a jest. It was, of course, a jest. If the Poison Spur mob feared the Savoy mob, they would never have grown to become the second largest mob in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Baron Brignize shook his head. In the past, they would have undoubtedly retaliated, exacting a higher toll than just medical expenses from our Savoy mob. Moreover, after Margot's demise, they merely put on a show on the surface. In reality, they took no actions that would attract the police's attention. It seemed they were searching for the true assassin amidst the chaos. These recurring anomalies lead me to believe that the Poison Spur mob is preparing for something significant, something very, very important. That's why they remain patient and restrained. I can't be certain whether their forthcoming actions will impact our Savoy mob, but we cannot idly wait for answers. At least you're astute. Lumian grudgingly commended Baron Brignize within his thoughts. With a smile, Lumian posed a question. "Are you suggesting that I eliminate their key members and observe their reactions? If they endure it without retaliation, it signifies a considerably grave problem. We would need to instigate a full-blown conflict and compel them to expose the issue, wouldn't we?" Baron Brignize chuckled. "I enjoy conversing with clever individuals. So, are you willing to undertake this task?" Though his tone appeared inquisitive, His posture, gaze, and actions left no doubt that it was an order. Should Lumian refuse, the Savoy mob would withdraw its protection. Lumian chuckled. I require information on all the significant members of the Poison Spur mob. Names, appearances, capabilities, distinguishing traits, and whether they have immediate family or spouses. Louis, who stood behind Baron Brignize, was taken aback. Why is he asking about the family members of the Poison Spur mob leaders? Is he planning to use them? Among Trier's mobs, an unspoken rule prevailed, one that everyone abided by unless it was an exceptional circumstance. Never target family members who weren't involved in the mob. Most individuals had parents, spouses, and children. If they were to abandon all moral boundaries and kill without hesitation, none would be spared. Everyone would be in jeopardy. Secondly, dealing with the families of low-ranking mobsters held no value. However, at Baron Brignize's level, his family remained confidential, known to only a select few. Furthermore, they resided outside Le Marché du Courtier du Gentleman. Thirdly, those who held a certain status within the mob could be deemed ruthless. Threatening them with their families would only ignite their fury. Fourthly, the annihilation of a family would inevitably make headlines, angering the higher-ups at the police headquarters and triggering a severe crackdown. Thus, it was only in the process of eliminating a faction that they would confront the family of an enemy leader, avoiding the sowing of seeds of animosity, and serving as a deterrent to other mobs. What was Seal's intention inquiring about the immediate family and wife of a crucial member of the Poison Spur mob? Baron Brignize gazed at Lumian for a few moments before a slow smile crept across his face. The boss of the Poison Spur mob is Roger, known as Black Scorpion. He resides at 126 Avenue du Marché. I'm uncertain if he has a wife or immediate family. Even if he does, they aren't in the Market District. They might not even be in Trier. He possesses sinister spells and magical powers. Even I wouldn't dare to confront him. Baron Brignize seized the opportunity to caution Lumian about the formidable strength of Black Scorpion Roger. It was wise to avoid any designs against him, for death would be the only outcome. Sinister spells, a Beyonder focused on spellcasting. Considering Roger's ability to subdue Margit, he must be at least a sequence 7. He might even possess a mystical artifact or Beyonder weapon. If Beyonders of this caliber lack robust bodies or special life-preserving abilities, they may resort to traps, close-range assassinations, and other methods. If their bodies aren't weak, and they excel in close combat, or if they possess a substitution spell like Lee's paper figurine, I'll have hardly any chance of victory. Unless I employ the luck enhancement spell to prearrange his misfortune and make him sufficiently unlucky. Lumian's thoughts raced like lightning, fleeting as they disappeared. He nodded and inquired, "What about the others?" Baron Brignize took a leisurely puff on his pipe before responding. The Poison Spur mob once had 4 powerful and significant members who were slightly inferior to us in the Market District. However, after Margit's demise at your hands, his replacement, Wilson, is quite feeble. Their overall strength has greatly diminished. Roger's deputy, Baldy Harmon, is one of them. Initially, he and Roger arrived in the Market District, establishing the Salle de Gristmill and gradually recruiting a group of individuals to form the Poison Spur mob. He's highly skilled in combat, on par with Margit in that regard. Additionally, he possesses peculiar abilities. For instance, he can withstand a blade and only suffer minor injuries. At times, he exhibits sudden bursts of violence as if under the influence of some drug. He can instill fear in others. Oh, and he wields a knife coated with poison. He's exceedingly cruel. He doesn't have a family or a mistress, but he takes a keen interest in women. He often dallies with street girls under the Poison Spur mob. His usual residence is Black Scorpion Roger's house. When he seeks the company of a woman, he opts for a relatively clean motel or hotel within the Market District. Lumian listened attentively, gradually formulating a plan. There's a highly effective trap for Baldy Harmon. Regardless of how Harmon acquires such formidable defenses that only result in minor injuries after being slashed, It suggests a high probability that he's willing to trade injuries for victory. He relies heavily on his strengths in this aspect. If that's the case, I can provide him an opportunity. However, fallen Mercury will be the one to inflict those minor injuries upon him. Even minor wounds can bleed, Baron Brignize continued. Most of the dancers under the Poison Spur mob are under the supervision of Castina from Fainapotter. She was abducted to Trier and later became Black Scorpion Roger's mistress. Short-legged Candlestick was her nickname back when she worked as a dancer, owing to her relatively petite stature. Lumion envisioned a compact Candlestick and formed a rough image of Castina in his mind. Castina doesn't engage in frequent fights, but she exhibits remarkable combat skills when she does. She's cold and merciless when dealing with disobedient dancers. Perhaps she's forgotten the hardships she endured, Baron Brignize remarked with a touch of gentlemanly courtesy. She resides in an apartment at 19 Rue du Rossignol. We're unsure of the specific floor or room she occupies. She often frequents Roger's house. What right do you have to speak of her like that? Why don't we discuss the person who became a singer at Salle de Bal Brise after her father was forced to die due to a debt? Lumion never believed that mobsters possessed a true conscience. No matter the camaraderie, loyalty, or care they exhibited toward their peers, they were merely wildflowers adorned with mud. They essentially sought out victims among the dancers, street girls, ordinary individuals persecuted by loan sharks, and the peddlers they extorted. Brignize proceeded to introduce the final leader of the Poison Spur mob. Hammer 8 was originally a member of our Savoy mob. He possessed courage, intellect, and a sturdy physique. I held him in high regard and planned to recommend him to the boss. However, he betrayed us and joined the Poison Spur mob. He swiftly acquired Beyonder powers. I suspect he consumed a potion from the warrior pathway and has already reached Sequence 8. His towering height, nearly 1.9 meters, and his conduct during conflicts lead me to this deduction. Hammer describes his fists, which possess the hardness and force of iron hammers. He typically fights unarmed, but he's also adept with a revolver and a dirk. He resides at 25 Rue des Pavés, adjacent to Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. There is a sizable contingent of Poison Spur mob members in that area. Pugilist. Will Beyonder characteristics manifest upon his demise? Lumion nodded and queried Baron Brignize. I also require their approximate travel patterns. Additionally, provide me with a revolver, an ample supply of bullets, and a portable weapon. A dirk, dagger, bayonet, or axe will suffice. No problem. I'll have Louis deliver them to you tomorrow morning. Baron Brignize nodded with satisfaction. After observing Seal depart from the café, Louis lowered his voice and inquired, Baron, are we truly going to let him confront the leaders of the Poison Spur mob? Baron Brignize chuckled. Didn't you hear my explanation earlier? I didn't deceive him about this. However, the leaders of the Poison Spur mob are not easily dealt with. Whether he struggles and requires our aid and protection afterward, or if he fails and finds himself on the brink of death, we can crush his arrogance and make him obedient. Chapter 165. Meeting Jenna again. Louis exclaimed in surprise. What if Seal fails and gets done in by the Poison Spur mob? Baron Brignize chuckled and replied, when has our Savoy mob ever kept all its members? On the way back to Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumion found himself in quite a good mood. Initially, he had intended to apprehend a significant member of the Poison Spur mob, probing into their source of power and their affiliation with the wicked deity Madame Pualis worshipped. But now, the Savoy mob had assigned him a similar task. It aligned perfectly with his desires. This way, he not only swiftly gained detailed information about multiple targets, saving valuable time, but he could also fully utilize the Savoy mob's resources, such as weaponry, manpower, and connections. A moment ago, Lumion contemplated requesting explosives from Baron Brignize, mulling over the possibility of setting a trap to blow up one of the leaders of the Poison Spur mob. In the end, he decided against it. Firstly, he felt it was too brazen and would attract unwanted attention from the police. Secondly, Being a wanted criminal, he couldn't afford to be investigated. Thirdly, if he obliterated his target entirely, how could he gather any information? Of course, he could employ the summoning dance and the wall of spirituality to allow the deceased spirit to cling to him and enhance the memories that left the deepest imprints. However, this method was entirely unpredictable. Who knew if those individuals' minds would be as deranged as the previous perverts? Moreover, each summoning dance could only amplify a single memory. If luck wasn't on his side, it could take a significant amount of time to find useful information. This contradicted his intention of swiftly departing from the scene of the assassination. Initially, Lumian planned to deal with Hammer 8, but upon hearing Baron Brignize's description, he considered Baldy Harmon as a viable candidate as well. Compared to 8, Harmon had notable weaknesses that hunters could exploit to set traps. His power granted him exceptional body resilience. On numerous occasions, he sustained only minor injuries despite being slashed with knives. Lumian recalled Auror's words, "Those skilled in swimming are prone to drowning." In Harmon's case, one could interpret it as, "Those adept at blocking weapons with their bodies are more susceptible to perishing by weapons." As for Lumian, he possessed fallen Mercury, the cursed blade. Furthermore, in comparison to Hammer 8, who frequently traveled with a large entourage and resided within the Poison Spur mob settlement, Baldy Harmon ventured out alone occasionally, seeking street girls and dancers. Consequently, he proved to be a simpler target for assassination. Moreover, he was closer to the core power of the Poison Spur mob and held more secrets. However, the conundrum arose. If Lumian were to set a trap and employ fallen Mercury to deal with Baldy Harmon, capturing him alive and extracting information would be impossible if Lumian could overpower Baldy Harmon after stabbing him and dragging him to a secluded corner in underground Trier. Why bother stabbing him initially? If he couldn't, his only recourse would be to stab the enemy and allow him to flee. Alternatively, after his escape, Lumian could await the intervention of the Montsaurus ghost to assist in the target's demise. Whether this would implicate the target's family wasn't his concern. Hence, the pursuit of Baldy Harmon and Hammer 8 presented their respective pros and cons. Lumian was not yet able to reach a decision. He intended to contemplate his target selection after receiving more detailed information, weapons, and ammunition from Baron Brignize the following morning. Upon entering Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumian immediately spotted Ruhr and Mitchell, the short, gray-haired couple. They were clad in tattered, foul-smelling garments, laboriously hauling a large, swollen bag made of flaxen-colored cloth up the stairs. "What's all this?" Lumian inquired curiously as he traversed the lobby. Weren't these the same elderly folks peddling counterfeit street maitresse dattle? Photos at Suhit Steam Locomotive Station. Why were they bringing back such a sizable bag? Ruhr ceased pulling at the cloth bag, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He forced a smile and replied, "Don't you know, Monsieur Seal? We moonlight as scavengers by night. We salvage discarded items that might still hold value." Informed by Charlie's. The couple was aware of Seal's newfound leadership role in the Savoy mob. Consequently, they saw no issue with Seal seeking answers from them, since Auberge du Coq Doré was his turf. From their perspective, as the guardian of Auberge du Coq Doré, Monsieur Seal needed to stay informed about the establishment to prevent any mishaps, juggling two occupations, one of which involves deception. It certainly reeks of all sorts of rubbish. Lumian pinched his nose and silently muttered. He pondered and asked thoughtfully, "Do you hoard all this trash in your room?" Ruhr wore an ingratiating smile and confirmed, "Indeed. We visit the waste disposal site every few days. People drop off various items there." Heh, while scavengers are filthy without us, Trier would be overwhelmed by foul odors. Every nook and cranny would be brimming with refuse. In Trier, scavengers served as supplementary cleaners. No wonder there's a stench in the room. No wonder you perpetually reek and forego bathing. As Lumian ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace, he stole a glance at the wrinkled faces and slightly stooped postures of Ruhr and Mitchell. He casually inquired, "You're not young anymore. Why do you still toil so diligently for money?" Ruhr and Mitchell were taken aback, their smiles faltering subtly. After a brief pause, Ruhr mustered a pained and helpless smile. "It is precisely because we are old that we must labor so strenuously. We arrived in Trier when we were very young and took up various occupations. We had a child, but he did not survive to adulthood. The monthly wages we received merely sustained our survival. As our health began to decline and our strength waned, fear gripped us. We were uncertain of what the future held. What if we grow too old to engage in our usual work someday? What would we do? Deplete our meager savings within a few months and rely on the charitable acts of the church and the government to eke out a meager existence until we perish from hunger? I do not wish for such a fate." Lumian was suddenly reminded of something his sister had once uttered. "Ainz is exceedingly harsh now. There is no protection for hard-working individuals in their twilight years." Stirred by his thoughts, Ruhr continued, "Thankfully, our appetites have diminished with age. We don't eat or sleep much. That leaves us with more time to earn money. We don't have to worry about anything else. We can save most of what we earn. In the coming years, we should be able to enjoy a few more good ones by relying on our savings." Heh. Truth be told, compared to most people, we're considered fortunate. None of them made it to our age. Madam Mitchell, standing beside him, wore a wistful expression. "Once we've saved enough, we'll return to Aumere and purchase a plot of land to cultivate grapes. Even if we lack the strength in the future, we can hire assistants. We don't have extravagant expenses anyway." Aumere stood as the provincial capital of Champagne province, renowned as the foremost hub of wine production in the northern continent. Silently, Lumian nodded as he observed the elderly couple laboriously hauling the bag of trash upstairs. After a brief respite, he put on simple makeup and changed his attire. Clad in a linen shirt, brown overalls, loafers, and a dark bowler hat, he made his way straight to Salle de Gristmill. Since Hammer 8 remained one of his targets, he needed to personally observe him. It was the late hours of the night, and Salle de Gristmill buzzed with activity. Amid the pulsating music, men and women gyrated on the dance floor, releasing their frustrations. Concerned about being recognized by the Poison Spur mob, Lumian approached the bar and ordered a glass of rye beer before making his way to the dance floor. As he swayed to the rhythm, he surveyed his surroundings. Before long, he spotted Little Minx, Jenna appearing on the raised wooden platform in front of him. She wore a similar outfit to the one she had donned in the afternoon, a short white blouse and a flouncy skirt, showcasing her fair chest. This time, she sported a mole on the bridge of her nose. It signified audacity. Impressive mental strength she possesses. Despite the afternoon's events, she's back at work in the evening. Lumian couldn't help but marvel. In his opinion, since Jenna was Red Boots, Franca's lover, there was no need for her to be so committed. The rhythmic drumbeats halted, and all eyes on the dance floor turned to Jenna, panting. Jenna began with a high-pitched tone. "Ernest, stay away from my wife and pipe." Laughter erupted from the crowd as if a collective realization had struck them. In sync with the cheerful and bawdy singing, they swayed their bodies gently. As Jenna sang, she executed high kicks, shifting her position and winking at the audience from different angles, even performing an exaggerated split. During this display, her gaze briefly crossed paths with Lumian. She appeared momentarily stunned before returning to her normal demeanor. Once she finished her song, the intense drumbeats resumed. Jenna wasted no time resting. She leaped onto the dance floor, navigating through the sudden eruption of cheers, whistles, and men vying for proximity. She approached Lumian and shouted with a playful smile, "Handsome lion, dance?" In Ainz, the lion was often used to describe alluring men due to their radiant mane, akin to the sun. Lumian sensed that Jenna had something important to share. He set aside his beer and joined her on the dance floor, engaging in a lively dance with the showy diva, face to face. Just as they were about to embrace, Jenna threw herself into Lumian's arms and whispered into his ear, "You're quite the talented dancer. By the way, I've discovered the identity of that pervert. His name is Hedsey. He used to reside in room 504 at Auberge du Coq Doré. Charlie's room? The occupant of room 504 who put up Susanna Matthijs's portrait, Lumian was taken aback, chapter 166, in return. Lumian had always believed that the tenant, like Charlie, had been enchanted by Susanna Matthijs in his dreams. His vitality had been gradually drained until he met a sudden demise in the room. Monsieur Ives, the hotel owner, had secretly transported the lifeless body to a secluded spot in underground Trier. Little did he expect that the tenant would transform into a pervert with Bay-under powers. He now roamed Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, preying on attractive women. Lumian was convinced that Hedsey's newfound abilities stemmed from a boon granted due to the absence of Bay-under characteristics after death. It was clear that these powers originated from the same source as Susanna Matthijs and Monsieur Ives. In essence, not long after Susanna Matthijs's portrait was plastered, something extraordinary had occurred to Hedsey. He had become a devout follower of the Mother Tree of Desire and received 2 to 3 boons within a few short months. As a result, he had gained significant strength and mastery over various mystical techniques. For Bay-unders who progressed by consuming potions, such speed was unimaginable unless they possessed profound understanding and were at a remarkably low level. However, Hedsey's boons also came with a downside. The recipient would be influenced by the power and gradually deviate from their true self. In certain aspects, they would become increasingly extreme, often engaging in actions that seemed irrational to ordinary individuals and inviting disaster upon themselves. Both Monsieur Ives' miserliness and Hedsey's insatiable lust for women fell into this category. Lumian suspected that nearly all boons had similar repercussions to some extent. Over time, they would inexorably draw the recipient closer to the bestower and induce corresponding mutations. The reason Lumian remained unaffected by the powers of the dancer and alms monk was that they didn't directly come from the hidden entity known as Inevitability, but rather the corruption within his body that had been filtered through the seal. Additionally, Lumian had always maintained a vigilant stance in such matters. He not only refrained from altering his style and way of life to exploit the traits of the dancer and alms monk for greater control over his strength, but at times even went against their influence. Furthermore, Lumian would advance in sequence and have a preliminary digestion before obtaining the corresponding boon. He sought to preserve the balance of power within his body. Lowering his head, Lumian whispered to Jenna in a hushed voice, "How did you discover this?" As Jenna swayed to the rhythm, she pursed her lips and replied, "It's quite evident that the pervert cannot exist without women. Kidnapping a woman every day and dragging her underground simply isn't feasible, or else he would have been apprehended long ago. Damn it, there must have been several victims. Do those incompetent black-skinned dogs even notice? Then how does he usually solve his problem? Clearly, relying on himself isn't sufficient to satiate his desires. So I enlisted Franca's help and inquired with the dancers and street girls from the Savoy mob. I swiftly obtained an answer. How can that pervert, who deserves to be F*********************** by a donkey, possess such virility? He can perform multiple times a day. Why doesn't he pursue those wealthy old ladies? Both parties would be satisfied. Jenna recounted her investigation with a sense of pride, showcasing her intellect. Throughout the afternoon, she had been brooding over Lumian's earlier prank, which had made her appear foolish. Before embracing the beliefs of the Mother Tree of Desire and receiving the boon, Hedsey was a regular visitor to Rue de la Muraille, Rue de Breda, and Rue du Rossignol. However, after obtaining the boon, his mind became consumed with thoughts of women. Lumian couldn't help but acknowledge that Jenna occasionally demonstrated some intelligence. With that in mind, Lumian decided to share some information. That abnormal desire must be a result of his Bay-under powers' influence. Bay-under powers? Jenna glanced up at Lumian. She had expected him to feign ignorance, just as they did in underground Trier, where neither side openly acknowledged Hedsey's displayed Bay-under powers. To her surprise, he spoke candidly. After a brief pause, Jenna, who was dancing closely with Lumion, whispered in confusion, "Why do Beyonder powers make him so perverse?" This was unlike the Beyonder powers she was familiar with, which at most had a slight effect before losing control. Lumion smirked once again. "It's an abnormal Beyonder power. Do you think I can't tell that it's abnormal?" Jenna grew infuriated once more. Lumion chuckled. "As for why it's abnormal, go back and ask Franca. If Franca doesn't know either, have her inquire with the boss." He shared this information with Jenna because he was concerned that there might be more to the issues surrounding Monsieur Ive, Susanna Mateyes, Hedsey, and the others. If the official Beyonders failed to uncover the truth, his only hope lay with Mr. Katikes Finger and the Beyonders associated with the Savoy mob. Jenna snorted and dropped the matter. She refocused on dancing with Lumion. As the music neared its end, she suddenly reached out and touched Lumion's chest. "Ha ha, nice bod." Jenna grinned, then retreated, heading towards the half-height wooden platform in front of the dance floor. It seemed as though she had finally exacted her revenge for what had transpired underground. She was filled with elation. Lumion scoffed and left the dance floor, once again picking up his glass of rye beer. As he listened to the music, he swayed his body gently, all the while observing the situation within Salle de Gristmill. As Lumion surveyed the area, his attention was drawn to a group of mobsters congregating near the stage. They wore a mishmash of outfits, surrounding a towering man who stood at a staggering height of nearly 1.9 meters. The burly man bore a striking resemblance to Giant Simon. His black shirt and formal attire emphasized his bulging muscles, but the dark blue canvas pants and strapless black leather boots seemed out of place, creating a peculiar ensemble. With his tousled brown hair and slightly set-apart brown eyes, his ordinary facial features were complemented by a chiseled jawline. His hands and legs were longer than those of an average person. Hammer 8. Lumion averted his gaze, suspecting that this man was one of his targets. In Trier, there weren't many individuals towering at nearly 1.9 meters. Lumion wasn't concerned about Hammer 8 and his subordinates recognizing him from this distance. The ballroom was dimly lit, with only the soft glow of gas wall lamps and a chandelier above, providing enough illumination for dancing and discreet conversations. Unless someone was intimately familiar with Lumion or had just seen him, they wouldn't be able to identify him. Furthermore, Lumion had taken precautions to disguise himself. He hadn't anticipated Jenna recognizing him at first glance either. After Jenna finished singing another song, Hammer 8 led his subordinates off the dance floor and ascended to the second floor. Lumion continued his observations when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure entering the room. It was Monsieur Ive, the proprietor of Auberge du Coq Doré. His attire slightly faded from washing. His anxious and worried expression was evident as his blue eyes scanned the surroundings. Is he searching for Hedsey? The pervert didn't return after leaving in the afternoon. They suspect something happened to him, so they're scouring the dance halls, seeking clues with the street girls. Lumion withdrew his gaze thoughtfully and shifted his attention back to the dancers on the floor. Based on the characteristics exhibited by Hedsey's spirit body, Lumion sensed that Monsieur Ive was much weaker in comparison. He likely possessed the power of a Sequence 9 boon, focused on greed, possibly with elements of appetite. As for Hedsey, he was likely on the level of Sequence 8, with a slim chance of being a Sequence 7. Lumion leaned more towards the former, as the few Sequence 7 individuals he had encountered before were formidable adversaries, difficult to overcome even with preparations and traps. Of course, had Lumion not carefully observed and realized that Hedsey had the ability to trigger others' desires, he might have been swiftly dealt with. In that environment, without Jenna's presence, Lumion would have relied on his own strength to resist the influence and not completely forget the existence of the enemy. With showy diva, it was challenging for him to restrain himself. He had to rely on pain to awaken his senses. From the corner of his eye, Lumion observed Monsieur Ive engaging in conversation with the part-time street girl dancers. The way they scolded him, wearing expressions of disdain, struck Lumion as amusing. Is he pretending to negotiate a price in order to gather information about Hetzi's whereabouts in the end? He's just too stingy, always bargaining down the other party's offer by half or more, resulting in their scolding. Heh. Charlie was worried that Monsieur Ive, an old widower, wouldn't be willing to spend money on a licensed prostitute and risk contracting a disease. It seems he's overthinking it. Monsieur Ive can't even bring himself to spend money on an unlicensed street girl. The negative effects of a boon are truly potent. If there are women in that group who possess the same boons as Hetzi and are on the same level, they should be in a constant state of hunger and thirst. Monsieur Ive wouldn't need to seek out another street girl. He would only end up despising himself for being a man. He would be on the verge of being drained dry, with his desires forcibly aroused. The best disguises for those women would be dancers and street girls. Something doesn't add up. If there really were such women, Hetzi wouldn't need to come out and harm others. Could it be that everyone at this level has advanced or died with no replacements? Or is there an imbalance in the number of men and women? Is Hetzi the one being ostracized? As Lumian contemplated these thoughts, the band struck up another lively dance tune. After finishing her song, Jenna leaped off the half-height wooden stage once again and approached Lumian, inviting him to dance. This elicited boos from the surrounding crowd. Knowing that Jenna had something else to say, Lumian deliberately maneuvered to provoke those who were jeering. He stepped onto the dance floor, drew closer to Jenna, and began swaying his hips. Jenna looked up at him, smiling, and asked, "What brings a Savoy mobster like you to the Salle de Gristmill?" Lumian clicked his tongue and chuckled. "Don't you think I'm fond of you? Of course I'm here to listen to your singing." Jenna scoffed. "Your target is Hammer 8, isn't it? You want to repeat what happened with Margit." "You're quite clever," Lumian praised in a taunting tone. Jenna smirked confidently. "I can assist you and provide important information." Lumian suppressed his nonchalance and asked thoughtfully, "What do you desire in return?" Jenna snorted and cursed. "Are you F***seeking underestimating me? Although I didn't thank you this afternoon, I won't forget that you saved me. Coincidentally, I'm familiar with all the dance halls in the Market District. Moreover, I just had a chat with 8 about some matters after the performance. I should be able to help you." Without waiting for Lumian's response, she gritted her teeth and continued. "Hammer resides in the innermost room on the 2nd floor, towards Auberge du Coq Doré. He has 10 thugs by his side, 4 stationed at the door, 2 inside and 2 outside. 2 by the window, 2 near the sofa, and 2 always behind him. They're all armed. The security wasn't this tight before, and there weren't as many people. It's all because of what you did to Margit. That room has an attached washroom. It's currently unoccupied. If the window is fully opened, it can just about accommodate a person. From the ventilation pipe in the ballroom kitchen, you can climb up to the 2nd floor and bypass the guards stationed at the stairs. Then enter the adjacent room and leap from the windowsill onto a narrow ledge outside the washroom. It requires considerable skill to pull off successfully. Chapter 167. Convergence. Upon hearing Jenna's account, Lumian instinctively twirled and spun, his surprise evident as he asked, "How do you know all this?" It made sense that Jenna would have a basic understanding of the room layout and the thugs' positions after venturing to the 2nd floor room and conferring with Hammer 8. However, how did she know about the ventilation pipe in the ballroom kitchen leading to the 2nd floor? Or jumping from the neighboring windowsill to the washroom? And what about the ledge on the outer wall of that specific room? Were these details within the grasp of an underground singer, known for her bawdy songs and exaggerated performances? She shouldn't possess such knowledge. Jenna, her face adorned with black eyeshadow and a fake mole, sported a smug expression. "Don't fret about how I know. I avoid seeing what I shouldn't, hearing what I shouldn't, and asking questions I shouldn't," she retorted, cleverly turning Lumian's words back on him. This brought her considerable satisfaction. Only those planning an assassination or devising an escape in dire circumstances would pay attention to such particulars and observe with a purpose. Which category does Jenna fall into? Her powers of observation in this environment are nearly on par with a hunter's. Sequences leaning toward assassination required gathering environmental information. Assassination, Lumien's mind raced, concocting a plan to bluff Jenna. Grinning mischievously, he uttered, "So you're an assassin." He stressed the word assassin. Jenna's expression changed, her smile freezing. "How did you figure it out?" she blurted out, shocked. "By using my brain," Lumien replied, his smile unwavering. There were still a few sequences that excelled at environmental observation. Lumien had taken a bold guess, considering Jenna as an assassin. He recalled Ryan and his companions mentioning that Demoness was a relatively common pathway in the central and northern regions of Intis, especially Trier. In any case, he had nothing to lose if he was wrong. Meanwhile, Lumien pondered to himself, not long after arriving in Trier, I encountered an assassin and came to her aid. Can this be seen as a manifestation of the convergence of Beyonder characteristics? Jenna can't have reached sequence 7. She isn't a witch. Otherwise, even if weakened by the sedative on the paper, she could have effortlessly overpowered Hedsey with her mystical abilities. The term which clearly indicates proficiency in spells and curses, as Auror's notebook had mentioned. She is unlikely to be a sequence 8 instigator. How could an instigator be fooled by me repeatedly? But it isn't out of the question. Perhaps Jenna had been more foolish in the past and relied on the instigator path to enhance her intelligence. Furthermore, her willingness to provide information on Hammer. 8 could be interpreted as a form of instigation. Heh. Jenna is a woman, so there's no need to worry about her gender changing after consuming the witch potion. Where had Jenna obtained the potion? Had Franca given it to her? Could Franca also be a Beyonder following the Demoness pathway? If Franca is only a sequence 8, that would be fine. But what if she were a sequence 7 witch? Who knows if Franca had been male or female before? Well, her behavior towards women is certainly peculiar. She is in a romantic relationship with Jenna. Jenna quietly contemplated her recent words, but she didn't uncover any information that might have revealed her own sequence. She decided not to dwell on what she couldn't figure out. She kindly reminded Lumien, "If you plan to confront Hammer 8 in the washroom, you must think it through." According to what I heard from Franca, 8 is a pugilist. He excels in close combat more than any other sequence. Relying solely on your Beyonder abilities to target him won't be as effective due to his physical prowess. Although you can fight, I believe there's a high chance you'll be killed on the spot if you engage him in a place like the washroom, which isn't spacious enough. Madam, are you persuading me or taunting me? It seems you still possess some potential as an instigator. Lumien candidly voiced his thoughts, not holding back his criticisms. He realized that Franca knew Hammer 8 better than Baron Brignize. She had mentioned a crucial point that the latter had omitted, setting aside the possibility that Franca had a personal grudge against Hammer. 8. Franca either had a formidable background or had earned the trust of the boss of the Savoy mob, gaining access to more mysticism knowledge and sequence information than Baron Brignize. Jenna was taken aback. "You know about instigators? Is this still a country bumpkin from the countryside? How does he possess such extensive knowledge about the Beyonder pathways? Franca had mentioned that he's wanted by the authorities. It seemed he had been involved in a Beyonder incident." "I know more than you think," Lumien replied, smiling. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled a title that had recently belonged to him, Mysticism Illiterate. Lumien swiftly pushed aside his melancholy and earnestly considered Jenna's warning. Indeed, while hunters were also skilled in combat and killing as sequences, if traps and abilities like provocation were excluded, they still couldn't match the prowess of pugilists in close combat. Especially in a confined and cramped environment, they couldn't employ their combat intelligence effectively. It would be difficult for them to achieve the feat of the weak defeating the strong. Taking into account the modifications to his dancer abilities and the utilization of various unorthodox tactics, Lumien felt he could just about hold his ground. He wouldn't fail immediately. If he wanted to eliminate Hammer 8, he could only rely on fallen Mercury and escape after a successful strike. But what set this apart from killing Baldy Harmon? There was no need to factor in the presence of 10 thugs and 10 revolvers. Lumian assessed his possessions to see if anything could be useful in such a battle. Over 700 viral door, fallen mercury, blood from the aquatic monster, poisonous scales from the aquatic monster, a vial of the sedative that rendered Jenna powerless, a bottle of stimulating gas to counteract the effects of the sedative, a bottle of liquid with unknown properties, a dagger left behind by that pervert, a ritual silver dagger, several white bandages. As he contemplated, a plan gradually took shape. As he swayed to the rhythm, he cast a sidelong glance at Jenna and posed his question. "Is that washroom spacious?" Jenna made confirmation. "No, it's not. Besides the bathtub, toilet, and sink, it can only accommodate 4 to 5 people. In other words, if Lumian and Hammer 8 engaged in close combat, there wouldn't be room for anyone else." "Is there a curtain outside the bathtub?" Lumian inquired further. "Yes," Jenna pondered for a moment. "Do you have a gun with you? I believe it would be better to use a gun. It's safer and gives you a higher chance of success." "I don't," Lumian replied, shaking his head. Jenna sneered. "You intend to carry out the plan tonight with just that?" She paused briefly before continuing. "If you truly wish to kill Hammer 8 tonight, I can lend you my revolver." "You still have a revolver on you?" Lumian was surprised this time. He hadn't suspected that Jenna had a concealed revolver. The showy diva wore a short white blouse with a wide collar that allowed her bra to peek out. Her beige, fluffy, short skirt and black boots that didn't reach her knees added to her attire. Moreover, she kept raising her legs as she danced. It seemed impossible for her to have a gun holster strapped to her inner thigh. Lumian speculated that the only possible place for her to hide the revolver was within her pair of boots. Jenna assumed Seal was questioning why she carried a revolver, so she responded with a disdainful sigh. "I perform in dance halls in places like the Market District. Do you think all those monsters are upstanding citizens? Do you think they won't act impulsively and try something on me? Those pieces of filth have twisted minds all day. When their thoughts are controlled by their desires, they won't consider that I have a connection with Franca and a good relationship with her. Damn it, if deterrence always worked, there wouldn't be so many criminals." While speaking, Jenna followed the rhythm of the drums and crouched down, searching inside her boots. Swiftly standing up, she pressed herself against Lumian. Twisting her body, she slipped her hand into his naturally lowered and swaying palm. Lumian immediately felt the cold metal texture and the solid wood. Without missing a beat, Lumian withdrew his hand and discreetly tucked the gun into his pocket. Afterward, Jenna continued. "I bought it with most of my savings when I first arrived in the Market District, before meeting Franca. That blasted black market merchant even tried to bed me, but I kicked his shin, making him scream in pain. Carrying a gun for self-defense at all times, you're quite vigilant. Otherwise, those mobsters could have controlled you before meeting Franca. You might have even become a part-time dancer or a street girl." Lumian replied with a smile. "Well done." As the accompanying music reached its end, Jenna fell silent. With the drum beats fading away, Lumian observed Jenna as she walked toward the stage. He left the dance floor and returned to the outer circle. Taking advantage of the opportunity to visit the washroom, he carefully examined and familiarized himself with the revolver Jenna had given him. It was a compact revolver with a short barrel, ideal for concealed carry. Its color was a dark iron black, and the grip was crafted from walnut wood. It held a total of 6 bullets. After tinkering with the revolver for a while, Lumian realized a predicament. His shooting experience was lacking. Previously, he had primarily relied on the shotgun's wide spray of pellets. "Oh well, I don't expect to kill Hammer 8 with a single shot. Injuring and weakening him will suffice. At such close range with my grip and some shooting experience, I can't miss by much. In an environment like the washroom, there's only one opportunity for a shot. Hammer 8 won't provide me with a chance for a second shot." Lumian swiftly made up his mind. Exiting the washroom, he headed toward the kitchen of the Salle de Gristmill, taking advantage of the absence of people in the vicinity. Chapter 168, Prayer Target. As Lumian made his way, His nimbleness served him well in evading servers bustling with trays of food and busboys returning used utensils. He pressed forward until he reached the kitchen, only to find it in complete disarray. Stacks of unwashed utensils lay haphazardly in the sink, coated in layers of greasy oil. 2 dishwashing maids stood by, tirelessly scrubbing away at the never-ending pile of dishes. The stoves emitted fierce yellow flames, turning the small space into a sweltering inferno. Sweat poured down everyone's faces as they toiled away. 3 chefs, adorned in white aprons, each prepared their own dishes. They would occasionally taste their concoctions by dipping their fingers in the sauces or sampling a morsel, wiping their hands casually on their aprons before moving on to the next dish. Once the chefs approved, the servers would whisk the plates away, oblivious to the fact that their thumbs often grazed the food and thick soups. They paid no mind to it whatsoever. The kitchen helpers scurried around the chefs, chopping vegetables, handling fish, tidying up ingredients, taking out the trash, and fetching various seasonings and supplies. They never ceased their efforts, yet the kitchen remained in disarray. Vegetable leaves, fish scales, and fruit peels were strewn about, oily and scattered across the floor, near the stoves, and close to the sink. The clamor of the chefs and kitchen helpers filled the air with shouts and curses, creating a chaotic symphony. Lumian could easily mistake it for a battlefield if he closed his eyes and listened closely. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene, Lumian deftly navigated through the busy crowd and reached the cabinet brimming with ingredients. Using partitions, handles, and the grayish-white gas and water pipes, he skillfully ascended to the ceiling and slipped into the ventilation shaft. The overpowering smell of oil and smoke assailed Lumian's senses, nearly overwhelming him. But with the tolerance of an alms monk toward extreme environments, he pushed himself forward, crawling through the ventilation shaft and occasionally climbing higher. After about 10 seconds, he poked his head out from above a second-floor washroom. Ensuring the coast was clear, Lumian agilely leaped down and swiftly made his way to the door, carefully scanning both ends of the corridor in secrecy. The area was eerily silent, with only 2 henchmen guarding the stairs, their focus solely on the first floor. They paid no mind to what lay behind them. Relieved, Lumian let out a sigh and pinpointed his target. Crouching down, he leaped to the adjacent room. Although the door was locked, Lumian encountered no obstacle he couldn't overcome. Utilizing a half-broken wire he had brought along, he managed to pry open the wooden door after a few attempts. Just as Jenna had described, the washroom attached to Hammer 8's room lacked a protruding window sill. It only had a decorative ledge, barely providing enough space to stand on its side. Even for a hunter, leaping from the window sill to the narrow ledge posed a significant challenge, demanding perfect balance. Fortunately, Lumian possessed the extraordinary flexibility of a dancer, almost surpassing human limits. After careful observation, he jumped up and landed precisely on the ledge with his right foot. His left side wavered, threatening to tip him over. In a crucial moment, Lumian's body quivered like a coiled spring, propelling him back toward the washroom. He swiftly grasped the window frame with his right hand, regaining stability. Squatting down, he revealed only half of his head, peering silently into the room. The washroom door stood ajar, and occasional mobsters passed by. Lumian exercised patience, studying their movements until he discerned a pattern. Seizing the opportune gap when the washroom door was momentarily unattended, he skillfully pried open the window using Hedsey's dagger and clambered inside. Maintaining composure and confidence, he swiftly closed the glass window before hurrying to the space beneath the bathtub, concealing himself with the undrawn curtains. Lumian, having successfully infiltrated the premises, arranged his few essential items in easily accessible positions. He took a moment to double-check their locations, ensuring he wouldn't fumble in a state of panic. Standing there motionless, he strained his ears to catch the activities in the adjacent room. Hammer 8 occasionally inquired about their recent earnings to the dance hall manager, scolded his subordinates with anger, or engaged in flirtatious exchanges with the star dancer. accompanied by seemingly intimate gestures. After a while, when the dance hall manager and the star dancer departed, Ainz seemed to rise from his seat and began pacing slowly. He addressed the mobsters in the room, saying, "In the following days, send out all your boys and have them visit every individual within our territory. I want you to ensure that we know who can be elected as the Market District's Member of Parliament in next week's election." "Oh, so your mob is meddling in the parliamentary elections." Lumian felt a mixture of surprise and lack thereof. The growth of Trier's mobs was impossible without some form of backing. They either maintained favorable relations with the police department and influential figures within it, enjoyed protection from powerful political figures, or acted as the black-gloved enforcers for influential merchants. The latter undoubtedly had connections to high-ranking government officials, upper echelons of the churches, and military generals. Lumian had never anticipated that the mastermind behind the Poison Spur mob possessed the audacity to vie for a parliamentary seat. He had initially assumed their ambitions would extend no further than becoming the Market District's police commissioner, or a member of the Trier City Council. Ainz functioned as a parliamentary republic, where members of parliament represented various constituencies and formed the National Convention. This convention held the authority to appoint the president, prime minister, who in turn appointed ministers, although their decisions required approval from the convention. The National Convention also possessed the power to legislate, declare war, and determine the government's budget. Each member of parliament held considerable influence and authority. At present, the National Convention consisted of over 300 individuals, with 1/10 of them being former nobles. The Sauron family, once part of the royal lineage, served as their leaders. The remaining seats were allocated based on the economic status of different provinces and territories, particularly the prosperous Trier Greater region. Trier, whether in terms of population or economic prowess, stood unrivaled in Ainz and the Greater Trier region. It held nearly 40 seats in the National Convention. These approximately 40 seats were distributed among 20 districts, accommodating as few as one member of parliament or as many as 4 to 5. These representatives also held ex officio positions as councillors in the city council. The Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, a relatively small constituency, possessed only one seat in the National Convention. The individual chosen to fill this seat would wield immense power and influence within the region. Currently, the ruling National Party, the Popular Enlightenment Party, and the Revolutionary Party, seeking to address existing flaws, were vigorously preparing for the upcoming National Convention elections. The party that secured a simple majority in the convention would become the new ruling party. Otherwise, they would have to negotiate, compromise, and form a coalition with another party. In addition to the National Party, the Enlightenment Party, and the Revolutionary Party, Ainz also had the Emperor Party Restorationists who advocated Roselle's rule, and the Carbonari. They voiced discontentment with the current system and sought to bring about change through force. The mobsters replied one after another, assuring Hammer 8 that nothing would go awry. However, they remained tight-lipped about which faction or candidate they supported, leaving Lumian feeling a sense of disappointment. "Tell me," after briefing them on the election. Hammer 8 instructed his subordinates, saying, "Leave for a while. Return only when I summon you." What is his plan? Lumian's eavesdropping had taken him by surprise. Soon enough, the mobsters vacated the room, leaving Hammer 8 alone. Lumian refrained from taking immediate action. After careful analysis, he believed that the confrontation between him and Hammer 8 in the washroom would have a more targeted impact than engaging outside, even without resorting to the use of fallen mercury. The room beyond fell into an eerie silence. Lumian strained his ears and managed to catch faint voices. It seemed like Hammer 8 was muttering to himself, "Protector of evil people, the lady who births deities, the lady who births deities." That sounds impressive. Is 8 praying to some secret entity? There are about 4 or 5 sentences, and it's more of a description. It deviates from the usual three-stanza template. Lumion made a rough guess at what Hammer 8 was up to. As for whom he was praying to, Lumion couldn't even begin to speculate based on the fragmented description he barely heard. It lay beyond the scope of his current knowledge in mysticism. Lumion felt a vague sense of malevolence emanating from the room outside. Indeed, it was as if the room itself had turned wicked. Holding his breath, Lumion composed himself, refraining from listening to the turmoil outside. After a while, the sinister atmosphere dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Lumion let out a slow exhale, heating up his palm. At that moment, Hammer 8 summoned his subordinates who had previously left the room to return. Lumion continued to bide his time. Seconds turned into minutes until finally he heard the heaviest footsteps approaching the washroom. They belonged to Hammer 8. Lumion had already distinguished their sound. Swiftly, he retrieved a metal canister marked with a symbol. Unscrewing the cap, he inserted a thin, pre-kneaded paper ball into the bottle. Seconds before the footsteps drew near the washroom, Lumion retrieved the paper ball and twisted the cap shut. He then tore the paper ball in two and inserted each piece into his nostrils. The stench, reminiscent of fermented excrement, assaulted Lumion's senses, nearly bringing him to tears. His right hand instinctively moved to remove the thin paper ball. With great resolve and the endurance of an alms monk accustomed to extreme environments, Lumion exercised control. His expression contorted, and his muscles twitched ever so slightly as he stood there, retrieving another metal canister filled mostly with gas. He unscrewed its cap. Clang, Hammer 8 shut the washroom door and approached the toilet bowl. The space now became partially enclosed. Only the gaps between the door and windows allowed a hint of fresh air to seep in. Yes, a gruesome encounter awaits him. Lumion observed the fluctuations in his target's luck, silently tossing the open metal canister into the air, allowing the colorless and odorless gas within to disperse and fill the washroom. This was the sedative concocted by the perverted Headsy. Even catching a whiff of it at close range could severely weaken an assassin's strength. It was ideal for a confined, partially enclosed space like the washroom. This was the trap Lumion had set for Hammer 8. Of course, it would take some time for the gas to spread throughout the washroom and take effect to a certain extent. After all, Lumion himself wasn't breathing it in at close proximity. What Lumion needed to do next was to prevent Hammer 8 from leaving the washroom or allow anyone outside to open the door. He placed the open metal canister by the edge of the bathtub and retrieved Jenna's revolver, aiming it at the toilet bowl through the curtain. Chapter 169. Battle in the Room. The rush of water persisted, and Lumion grew anxious, fearing that Hammer 8 might sense danger. He needed to calculate the height just right before pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the drapes, leaving behind searing scorch marks. Hammer 8's hair stood on end before any of this happened. He paid no mind to the fact that he was midstream and promptly collapsed to the side. Yellowish liquid splattered in all directions. The bullet grazed 8's arm, striking the wall and narrowly missing Lumion on the rebound. Lumion's revolver flew from his grip after a missed shot. He seized the edges of the curtain, yanked it off, and used it to ensnare 8. Before 8 could recover from the agonizing cramps, darkness enveloped his vision, and he found himself wrapped in a cream-colored shower curtain. Unfazed, he rolled and concealed himself beside the bathtub. Then he grasped the shower curtain with both hands, using it as an improvised weapon. With a soft whoosh, the curtain, now wrapped around Lumion's fist, veered off course, thwarting his attempt to strike 8's head. 8 seized the moment and rose, inadvertently tearing his pants in the process. He swung his heavy fist at Lumion, hammer-like. Lumion quickly raised his arm to shield himself, realizing that his opponent possessed exceptional strength. He couldn't withstand it. Forced to retreat a step in order to regain his balance, Lumion found himself on the back foot. 8 wasted no time, relentlessly bombarding him with a flurry of punches from both hands. Leveraging his height, long arms, and superior strength, 8 employed straightforward punches akin to cannonballs, neglecting any fancy techniques. It was only then that he could clearly discern the assailant's visage. Golden hair tinged with black, bright and light blue eyes, nostrils stuffed with bits of white paper, creating a peculiar sight. Seal? The same Seal who killed Margit and gravely injured Wilson. Ainz felt initial surprise, followed swiftly by delight. He isn't that formidable. I can take him down completely. The washroom proved confining, with Lumion enduring the putrid stench. He suffered 2 blows from the towering 1.9-meter giant before finding himself forced 2 steps back, cornered near the door. At that moment, the mobsters outside heard the gunshots and hurriedly approached. One of them gripped the handle and pushed open the door. Just as Ainz's leg aimed for a low kick, Lumion's left leg suddenly swung back, forcefully striking the door. With a resounding clang, the partially opened wooden door snapped shut again, narrowly missing the mobster's nose. Realizing they couldn't breach the door for the time being, the mobsters drew their revolvers and aimed at the wooden barrier from various heights, but they dared not open fire. They possessed some modicum of intellect, knowing that the washroom was cramped, and they remained uncertain of the person on the other side. Blindly firing would risk harming or even killing their boss, Hammer, leading to unforeseen consequences. Capitalizing on his kick against the rear door, Lumion contorted his body, evading Ainz's straight punch and positioning himself beside his adversary. Delivering a series of rapid strikes, punches, elbows, knees, and kicks, Lumion sought to disrupt the enemy's assault before they could fully unleash their power. It resembled a pugilist, the kind who habitually expelled force with grunts of heh and ha, but now capable of only a single heh. Each time Ainz tried to strike with force, Lumion took the initiative and forcefully blocked him. After altering his combat strategy, Lumion managed to narrow the strength gap between them. Not only did he regain some control, but he also utilized his greater agility to shift his body and change positions. Soon enough, the figure blocking the washroom entrance turned out to be Ainz, his back against the door. Worried that his subordinates might lack intelligence and open fire from outside, accidentally killing him, Ainz quickly diverted his attention and shouted, "Do not fire!" Despite Seal utilizing his technique to bridge the gap, Ainz remained unfazed. He exuded immense confidence. As long as he acted in a normal manner, he was certain he could eliminate his opponent in the confined washroom environment. The only uncertainty was the duration it would take. Nevertheless, Ainz remained vigilant. He continued to unleash powerful punches and kicks, attempting to force Lumion toward the window, creating an opportunity for his subordinates to enter. Fearing that Lumion possessed some kind of Beyonder power, Ainz believed that using the threat of a revolver would expedite the process of dispatching his enemy. Bam! 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 Lumion faced the relentless onslaught of the pugilist's full-powered attacks without showing any signs of surrender. However, he found it increasingly strenuous. Throughout this ordeal, Ainz's eyes darted to his surroundings, wary of potential traps or powerful allies lying in ambush. His gaze swept across the edge of the bathtub and landed on an open metal canister. What purpose does it serve? Before Ainz could ponder further, Lumion's mocking smile appeared, accompanied by a curse as he struggled to block Ainz's onslaught. "Useless piece of junk. What are you waiting for? Those outside, come in and lend a hand." A buzzing anger surged within Ainz. He discarded all other concerns and launched an unusually ferocious attack. Provocation. Lumion had added provocation to those 2 sentences, confronted with the raging Hammer. Ainz and his devastating blows, Lumion fought desperately to hold his ground. Occasionally, he relied on the flexibility of a dancer to shift positions. Unbeknownst to him, he was gradually being pushed toward the wall with the window. This allowed the washroom door to open, but the mobsters outside hesitated, fearing they might collide with Hammer if they kicked it open. They cautiously pushed it inward, inch by inch. In that moment, Lumion, nearly overcome by the putrid odor, keenly sensed Ainz's waning strength and slower attacks. The sedative took effect. Lumion swiftly dodged to the side, regaining his balance. He threw a powerful punch, channeling all the strength from his arm and waist, launching a counterattack. Bang! Ainz's arm, which had blocked the blow, visibly trembled, and his eyes betrayed a mix of surprise and panic. Why have I grown so weak? Why have my reflexes slowed? As Lumian grasped the state of his opponent, he unleashed 2 consecutive straight punches, forcefully parting the enemy's arms. Without hesitation, he closed the distance and adjusted his body slightly. With a swift motion, he drove his left elbow into Ainz's chest. Caught off guard, Ainz failed to react in time, unable to dodge the strike. The elbow connected, cracking his sternum. His vision darkened and he struggled to catch his breath. Lumian didn't grant him a moment's respite. He smoothly shifted his body, allowing his poised right fist to collide with Ainz's abdomen. He hadn't harbored any lofty expectations of rendering Ainz unconscious solely with the sedative. After all, the other party possessed the ability to resist the effects of certain Beyonder powers through sheer physical and mental fortitude, suggesting a high resistance to the sedative. Furthermore, despite the compactness and semi-enclosed nature of the washroom, with its bathtub, toilet bowl, and sink, the drug's potency would be greatly diminished. Lumian aimed to exploit the drug's influence to weaken Ainz's combat prowess, slowing his reactions and substantially reducing his strength. In doing so, the tide of victory would tip towards him uncontrollably. PFFT. Ainz, reeling from the blow to his abdomen, instinctively curled up, becoming shorter than Lumian. Seizing the opportunity, Lumian raised his fists and swiftly hammered them behind Ainz's ears. Bang! Amidst the cacophony, Ainz's vision faded to black, and he slumped unconscious. It was the combined effect of a potent strike and the sedative. Lumian squatted down, using hammer as a shield. The mobsters had already held the washroom door open for several seconds, but with Ainz obstructing Lumian from their view, they refrained from opening fire. Now they witnessed their towering boss, Hammer, being taken down by the assailant. Lumian clasped Ainz and offered a smirk to the group gathered at the door. Go ahead. Fire, why aren't you firing? One of the mobsters caught sight of the assailant's distinctive blonde and black hair, coupled with his rather handsome face, and suddenly pieced together a series of connections. Seal? Your Seal, he exclaimed, his surprise evident. The same Seal who killed Boss Margit and threw Boss Wilson off the 4th floor, Seal of the Savoy mob. He's back at it. Lumian keenly sensed the mobster's profound fear. He grinned and gave Ainz's shoulder a friendly pat, brushing off the dust. Then he took hold of Ainz and proceeded towards the washroom door, one step at a time. Simultaneously, he curled his lips into a smile. You've got 2 options. 1, leave this room now and seek help from your poison spur mob boss. 2, meet your demise here one by one at my hands. As he spoke, he advanced, a cold gaze sweeping across the faces of each mobster as if contemplating the best way to eliminate them. The mobsters couldn't help but tremble as a similar thought crossed their minds. Regardless, Boss Hammer has been apprehended. If we open fire, we'll only harm him. It might be wiser to seek help from the boss. Well, Lumian snorted, urging them to decide. With a swift swoosh, the first mobster turned on his heels and fled the room. The others followed suit, abandoning any notion of confrontation. When no one remained, Lumian let out a silent sigh of relief. If those men had truly steeled themselves, their hearts unswayed by fear, the confined space of the washroom and their 10 firearms would have posed a lethal threat. Of course, Ainz could forget about survival as well. They have no more than 4 minutes to reach Avenue du Marché from here. I must conclude the interrogation before Black Scorpion. Roger and his comrades depart, granting me ample time to escape the scene and locate Baron Brignies at Salle de Bal Brise. Just 4 minutes. As Lumian assessed the current situation, he squatted down and propped Ainz against the washroom's door panel. Then he dislocated his captive's shoulder joints and bound his legs together using a shower curtain. Opening the window, he allowed the breeze to circulate from both sides. With these tasks completed, Lumian removed the paper balls from his own nose, retrieved the metal canister containing the pungent gas, and held it to Ainz's nostrils. Achoo! Ainz sneezed, his eyes fluttering open. Lumion promptly stowed away the metal canister, capping it, ensuring the other party remained in a weakened state. "What do you want?" Ainz asked, fear and anxiety evident in his eyes as he recognized the person before him. Chapter 170, Night Stalkers. Lumion brandished Hedsey's dagger, a sly grin forming on his face. "I've got a question for you. You could have come straight to me. No need for all this." Ainz instinctively tried to stall for time. With a quick glance, he scanned the room from the corner of his eye, but there were no lifeless bodies to be found. Based on his combat with Seal, Ainz knew it was impossible for the other party to eliminate 10 armed thugs without a single one escaping. In fact, even Ainz himself wouldn't dare to face the encirclement of 10 revolvers in such a confined space. He might take down 3 or 4 of them, but he would surely meet his demise. If Ainz, with his abilities, couldn't pull it off, there was no way Seal, who he believed to be somewhat weaker and reliant on cunning strategies, could achieve such a feat. Given the circumstances, Ainz assumed most of his 10 subordinates had fled, while a few might have sought assistance from the Black Scorpion. With this realization, a strong desire to survive surged within Ainz. As long as I don't anger Seal and can buy myself 6 to 7 minutes, there's a good chance I'll be saved. If I hadn't done this, how else could I have crossed paths with you, considering my relationship with your poison spur mob? Lumion deliberately created the illusion that he didn't intend to spill blood. He raised the dagger, emphasizing his point. "Enough with the games. Answer my questions. You know I'm not a patient person. If you refuse or lie, I'll end your life right here. I can always ask Baldy Harmon later. After all, there are plenty of folks in your poison spur mob who know about those matters." Lumion had compelled the mobsters to depart, not only due to the situation but also to seize control of the situation. If he didn't make Ainz believe he still had a fighting chance, prying answers from him in a short amount of time without employing mystical means would be futile. A person who clung to hope would fear death all the more. Ainz promptly responded, "All right." He resolved to divulge some information, delving into the details, hoping to hold out for those crucial 6 to 7 minutes. Naturally, he contemplated whether Seal might abandon the inquiry at the last moment and execute him. Yet, aside from cooperating, Ainz had no other choice. He could only hope the information he shared would be valuable enough to captivate Seal's interest and prevent an untimely demise. About 3 minutes, Lumion silently counted the seconds and posed his next question. "Have you encountered Louis Lund?" Ainz hesitated. In a swift motion, Lumion swung the dagger, piercing Ainz's shoulder and eliciting a gush of crimson blood. "This is your warning, the final one," Lumion calmly stated, retracting the dagger. Ainz, his expression contorted, felt the unyielding ruthlessness emanating from Lumion and sensed the specter of impending death drawing near. Fear gripped his heart. He blurted out, "Yes, wanted posters for Louis Lund can be found in Salle de Gristmill and many other places." The moment I laid eyes on him at the boss's hideout, I recognized him. Ainz realized he couldn't rely on silence and hesitation to gain more time. That would only lead to uncontrollable consequences. Lying was also risky since he couldn't be certain which questions Seal was using to test his honesty. In comparison, offering convoluted yet seemingly valuable information would be more likely to appease the other party. As expected, Lumion was delighted. Having confirmed the connection between Louis Lund and the poison spur mob's Black Scorpion Roger, Lumion had achieved his objective for this operation. The remaining questions were just an added bonus. It would be nice to get answers, but it wouldn't be a deal-breaker if he didn't. "Why did he go to Black Scorpion Roger?" Lumion inquired further. Ainz shook his head. "I'm not aware of the specifics, but I've heard that the lady Louis Lund is loyal to has arrived in Trier. She wants our poison spur mob and their respective spheres of influence to coordinate efforts and avoid conflicts. Our boss, with the approval of Madame Moon, took charge of the liaison." Madame Moon? Lumion never expected another Madame Moon to enter the picture. He didn't even know what was happening with Madame Knight. Madam Moon is the one the Poison Spur mob swears loyalty to. Well, our boss has mentioned that she's not just a madam anymore, but a lady who births deities. We often offer prayers to her. I haven't seen her myself. Only the boss and Baldy have. Not madam. From Madam Moon to lady who births deities, had she received more boons and elevated her status? Lumion nodded in understanding. What's the relationship between Madam Moon and Madam Night? They both belong to an organization called the Night Stalkers. Madam Moon appears to be the leader, or at least a significant figure at the leadership level. 8 provided a convoluted description of what he knew, a secret organization that believes in some hidden existence. Lumion redirected the conversation to the matter that intrigued him the most. Will Louis Lund visit Black Scorpion Roger again? He'll likely come back next week to check if everyone has followed through on their agreements and if any adjustments are needed. I don't know the exact timing. 8 honestly responded, I'll have the chance to reunite with Louis Lund on Avenue du Marché next week, and I'll be stationed there permanently after Sunday. Lumion felt a surge of delight and excitement. He then pressed on, asking, what kind of power does Black Scorpion Roger possess? He's a heretic spellmaster, 8 stammered instinctively. Our boss said it himself. The essence of a heretic spellmaster is using their life force to cast spells. It can be their own life force or someone else's, but it seems they need to be controlled beforehand. So he truly is a heretic spellmaster, truly wicked and cruel? Lumion recalled the battle with the midwife. Observing Lumion's lack of surprise, 8 felt a sense of relief for not lying. He continued, I've witnessed him using a few spells. One is a peculiar curse, another involves manipulating blood, then there's a kind of black flame that weakens people, and finally he has some effects on corpses and ghosts. I don't know much else. There's at least one more. The ability to create a turf filled with undead creatures, allowing him to share damage and mysteriously teleport. Lumion silently muttered, his gaze fixed on 8, gesturing for him to continue. 8 steeled himself and spoke. Our boss also mentioned that if we perform well, he might receive more boons and become a sower. Having said that, 8 regretted his decision not to choose a boon back then and instead opt for a potion. It had caused his progress to be hindered by the need for ingredients and other factors. The hope of reaching sequence 7 seemed distant. As long as one contributed enough and their body could withstand it, they could attain more boons. A sower. A symbol of abundance and life. When Madame Pualis was still Pullet, he had many illegitimate children. He was despised by countless people in the Darij area, to the point that his family had to disown him and pretend he had gone missing. Could this be a manifestation of a sower's powers? Did Pullet lose control under the influence of the boons? And after becoming a sower, it appears that he underwent a gender transformation. Is that the level equivalent to the madams, or is it one sequence higher than them? Lumion's mind raced with numerous thoughts. Observing Lumion's expression, 8 continued speaking. I don't know what comes after sower. All I know is that Wilson is a villain, equivalent to sequence 9. Harmon is a gardener, and his strength is similar to mine, but he possesses extensive knowledge of botany. He can create potions with magical effects. Yes, he has a potion that temporarily hardens his skin like tree bark. I tried slashing him with a knife, but he only suffered minor injuries. He also has medicines to treat various illnesses and injuries. So, becoming a heretic spellmaster requires being a gardener. No wonder the midwife used those giant scissors as a weapon. Fortunately, I obtained this information. If I had assassinated Baldy, Harmon, without giving him time to react, he wouldn't have used his body to shield fallen Mercury. Targeted intelligence is truly valuable. Lumion sighed with a mix of emotions. 8 pondered for a moment and continued. Harmon once mentioned that the spiritual monsters born from trees and flowers become highly frightened when they see him, since he is a gardener and responsible for their pruning. 8, who was trying to buy more time, quickly brought up another topic. Our boss mentioned that among the unrecognized paramount beings, only 3 can bestow godhood without much difficulty. One is the Great Mother of our faith, Another has desire and tree in its name, and the third appears to be a mysterious fog. As for the other beings, if they wish to grant godhood, they have to perform a very, very complex ritual that would easily be discovered and destroyed. The mother tree of desire. What sets them apart from the being with the name Inevitability? Why can they bestow godhood without the need for an extensive ritual? I wonder what will happen when a gardener encounters a fallen tree spirit, the latter undergoing a suppression brought about by their inherent order in the hierarchy. Lumien's thoughts raced, and he suddenly changed the subject. Who is the candidate for parliament you support? It's Hugues Artois from the Enlightenment Party. Ainz's anticipation grew as he noticed that quite some time had passed. If those rascals hurry, they'll meet the boss. Ainz, who was waiting for Lumien to ask about the Poison Spur mob's recent plans, suddenly saw the other party raise his right hand and swing his dagger. With a soft sound, the dagger pierced Ainz's temples and stirred them a few times. Ainz's mouth hung open in horror, and his eyes grew desperate and unfocused. With a thud, he collapsed, no longer drawing breath. Lumien left the dagger lodged in Ainz's head and swiftly bandaged his wounds. He then stowed away his belongings, shouldered the lifeless body, and pushed open the room's window before leaping down. Since it was only the second floor, his landing was steady, and he broke into a run. Instead of taking the most direct route, Lumien opted for a detour through Rue du Rossignol, making his way to Avenue du Marché. The late-night atmosphere offered scarce street lamps, casting a pitch-black darkness that seemed to consume anyone on the road. It took Lumien over 2 minutes to carry Ainz's corpse to the entrance of Salle de Bal Brise. The two mobsters guarding the entrance were about to halt him when they recognized Seal's face. As a result, they ceased their interference and allowed him to enter. In the second-floor café, Louis approached Baron Brignaise's side, carrying a stack of papers, a black revolver, a bayonet, and a bag of bullets. "Baron, I have everything prepared for Seal. More information and weapons." Baron Brignaise nodded. "Send them to Auberge du Coq Doré tomorrow morning." After issuing the instructions, Baron Brignaise spoke with anticipation. "I wonder what kind of performance he will stage for us, and when he will make his move. Do you think he will choose Hammer 8, Baldy Harmon, or Short-Legged Candlestick?" Before Baron Brignaise could finish his sentence, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted him. The mobster guarding the first-floor entrance wore a terrified expression as he addressed Baron Brignaise. "Seal is here. He's carrying someone, or rather a corpse." At that moment, Lumien emerged from the staircase, a smile on his face. His steps seemed heavier than usual. "That is..." Baron Brignaise looked at the lifeless body trailing behind Seal, a mixture of confusion and seriousness on his face. Lumien tossed the corpse to the ground, clapped his hands, and grinned. Hammer 8. Chapter 171. Rapid Idea. With a resounding thud, the lifeless body crashed to the floor, sending a shockwave through the hearts of Baron Brignaise, Louis, and their comrades. Baron Brignaise rose to his feet and beheld the corpse lying at Lumien's feet. He took in the tangle of abundant, disheveled brown hair, the lengthy limbs, and the imposing, robust physique. It was none other than Hammer 8. Louis's eyes widened in disbelief at the realization that the treacherous member of the Savoy mob lay dead on the café floor. The Baron had entrusted the task to Seal right after dinner, and the hour had not even struck 10. What's more, Seal had managed to accomplish the mission before they could deliver the comprehensive intelligence and weaponry that would have enhanced his chances of success. Moreover, Hammer 8 was a true Beyonder, surpassing even Wilson from before in strength. He wasn't as vulnerable as Margit, always surrounded by a retinue of followers. Yet, he had failed to survive 3 hours after the Baron had issued the assignment. Was this any different from purchasing a pig at Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman and slaughtering it? Even if the Baron had taken personal action, it wouldn't have been that effortless or straightforward. It could have even ended in failure. Louis's gaze shifted from the lifeless body to Seal's countenance, as if only now did he truly perceive the true nature of this rural novice. It was somewhat understandable that Margit had fallen prey to him due to carelessness and the poisoned slash. Wilson's defeat could be explained away by his own feebleness and entrapment within the room. However, Hammer 8 was a Beyonder whose combat prowess was not significantly inferior to the Baron's, and he had always been on high alert against potential assassinations by the Savoy mob. He wouldn't have been careless. Yet Seal had managed to dispatch such a formidable adversary within a matter of hours. Just how formidable was he? What were his limits in comparison to the Baron, who was the stronger one? A cascade of questions raced through Louia's mind, and his gaze at Lumian now held a tinge of fear. The other thugs shared the same unease. Baron Brignize's gaze constantly shifted between Hammer 8's lifeless form and Lumian's visage, as if searching for any trace of deceit. Had Lumian Lee effortlessly completed a mission that the Baron himself would have considered challenging? If Hammer 8 was so easily dispatched, why had the Savoy mob, who had long sought to punish the traitor, allowed him to live until now? This guy is even more terrifying than I had suspected. In terms of strength, intelligence, execution, and seizing opportunities, he is no less capable than I am. He must be concealing some secrets. There's more to him than meets the eye. Baron Brignize barely contained the turmoil within his heart and reclaimed the clarity, rationality, and intelligence he typically boasted. Just as he was about to bestow his usual smile and commendation upon Lumian Lee, signifying his intent to inform his superiors of Lumian's contributions to the Savoy mob, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Baron Brignize's expression turned to stone as he locked eyes with Lumian. "Does anyone else know that you've taken down Hammer 8? Lumian replied candidly. "Quite a few." Baron Brignize's countenance underwent a dramatic shift, losing its refined and confident air. In that moment, all he wanted was to unleash a torrent of curses upon Lumian. "Is your F***-Sea-King brain filled with shit? So many people are aware of your involvement in Hammer 8's demise, and yet you boldly bring his lifeless body to Salle de Bal Brise, right in front of me. Do you think that these individuals won't inform Black Scorpion Roger? Do you believe he won't storm into Salle de Bal Brise seeking revenge? You think I can fend off Black Scorpion Roger? Damn it, you're leading me to my own demise. You better find a bloody corner to hide in at Underground Trier." Seizing the opportunity presented by Baron Brignize's subdued breathing and silence, Lumian smiled nonchalantly and said, "Hammer 8's subordinates must have found Black Scorpion Roger by now. Only you, Baron, can offer me sufficient protection." "Baron, weren't you anticipating retaliation from the Poison Spur mob? That's why you sent me to hunt down one of the trio, Hammer, Baldy, or Short-Legged Candlestick." Bitterness filled Baron Brignize's mouth at Lumian's question. For a brief moment, he couldn't bring himself to order Lumian to leave. He had made two plans in preparation for the potential revenge from the Poison Spur mob. He was confident that he would remain unscathed. Wouldn't it be a fortuitous outcome if Giant Simon and Rat Christo met their end? But the predicament lay in the fact that he hadn't had enough time to implement any of his plans or set them into motion. His intention was to dispatch the intelligence and weaponry to Auberge du Coq Doré tomorrow morning, and only then would he decide on the course of action. Nonetheless, eliminating any leader of the Poison Spur mob was no easy feat. It would likely require days of meticulous effort before he could even set foot inside their domain. Yet, Lumian Lee, that madman, had sought out Hammer 8 without delay upon accepting the mission. He wasted no time, conducted no reconnaissance, made no arrangements, and didn't wait for the opportune moment to arise. What further infuriated the Baron was that the fellow had actually succeeded. In a matter of hours, he had slain Hammer 8 and dragged the lifeless body to Salle de Bal Brise. F***CK, is he even human? This caught him off guard. If Black Scorpion Roger were to strike, he might meet his demise alongside Hammer 8. Observing Baron Brignize's silence and darkened expression, Lumian inwardly chuckled. He had brought Hammer 8's body to Salle de Bal Brise and presented it to Baron Brignize not to boast or intimidate the gang leader and his henchmen. His intention was to draw Black Scorpion Roger and the other formidable members of the Poison Spur mob to them. If Baron Brignize were to fall, a new opportunity would arise. A replacement with sufficient strength would be required. When the time came, Seal, who could fight, contribute, and had aided Red Boot's lover, would undoubtedly be the most sought-after candidate. Lumion wasn't overly concerned about whether Black Scorpion Roger would kill him. Mr. K-Tek's finger was in his pocket. Mr. K probably wouldn't mind if I repurposed the finger. After all, I'm doing it to fulfill his mission, Lumion thought casually. Regardless, the threat from Susanna Matt-Eyes wouldn't come anytime soon. He could figure out an alternative approach later. Perhaps Mr. K would reward him with another finger once he saw how well and swiftly Lumion completed the mission. Baron Brignize's expression underwent several changes. He pushed his chair back abruptly and hurried toward an iron-colored mechanical safe at the cafe bar counter. He turned the knob and entered the password. Lumion watched with a raised eyebrow, puzzled. What was Baron Brignize planning to retrieve? Was he intending to take the cash and flee? Or did he possess sealed artifacts that he dared not carry with him, fearing their potent negative effects, and had stowed them away in the safe soon enough? Baron Brignize opened the safe and retrieved 2 bundles of detonators, commonly used in quarries, setting a trap to explode Black Scorpion. Roger? That's quite challenging. He's a heretic spellmaster. Lumion refrained from inquiring as he observed Baron Brignize walk toward the wall near Avenue du Marché and push open 2 glass windows. The leader of the Savoy mob placed the bundles of detonators on the windowsill, then lit a match. Subsequently, he ignited one of the bundles and glanced at the dimly lit Avenue du Marché. Raising his hand, he tossed the explosives into the middle of the road. Louis and the other mobsters stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the Baron's intentions. Lumion's thoughts raced, and he instantly grasped the plan. He couldn't help but inwardly applaud. Very clever. Boom! The bundle of detonators exploded in the middle of Avenue du Marché, causing the surrounding glass to rattle. The few pedestrians on the roadside were startled and fell to the ground, sustaining minor injuries. Some screamed, covering their ears, and frantically sought shelter in nearby locations. Baron Brignize glanced over, lit another bundle of detonators, and hurled it into the deserted road. Causing casualties would be troublesome aftermath. He didn't wish to attract unwanted attention from authorities. Boom! The explosion reverberated once more. The police headquarters on Avenue du Marché, the eternal blazing sun cathedral, and the god of steam and machinery cathedral responded to a certain extent. Salle de Bal Brise and the occupants of nearby buildings were thrown into disarray, but they dared not venture outside. Baron Brignize clapped his hands and returned to the wooden table. He pulled a chair over and sat down. Resuming his usual demeanor, he smiled at Lumion. It's all right now. This would surely unsettle the police and the clergymen. Some would undoubtedly investigate the cause. It was highly probable that official Beyonders would be among them. Officers who maintained good relations with the Savoy mob would inevitably inquire. Under such circumstances, how could Black Scorpion Roger dare to launch an attack? They couldn't risk assuming that no official Beyonders would care about the explosion. After all, if they lost that bet, they would be doomed. Lumion hadn't expected Baron Brignize to find a way to elude Black Scorpion Roger's assault in such a short span of time. And he had accomplished it using only the resources at hand. This had momentarily foiled his plan. True to the reputation of the Savoy mob's brain, Baron Brignize displays remarkable responsiveness and quick thinking, surpassing even Margit. Hammer 8 and the others in critical moments. Lumion clicked his tongue in acknowledgement, paying no mind to Hammer's lifeless body on the ground. Taking a seat across from Baron Brignize, he flashed a smile. I made the wise choice to seek refuge here. Baron Brignize nearly choked, his saliva catching in his throat. Had it not been for his exceptional intellect, he might have been ensnared and faced a grave fate. Exhaling slowly, Baron Brignize cast a glance at the motionless corpse and addressed Louis and the rest. Drag it into a private room and conceal it carefully. The authorities will likely come knocking soon. Chapter 172, Superintendent. After concealing the body, Baron Brignize nonchalantly addressed Lumian, his curiosity piqued. I must say, I'm quite intrigued. How did you manage to eliminate Hammer 8? Lumian didn't hold back, revealing everything. He retrieved an empty metal canister and placed it on the table before him. What's this? Baron Brignize examined it carefully for a few moments. Remember when I ventured underground earlier today? Lumian grinned. I encountered a deviant individual and, quite accidentally, dispatched him. He happened to possess this gaseous sedative and its corresponding antidote. After infiltrating Hammer 8's washroom, I consumed the antidote and patiently awaited his arrival. When he entered, I unscrewed the sedative and engaged him in close combat. I restrained him, preventing his escape until the sedative took effect. Baron Brignize pondered for a brief moment, confirming the plausibility of this plan. Satisfied, he nodded and remarked, "The washroom is rather confined, and the gaseous sedative will quickly permeate the space. Moreover, there's no ventilation to speak of. Considering Hammer 8's cautious nature and his guard against our Savoy mob, he wouldn't offer an easy opportunity for infiltration. The gunmen stationed outside wouldn't dare to open fire, lest they accidentally eliminate Hammer 8. They might even struggle to unlock the restroom door." Baron Brignize spoke with such conviction that it seemed he had witnessed the scene firsthand. Louis and the others silently acknowledged the validity of this analysis. Having understood the intricacies, they realized that Seal's ability to dispatch Hammer 8 within such a short span of time wasn't as implausible as they had initially thought. Seal had indeed discovered a path to success and skillfully utilized the resources at his disposal. Under this plan, as long as his combat prowess didn't significantly pale in comparison to Hammer 8's, he had a considerable chance of dealing with the traitor. Naturally, achieving success necessitated strength, a stroke of luck, decisiveness, audacity, and adeptness in gathering intelligence. Seal's terror was undeniable, yet it wasn't as horrifying as they had envisioned. Baron Brignize further commended Lumian's sagacity, albeit slightly displeased that he had transported Hammer 8's lifeless body to Salle de Bal Brise after accomplishing the deed. It had nearly brought calamity upon him. Nevertheless, Baron Brignize harbored no intention of reprimanding him. Upon reflection, he realized that the fault lay primarily with himself. It seems I habitually exude an excessive air of confidence and intellect, as if nothing can perplex me. No wonder he assumes that I can provide ample protection and remain unafraid of Black Scorpion Roger. I even proposed this operation. It's only natural for him to believe that I've already made all necessary preparations. As they conversed, time slipped away. Before long, a guard from the Savoy mob stationed at the entrance on the first floor ascended and approached Baron Brignize, conveying a message. "Baron, Superintendent Everett has arrived. Please bring him up." Baron Brignize stood and made his way toward the staircase. Travis Everett served as the superintendent at the police headquarters of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. He held one of the highest positions when it came to carrying out tasks. Above him stood a few deputy directors with the rank of chief superintendent, and overseeing everything was the police commissioner of the district. Baron Brignize enjoyed conversing with Everett. Emperor Roselle's words described him as the epitome of a Mr. Nice Guy. He preferred not to delve into the truth, simply hoping for harmonious interactions and a lack of trouble. He possessed a remarkable ability to resolve conflicts between the mobs in the market district. 10 seconds later, the officer led his two subordinates into the cafe on the second floor. Travis Everett appeared to be around 30 years old and stood nearly 1.75 meters tall. His black hair was cropped short, and he wore glasses with relatively large black frames that framed his blue eyes. His chin was slightly broad. Dressed in a black police uniform, his epaulettes showcased 5 petaled irises in silver white against the black background. This indicated his rank as a superintendent. If there were 7 petals, he would hold the rank of chief superintendent, and above that, an off-white diamond square. Travis Everett looked at the smiling Baron Brignize and asked with a stern expression, "What just happened? Please don't tell me there was an explosion at the entrance of Salle de Bal-Brise and you have no idea who did it. Monsieur Superintendent, please have a seat." Baron Brignize guided Travis Everett to a wooden table and personally pulled out a chair for him. Lumian, disguising himself as one of the thugs alongside Louis and the others, stood behind Baron Brignize, avoiding direct confrontation with the officers to prevent recognition as a wanted criminal. Baron Brignize picked up his mahogany pipe and gazed at Travis Everett across from him. With a grave expression, he spoke. "Hammer 8 is dead. I was concerned that Black Scorpion Roger would go into a frenzy, so I detonated the explosives and drew everyone's attention. Rest assured, Monsieur Superintendent, I carefully chose the location of the blast. I didn't harm or seriously injure anyone." Travis Everett raised his right hand, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and pointed at Baron Brignize. "Can you all refrain from causing so much trouble? The parliamentary election is taking place next week. Do you want us to embarrass ourselves in front of our future superior? I don't care about your intentions, nor do I wish to know your motives. All I desire is a peaceful market district. If something similar occurs again, I will propose to Monsieur Aymerk that Bureau 8 and the 2 churches form a joint investigative team to handle your Savoy mob." Aymerk served as one of Trier's police commissioners, overseeing Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Travis Everett did not mention the death of Hammer 8 directly, but he employed it as a warning to Baron Brignize. Baron Brignize responded with a smile. "Monsieur Superintendent, fear not. For the next 2 weeks, we shall strictly adhere to the law. I am merely concerned about the Poison Spur mob." Travis Everett nodded and let out a sigh. Emperor Roselle proclaimed that peace brings prosperity. If you do encounter any disputes, you can seek me out for a tribunal. He then turned to the 2 lower-ranking officers beside him and said, "Let us return now and find someone to keep a close watch on the leaders of the Poison Spur mob. We must ensure they behave." The superintendent rose from his seat and extended his arms. "Praise the sun, praise the sun." Baron Brignize also stood up, echoing the sentiment. As Travis Everett and his companions descended the stairs, Lumian muttered quietly to himself, "Do people in positions of power always enjoy quoting Emperor Roselle? We lower-class individuals are different. We curse and use crude language as needed." The sense of a sentence doesn't depend on who utters it. Nearly half an hour later, Baron Brignize turned to Lumian and spoke. "Black Scorpion Roger and the others should be under surveillance. There is no immediate danger. You may return to Auberge du Coq Doré to rest now. Come here at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. I will take you to meet the boss." "All right," Lumian replied with a smile. "Thank you, Baron." He then inquired, "According to the rules, since I was the one who killed Hammer 8, all his belongings belong to me, correct?" "That is correct." Baron Brignize confirmed, displaying a generous nature when it came to such matters. He motioned for Louis to bring over the black revolver, bullet bag, bayonet, and stack of intelligence. "These are yours as well." Lumian fastened the holster under his left armpit and stowed away the other items before entering the room where Hammer 8's lifeless body lay. Ensuring no one was tailing him, he squatted down and unbuttoned the corpse's shirt. There he discovered a golden-red ball resembling the morning clouds and sunset, with a faint flickering light dancing within. This was a pugilist Beyonder characteristic. Lumian happily pocketed it and proceeded to search Hammer 8's pockets. He found 116 Verle d'Or and 17 Coppet notes and coins, along with a pair of boxing gloves made of steel-like material, adorned with several sharp spikes. For Lumian, this bounty far exceeded the satisfaction of hunting Margit. On his way back to Auberge du Coq Doré, only sporadic gas street lamps illuminated the path. Lumian weaved through the intersecting shadows, sensing pairs of eyes fixated on him. Is Black Scorpion Roger commanding the deceased, or using other Beyonder abilities to keep tabs on me? Or am I simply being overly vigilant and imagining things? Lumian muttered, raising his right hand to massage his temples. He activated his spirit vision, but found nothing amiss. The unsettling feeling of being watched gradually faded away. In the three-story building with a garden at 126 Avenue du Marché, the imposing black scorpion Roger, with his piercing deep blue eyes, and the charming Baldy Harmon walked back through the door. The 10 members of the Poison Spur mob, who had been waiting anxiously, felt the air grow tense and their fear heightened. None of them dared to utter a word, as if they were facing an impending storm. After a tense silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds, Baldy. Harmon gritted his teeth and spoke up. That seal doesn't take us seriously. The Savoy mob has been provoking us repeatedly. They must pay the price. Black Scorpion Roger shared Harmon's sentiment, feeling equally provoked by Seal. He spoke in a low, commanding voice. We cannot let this matter go unaddressed. Roger exhaled heavily and motioned for the other members of the Poison Spur mob to leave. Only Harmon remained, and Roger continued. But we are being targeted by the police. It is highly likely that official Beyonders will be involved. We cannot seek revenge for the time being. Brignize is no ordinary opponent. He is cunning and intelligent. When Monsieur Artois is elected to Parliament, Madame Moon will grant us a new boon. At that time, I will extract Brignize's brain and feed it to the stray dogs. However, we cannot remain idle. When the surveillance on us becomes less vigilant, I will seize the opportunity to assassinate Seal. If the Savoy mob can assassinate our men, then we can do the same to theirs. At Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumion had just reached room 207 when he sensed something. He turned his head and directed his gaze towards the nearby balcony. Come out, he said with a resigned sigh. Madam Jenna, Chapter 173, Intelligence on the Boss. With her hair tied up in a simple bun, showy diva emerged from the shadows of the balcony, her eyes adorned with dark shadows and a mole positioned neatly on her nose. Curiosity evident in her voice, she asked, How did you discover me? How did you know it was me? Being an assassin, she had mastered the art of utilizing darkness and shadows to conceal her presence. Until now, no one had ever detected her in her previous encounters, making this the first time she had been discovered. Lumion scoffed in response. Next time you plan on assassinating someone, remember not to wear perfume. After reminding Jenna, he jokingly pointed towards the door of room 207 and said, I thought you would enter the room yourself, but instead you waited so politely on the balcony. It's unlike you. Damn it, I've always been polite, Jenna retorted, feeling a hint of anger at the accusation. After a brief pause, she muttered, You're cold, sinister, cunning, and devious. You might have set a trap in the room, waiting for someone to walk into it. While speaking, Jenna glanced at Lumion and indignantly said, I understand how you guessed that I'm an assassin. First, you connected the dots from the perfect infiltration route I provided. Then, you deliberately probed me. If I had been calmer, you would have said, haha, I'm joking. Madam Jenna, your reflex arc is a little long, Lumion laughed. What madam or miss? You're not one to be polite either. Just call me Jenna. She controlled her urge to curse and curiously asked, What's a reflex arc? She had a feeling it wasn't something favorable, but she couldn't quite grasp its meaning. Miss, did you complete your compulsory education? Lumion criticized. As he opened the door, he casually explained. For instance, you, Franca, Baron Brignize, and Hammer 8 hear me telling a joke simultaneously. Franca and Baron Brignize burst into laughter instantly, but it takes you a whole day to find me and say, haha, how funny. Damn it, you bastard! Jenna finally realized she had been mocked. Following Lumion into room 207, she asked in confusion, What about Hammer 8? Why isn't he laughing? Lumion turned his head and solemnly glanced at her. Dead people don't laugh. Jenna was momentarily taken aback before she burst into laughter, her body swaying slightly. You, haha, you truly have a sense of humor, she intermittently expressed amidst her laughter. Lumion ignited the carbide lamp in the room and settled on the edge of the bed. He inquired, What brings you to Auberge du Coq Doré? I've come to retrieve my gun. Jenna shut the door behind her and dragged over the old, worn armchair. Placing it in front of her, she sat down, resting her elbows on the backrest. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity she couldn't conceal. So, you managed to eliminate Hammer 8. You're even more formidable than I had imagined. But don't tell me how you did it just yet. Let me take a guess. You asked me about the size of the washroom. That means you intended to exploit the environment there. F***CK, I've got it. You have that pervert sedative on hand. It's perfect for a place like the washroom. It's like trapping a pigeon? Damn it. I can imagine Hammer 8's desperate expression as he struggled, realizing his strength was dwindling. The thugs outside couldn't enter, and they didn't dare to shoot randomly. The more Jenna spoke, the more animated she became, as if she were the one who had carried out the assassination of Hammer 8. At least you have some wits about you, Lumion begrudgingly acknowledged. Heh, Jenna waved her hand and peered at Lumion. What I can't figure out is why you weren't affected by the sedative. Did you smell that bottle of shit beforehand? Can its effects last that long? Lumion simply smiled. I recall something you once said. Avoid seeing what I shouldn't, hearing what I shouldn't, and asking questions I shouldn't. Jenna glared at Lumion in frustration and refrained from further probing. Lumion produced her compact revolver and tossed it to her. Jenna caught it deftly and let out a chuckle. You didn't even dare to come up to me and return it in person. She smacked her lips and clicked her tongue. Is there something about me that frightens you? In that moment, she felt as if she had returned to teasing Lumion when they first met. Lumion appraised her. You're quite audacious to enter a male stranger's room dressed like this in the middle of the night. Jenna was dressed as she typically would for her evening performances. Her white blouse revealed a generous amount of her chest, and her off-white fluffy short skirt didn't provide much coverage as her legs spread on either side of the backrest. Jenna deliberately covered her mouth and let out a soft chuckle. I was defenseless down in the underground, yet you didn't make a move, let alone now. Do you still hold onto your virginity? Need some help? A mature and beautiful sister can show you the wonders of the adult world. As she spoke, she intentionally lowered her body, revealing her cleavage to Lumion. Lumion didn't flinch and observed calmly. Who would be frightened by such a thing? Jenna's expectation of a fleeting gaze and a flushed expression from Lumion gradually transformed into discomfort. She sat up straight and muttered, "Lame coward." In the next instant, Lumion stood up abruptly. Jenna's expression underwent a sudden change. What are you planning to do? Lumion's lips curled into a smirk as he turned toward the wooden table. Just pouring some light beer. Fancy a glass. Auberge du Coq Doré didn't offer the option of boiling water. The tenants either drank tap water or resorted to light beer as a substitute. No, thanks. Jenna let out a relieved sigh. Lumion took a few swigs of light beer and redirected the conversation. How can you be so certain that you're older than me? I saw your wanted poster at Franca's. Well, hello there, Lumion. You're not even 18 yet, while I've already reached 21. Jenna's satisfaction started to surface. Is your mental age only 12? Lumion taunted before inquiring. How did you come to know the infiltration route to that room? Franca had long harbored the desire to carry out an assassination against the Poison Spur mob. Jenna pursed her lips and replied. I've been gathering intelligence for nearly a month, awaiting the perfect opportunity to assassinate Margit, but you beat me to it. Margit had previously overseen the Salle de Gristmill. Do you hold a grudge against Margit? Lumion asked. He didn't do anything to me. Jenna lowered her gaze slightly. When I first arrived in the market district, searching for singing opportunities in various dance halls, I encountered another showy diva singer. She was a few years older than me and took me under her wing. She even helped refine my singing and guided me towards a chance to perform. Over a month ago, Margit violated her. F***C King, damn it, did he think all showy divas were open for his taking? Afterwards, she left the market district. I later heard she was committed to an asylum. That was when I pleaded with Franca to obtain Bayunder powers and assist her. Lumion fell silent for a few moments before speaking again. You see, one mustn't hesitate. When I made up my mind to kill Margit that morning, I carried out the deed that very night. Jenna found herself both enraged and entertained. Well, everyone has their own style. Lumion changed the subject. Tomorrow morning, Baron Brignize will take me to meet the boss. Do you have any insights on what kind of person he is? Jenna pondered for a moment before responding. I've never met him personally, but I've heard Franca mention a few things. He resides in Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative. He's a bit of a pervert and has a fondness for women, but he's not twisted. His tastes are quite F***seeking normal, and every one of his partners matches Franca's preferences. He's a merchant by trade. He owns a depot near the steam locomotive station and holds significant shares in the nearby Rist docks. He also runs a freight company and a construction firm, providing employment opportunities for many Savoyards. You might not know this, but when the Poison Spur mob first gained power, they had a major conflict with the Savoy mob. All the laborers from the depot and the dock workers took to the streets. It was like a protest, a considerable number of people. If armed, they could form an army. Lumian motioned for Jenna to continue. Jenna pulled her collar up slightly. Franca mentioned that he's quite amiable, even with common laborers. Don't be deceived by his appearance. His goal is to make others drop their guard around him. He's cunning and highly intelligent. He enjoys playing mind games with others. Don't provoke him, or Franca won't be able to protect you. He wields significant power. It seems he's adept at fire manipulation and possesses some mystical artifact. Adept at fire manipulation. A Sequence 7 pyromaniac of the Hunter pathway. No, Franca mentioned that he's incredibly powerful, and Franca is likely a Sequence 7 witch of the Demoness pathway. If she made such an assessment, it's probable that the boss of the Savoy mob is more than just a Sequence 7. The Poison Spur mob's Black Scorpion Roger is the boss with a boon equivalent to a Sequence 7. A heretic spellmaster might not necessarily defeat a witch. Franca could easily be a mob boss herself, yet she willingly becomes this person's mistress. I wonder if she has ulterior motives or if his strength and background truly surpass Franca's. Lumian's thoughts raced as he analyzed the situation. Jenna stood up. You better dress like a man tomorrow. Don't be like Baron Brignize. The boss prefers aggressive subordinates who resemble wolf dogs. Is that so? Lumian scoffed. I'm afraid I'll appear overly aggressive. Jenna rolled her eyes. That's right. You saved my life, yet there are times when I can't help but want to slap you. Anyway, don't go too far. She reattached her holster to her calf and headed towards the door, yawning openly. I'm heading back now. Sigh, I won't be able to perform at the Salle de Gristmill for the time being. Why do you still live in such a lousy room? Although her own accommodations weren't great either, they were still much better than Auberge du Coq Doré. Lumian smirked once again. This is my turf. Heh! Jenna didn't say anything further. She entered the dimly lit corridor and vanished from sight. Lumian freshened up and settled into bed. Thoughts of meeting the boss of the Savoy mob the next day gradually lulled him into sleep. Chapter 174. Reward. At 10:30 in the morning on the following day, Baron Brignize rendezvoused with Lumian on the second floor of Salle de Bal Brise. Lumian had chosen a simple attire for the day, donning a linen shirt, a black waistcoat, and brown trousers. His cuffs were rolled up to his elbows, and he sported a wide-brimmed brown hat. This ensemble lent him an air of casualness, almost uncouth. Baron Brignize observed it for a few moments, but refrained from commenting. Instead, he merely reminded Lumian, once we meet the boss, it's best to keep your words to a minimum. Understood, Lumian replied, tipping his wide-brimmed hat. Accompanied by Lumian alone, Baron Brignize did not bring Louis and the others. He led Lumian downstairs and directed him towards a four-seater carriage awaiting them at the entrance. Within half an hour, the carriage navigated through Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative and halted on a comparably tranquil street. The terrain in this area stood higher than its surroundings. Detached villas, predominantly white, beige, and grayish-blue, dotted the landscape. Each boasted a front lawn and a rear garden enclosed by barbed iron fences. Lumian's gaze scanned the street signs, revealing the name Rue des Fontaines. Following Baron Brignize, Lumian arrived at 11 Rue des Fontaines and watched as the Baron pulled on the rope hanging beside the gated entrance. Before long, a valet of southern continent origin approached and opened the iron gates. Monsieur Martin awaits you in his study, the dark-skinned valet remarked, his tone laced with arrogance. Without waiting for Baron Brigny's and Lumien's response, the valet turned on his heel and strolled along a cement path flanked by 2 green lawns spacious enough for 3 carriages. After crossing the lawns, Lumien and Baron Brigny's reached the grayish-white 3-story villa. The villa's door swung open, revealing a man in a black suit and a dark bow tie, typical butler attire, standing in the doorway. Baron Brigny's hastened his steps and greeted the man with a smile. "Good morning, Faustino." "Good morning, Brigny's." Faustino, a man in his 50s, replied with a smile. Baron Brigny's introduced him to Lumien, saying, "This is Monsieur Martin's butler, Monsieur Faustino." Lumien greeted Faustino in the usual manner, maintaining proper decorum. Faustino nodded and offered no further words. Leading them through a hallway adorned with a resplendent crystal chandelier, resembling a dance floor, he guided them into a room lined with bookshelves. Along the way, Lumien surveyed his surroundings, noting an array of oil paintings and an assortment of weapons adorning the walls. Single-handed swords, broadswords, hammers, spears, and short bows. The half-tall wooden platform that ought to have showcased vases and sculptures was instead occupied by silver-white suits of armor, stirrups, breastplates, and other items. An enthusiast of cold weapons, Lumien thought, retracting his gaze before entering the study. Behind the desk, positioned beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, stood a man who measured nearly 1.8 meters in height. His hair, typical black as found in Ainz, exhibited a few silver strands near his temples. He appeared to be in his early 40s, possessed strong facial features, and his slightly reddened eyes contrasted with his otherwise brown irises. The man possessed full cheeks that contrasted with his sharply defined features. Wrinkles were conspicuously absent from his countenance, and he exuded a relatively amiable temperament. He resembled a businessman who would effortlessly flash a smile before uttering a single word. In that moment, he wore a white shirt and a formal black suit, devoid of a bow tie or necktie. "Good morning, Monsieur Martin." Baron Brigny's expression turned respectful. After Lumien offered his greetings, Gardener Martin smiled and let out a sigh. "So young, aren't you?" "I'm beginning to understand Emperor Rosel's words. Heroes often exhibit a different demeanor from others when they are young. Should I address you as Lumien or Seal?" "Seal," Lumien replied respectfully. As Gardener Martin strolled away from the floor-to-ceiling windows, he offered warm praise. "In just a week, you've slain 2 Sequence 8 Beyonders and gravely injured a Sequence 9. I couldn't have achieved such feats at your age. What's your sequence?" "Sequence 8, Provoker," Lumien responded candidly. Gardener Martin expressed great satisfaction with Lumien's frankness. He nodded and remarked, "What I said earlier wasn't quite comprehensive. When I was a Sequence 8, I couldn't have accomplished what you did. Very well. Our Savoy mob could use an exceptional lad like you." Without waiting for Lumien's reply, he proceeded to ask, "Did you find anything noteworthy on Hammer 8? This person is aware of the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation. Judging by his demeanor, even if he isn't aware of conservation, he believes that human Beyonders are akin to Beyonder creatures. They manifest Beyonder characteristics upon death, or some residual parts or ingredients that can be employed in potion brewing." Lumien contemplated for a moment and withheld nothing. From his pocket, he produced a fist-sized sphere resembling the morning clouds and the evening sun. "I found this." Gardener Martin regarded it with approval. "Excellent. Sell it to me. It holds no value for you. How about 18,000 Verl d'Or? That's considerably higher than the 15,000 Verl d'Or at Mr. Katek's gathering." Lumien pretended to be unaware of the exact price of the Beyonder characteristics. "Is it truly worth 18,000 Verl d'Or?" Baron Brigny's, standing beside Lumien, couldn't fathom what peculiar object had prompted his boss to offer such a sum. Something from Hammer 8, an ingredient employed for advancement. Or do Beyonders resemble Beyonder creatures? Baron Brigny's entertained numerous speculations in an instant. He suddenly regretted agreeing to surrender all of Hammer 8's possessions to Seal the previous night in order to preserve his dignity. "Ha ha," Gardener Martin boisterously chuckled. It is indeed precious, but I'm offering a premium. Consider it your reward. He then turned to butler Faustino and instructed, "Go and fetch 18,000 in cash. Avoid denominations that are too large." Lumian harbored no objections to selling the pugilist Beyonder characteristic to Martin. He had intended to sell it at Mr. Katakes' gathering. His hope was to amass funds to acquire a mystical item capable of countering adverse effects, compensating for his lack of mysticism means or serving as a disguise. Taking the pugilist Beyonder characteristic from Seal and toying with it for a few seconds, Gardner Martin addressed Baron Brignize. Despite Seal's tender age, he has already rendered significant services to our Savoy mob and possesses remarkable strength. It is time for him to assume more substantial responsibilities. Yes, you are already burdened with the usury business and the other shops on Avenue du Marché. It is no easy task. Get Seal to assist you in managing Salle de Bal Brise. Allocate some personnel to support him so he doesn't have to rely solely on himself. Baron Brignize's facial muscles twitched ever so slightly. He suppressed his discontent and disappointment and replied, "Very well, Monsieur Martin." Salle de Bal Brise was a veritable gold mine, and he was reluctant to let go of it. If not for Monsieur Martin's direct order, he would have chosen to hand over the Avenue du Marché business to Seal and suggested transferring some of the henchmen from Giant Simon and Blood Palm Black. Lumian sensed the strain in his relationship with Baron Brignize. He couldn't deceive him as effortlessly as before. There might even be clashes and conflicts in the future. Gardner Martin turned to Lumian and instructed, "Take good care of Salle de Bal Brise. If you perform well, I will entrust you with more significant ventures." "Thank you, Monsieur Martin," Lumian replied, lowering his head and feigning delight. On the way back to Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, Baron Brignize seemed to regain his composure. He engaged in occasional conversations with Lumian regarding the Savoy mob, displaying politeness, courtesy, and refinement. Lumian was more preoccupied with the small cloth bag brimming with 18,000 Verle d'Or. With that sum, he could acquire a modest apartment in Quartier de l'Observatoire. In the Darige region, it was akin to owning a villa in a decent neighborhood. Upon entering Salle de Bal Brise, Louis and the others approached Lumian. Before they could speak, Baron Brignize drew from his mahogany pipe and announced, "Louis, Sarkota, from this day forth, follow Seal. He is now in charge of Salle de Bal Brise." Louis, whose forehead bruises had mostly faded, and Sarkota, whose brownish-red hair exhibited slight natural curls, revealed expressions of shock and confusion. They were aware that Seal would be rewarded, but they never anticipated him taking over Salle de Bal Brise and themselves being assigned to him. He was now a true leader of the Savoy mob. Ignoring his subordinates' reactions, Baron Brignize smiled at Lumian and stated, "Leave me an office on the second floor. I require it for the usury business." "Very well," Lumian responded without objection. After a brief handover, Baron Brignize led two thugs to address some trouble concerning the usury business. Lumian ascended to the second floor, intending to inquire about Salle de Bal Brise's operations. Louis leaned in, speaking in a hushed tone. "Seal, I mean boss, Red Boots is in your office. I wonder if she's here for you or the Baron. Would you like to meet her? Red Boots, Franca." Lumian nodded subtly. "Where is my office?" Louis hurriedly guided his new boss through the cafe and into the corridor on the second floor, reaching a room at the end. "Right here." He indicated, pointing to the dark red wooden door. Lumian nodded, grasped the handle, and pushed the door open. The first thing that greeted his eyes were a pair of vibrant red boots, elegantly placed on a brown wooden desk. Adorning the boots were a pair of off-white breeches, and higher still, a white blouse for ladies adorned with a multitude of embroidered flowers and vine-like patterns on the cuffs and collar. Over it, she wore a slender black and white checkered vest. Continuing upward, Lumian's gaze fell upon a graceful, smooth neck, followed by lips painted a delicate shade of red. A sharp, refined nose, eyebrows that arched toward the temples, and eyes sparkling with a vibrant, cheerful lake-like hue completed the picture. Her long, flaxen hair was artfully tied up in a high ponytail, seated upon a swivel chair that had once belonged to Baron Brignize. Red boots, Franca nonchalantly rested her feet on the edge of the desk, as if it were her own personal territory. Chapter 175, Hidden Blade. Lumian stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him, the dark red wood closing off the outside world. He turned to Franca and asked, "Are you here to see the Baron or me?" Franca leaned back in the chair, stretching her body. However, the swivel chair tilted slightly, leaving the ground and wobbling uncertainly. "Care to guess why I'm here? For you or him?" Her voice cut through the air, clear and distinct in stark contrast to her elegant appearance and demeanor. "Gardner initially wanted you to be Brignize's deputy, to see if you were capable of handling more than just fighting. I told him then that Brignize hasn't been very obedient lately." Lumian nodded, a sudden realization dawning on him. Auror was right. A comment made in bed could play a significant role. His confusion from earlier, on Rue des Fontaines, began to dissipate. How could the boss be so generous as to take away one of Baron Brignize's most prized property and hand it over to an outsider like him? Salle de Bal Brise was the most popular dance hall in the entire market district. Initially, Lumian had contemplated mocking Franca's masculine sitting posture, but the thought of her true gender made him reconsider. He clicked his tongue and remarked, "So, I should be thanking you." "No need for that. After all, you saved Jenna," Franca replied, smiling as she shook her right foot on her left ankle. "I came here for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to assure you that I understand the distinction between kindness and animosity. I will surely repay kindness. Second, I wanted to warn you not to harbor any intentions toward Jenna." The latter half of her sentence carried a clear warning that she would seek revenge for any offense. Lumian couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you lacking confidence? If you manage to make Jenna infatuated with you, nothing I do will change her feelings." Had Lumian not known about the potential gender transformation through the demoness pathway, he might have taunted Franca, asking if her confidence solely relied on her dick. He might have mocked her insecurity and her need to caution an unrelated individual. What did she think Jenna was? Someone who would easily change her heart? Lumian could almost visualize Jenna treating Franca as a friend rather than a lover. Gradually, Franca's smile faded. She withdrew her feet and rose from her chair. Despite being slightly shorter than Lumian, she stood at an impressive height of almost 1.75 meters, a rarity among Intijan women. Franca circled the desk, drawing closer to Lumian. A smirk formed on her lips as she said, "If you're in need of women, I can introduce you to some of my top dancers. And if they don't catch your fancy, how about me?" As she spoke, she gently hooked her hand around Lumian's chin, lowering it slowly. Lumian's heart remained calm, undisturbed like a still lake. The realization that this woman may have once been a man had extinguished any desire within him. He simply resisted, firmly gripping Franca's right hand and offering a smile. "I'm afraid the boss would have me sleeping with the fishes at the bottom of the Esrenzo River." Changing the topic, Lumian continued, "So you swing both ways, men and women?" Franca withdrew her hand, straightened up, and offered a smile. "I used to fancy girls exclusively, but after giving it a try with a man, I realized it's not half bad. It brings about a different sensation. Life's too short to impose limits upon oneself. Break free from unnecessary restrictions and explore. You'll have more fun and live a truly different life." It seems as if Franca had indeed been a man in the past. Is she now a Sequence 7 witch? And why did her last sentence sound so familiar? In the midst of his pondering, Lumian responded to Franca, "I don't hold any special feelings for Jenna, nor do I intend to. I have far more pressing matters to attend to." "Very well." Franca strode toward the door. Just as her hand reached for the handle, Lumian's memory was suddenly jogged, and he finally recalled the source of Franca's words. It had been mentioned by Auror in his dream. She spoke of a member of the curly-haired baboons research society who had contemplated the idea of becoming an assassin and had consumed the corresponding potion. However, at the witch sequence, he found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to undergo a gender transformation. Another member of the society had advised him, saying, "Life is short, why not give it a try?" It was the very essence of what Franca had condensed into those words. Lumien's heart stirred as he gazed upon Franca's graceful figure. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Life is short, why not give it a try?" Franca's hand froze on the doorknob, and she stood there as if struck by lightning. After a few seconds, she spun around, locking her gaze with Lumien's, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Who are you? What's your code name?" This reaction, it appears my guess was correct. Lumien felt a surge of delight followed by a sinking feeling in his heart. "I'm Muggle's brother." Upon hearing Seal accurately mention the code name of one of the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, Franca breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm not sure if your sister mentioned me, but my code name is Hidden Blade. I belong to the same secret organization as her." "No, she must have mentioned me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be familiar with that phrase. Damn it all, what the hell is happening?" Lumien shut his eyes and spoke with a resolute tone. "She never mentioned your code name or identity because I chose the Hunter pathway. When she reminded me about the neighboring Demoness pathway and its potential for gender transformation, she used your experience as an example." "So, you do know." Franca felt a strong urge to disappear into the depths of the sewers. Despite having adapted to her current form and overcoming her self-imposed limitations, her newfound enjoyment with men was contingent upon her previous gender remaining a secret. The notion that Seal knew about her past as a man and her penchant for intimate relations with men ignited a dangerous thought within her. The dead can keep secrets. The dead will forget. The dead won't mock me. After a few seconds, Franca let out a slow exhale and said, "It would be wise for you to forget this. If you weren't Muggle's brother, I would have ensured your permanent disappearance." At that moment, she projected her true masculine side, casting her gaze toward the future. "Let me enlighten you about the Hunter pathway. It, too, involves a gender change. I paid a steep price to acquire this knowledge. Unlike demonesses, hunters transition from women to men. It likely occurs at sequence 4. When the time comes, I will switch paths, become a hunter, and reclaim my male form." "Is that so? Hunters symbolize males, while demonesses represent females." "No wonder they are neighboring paths." Lumien restrained his emotions and let out a chuckle. "When that time arrives, how will you face the men you were once intimately involved with?" Franca's expression turned smug as she unveiled her well-devised plan. "I will administer them the witch potion. If they are Beyonders unable to transition to the demoness pathway, I will find a way to transform the characteristics of a witch-bounded characteristic into mystical items for them to wear. And then, when the time is ripe, he. "Madam, you're somewhat deranged." Lumien dared not further provoke the Red Boots. This individual seemed capable of anything. As he expected, Franca issued a threat. "I'll emphasize once again, it's in your best interest to forget about this matter and refrain from harboring any intentions toward Jenna. Otherwise, I will apprehend you and force the witch potion down your throat." Though Sequence 7 may not grant the ability to switch pathways, it does make one even more dangerous. It might not result in half-crazed madness or loss of control. Visualizing such a scenario, Lumien hastened to nod and made a solemn pledge. "You are my sister's friend. I will surely keep your secret." Franca relaxed and inquired about Muggle. "Where is Muggle? Is she also in Trier? Is she strikingly beautiful in reality?" Lumien fell into silence. After a few seconds, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "She passed away. You must have seen the wanted posters." "In that calamity, she—" Franca parted her lips, but no words escaped them. She returned to Lumien's side and gently patted his shoulder, offering solace. After a moment, Franca dabbed at the corners of her eyes and spoke. "Ever since I became a woman, it seems my tear ducts have become more active. I can't fathom that Muggle departed from us so suddenly. Whenever we gathered, she exuded gentleness, brilliance, humor, and kindness. Though I've never laid eyes on her true form, I believe she must be incredibly beautiful." With a regained composure, Lumien gazed at Franca and said, "Madam Hidden Blade, I request that you keep this matter under wraps for the time being. Do not divulge it to other members of your organization. It could impact my investigation into the truth behind the catastrophe." In a slightly nasal tone, Franca replied, "No problem." Lumian observed Franca's shimmering eyes resembling tranquil lakes and contemplated before posing his next question. "How many encounters did you have with my sister over the past year?" "Only once." "Why do you ask?" Franca inquired, puzzled. Lumian continued, "Did she exhibit any peculiar behavior or interact with any unusual individuals?" "No," Franca shook her head. "It was a regular gathering where we exchanged knowledge of mysticism and traded items. We belong to different factions. She's part of the Academy, and I am affiliated with the Sanctuary. Our gatherings rarely coincide." Lumian refrained from further inquiries. Seeking to gain something from the situation, he spoke with a mindset of extracting information. "Madam Hidden Blade, I am currently studying the grimoire left behind by my sister, but there are numerous sections that elude my understanding. Might I seek your guidance?" "Certainly." Franca disclosed her address. "I reside in the penthouse at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, room 601. You can find me during Jenna's performances. Every evening, unless I am at Rue des Fontaines or visiting various dance halls, I will be at home. Also, please refrain from using my code name. Just refer to me as Franca." "Why does it feel like we're engaged in a clandestine affair behind Jenna's back?" Lumian criticized inwardly, feeling perplexed. He voiced his puzzlement. "Franca, you possess the backing of that secret organization, and you are not lacking in strength yourself. Why did you join the mob?" Franca grinned and playfully winked her left eye. Secret. Chapter 176, Property. After bidding farewell to Franca, Lumian led Louis and Sarkota back to the café and settled himself into Baron Brignise's usual spot. Already awaiting him was René, the manager of Salle de Bal Brise. In his 40s, René had a gaunt face, leaving one to wonder if he was overworked or simply born that way. His light yellow hairline was receding in a manner similar to the people from Loan. Despite being an executive directly appointed by Gardner Martin, the boss of the Savoy mob, René treated Lumian with utmost respect and wore an ingratiating smile. "Monsieur Seal, would you care to learn more about the dance hall?" "Very well." Lumian reached out to take the stack of reports from René and perused them with unwavering focus. Standing behind him, Louis and Sarkota couldn't help but feel like they hardly knew their leader at all once more. Lumian, a young man hailing from the countryside, possessed an understanding of complex financial statements that was far beyond their comprehension. They would have been left feeling dizzy and yearning for sleep had they been tasked with such a feat. Can this man both fight and possess a cultured mind? Louis diverted his gaze from the reports, which seemed to possess some kind of supernatural effect. René seized the opportunity to acquaint Lumian with the workings of Salle de Bal Brise. "On weekdays, we earn a daily income ranging from 1,200 to 1,800 Vril d'Or. On weekends, that figure can reach as high as 5,000 Vril d'Or. Typically, it hovers around 4,000. Last year, our total income amounted to 645,425 Vril d'Or and 37 Kopit. This year, there has been a slight increase based on current trends, but nothing significant. We require 12 bouncers, 4 bartenders, 6 waiters, 3 chefs, 6 kitchen helpers, 3 handymen, 3 dishwashers, 4 cleaners, 1 waiter supervisor, 3 finance staff, 3 alcohol and food procurers, and a carriage driver. Their average annual salary is 1,000 Vril d'Or. We also provide them with complimentary lunch and dinner, which costs us a total of 53,000 Vril d'Or. As the manager, my annual salary, along with the year-end dividend, amounts to about 7,000 Vril d'Or. As per our agreement with Red Boots, each dancer receives a base salary of 1 Vril d'Or per day. When they strike a deal with a guest, we take 30%. Transactions usually occur in the rooms on the upper 2 floors of the dance hall. If they wish to leave, they must settle the fee with the bouncer or the waiter supervisor at the door in advance. Wine, champagne, beer, brandy, sugar alcohol, absinthe, and various flavors of soda, along with ice and other ingredients, cost us approximately 120,000 Vril d'Or per year. We've already purchased this establishment, so there's no additional rent to be paid. When coupled with expenses for horse care, venue maintenance, gas, tap water, singers, and the band, our annual costs sum up to around 230,000 Vrl d'or. Out of the remaining 310,000 Vrl d'or, the boss will claim 100,000 Vrl d'or. We'll also need 100,000 Vrl d'or to establish a favorable relationship with the officers at the police headquarters. Monsieur Seal, you're left with approximately 110,000 Vrl d'or. This needs to cover your personal expenses, firearm and ammunition supplies, rewards for your subordinates, as well as compensation for the victims and the injured. Sadly, the income of the people in the market district isn't particularly high. Otherwise, we could generate more revenue from alcohol and beverages. As Lumian absorbed the details from the report and listened attentively to René's explanations, a clearer picture of Salle de Bal-Brise's situation formed in his mind. Inwardly, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. A mob leader with a profitable enterprise certainly rakes in substantial wealth. According to newspapers, magazines, and the information collected by his sister Aurore, the annual salary of a minister in Ainz amounted to a mere 100,000 Vrl d'or. Although the government provided free housing, basic household items, silverware, and 2 private carriages, expenses for personal servants and banquets fell on their own pockets. Of course, Lumian had to reward his subordinates on occasion and allocate funds for compensations and ammunition in case of conflicts. However, there was no need for extravagant living, hiring servants, or hosting lavish banquets. All in all, he earned a sum similar to that of a minister. The only difference was that ministers didn't rely solely on their public salaries for income. On the other hand, laborers received an annual salary of around 700 Vrl d'or, while maids earned approximately 480 Vrl d'or. Construction workers fared only slightly better, with an annual salary of 1,000 Vrl d'or. Skilled workers brought in a meager 2,500 Vrl d'or per year, while senior engineers ranged between 10,000 and 20,000 Vrl d'or annually. Indeed, the shortcut to wealth is written within the laws themselves. No wonder Brignies couldn't bear to let go of this dance hall. Lumian recollected a comment his sister had made. By saving money and taking care of his subordinates, preventing them from recklessly rushing into battles, he had enough left over each year to purchase a Sequence 6 potion formula and even the corresponding primary ingredients. Once René finished speaking, Lumian nodded and posed a question. Why provide the dancers with a base salary? It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the funds, but rather out of curiosity. The dancers under our Savoy mob are under the control of Red Boots. She insists on a base salary, allowing the dancers to opt out of additional jobs. If they wish to earn less, they earn less. If they choose to starve, they starve, René explained. Apart from Red Boots' dancers, there are also women who are controlled by figures from the usury business. In the past, Baron Brignies had authority over them all, so there wasn't any conflict. How should we coordinate matters now? Thoughts raced through Lumian's mind, leading him to notice the resemblances between Franca and his sister Aurore. Could it be because they are part of the same secret organization? However, if it were Aurore, she would have approached it differently. She would have organized protests among the dancers, established an underground school to educate them, and sought alternative paths. If it were me, what would I do? After pondering for a moment, Lumian raised his gaze and addressed René, Louis, and the others. For now, let us maintain the current state of affairs. René, assist me in dealing with the police officers during this period. Once I acquaint myself better with our surroundings, I shall engage in fruitful discussions with them. After altering the passwords of the 2 mechanical safes and informing manager René of one, as per the established protocol, Lumian made his way back to Auberge du Coq Doré before lunchtime. He proceeded directly to the 5th floor and rapped on Charlie's door. Charlie, who was enjoying a light beer with a nibble of baguette, caught sight of Seal as soon as he opened the door. He exclaimed happily, "Where have you been these past couple of days? You didn't even show up at the bar for a drink." Lumian inquired, "There's a job opportunity. Would you be interested?" "What kind of job?" Charlie worriedly contemplated his diminishing savings and the bleak prospects of finding new employment. With a smile, Lumian responded, "How about working as a waiter at Salle de Bal Brise? You don't have to join the Savoy mob. You'll earn 70 Vril d'Or per month. You can keep the tips, but be aware that folks in the market district aren't inclined to tip unless you become a woman and are willing to engage with them intimately. Yes, there are also female patrons who seek out waiters for such purposes. You're experienced in that domain, so there's no need for further elaboration." Salle de Bal Brise. Charlie's eyes widened. "Have you already gained Baron Brignise's trust to be able to arrange for someone to work as a waiter at Salle de Bal Brise without joining the Savoy mob?" Lumian simply maintained his smile. "I don't need Baron Brignise's approval. Salle de Bal Brise is now under me." "Huh?" Charlie questioned his own hearing. Lumian clarified, still smiling. "After I eliminated Hammer 8, the Savoy mob's leader handed over Salle de Bal Brise to me." "Is that so?" Charlie had an epiphany before blurting out in astonishment. "You took down Hammer 8 as well?" Lumian nodded. "Don't disclose this to anyone. I fear the police might come knocking." Charlie was at a loss for words. After a few seconds, he mumbled, "Perhaps those Poison Spur mob fellows should pay a visit to the nearby cathedral and pray, see if their luck can change. Ever since you arrived in the market district, their leaders have been dropping like flies. I can't fathom how they must be feeling now." "Great idea," Lumian commended. "If the leaders of the Poison Spur mob had the audacity to pray in the eternal blazing sun or the cathedral of the god of steam and machinery, the mob would cease to exist. Of course, Lumian didn't want them to act so foolishly before Louis Lund visited again." Charlie pondered for a moment and responded, "All right, I'll head over to Salle de Bal Brise in the afternoon. Who should I ask for? Haha, I rarely get to visit the dance hall because I'm always short on cash. Now I can go there every day." "Just find manager René and let him know you're a tenant at Auberge du Coq Doré," Lumian replied simply, his gaze shifting to the side. There were two cleaning ladies nearby. One of them appeared to be in her early 50s, but upon closer inspection, one would think she was only in her 40s. She had originally possessed flaxen-colored hair, but she now wore a vibrant blonde wig and had applied eye-shadow and makeup. This concealed her fine wrinkles to some extent, but couldn't entirely hide her weariness. "Who are they?" Lumian inquired of Charlie. Charlie clicked his tongue and explained, "Don't you know? Our penny-pinching landlord has changed his ways. He no longer hires someone to clean just once a week. Now he's opted to have two cleaning ladies work every morning. Tell me, isn't this a miraculous turn of events? It's only slightly less fortunate than my own stroke of luck back then." Lumian, having just finished perusing Salle de Bal Brise's financial statements, immediately considered the salary of a cleaning lady, around 70 to 80 Vril d'Or per month. However, that was for full-time work. This kind of half-day job would cost at most 45 Vril d'Or. Two cleaning ladies working half a day wouldn't exceed 100 Vril d'Or per month. Hiring someone for regular cleaning once a week costs 18 Vril d'Or each time, and Monsieur Ive promised to increase it to twice a week. In other words, it'll cost 150 Vril d'Or per month. How is this generous? It's simply meticulous budgeting, Lumian scoffed. He suspected that if it weren't for the fact that a cleaning lady couldn't finish the entire motel in half a day, no one would take on such a job. Monsieur Ive definitely wouldn't hire two. Is that so? Charlie scratched his head. His computational abilities couldn't keep up with Lumian's rapid deductions. As the two cleaning ladies entered a vacant room to rid it of bedbugs, Lumian subtly gestured in their direction with his chin. Why is one of them wearing a wig and eyeshadow? What kind of cleaning lady does that? Charlie lowered his voice and said, I asked about that. Her name is Elodie. She claims to have been a theater actress and says she's used to dollying herself up like that, and she continues to do so to this day. No one knows if she's telling the truth. When I worked as an attendant at Hotel du Cygne Blanc, I heard from the kitchen staff that when aging prostitutes are scorned, their only option is to take on tasks like dishwashing and cleaning. Lumian recollected Elodie's appearance. and surmised that she must have been quite a beauty in her youth. Whether she had been a theater actress or a woman of the streets had no bearing on her current role as a cleaning lady. After bidding farewell to Charlie, Lumian made his way to the restaurant on the first floor for a quick meal before taking a public carriage to Avenue du Boulevard. He intended to inform Mr. K that the mission had been successfully accomplished. Chapter 177, Proselytizing. Before stepping onto the public carriage, Lumian made a special effort to spend 6 licks on purchasing a copy of the Psychic magazine, disguising himself as someone attending a gathering of mysticism enthusiasts at 19 Rue Scheer. He worried that Gardner Martin, the boss of the Savoy mob, might secretly tail him to ascertain if something was amiss. While he could employ some anti-tracking methods to try and shake off potential pursuers, wouldn't that raise more suspicion? In comparison, it would be more convincing to pose as a naive country bumpkin who had recently arrived in Trier and stumbled upon the Beyonder path. Such an individual would naturally crave knowledge about mysticism, leading to the purchase of Psychic and other magazines. Occasionally attending various gatherings of mysticism enthusiasts would solidify the facade. In truth, this tale held some merit. The only hitch was that Mr. K, the organizer of the mysticism enthusiast gathering, had a secret organization backing him. If Gardner Martin's men had indeed delved into their investigation, Lumian would let them confront Mr. K and witness the clash of strengths. As the prankster king of Cordu, Lumian always relished witnessing a spectacle unfold. When the time arrived, he would adjust his choices based on the outcome of the battle. In any case, his overall direction would remain unchanged. He would follow the instructions of Madame Magician and infiltrate the secret organization behind Mr. K. Inside the carriage, Lumian flipped through Psychic. The current issue focused on the theme of secret deeds. Contrary to Lumian's initial instinctive interpretation, the term deed in the context of secret deeds did not refer to an actual deed, but rather denoted compatibility. It represented a method of merging one's mind with a specific hidden entity, enabling the acquisition of corresponding mental experiences and a certain amount of mystical knowledge. Psychic's editorials stressed that this act was exceedingly perilous. Unless one could verify the trustworthiness and absence of malice in the subject of the secret deed, attempting it was strongly discouraged. It would lead to dire and severe consequences, including but not limited to mental illness, possession by evil spirits, loss of rationality, sudden death, and alterations in personality. Ah, now it makes sense. Lumian immediately grasped some of the contents of Auror's grimoire. Initially, he had struggled to comprehend those passages, viewing them through the lens of a contract. However, with a change in perspective, he now roughly understood their meaning. Lumian lowered his gaze to the Psychic magazine in his hand and silently commended it, saying, "It's more useful than I anticipated. I had thought it was all concocted to deceive enthusiasts of mysticism." Yes, although there are numerous errors in common sense that suggest it wasn't written by someone who truly ventured into the Beyonder world and conducted extensive research, their explanations of certain concepts are rather advanced. They come close to the correct answer, and some even enlighten me. Amidst his praise, he muttered, "Considering that Mr. K resides beneath the headquarters of Psychic, could there truly be Beyonders among the editorial staff and contributing authors of these mysticism magazines? Did they intentionally write an accurate article first, and then deliberately alter many concepts and common knowledge to something incorrect?" As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian inwardly hissed. From this vantage point, the editors of this issue aren't instructing the correct secret deed ritual. Instead, they are cautioning those who attempt secret deeds without discretion. No, it's not merely without discretion. It's more plausible that it was purposefully guided by someone with malicious intentions. How many incidents involving secret deeds have occurred? At that moment, Lumian revisited Psychic, no longer focusing on the specific words. He even sensed that it was brimming with warnings written in blood-red ink. "Cease. Refrain from engaging in any further secret deed rituals." The mysterious world is truly fraught with peril. Lumion closed his eyes and sighed deeply, touched by emotions. The longer he immersed himself in the field of mysticism, the more he comprehended his sister's helplessness and struggle. He closed Psychic, a magazine 2 licks cheaper than the average, and directed his gaze out of the carriage window. Upon reaching Rue Scheer and Avenue du Boulevard, Lumion executed his customary anti-tracking measures, showcasing his hunter instincts. He then entered Psychic's headquarters and knocked on the door of room 103 using the distinctive pattern of 3 long, 2 short, and 1 long knock. As before, he was led to the basement and encountered Mr. K. Mr. K still wore a voluminous black robe with an oversized hood, rendering his face concealed within shadows. Seated in the crimson-backed chair, he gazed at Lumion for a few seconds before speaking in a low, raspy voice. "What brings you here this time? Mr. K, I have fulfilled the mission you assigned me and have become a leader in the Savoy mob of the Market District. I now oversee Salle de Bal Brise and Auberge du Coq Doré," Lumion said with a smile. Mr. K offered a slight nod. "Excellent. I like your way of doing things. What you must do next is earn Gardner Martin's trust and secure his genuine recognition." This time, Mr. K omitted the words reward or mission. Instead, he issued a direct command, treating Lumion as if he were already his subordinate, earning the boss's trust. Lumion was momentarily taken aback, followed by intense bewilderment and unease. He recalled vividly that when Mr. K assigned the mission, he hadn't specified joining the Savoy mob. He had used the word any. Yet now, the subsequent task was to be truly acknowledged by the boss of the Savoy mob. If I hadn't chosen Baron Brignize and chose another mob, what kind of mission would Mr. K have assigned me today? Or was he utterly convinced that I would join the Savoy mob? What makes him so certain? Thoughts swirled in Lumion's mind, reminding him of recent events. Baron Brignize dispatched me to handle a leader from the Poison Spur mob after I eliminated the pervert and obtained the canister of sedatives, putting it to good use. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? There are other similar occurrences. Every so often, I sense someone's gaze upon me from the shadows nearby, yet I perceive nothing. Could all of this have been orchestrated by Mr. K? If I had not chosen the Savoy mob, would I have been arranged to join the Savoy mob following a series of incidents? The more Lumion pondered, the more a sense of dread overcame him. When Lumion looked at Mr. K again, the notion of treating him as a cash cow vanished from his mind. Perhaps, apart from Madame Magician and a few others, this might be the most powerful Beyonder he had ever encountered. Unknowingly, it compelled him to comply with the other party's desires. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion lowered his head and said, "Yes, Mr. K." He assumed the demeanor of a subordinate. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but think of Red Boots Franca. This member of the secret organization, the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, possessed both a background and strength, yet she aspired to become the mistress of a mob boss. Clearly, she harbored ulterior motives. Is her objective also to get close to Gardner Martin? Is she involved in something significant or a crucial secret? Lumion attempted to make an educated guess. Mr. K nodded in satisfaction. "I'm pleased to see you know your place. Don't worry, I won't be stingy with the rewards. Have you not prayed in any cathedral recently?" He changed the subject. "I'm a wanted criminal." Lumion recalled Madame Magician's warning and retorted angrily, "Besides, those deities won't save us at all." Mr. K chuckled. "It's not that they won't, but they can't. Their power cannot envelop all believers and assist everyone during times of calamity. There are numerous reasons, but to put it succinctly, there is only one. Weakness is an inherent sin. Are you curious about the Lord I believe in? He embodies the truth of this world. He is supreme. His divine grace flows abundantly like the sea. He created everything and shall annihilate everything. He is power incarnate, as are we." Observing Lumion's silence, Mr. K didn't press further. "You need not answer me now. Ponder carefully during this period. Reflect on who can save us and offer protection in this increasingly perilous and deranged world. Once you have affirmed your faith in him, you will genuinely become one of us. It won't be long before your strength significantly improves. I shall consider it deeply, Lumion replied in a hushed tone. Mr. K then inquired, "Is there anything else?" Having adjusted his mindset, Lumion asked, with the intention of not missing out on anything by asking, "In the course of fulfilling the mission, if I encounter danger, may I employ your finger? How should I utilize it?" Mr. K nodded and responded, "Just take it out." In other words, it could be employed. "If I use it, how should I deal with the threat from Susanna Matt-Eyes in the future?" Lumion probed further. Mr. K fell silent for a few seconds. "After you employ that finger, return to me here. I shall provide you with another one." "Indeed, your fingers are consumables." Lumion pondered for a moment and said, "I sold Hammer 8's Beyonder characteristic to Gardner Martin for 18,000 Verl d'Or. I wish to purchase a sealed artifact that can enhance my mystical abilities or aid me in better disguising myself. Do you have any such items here, Mr. K?" Mr. K didn't offer an immediate response, as if he were contemplating a suitable candidate. After a while, he said to Lumion, "Come here and make your selection on Saturday night." Lumion beamed. "Thank you, Mr. K." It felt reassuring to have the support of an organization, even if he was only an unofficial member. After arriving at Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, Lumion carefully stowed Mr. K-Tekes' finger in room 207 of Auberge du Coq Doré. His next destination was Salle de Bal Brise, where he intended to locate an unoccupied room. There, he would summon the messenger of Madame Magician to relay the progress of his mission. Lumion hoped to receive valuable feedback from her, particularly regarding how Mr. K had permitted these events to unfold with an uncanny degree of coincidence. Chapter 178, The Messenger's Response. Evening, Avenue du Marché, Salle de Bal Brise. Lumion made his way to the entrance. Just as he reached the door, he was greeted by two mobsters standing guard. "Good evening, boss." Lumion, still donned in a crisp white shirt, a black vest and rolled-up cuffs, acknowledged them with a smile and a nod. Louis and Sarkota had been eagerly awaiting the return of their new leader. Spotting Lumion entering the dance hall, they swiftly abandoned their positions at the bar counter and forced smiles on their faces. "Boss, why don't you let us accompany you? It's not safe to be unprotected like this." Louis expressed his loyalty with concern. Lumion chuckled in amusement and replied, "You too, protecting me? I worry that if anything were to happen, you both would end up beaten to a pulp. I'd have to compensate your loved ones." Louis smiled sheepishly. "I know you're formidable, boss, and you can handle Hammer 8 and Wolf Margot on your own. But isn't there a saying that goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands? Besides, we all carry guns, and our aim isn't too shabby." 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, Lumion thought to himself. Wasn't that something Emperor Roselle once said? When did it become a saying? Auror had always suspected that many vulgarities originated from Emperor Roselle, but nobody had ever confirmed it. Lumion glanced at Louis, who appeared tough but had a submissive demeanor, and Sarkota, with his curly brown hair and full lips. He nodded slightly and responded, "When I instruct you to follow, you may do so. When I don't, keep an eye on the dance hall. If anyone dares to cause trouble, shoot them." "Right, where can I find a shooting range?" "There's one in the basement of the dance hall," Louis pointed downwards, indicating his feet. "The other leaders also come there to practice their shooting skills, but they have to bring their own ammunition." "Excellent." Lumion nodded in satisfaction. He urgently needed to improve his marksmanship, as he lacked effective long-range attacks. Louis asked again, "Boss, the environment at Auberge du Coq Doré is dreadful. Are you planning to relocate to the dance hall? There are several rooms on the 2nd floor for you to choose from. Or do you intend to stay in the temporary rest area previously used by Baron Brignies?" Louis displayed his willingness, recognizing that both he and Sarkota had once been trusted aides of Baron Brignies. If they failed to earn the trust of the new leader, they might be relegated to mere bouncers at the entrance. Their status would plummet, and they would be at the mercy of the members of the Savoy mob with whom they had never gotten along. Not only would their income suffer, but they would also face significant bullying. Lumion pondered for a moment before responding, "Show me the rooms." This location was ideal for the ritual to summon Madame Magician's messenger. Lumion had no plans to check out of Auberge du Coq Doré anytime soon. His strategy involved selecting a room on the second floor of Salle de Bal Brise and room 207 of Auberge du Coq Doré as his nightly resting places after dismissing Louis and Sarkota. This increased his chances of being attacked under the cover of darkness. Occasionally, he would also consider his rented safe house on Rue des Blouses Blanches. Lumion sensed that the poison spur mob wouldn't let him off easily. He had eliminated 3 leaders consecutively and had deliberately provoked them. Once the authorities let their guard down a little, the likelihood of retaliation would be high. Lumion was confident that the other side had been provoked, as his potion had been further digested. In another month or 2, he might even consider advancing to pyromaniac. Lumion didn't worry too much about being secretly attacked by Black Scorpion Roger and the other leaders of the poison spur mob. With Mr. Katique's finger, he stood a good chance of defending himself, even against Susanna Mateyes, who was equivalent to a Sequence 5 Beyonder, let alone Black Scorpion. Roger and the others who had not yet become sowers. His concern lay in the possibility that if a fight were to break out, Mr. K might lose control and end up killing Black Scorpion Roger. If that happened, Louis Lund would disappear and the trail of clues would come to an abrupt end. Upon reaching the second floor, Lumion made his way through the café and entered the corridor. After scanning the area, he pointed to a room closer to his office and declared, "I'll take this one." The room boasted classical furniture, a 4-piece set of dark red velvet, and a cushioned recliner. "Boss, should we replace these fabric items with new ones?" Louis ingratiatingly inquired. Sarkota, ever quiet in comparison, stood by his side. "No need," Lumion replied, finding an excuse. He then assigned his 2 bodyguards to watch over the door leading from the café to the second-floor corridor. Locking the door, he settled himself at a wide wooden table near the window to write a letter to Madame Magician. In the letter, he emphasized that he had completed Mr. Katique's mission and earned his trust, even undergoing proselytization. He mentioned the opportunity to join the secret organization supporting Mr. K, and inquired about the necessity of praying to Mr. Katique's Lord, as well as the potential consequences of being monitored by that entity. Finally, he highlighted his recent actions and expressed his unease over certain coincidences. Once he neatly folded the letter, Lumion arranged the altar and conjured a wall of spirituality. With the summoning ritual completed, he fixed his gaze upon the blue flame of the candle and waited in the chilling and eerie environment. Before long, a doll-like figure, the size of an arm, materialized above the fire. Clad in a delicate golden dress, the figure surveyed the area with unfocused light blue eyes. Raising its right hand, it delicately pinched its petite, pale white nose. "It stinks. It stinks. This place isn't as clean as the last one. Isn't this place supposed to be clean?" Lumion exclaimed, scanning his surroundings in surprise. "There are no bedbugs, and it's just been cleaned." The messenger continued to wrinkle its nose, its voice ethereal and illusory as it spoke. "There are old bones buried beneath the ground. They're foul, putrid, and repulsive." With those words, the blonde doll snatched the letter and vanished instantly. Clearly, it had no intention of staying a moment longer. "Old bones underground." Lumion repeated the messenger's words, perplexed. He remembered that Salle de Bal Brise had been erected upon a cemetery belonging to a cathedral, and the bodies and ashes had been relocated to the catacombs. Even after the Savoy mob had acquired the building, there remained an eerie atmosphere. Concerned that some bones might have been left behind deep beneath the ground, they had commissioned a spherical statue crafted from white skulls and placed it at the entrance, accompanied by an engraved inscription. The messenger's reaction hinted that there truly were ancient remains interred underground. When the cathedral had moved the remains and ashes from the original cemetery to the catacombs, they likely hadn't intentionally left anything behind, unless they had failed to discover it or were unaware. Could it be that there is a hidden tomb beneath the original cemetery? Dating back to the 4th epoch, Is that why the messenger reacted so strongly? Well, for now, let's set aside the matter of the old bones underground. After all, nothing untoward has occurred at Salle de Bal Brise throughout these years. It's highly unlikely that anything would go awry the moment I set foot here, right? Lumion mused, concluding the ritual and tidying up the altar. He settled into the cushioned recliner, gently rocking back and forth, awaiting Madame Magician's response. Time passed, and the sky darkened completely. Lumion contemplated whether he should have Louis and the others bring dinner to his room or indulge in it at the café or the bar counter. Suddenly, a stack of papers fell from above, landing on his lap. This time the doll. Messenger didn't even reveal itself, clearly displaying its profound aversion to the overall environment of Salle de Bal Brise. In the future, I'll summon it at Auberge du Coq Doré or that safe house. Lumion unfolded the letter and read it attentively. Excellent job. It seems you have gained Mr. K's admiration and initial approval. From now on, simply follow his instructions. When the need arises, I will inform you of the true objective in advance. You can pretend to believe in the entity mentioned by Mr. K. After all, you already bear traces of 2 entities. Adding another one won't be an issue. I'm just concerned it might get a bit crowded. Haha, the previous statement was a jest. The real solution is as follows. You can feign belief, but whenever you meet Mr. K and engage in prayer, beseech my lord for the protection of an angel. You should have learned the corresponding ritualistic magic, correct? If not, consult your sister's grimoires. Usually, refrain from invoking the honorific name of that individual, even if the order has been disrupted, unless you are certain you have received the angel's protection. I understand that the more one tries to suppress certain memories, the more they tend to resurface. During your next therapy session, you can attempt seeking assistance from your psychiatrist. In other words, you must postpone the matter of becoming a false believer until after the upcoming treatment. As for coincidences, they often have multiple factors intertwined in various things. Firstly, the corruption sealed within your body stems from an entity known as Inevitability. Clearly, Inevitability is linked to fate. It will subtly disrupt your destiny, leading you to encounter specific individuals and events that you are destined to come across. Secondly, it is highly likely that Mr. K has made arrangements to station someone in the shadows, observing you and providing the mob leaders with subtle psychological cues. This leads me to suspect that he is either a Sequence 6 hypnotist or a Sequence 5 dreamwalker from the spectator path. However, based on your earlier description, he also possesses the powers of a notary. Therefore, there is a strong possibility that he is a shepherd. Shepherds are Sequence 5 beyonders from the secret's suppliant path, and they serve the entity in whom Mr. K believes. Shepherds can graze upon the souls and characteristics of other beyonders, enabling them to wield their abilities. This renders every shepherd incredibly formidable, standing at the pinnacle of mid-sequence beyonders. Thirdly, this stems from the law of convergence and my previous hypothesis of repulsion. Trust me, I won't be surprised that you will encounter more believers of evil gods, hunters, and demonesses in a short span of time. Stay diligent, 7 of Wands. Shepherd. That sounds incredibly powerful. I have already encountered another hunter and 2 demonesses. Lumion ignited Madame Magician's response by channeling his spirituality. Chapter 179. Feast. As Lumion gazed at the smoldering remnants of the paper, memories of Mr. K's relentless pressure flooded his mind, so a shepherd's essence lies in grazing. They graze upon the souls and characteristics of other beyonders or beyonder creatures to harness their abilities. Thus, a seasoned shepherd is truly unparalleled. They excel in close combat, long-range attacks, and a multitude of mystical techniques. In fact, a contractee is somewhat like a simplified version of a shepherd. Each contract is limited to a single ability. When one sequence is low, the number of contracts is severely restricted. At most, it might reach 5, but often it doesn't exceed 3. If one fails to choose their abilities wisely, they may struggle to defeat an ordinary person armed with a gun. It's not comparable to a shepherd's power, where grazing bestows all abilities, undiminished. Of course, at the level of the Padre, signing 10 or 20 contracts becomes a different experience. Furthermore, contracts often target beings from the spirit world with a wide array of peculiar abilities. Beyonders encountering them for the first time will find it challenging to adapt. The more Lumion pondered, the more dread Mr. K instilled in him. Suppressing his thoughts, Lumion stood up and let out an inward sigh. No wonder Madam Magician believes Mr. K can withstand Susanna Matt-Eyes, an evil spirit. Leaving the room, Lumion approached Louis and Sarkota with composure and uttered, "Have the kitchen prepare dinner." "Boss, what would you like to eat?" Louis inquired before Sarkota could speak. Lumion couldn't recall the menu at Salle de Bal Brise's attached café. He pondered for a moment and replied, "Bring me a set meal, join me." "All right." Louis signaled Sarkota to inform the café attendant. Lumion settled at Baron Brignise's favored table and picked up the day's newspaper. The Trier Gazette adorned the top, followed by the Reformer Daily, People's Voice, Action News, Intis Daily, Friends of the People, and other prominent newspapers. Lumion couldn't resist turning his head, a hint of amusement in his voice as he asked Louis, "Is that what Brignise typically reads?" A mobster concerned about national affairs, Louis glanced at Sarkota on the other side and replied with a smile, "He doesn't read such things. He only insists that we avoid offending reporters and newspapers. If possible, we should subscribe to influential newspapers. Occasionally, he'll spend money to place us for Salle de Bal Brise, boasting of the presence of captivating dancers here. He usually reads the 3 newspapers and magazines at the bottom. Avoiding conflicts with newspapers and reporters. That makes sense. If the Trier Gazette publishes news of a significant mob presence in the market district, the Savoy mob would be doomed the next day. Those old men still value their reputation." Lumion gained a bit more understanding. He then retrieved the newspapers and magazines from the bottom. There was Novel Weekly, Men's Aesthetics, and Ghost Face, a magazine filled with Trier gossip and contemporary jokes. Isn't this more interesting than the Reformer Daily and Action News? Lumion picked up Novel Weekly and delved into the latest serialized story. Casually, he inquired, "Where do the funds and advertising fees for these newspapers come from?" Louis pondered for a moment, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, but he couldn't provide an answer. Just then, Sarkota chimed in, "It's deducted from the 100,000 Verldor we set aside for cultivating ties with the police." Lumion nodded approvingly, satisfied that it wouldn't hinder his gains as the new leader of the Savoy mob. Before long, the café attendant arrived with their food. Onion minced pigeon, smoked rock crab, hot bamboo chicken pie, stewed mutton brain, stewed veal slices, grilled oysters with vanilla, 2 salads, scarlet cheese, grilled almond sauce, a glass of red, white, and blue liqueur, and a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon. The fragrant aromas mingled together, wafting into Lumion's nostrils and causing his mouth to water even more, just as expected from Trier. Even an ordinary café's set meal offers such a variety of dishes. If this were Lone, I'd be limited to choosing between pan-fried steak or stewed peas with tender mutton. Lumion, being a pure Intijan, mockingly compared Lone's cuisine based on his impressions from various newspapers, magazines, and folk jokes. He lifted the glass of tricolor liqueur and took a sip, then pointed to the armchairs on either side of the table, saying, "Let's eat together." Louis bowed slightly and replied with a smile, "Boss, we'll take turns eating after you finish." Lumion didn't insist and savored his first feast since arriving in Trier, and it was on the house. It had to be said that the chefs at Salle de Bal Brise were truly skilled. Lumion nodded repeatedly as he enjoyed his meal. Among the dishes, he found the mutton brain most delightful. Skillfully infused with several spices, the fishy and gamey flavors of the brain were cleverly balanced, leaving behind a delicate texture akin to roselle tofu, accompanied by a rich and enticing fragrance. He finished the glass of red, white, and blue liqueur and 1/3 of the bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon. Then, he gestured for Louis and Sarkota to take their turns. Lumion picked up Novel Weekly and Ghost Face magazines, ready to delve into their contents. In the pages of Ghost Face, Lumion's eyes fell upon a familiar name. Duvar. The proprietor of the restaurant renowned for inventing Duvar's broth had amassed a fortune and relocated to Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra. An intriguing anecdote caught Lumion's attention within the Ghost Face pages. Duvar's infatuation with Pearl, a stage actress from Lone and a Trier courtesan, had cost him a fortune. The tale recounted a banquet held at Pearl's private residence, where she lay naked on an enormous silver platter, served by attendants in the presence of over a dozen guests. This shattered Duvar's heart. He had even attempted suicide to no avail. Lumion couldn't decide whether to sigh at the Trierians' tendency to exaggerate or to jest at the Lonese for not being as conservative as they seemed. It appeared that the latter adapted swiftly and in tis, or perhaps he should mock Duvar for his unblemished innocence, despite being a Trierian in his 40s. At times, Lumion couldn't help but wonder if these behaviors stemmed from the influence of a Beyonder's nature, or if the followers of the malevolent god couldn't rein in their impulses. Naturally, had it not been for the shared inclinations among the Trierians, and the fact that many things posed no issues, these individuals would have been exposed long ago. After Louis and Sarkota had finished their meal, Lumion led them down to the first floor. The dance hall buzzed with activity in the evening. Jenna stood upon the wooden stage, her voice carrying a melodious tune accompanied by the band. Couples below embraced one another, twirling around the floor. Lumion cast a fleeting glance at the scene before redirecting his gaze and striding toward the exit. "Boss, where are we headed?" Louis inquired. Lumion chuckled. "Am I the boss or are you? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" Louis's expression froze. He glanced at the silent Sarkota and suddenly felt that emulating his composure wasn't a bad idea. "I'm merely concerned about our next course of action," he asserted. As Lumion made his way out of the dance hall amidst greetings from the bouncers, he smiled and replied, "I will inform you when there is a need for you to know." He returned to Auberge du Coq Doré, but veered away from room 207, where he had intended to retrieve Mr. Catequet's finger and his revolver. Instead, he ventured into the underground bar. Before Lumion could assess the situation, Charlie's voice reached his ears, brimming with enthusiasm. "Have you heard the news? Seal now goes by the nickname Lion Seal. Little minx Jenna came up with it. Have you laid eyes on her? I doubt you've ever seen a woman as stunning as her. She possesses an alluring figure and a face that could bewitch anyone. When she sings, everyone yearns to abandon their faith for her, and she took a liking to Seal and invited him to dance. They were inseparable, grinding each other. Oh, the dance hall was dimly lit. You can well imagine what transpired." Lumion suddenly felt like he had become the protagonist of a news story in Ghost Face. Louis and Sarkota, standing behind him, felt both embarrassed and concerned for their boss. They were embarrassed that the person at the small round table might be boasting on their boss's behalf. They were worried that if it were true, their boss would be making red boots Franca a cuckold. In that case, they would be in serious trouble. Franca not only held considerable power, but was also the mistress of their big boss, Charlie, holding a beer, caught sight of Lumion, and his smile froze. He hopped off the small round table and approached Lumion, coughing before speaking. "Hey, Seal, would you mind if I shared some details about your romantic entanglement?" Instead of answering, Lumion asked, "How did you find out?" Charlie grinned. "Many people know it spread from the Salle de Gristmill. In other words, the Poison Spur mob is aware that I danced with Jenna twice before assassinating Hammer 8. That's true. I only disguised myself back then without even changing my hair color. I even provoked those around me, in hindsight coupled with Hammer 8's demise. They will surely recognize me as Red Boot's mistress. Jenna may also become a target for their vengeance. There's no need to be overly concerned, though. She is protected by Red Boots. As a seasoned Beyonder and a formidable demoness, Franca won't be careless in such matters. Lumian nodded, understanding the situation. He smiled at Charlie and said, "Feel free to share." The more the news spread, the more it would attract Red Boot's attention, deterring any potential reprisal from the poison spur mob. Lumian asked Charlie, "Why didn't you go to Salle de Bal-Brise?" Charlie forced a smile and replied, "The manager, René, wants me to start officially tomorrow. He offered me 80 Verl d'Or per month." As they conversed, Lumian noticed his neighbor sitting at the bar counter, the abject author Gabriel. He still sported disheveled, greasy brown hair, large black-framed glasses, a faded linen shirt, and black dungarees. Lumian bid farewell to Charlie and approached Gabriel, asking, "What's the matter?" Gabriel, sipping on a glass of light green absinthe, glanced at him and smiled bitterly. "My script was rejected. Those managers didn't even bother reading it. I've submitted it to dozens of theaters, but no one is willing to give it a chance." Dozens of theaters? Lumian's heart stirred as he casually inquired, "Did you send your script to Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons in our market district?" "Yes," Gabriel sighed. "Their manager turned me down too. He mentioned that they write their own scripts or commission custom ones." Lumian took a seat and asked, "Who is their manager?" Chapter 180, Lazy. Gabriel took a sip of absinthe and spoke. "Mapu Mayer, he's a theater manager with big ambitions. He aims to make Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons, the most renowned theater in Trier. His ultimate goal is to be awarded the prestigious Ainz Legion of Honor Medal." The Ainz Legion of Honor Medal originated during the time of Emperor Roselle when he was still a consul. It was created to replace the nobility system of the old royal family. However, when Roselle declared himself Caesar, the medal was abolished, and titles like dukes, counts, barons, and knights were reintroduced. Later, when the Ainz Republic was established, the Legion of Honor Medal was reinstated. It was given to both military personnel and civilians who made remarkable contributions to the Republic. It wasn't limited to the military, but included individuals from various industries. It was the highest honor in the current Ainz Republic, and being a recipient equated to being a knight from the past. In the past, painters, authors, actors, journalists, and sculptors had been honored with the Ainz Legion of Honor Medal, serving as inspirations for future generations. In the stories he crafted in his dream, he deceived the villagers of Cordoue by claiming that Aurore was headed to Trier to receive the Legion of Honor Medal. It wasn't entirely implausible. If Aurore could become Aintz's renowned for his wall and the best-selling author on the northern continent, gaining recognition from l'Institut de Ainz for her artistic achievements, she might have a genuine chance at obtaining the Legion of Honor Medal. Lumian chuckled and remarked, "If a person lacks dreams, they're no different from salted fish." He found Mapu Mayer, the theater manager, to be quite ordinary. This led him to believe that the issues with Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons, extended beyond the majority of the people. There were only a few individuals closely associated with the landlord of Auberge du Coq Doré, Monsieur Ives, who were peculiar. After conversing with Gabriel for a while, Lumian guided Louis and Sarkota to the second floor and asked them to wait outside room 207. He closed the door behind him, took off his holster from under his left armpit, and stashed away the bullet bag. Then he put on a dark jacket. Without delay, Lumian retrieved Mr. Cateques's finger from beneath the pillow and slipped it into his right pocket. As for fallen mercury, the dagger from Hedsey, the awakening gas, and the unidentified liquid, he always carried them with him. However, the bayonet served no immediate purpose, so he left it in a drawer of the wooden table. Once he completed these actions, Lumian bent down and retrieved a brown suitcase from under the bed. He carefully placed Aurore's grimoires inside. Given his altered identity and the increased hostility from the poison spur mob, he felt the need to secure these grimoires in a safer and more secluded location. The rented safe house on Rue des Blouses Blanches. To Lumian, these items held precious clues and knowledge left behind by Aurore. They also possessed an irreplaceable sentimental value that required protection. As for his daily studies, he would pre-copy a portion of the material and leave it at Auberge du Coq Doré or Salle de Bal-Brise. Once he mastered it and ensured there were no issues, he would copy a few more pages at the safe house. After turning down Louis's offer to assist with his luggage, Lumian made his way back to Salle de Balbrise and entered a room near the office. He retrieved the grimoire he had been perusing recently and laid it out on the desk. Taking hold of a dark red fountain pen, he commenced copying its contents onto a thick stack of white paper. As he transcribed, Lumian found the task dreadfully dull. Ideas on how to avoid the monotony began to creep into his mind. Soon enough, an idea struck him. Why not summon that rabbit-shaped creature from the spirit world, the one who had previously written the report for him, and have it copy his notebook? Though that creature was dim-witted and lacking in intellect, it proved obedient. It possessed a remarkable speed for copying and could imitate the original handwriting. In that case, all I need to do is provide spirituality while I indulge in reading newspapers and magazines, waiting for my homework to be completed. No, not homework. Rather, copying notes. Lumian pondered momentarily before setting his fountain pen down and preparing for the summoning ritual. If he could find a way to slack off, why not take advantage of it? Back in Cordoue, upon finishing his sister's daily assignments, Lumian often contemplated ways to slack off. He had been teaching Riamund, Ava, and the others to comprehend words, hoping they could assist him with his homework as they improved. Alas, the disparity in knowledge between them was too vast. It couldn't be bridged without several years of effort. Before long, Lumian arranged the altar, consecrated the ritual silver dagger, and erected a wall of spirituality. As the fragrance of citrus and lavender wafted through the air, he gazed at the candle flame's yellow hue and uttered in ancient Hermes, "I." In the next second, Lumian switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name." Spirit wandering in the void, a friendly creature that can be communicated with, weakling who can write in Titian. The candle flame swiftly transformed into a deep shade of green, expanding to the size of a human head. Completing the remaining incantation, Lumian witnessed the emergence of a translucent and hazy figure from within the candle flame. Standing at nearly 1.9 meters tall, it possessed the head of an ox atop a human body, garbed in brown fur clothing. Not the rabbit, that's right. There must be numerous spirit world creatures that fit the description of my summoning incantation. The one who responds to the summons is entirely random. Lumian experienced a mix of disappointment and anticipation as he pointed toward the grimoire. "Copy it for me." The ethereal Minotaur nodded faintly. "All right." Without delay, it seated itself, picked up the dark red fountain pen, and commenced copying Auror's grimoire. Not bad at all, much more intelligent than that silly rabbit, Lumian thought, his delight evident. Just as he was about to settle into the recliner and peruse the newspapers and magazines, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Isn't the Minotaur too slow? More than 10 seconds have passed, and it hasn't even copied a word. No, in fact, it had only written 2 letters. Can you work any faster? Lumian probed. "This is already my fastest pace," the Minotaur responded truthfully. Lumian was at a loss for words. It was even worse than the silly rabbit. That creature, at the very least, functioned like a mystical typewriter. It could complete a full page of copying in less than a minute. Lumian unconsciously considered ending the ritual and dismissing the Minotaur before summoning another spirit world creature. However, knowing that the subsequent ones were likely to be equally peculiar, he abandoned the idea in weariness. By the time the summoning ritual naturally came to an end, the Minotaur had managed to copy only half a page. Lumian rubbed his temples and made up his mind to do it himself. After transcribing 3 pages, he heard a knock on the door. "What's the matter?" Lumian closed his notebook, set aside his fountain pen, and walked toward the door. It was Louis outside. In his rugged guise, he lowered his voice and said, "Boss, Giant Simon is here." What could he want? Lumian recalled that Giant Simon was a leader of the Savoy mob, overseeing a number of dance halls and bars on Rue du Rossignol. He was suspected to be a Beyonder of the Warrior Pathway, with a high likelihood of being a Sequence 8 Beyonder. Louis simply shook his head. "I don't know." Lumian inquired, What did he discuss with Brignize last time? It didn't seem pleasant. Louis elaborated. Giant Simon has always held a grudge against the Baron because he controls Salle de Balbrise. He instinctively used the term Baron. Observing that Lumian didn't take offense, Louis continued. Salle de Balbrise's profits surpass those of all his dance halls and bars combined. He even has a casino in his bar. The last time he approached the Baron, he hoped that the Baron would prevent some of the more attractive dancers from coming here, and instead have them transferred to Rue du Rossignol. The Baron replied, Red Boots is in charge of assigning the dancers. I have no objections if you discuss it with her. The prices on Rue du Rossignol are very low. Beautiful dancers are reluctant to work there. Lumian recollected Charlie mentioning that one could find inexpensive pusses on Rue du Rossignol for as little as 52 capit, which amounted to just half a verle d'or. On the other hand, at Salle de Balbrise, if the dancers encountered generous patrons, they could charge up to 10 verle d'or. Typically, they fetched anywhere between 3 to 5 verle d'or. This was despite the relatively low income in the market district. If it were Rue de la Muraille in the Red Princess district, an above-average-looking woman would cost dozens of verle d'or. Is giant. Simon envious of my control over Salle de Balbrise. Lumian nodded subtly, his brows furrowing in puzzlement, and he asked, There's something I find rather perplexing. Why are Salle de Balbrise's profits so substantial? Louis grinned. Most of our alcohol comes from Rat Christo. It's tax-free and incredibly cheap. Moreover, we don't have to pay any rent. Rat Christo, who is in charge of the smuggling business. Lumian grasped the general reasoning behind it. He exited the room, strolled along the corridor, and entered the café. Giant. Simon, still clad in a snug black formal suit, had his light yellow hair tightly plastered to his scalp. He set his wide-brimmed round hat on the table and positioned himself by the window, puffing on a cigarette. The mobsters trailing behind him dispersed, engaging in an intense standoff with Sarkota and the others at Salle de Balbrise from a distance. Spotting Lumian approaching, Simon crushed the cigarette in his hand and put on a feigned wide smile. Well, well, Seal, you've already gained the boss's approval and managed to get to run Salle de Balbrise. Why didn't you treat us brothers to a drink? As Simon spoke, he strode toward Lumian. At over 1.9 meters in height, Lumian, who was already standing at 1.8 meters, appeared rather short. Lumian gazed up at Simon's prominent nose and pockmarked face, returning the smile. I have some sort of social phobia, so I couldn't bring myself to invite you guys. Hey, you're quite tall, just as one would expect from a giant. You're even taller than Hammer 8. His words conveyed a message of maintaining their respective territories. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. Otherwise, I'm capable of killing you, just like the Sequence 8 warrior Hammer 8. Giant. Simon didn't comprehend the meaning behind the first sentence, but he discerned the provocation in the latter. His face darkened as a result, simultaneously dispelling his disdain for Lion Seal. This wasn't merely a brawny man. Smiles and pleasantries wouldn't get him far. Simon gestured toward the table where Baron Brignize often sat. I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 181. The Loyal Seal. Lumian settled back into his seat, taking a casual stance. His gaze locked onto Giant Simon as he inquired, And what's the matter? Giant Simons cast his light blue eyes over Louis and Sarkota standing behind Lumian. Aren't they Brignize's men? Why would you allow them to tail you? If it were me, I'd put them to work as bouncers. Louis and Sarkota exchanged anxious glances when Simon hit the nail on the head. Lumian wanted to applaud, grateful that Simon had provided him with an opportunity to win their trust. However, he couldn't entirely trust Louis and Sarkota. He had no desire to become a mobster, but he didn't want to be shot in the back, riddled with bullets someday. Lumian smirked once again. What do you mean, Brignize's men? I used to work under Brignize. We're all members of the Savoy mob, loyal to the boss. As long as I remain faithful, there's no need to worry about them turning against me. Louis and Sarkota nodded repeatedly, impressed by Seal's broad-mindedness and demeanor. That's right. Baron Brignize changed our status in the Savoy mob and gave us a lot of trust, but we're still members of the Savoy mob. Betraying the boss is out of the question, and it was the boss who commanded us to follow Seal and obey his orders. Simon choked on Lumien's words. After a few seconds, he finally said, "You may be loyal to the boss, but others might not be. Brignize is ambitious. You find Brignize unloyal to the boss." Hidden Blade. Red Boots Franca mentioned that Brignize hasn't been obedient lately. Lumien suddenly felt pity for Gardner Martin, the boss of the Savoy mob. His most capable subordinates lacked loyalty, and his favorite mistress had ulterior motives. The newcomer he had recently promoted turned out to be a spy from another organization. Realizing he couldn't shake off Louis and Sarkota, two thugs who often accompanied Baron Brignize and had knowledge of various matters, Simon steered the conversation back on track. "I came here to discuss the dancer's basic salary." Sea King, damn it. Why the bloody hell do we have to give those sluts money every day, even when they don't have a single customer? Franca is overbearing. Just because she's the boss's mistress, she convinced him to agree to such an unreasonable demand. We're mobsters, not a charity. By steam, when I handed money to those women, I felt like a bloody priest. That's fine by me. I only need to give them a few licks each day. But it's 1 Verle d'Or a day for Salle de Bal Brise. The textile workers in Quartier du Jardin Botanique earn only 1.5 Verle d'Or a day, and they work from morning till night. In Trier, hiring female workers cost 55 to 70% of hiring male workers. The most ruthless employers were unafraid of being investigated, and those who dared to employ child labor paid only 15% of an adult man's salary, or even less. No wonder Franca's beautiful dancers refused to work on Rue du Rossignol. The prices there are low, and the base salary is meager. Why are you cursing like Franca and Jenna? Can vulgarities be contagious? Aurore seemed to curse in the same manner during her occasional bouts of madness. Lumien deliberately ignored Louis's suggestion and asked with a smile. "What's your plan?" Simon's fury remained etched on his face. "You, me, and Black will go to the boss together. We must make him change his mind and reign in Franca. Which of the other mobs pays their dancers a base salary? Is he trying to take advantage of my recent takeover of Salle de Bal Brise? Is he inciting me to rebel against the boss? Heh heh, as Aurore once said, the early worm gets eaten by birds and ravens who stick their necks out get shot." Lumien raised his hands, cracking his knuckles with a sly smile. "It's pointless. Franca is the boss's mistress. The boss will undoubtedly heed her. If you want him to change his mind, there's only one way: become the boss yourself." Is this something you should say in front of so many people? Louis, Sarkota, and the others behind Lumien were so terrified that they almost covered their leader's mouth. Giant. Simon also appeared taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Most of his thugs trembled with fear. "What I mean is..." Lumien suddenly seized the table's edge and flung it at Giant Simon. Clang. The table crashed to the ground and the cups upon it shattered into shards. Giant. Simon had already retreated 2 steps, his expression darkening. His subordinates instinctively reached for their revolvers. He looked at Lumien and demanded, "What do you want?" Lumien stood behind the upturned wooden table, seething with anger. "You wretched dog *T, does the boss mean anything to you? How dare you plot a mutiny in secret, attempting to force him to change his orders? Do you truly aspire to be the boss? The boss's commands must be carried out, whether they're good or bad. If there's an issue, you can address it with the boss privately, but you cannot conspire with others to coerce him." The question exposed Giant Simon's true intentions, leaving him unable to explode in anger or continue inciting Seal. He spat out his words. "Damn it, is there something wrong with your brain? When did I say I wanted to force the boss? I merely suggested that everyone should approach the boss and explain that providing a dancer with a base salary is unreasonable. It places a heavy burden on us." With that, Giant. Simon waved his hand, wearing an expression that conveyed difficulty in communicating with Seal. He turned and departed, his subordinates trailing after him, descending the staircase. Observing their departure, Lumian inwardly chuckled. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, no, tonight, the boss will come to know how loyal I am. Lumian had stumbled upon an opportunity to earn Gardner Martin's trust, and he seized it without hesitation. Putting on a show, he simulated an angry exhale, restraining his emotions. Pointing at the mess on the floor, he commanded Louis and the others, "Clean this up." Just as Lumian finished speaking, a figure emerged from the shadows near the staircase. It was Jenna. Having finished her performance in the dance hall, Jenna wasn't wearing a revealing outfit today. Her rose-colored dress, supported by a petticoat, made her resemble an upside-down flower. Her brownish-yellow hair was tied in a simple bun at the back, with some loose strands cascading gently. The dark circles around her blue eyes were less pronounced, lending her a touch of elegance. A mole adorned the middle of her left cheek. This symbolized elegance. Observing Jenna, Lumian couldn't help but chuckle. Do the folks in the market district appreciate this style? He was referring to Jenna's less provocative attire. Jenna smiled smugly. It works surprisingly well from time to time. Franca mentioned that sometimes, the more unattainable something appears to men, the more they desire it. F***ck, I can't quite fathom that mentality. What's the matter? Lumian glanced at the waiters tidying up and found another table to sit at. Jenna took a seat opposite him and smiled. I'm here to discuss the singing fee for next week. Previously, it was 10 songs per night, 4 Verle d'Or, and a third of the money thrown onto the stage. Lately, it seems I've become more popular than in the past few months. Lumian pondered for a moment before responding. Has the Poison Spur mob grown suspicious of you, making it difficult for you to perform at their dance halls? F***ck, that infuriates me. Couldn't you have disguised yourself better? You were identified so easily, and it ended up implicating me. Jenna replied indignantly. A mischievous grin played at the corners of Lumian's mouth. Starting from today, you will still perform 10 songs per night, but the fee will be increased to 10 Verle d'Or. You can keep 2/3 of the money thrown onto the stage. Louis, who stood behind Lumian, felt a pang of sorrow. Although Little Minx didn't sing here every night, she frequented the place several times a week. This change would result in Salle de Bal Brise earning 2,000 Verle d'Or less annually. However, it seemed that Little Minx had played a significant role in the assassination of Hammer 8, the mob leader. As a consequence, she had lost the opportunity to perform in Poison Spur mob's territory, amounting to a loss of over 1,000 Verle d'Or per year. Jenna appeared quite content. Receiving 10 Verle d'Or for 10 songs, and keeping 2/3 of the money thrown on stage was the most generous treatment in the underground singer industry. She smiled and said, I can only come for 3 days next week, from Friday to Sunday night. Seeking opportunities at dance halls in other districts, Lumian inquired casually. Jenna shook her head. No, I don't have that much time to bloody sing. I have other things to attend to. Isn't being an underground singer your profession? Lumian inquired curiously. This is just a part-time gig. Jenna emphasized with a smirk. My main job is being the shared mistress of Lion Seal and Red Boots Franca. Louis's legs nearly buckled at the jest. In his mind, Franca was a possessive woman. She had taught a lesson to any man who dared to snatch Little Minx away from her. If the boss truly became involved with Little Minx, he would undoubtedly face Red Boots' fury. This fellow has other identities. Lumian's thoughts raced as he asked thoughtfully, Is Jenna your real name or an alias? Part-time underground singers often adopted an alias to avoid impacting their other occupations. Jenna's lips curled up, and she blinked before replying. What do you think, Monsieur Seal? She deliberately emphasized the name Seal, implying that he too used an alias. With that, Jenna rose from her seat, leaned across the wooden table, and whispered into Lumian's ear. After hearing your conversation with Giant Simon, I have a sincere suggestion. The less loyal someone is, the more they boast about their loyalty. Your performance went a bit overboard, hee-hee. Jenna straightened up, wearing an air of pride, and confidently walked toward the staircase. Finally, it was her turn to educate Seal. Is that so? Lumian pondered as he watched Jenna's departing figure. Aren't you wearing perfume today? Jenna turned around, her expression brimming with delight as she inquired, "So you didn't notice me ascending the stairs?" Chapter 182, Truth Serum. "What do you think, Madam Jenna?" Lumion grinned, throwing Jenna's own words back at her. "Damn it," Jenna exclaimed, raising her hand in frustration before turning around with a scowl and storming back downstairs. Lumion pondered for a few moments, tapping the table in front of him. He turned to Louis and Sarkota and said, "Bring me a glass of fennel absinthe," being the protector of Salle de Bal Brise had its perks, and his meals here were on the house. As he remembered that he had to hand over most of the dance hall's profits to the boss and bribe the police, Lumion felt less inclined to be frugal. No matter how difficult things became, he couldn't let himself suffer. He had to do his utmost to make the boss suffer instead. Lumion drank 2 glasses of the bitter, mind-altering light green liquid and remained at Salle de Bal Brise until nearly midnight. Standing up, he turned to Louis and Sarkota and declared, "I'm going to bed. Wait until the dance hall closes before you head home. If anyone causes trouble, throw them out. If you can't handle them alone, gather everyone and be bold enough to take action. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." What he left unsaid was, "If I can't handle the responsibility, I'll leave it for the boss to worry about." Salle de Bal Brise stayed open until 2 a.m. every day, usually opening between 10:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. "Yes, boss," Sarkota and Louis replied in unison. Upon returning to his bedroom, Lumion lingered for another 15 minutes before grabbing the brown suitcase containing Auror's grimoires. He squeezed out of the window and smoothly landed on the ground from the 2nd floor. He walked through the shadows, turning from Avenue du Marché into Rue des Blouses Blanches, and entered the safe house he had rented previously. After hiding the grimoires and releasing some sulfur to repel the bugs, Lumion left the room and turned into an alley behind Rue des Blouses Blanches. He planned to take a detour to Auberge du Coq Doré, where he would spend the night. After walking a dozen steps, he noticed a pile of trash beside a barricade. Scavengers and cleaners wouldn't come until the next morning to clean it up. At that moment, it had become a haven for rats, cockroaches, flies, and stray dogs. Seeing the rats and stray dogs, Lumion suddenly remembered something. Among the 3 metal canisters he had acquired from the perverted Headsy, one remained unidentified. "I might as well give it a try." Lumion nodded to himself imperceptibly. Relying on his exceptional skills, lightning-fast reflexes, nimble movements, and keen observation, he swiftly stepped on a rat with grayish-black fur. He crouched down, retrieved the slightly heavy metal canister, and poured some odorless, colorless liquid into the prey's mouth. The rat let out a quick squeak, but aside from that, nothing out of the ordinary happened. "Considering the pervert's methods, I thought it might be an aphrodisiac, but it doesn't seem like it. That makes sense. That pervert possesses Beyonder powers that stimulate desire. He wouldn't need an additional canister with the same effect." Lumion lifted his right foot, watching as the rat scurried back to its companions. It joined the swarm while emitting continuous squeaks, but it didn't do anything else. Strange. Lumion stared at the rat for a prolonged moment, unable to discern anything significant. Suddenly, a voice as clear as crystal rang out from behind him. "What are you up to?" Lumion whirled around and beheld Red Boots Franca emerging from the shadows at the far end of the alley. She still sported her trademark red boots, off-white breeches, and a black-and-white checkered blouse. Her flaxen hair was neatly tied up. "Why are you here?" Lumion was about to inquire, but he promptly recalled that Franca resided at 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. He could only respond honestly. "Conducting an experiment." "What kind of experiment?" Franca approached with curiosity. Her eyes, resembling sparkling lakes, surveyed the rats before she let out a chuckle. "Has your sister taught you to experiment on rats? Are you referring to laboratory rats?" Lumion found it easy to converse with Franca. Many words required no further explanation. He then said, "Didn't Jenna inform you that after I disposed of the pervert, I obtained 3 metal canisters? One contained gas that could render people unconscious. I depleted it when I eliminated Hammer 8, The second canister contained an accompanying gaseous stimulant, and there's still a fair amount left. The third canister holds a liquid. I'm unsure of its properties. Hence, I experimented on these rats. Understanding dawned on Franca's face. So it's a leftover from that pervert. She then asked with anticipation, could it be an aphrodisiac? Why do you share my thoughts, madam? Lumian gestured towards the squeaking rat, finding amusement in the situation. Doesn't seem so. You appear somewhat disappointed. Franca didn't conceal her feelings and let out a sigh. Indeed. If it were truly an aphrodisiac, how intriguing it would be. If it were indeed an aphrodisiac, what would you want to use it for? Lumian suddenly harbored suspicions that Franca intended to do something to Jenna. Franca glanced at him. Damn it, are you accusing me in your mind? Do you think I have no moral boundaries? I hope it's an aphrodisiac. My main curiosity lies in experiencing its effects and effectiveness. I would consume some myself and have Gardner try it as well. If his mistresses desire, they can partake too. Do you understand the pleasures of flirtation and amusement? Lumian was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, he responded, You Triarians certainly excel at games. I'm not a Triarian, Franca retorted. But I concur with your statement. She turned her gaze towards the metal canister in Lumian's grasp. Shall I assist you in discovering its properties? Aren't you concerned about the dangers? Lumian was somewhat taken aback. It remained uncertain whether this vial of liquid was a slow-acting poison or a vessel for curses. Franca chuckled and replied, You truly need to supplement your knowledge of mysticism. I intend to employ divination. Witches possess considerable divinatory abilities. Auror's grimoires made no mention of it. They solely documented the witch's potion, which causes gender transformation. It speculates that every witch excels in spells. Yes, those proficient in spells shouldn't be lacking in divination. Lumian handed the liquid-filled canister to Franca. Franca walked to the edge of the alley and halted behind a 5-story building. She extended her right hand and traced it back and forth on the dim glass window. Simultaneously, she softly recited something in Hermes. Even with Lumian's acute hearing, he could only catch a few words. Spirituality, inquiry, answer. A few seconds later, the glass window darkened and deepened, as though it led to an enigmatic, unknown world. Franca stepped back, raised the metal canister, and spoke in Intis. What is the purpose of the liquid inside? From the depths of the glass window, an aged voice responded, Induces an urge to confess. Franca nodded, expressed gratitude, and concluded the divination. As the glass window returned to its original state, she turned to Lumian and stated, It appears to be a concoction akin to a truth serum. Truth serum? Lumian inquired. Auror had never mentioned such a term. Franca casually explained, It's a serum that compels people to speak the truth. Once their desire to spill their secrets is triggered, along with the interrogator's questioning, although there may be a fair amount of nonsense, it becomes exceedingly challenging to lie. What they utter should stem from their innermost desires. Confiding their desires, similar to the pervert's other abilities, involving diverse human yearnings, as expected of a boon from the mother tree of desire. This could prove quite useful for a Beyonder like me, who lacks proficiency in spirit communication and divination. Lumian retrieved the metal canister from Franca. Franca glanced around and queried with a smile, Why did you choose Rue des Blouses Blanches for the experiment? Shouldn't your activities be centered around Avenue du Marché and Rue Anarchy? Lumian withheld nothing. I rented a safe house here to safeguard my sister's grimoires. I fear they may be damaged if I am targeted. Very cautious, Franca nodded approvingly. Your sister is fortunate to have a brother like you. I used to have a brother too. He was conceited, enjoyed flaunting his skills, and lacked practicality. I yearned to teach him a lesson every day. She trailed off midway, her gaze falling upon her red boots. Used to have. Does that imply he is no longer present? Lumian keenly sensed Franca's unspoken meaning and promptly understood the reason behind her sudden despondency. After a few seconds, Franca's smile returned. Your sister must trust you too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have revealed our organization to you. Although we never explicitly mentioned keeping the research society a secret from our families, hardly anyone ever discloses it. After all, Franca fell silent once more, her smile taking on a bitter tinge. After all, what? Lumion was perplexed, but he refrained from asking. Instead, he simply elaborated on Auror's rationale. We were caught in a calamity back then, unsure of who would survive and who would perish. That's why my sister divulged some secrets to me, hoping they would prove useful in the future. Understood, Franca nodded, regaining her composure. She smiled and remarked, I thought you came to Rue des Blouses Blanches in search of me, eager to learn about mysticism. It's too late now. Lumion was already feeling weary. Franca clicked her tongue and chuckled. I won't do anything to you. It's too mad and shameful to engage in such activities with someone who knows my true gender. Is that so? I was afraid that once you got accustomed to it, the shame would only heighten your excitement. Lumion suspected that Franca, who could be swayed by the notion of life is short, why not give it a try, would engage in more unforeseen endeavors. After bidding farewell to the demoness, he returned to Auberge du Coq Doré. Nothing eventful occurred in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman until Thursday, at 8 p.m. Lumion arrived at 19 Rue Scheer on Avenue du Boulevard and met Mr. K in the basement. Mr. K gestured towards the 3 assistants holding silver trays behind him and stated, There are a total of 3 mystical items, each priced between 15,000 Verl d'Or and 20,000. Make your selection. Chapter 183. 3 items. Upon entering the basement, Lumion's eyes immediately fell upon 3 silver plates holding the items. There was an unassuming white glove, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses with a tea-colored tint, and a shiny golden button. Observing Lumion's interest in the mystical objects, Mr. K, seated in a red armchair, introduced them in a low, raspy voice. That glove is Circus. It grants you some weak but peculiar mystical abilities. It can conjure a gust of wind, create fog, and use bursts of light to mess with your target's vision. By touching them, you can freeze your enemies. You can also open most doors without a key. It can even guide you through solid walls. These techniques suit your need for mysticism, but remember, carrying it will make you lose your way more often. And sometimes, getting lost brings misfortune. Price is 18,000 Verl d'Or. Sounds like the sequence 8 trickmaster of the apprentice pathway mentioned in Auror's grimoires. Although the powers aren't formidable, if used as support alongside traps or my close combat skills and revolver shots, they can yield miraculous results. Lumion found solace in the positive effects of the Circus glove, compensating for his lack of mysticism and helplessness in certain situations. However, the negative effects were dire. For hunters who relied on tracking and pathfinding, losing their way frequently meant losing their strengths entirely. Misfortune could strike at any moment, even without wearing the glove. Merely having it in his pocket would affect Lumion. Mr. K shifted his attention to the brown, gold-rimmed glasses and addressed Lumion. Do you remember the painting from the gathering? Painting. Lumion's mind immediately conjured the image of the dizzying oil painting. The painting, reputedly created by a Beyonder before his demise, boasted vibrant colors, a peculiar pattern, and a hallucinatory scene. It seemed as if the artist had descended into madness before his death. I do. Lumion nodded. Mr. K continued. After the painting's owner passed away, his Beyonder attributes together with a strange power fused into his glasses, creating a unique mystical item. It allows the wearer to perceive things invisible to the naked eye. Occasionally, one can glimpse the truth of this world to some extent. Auror's cautionary words echoed in Lumion's mind. Don't see what you shouldn't see, don't listen to what you shouldn't hear. Internally, Lumion couldn't help but criticize, isn't this pair of glasses doing the exact opposite? It's like a weapon of self-destruction. These items seem to have nothing to do with my 2 needs. Mr. K glanced at Lumion, his voice still low and raspy in the confined basement. By perceiving the world from a different perspective and witnessing the once invisible, the wearer will be seized by an uncontrollable urge to paint. Each painting produced will possess supernatural effects. For instance, a painting of an ocean will make onlookers feel as if they're drowning. In a similar vein, if you apply various cosmetics to your face instead of painting on canvas, you can achieve an excellent disguise. Anyone scrutinizing your face will be convinced that it's your true appearance, albeit temporarily. Remember, once you've painted a new face, avoid looking in the mirror. Otherwise, you'll believe it to be your real self. Slowly but surely, your body and mind will transform until you become an entirely different person. Much like this, you can't sustain that newfound countenance indefinitely. After a span of 3 hours or more, your sense of self will gradually succumb to its influence until you wholeheartedly believe that you are one and the same. Upon analyzing the possible beyonder domain of the mystical item, Lumian couldn't help but speculate. It sounds akin to the hypnosis and suggestions of the psychiatrist pathway, but it differs greatly in other aspects, considering the demise of the painter. Could it be a power or aura left behind by an evil god? Mr. K fixed his gaze on the brown glasses. Its previous owner was a lawyer, which enables it to manipulate the target's thoughts, cognition, and conclusions to a certain extent through words, actions, or a series of processes. You can probably surmise its negative effects. Seeing what should remain unseen and perceiving the truth of the world without adequate protection exposes you to unknown dangers. Perhaps one day, you may meet a peculiar death like the painter, leaving behind an enigmatic painting. The price is 15,000 Verl d'Or, corresponding to a Sequence 9 lawyer. The crucial aspect lies in the peculiar power associated with it. Yes, it doesn't fully reflect a lawyer's abilities. Auror's grimoires describe lawyers as masters of eloquence and reasoning, adept at uncovering loopholes in rules and exploiting their opponent's weaknesses. They create an advantageous atmosphere to achieve ultimate victory. They can influence judgment, thoughts, and conclusions through their words, actions, and established processes. Additionally, they excel at utilizing the power of order. Lumian mentally reviewed the relevant mystical knowledge. However, he remained uncertain about the lawyer trait, particularly how to harness the power of order. Auror lacked knowledge in that regard as well. In essence, the brown gold-rimmed glasses fulfilled Lumian's need for better disguises. They also provided mystical means that required preparation, but were less troublesome than the alms monks' elaborate rituals. The only issue was its perilous nature. Lumian contemplated, but didn't reach a final decision. He awaited Mr. Kaitek's introduction of the golden button. Before long, Mr. Kaitek's raspy voice resounded again. It's called Flare. It originated from a deceased light suppliant. It grants additional buffs such as courage and strength through singing. It enables you to sense the presence of undead creatures and evil entities. You can also employ spells and rituals from the sun domain, making it highly effective against undead souls and similar targets. After wearing it, you'll feel compelled to sing. Darkness and cold become unbearable, and you'll yearn for sunlight and warmth. If you haven't removed it after half an hour, you'll become a devoted follower of the eternal blazing sun, earnestly praising the sun. The price is 20,000 Verl d'Or. If it can resolve my issue of resisting the undead, the negative effects are bearable. The problem lies in the limited viable targets. Lumian pondered deeply, torn between which item to choose. His rationale suggested opting for Flare or Circus, yet he couldn't make a decisive choice. The brown, gold-rimmed glasses catered to both of his needs and were his preferred option. By wearing them solely, before disguising himself and creating paintings with supernatural effects in a safe environment, he could effectively evade most of the negative consequences. Thus, he would avoid witnessing things he shouldn't and the so-called truth of the world. In essence, it wasn't an item that needed constant donning. Lumian could choose the opportune moment to utilize it. This way, he could proactively construct a spiritual barrier, screening out anomalies, similar to when he performed the summoning dance. Considering his seal, the coincidences of inevitability, and the occasional summoning dance, Lumian didn't believe an additional trait would worsen matters. I want those glasses. Mr. K appeared taken aback by Lumien's choice. After a few seconds, he queried, "Are you certain?" "I'm certain." Lumien produced a small cloth bag brimming with banknotes and meticulously counted out 15,000 Verl d'or, Mr. K refrained from further persuasion, emitting a raspy chuckle. "You're even crazier than I presumed." There was a hint of admiration in his tone, instructing the attendant to accept the 15,000 Verl d'or and hand over the brown glasses to Lumien. Mr. K nodded and remarked, "You can give them a test run here. It's safe enough." Lumien caressed the frame and discovered that the seemingly metallic material had an odd, rubbery texture. "I'll dub you the mystery-prying glasses," Lumien pondered, recalling his sister's bay-under pathway. In the ensuing moment, he placed the brown, gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Almost instantly, he beheld a multitude of scenes from various angles. The mottled ceiling, bloodstains in the corners, Mr. K-Tekes back that should have been out of sight, and the attendants stationed in the corridor. Lumien also caught sight of a blot of darkness, a silhouette, a gaze emanating from an unknown source, and a visage concealed within the shadows. Beneath the hood lay black, feathery hair, delicate features, sunken eyes, dark orbs, and ageless skin, only visible from below. Is that Mr. K-Tekes' face? Lumien experienced a sudden revelation. Images from different perspectives flooded his mind, leaving him feeling lightheaded. His state of mind grew increasingly abnormal, and an insatiable urge to capture everything overcame him. Hastily, Lumien removed the mystery-prying glasses and his vision reverted to normal. Yet the compulsion to draw lingered within him. Exhaling deeply, he declared, "It's tolerable, Mr. K." offered a brief warning. "Try to employ it in familiar and secure situations." After bidding farewell to Mr. K and departing the psychic's headquarters, Lumien boarded a carriage back to Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. En route, as he passed through Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative, a thought struck him. "I must gather some canvases, brushes, and paints. Even though my skills are limited to sketching and not particularly exceptional, the quality of the painting shouldn't influence the attached supernatural effects. Perhaps the more distorted and grotesque it appears, the better the outcome." 15 minutes later, Lumien alighted from the carriage ahead of schedule and located a shop specializing in oil painting supplies. Upon hearing the price, he couldn't help but inquire, "What? 160 Verl d'or." A single canvas costs 160 Verl d'or. Chapter 184. Painting. When Lumien stepped back into the Auberge du Coq Doré, his mind was still filled with the exorbitant cost of painting supplies. Among his colleagues at the Salle de Bal Brise, Charlie's monthly salary as a waiter was considered decent. However, it would take him 2 months of foregoing food and drink just to afford a single roll of canvas. Lumien couldn't help but view painters as a destitute lot. How could they ever afford canvases, brushes, paints, wooden frames, human models, and all the other expenses that came with their craft? Perhaps they relied on financial support from their families just to get by. Shaking off these thoughts, Lumien closed the door behind him and carefully placed the stack of items on the wooden table. Eventually, he resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't afford proper canvases. Instead, he settled for the cheapest brushes, paints, paper, and other necessities. The truth was, Lumien didn't aspire to be a painter or have his work displayed in an exhibition. He simply needed a medium to imbue the supernatural power obtained from the mystery-prying glasses. The quality of the paint, the possibility of cracking, the fading over time, or even his painting skills were all inconsequential matters. And so, Lumien spent a total of 30 Verl d'or acquiring his modest supplies. Mixing a palette of vibrant colors and unfurling a flexible sheet of white paper, Lumien prepared himself for the ritual ahead. With the sanctified silver dagger in hand, he crafted a wall of spirituality within room 207. His intention was to explore what he could draw and observe the effects it would yield. Based on the reaction of Madame Magician's messenger at Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumien surmised that there was nothing particularly abnormal about this place. The only notable issue seemed to be the abundance of bedbugs. Susanna Matthijs's predicament most likely had its origins in Theater de l'Ancien cage of pigeons, or perhaps even an underground cavern. Taking a slow breath, Lumion retrieved the brown glasses with golden rims and carefully placed them upon the bridge of his nose. In an instant, the world around him seemed to spin, as if he had plummeted from the sky into the depths of the earth. During this disorienting journey, Lumion beheld the inverted motel with its occupants moving about in a similar fashion. An underground bar, roots of trees and soil extending beneath the surface, rats lurking in the corners and vermin scurrying about. Deeper and deeper he fell, enduring the nauseating sensation of weightlessness. And then he caught sight of an immense network of brownish-green roots stretching in all directions, reaching into the distance and vanishing into the void. Ugh! Lumion nearly expelled the contents of his stomach. The remnants of his unfinished dinner rose to his throat, threatening to escape. Swiftly, he removed the mystery-prying glasses and fought the urge to vomit. Fueled by an insatiable desire to draw, Lumion picked up a paintbrush, dipped it into the paint, and began sketching upon the blank canvas. Unbeknownst to him, his spirituality infused the brush with an increasing vigor. After a few minutes, Lumion halted his strokes and gazed upon his creation. What in the world have I drawn? The question echoed in his mind. Upon careful observation, he managed to discern the subject of his artwork. A triangular house with a grayish-blue hue, its roof adorned with green trees and rain resembling mud. Lumion stared at the painting for a moment and suddenly felt an itching sensation on the back of his hand. Unable to resist, he scratched it, only to witness his skin turning red and swollen, accompanied by an all-over itchiness. Could this be the beyonder influence of the painting? Lumion's heart stirred as he looked away, attempting to soothe the irritation through the friction of his clothes. But his efforts were in vain, and he couldn't help but scratch a few more times. As he averted his gaze from the childlike graffiti of an oil painting, the itching gradually subsided and eventually vanished. It is indeed a problem with the painting, Lumion thought, letting out a sigh of relief. The urge to paint had vanished as well. He turned around and contemplated the details. I have to stare at the painting for at least 3 seconds before my body itches. It's challenging to use it in battle. I can't just stick it on my face, can I? If I use it as a trap, it might have some utility. I wonder if there are any paintings that can be used without drawing the target's attention. After careful consideration, Lumion resolved to make another attempt. He donned the mystery-prying glasses once more, and the experience was nearly identical. However, this time he also glimpsed deep darkness and shadowy figures moving within it. Amidst the waves of nausea, Lumion removed his brown gold-rimmed glasses, retrieved a fresh sheet of paper, and took up a paintbrush. This time, he didn't surrender to impulsive strokes, but instead focused on visualizing what he desired and endeavored to bring the drawing closer to the image in his mind. With this approach, Lumion crafted a golden-red sun, surrounded by a vibrant circle of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. As he finished, room 207 suddenly warmed, and the chill in the air dissipated. It seems to have a simple exorcism effect. Lumion wasn't entirely certain. He sat on the edge of the bed, carefully observing the changes. Over time, the warmth, which initially evoked restlessness and unease, began to fade. Lumion attempted to fold the painting, keeping its back facing outward. The warmth promptly vanished, and the loss of spiritual essence within the painting slowed to a barely noticeable pace. I should be able to preserve it for about 2 months. When unfurled, it can only be used for 3 days at most, yes. This is akin to an alternative method of creating beyonder weapons. Lumion estimated, recalling his previous experiences. Drawing 2 paintings in quick succession had placed a considerable burden on his spirituality. After taking a short break, Lumion proceeded with his 3rd experiment. This time, he switched to using makeup-related painting tools. Putting on the mystery-prying glasses once again, he braced himself for the sensation of spiraling into the depths. In the midst of it, Lumion caught sight of several indistinct figures lurking in the shadows. Removing the mystical item, he began smearing various substances on his face, carefully tracing lines with the aid of the glass window, which was illuminated by the light of the carbide lamp. Similar to his previous attempt, Lumion made an effort to maintain control over his makeup, but occasionally his instincts took over. Reflecting on the mirror, he saw his appearance becoming worn and haggard. His eyebrows appeared disheveled, his cheekbones slightly more pronounced, and his lips a touch fuller. It felt as if he were looking at a stranger. Hastily averting his gaze, he drew the curtain to conceal the result of his painting. Having packed away the itchiness and sun paintings along with the various tools, Lumion decided it was time to venture out and verify the effects. As he made his way to Salle de Bal Brise, he noticed Jenna engaging in flamboyant gestures while singing at the top of her lungs, and Charlie, who had just delivered some drinks to the outskirts of the dance floor. The thugs paid no attention to Lumion, and none of them addressed him as their boss. Feeling a sense of relief, Lumion walked over to Charlie's side, gave his shoulder a friendly pat, and smiled. "Good evening." Charlie, clad in a white shirt and black vest, turned around, returning the smile as he asked, "Good evening, monsieur. Would you like something to drink?" Deliberately, Lumion inquired, "Don't you recognize me?" Caught off guard, Charlie's eyes widened, and for a few seconds he gazed at the distant gas wall lamp. Suddenly, a smile spread across his face, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "It's you, praise the sun. How long has it been since we last met? Just wait a moment. I'll come to you as soon as I'm not so busy." Charlie pointed towards the bar counter and bid Lumion farewell. "This kid's acting skills are quite impressive," Lumion chuckled with satisfaction. "He didn't even recognize his own boss, me." Shifting his gaze, Lumion approached Jenna's stage, patiently waiting for her to finish singing a song filled with vulgar lyrics. As soon as Jenna finished collecting the copper and silver coins from the stage and descended, Lumion eagerly greeted her and exclaimed, "You sang magnificently. Can I treat you to a drink?" Jenna immediately put on a cautious expression. Ever since the incident with that perverted headsie, she couldn't afford to be careless around any audience member who approached her. She worried about encountering another unpleasant situation. For a few seconds, she examined Lumion's face and forced a smile to conceal her wariness. "I must preserve my voice for my next song. Help me out by having another drink." With a wink, Jenna approached the two mobsters guarding the stage, seeking their assistance. The mobsters didn't dare offend showy Diva, who was rumored to be their boss and Red Boots' lover. Stepping forward, they positioned themselves between Lumion and Jenna. Seizing the opportunity, Jenna made her way to the lounge near the bar counter. Before leaving, she glanced at Lumion's hair color and scrutinized his face intently for a moment. She muttered to herself, "Bloody hell, is this some sort of fashion trend now?" Lumion happily averted his gaze and turned toward the staircase leading to the cafe. The two vigilant mobsters guarding the area stopped him. Very dutiful, Lumion smiled and replied, "Just going for a cup of coffee." After observing Lumion closely for a few seconds, the two mobsters stepped aside. Entering the cafe and noticing that Louis and Sarkota had nothing to do, Lumion made his way to the washroom. He didn't dare look at himself in the mirror. Instead, he splashed tap water on his face and rubbed it a few times, gradually removing his makeup. When he was done, he looked at the mirror and saw his pale and weary reflection staring back at him. "It drains my spirituality quite a bit. I even painted 2 artworks earlier," Lumion thought to himself, regaining his composure before leaving the washroom. Louis glanced around and stood up in surprise. "Boss, when did you return?" "Just now," Lumion replied, pointing towards the corridor. "I'm going to get some rest." "Understood, boss," Louis and Sarkota responded obediently, refraining from questioning further. Lumion entered his room, compelled himself to freshen up, and settled down on the bed, drifting into sleep. In his dream, he experienced the unbearable sensation of free-falling from midair towards the ground. As he plummeted, the earth beneath him unexpectedly cracked open, revealing a sea of raging flames. Lumion felt a searing and piercing pain in his mind. He snapped his eyes open, sitting up and gasping for breath. In that moment, the room was enveloped in darkness and silence. Only a faint glow of crimson moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a dim light upon the desk beside the window. Chapter 185. Missing Goods. Why did I have such a dream? It felt eerily real. Lumian collected himself and assessed his condition, but found nothing amiss. Yet, in his dream, he felt as though he was once again wearing the mystery-prying glasses, and they revealed even more. After pondering for a while, Lumian suspected that the negative effects of wearing the mystery-prying glasses 3 times in a row still lingered. They seemed to have seeped into his subconscious, manifesting in his dream within the confines of Salle de Bal-Brise, an ancient burial ground. It appears that something is truly amiss beneath the surface here. Lumian sighed inwardly. He rose from his bed, donned his coat, and resolved to spend the night elsewhere to test his hypothesis. Under the cover of darkness, with Salle de Bal-Brise devoid of any illumination, Lumian followed the shadows along the roadside and returned to Auberge du Coq Doré, its main entrance locked. For Lumian, this posed no obstacle. He didn't try rousing the irritable Madame Fels by knocking on the door. Instead, he circled around to the side, traced the pipe, and climbed onto the balcony on the 2nd floor. In room 207, Lumian slept until 6 in the morning. He experienced only 2 sporadic, ordinary dreams. So it was indeed the ancient bones buried deep beneath Salle de Bal-Brise that triggered the residual powers of the mystery-prying glasses within me. Lumian sat up, a mixture of delight and disappointment washing over him. His original plan was to use the mystery-prying glasses to create 1 or 2 supernatural paintings each day, accumulating them for future needs. However, it seemed that frequent use of the glasses was ill-advised. He would have to wait until the lingering negative effects dissipated before attempting further experiments. Otherwise, he risked something dreadful and bizarre happening over time, possibly leading to a strange demise akin to the lawyer who had left the glasses behind, leaving behind only an eerie oil painting with enduring abnormal effects. Tonight, I shall sleep within Salle de Bal-Brise and ascertain whether the negative effects have dissipated. In the future, I must refrain from wearing the glasses more than twice in a brief span of time. These are the details Mr. K neglected to mention. Yes, I must experience them firsthand. Only through first-hand experience can I truly comprehend. Lumian rose energetically and made his way to the washroom to freshen up. It being still early, many of the tenants were still abed, and the morning remained tranquil, devoid of the usual clamor over access to the washroom. From time to time, Madame Fels would ascend the stairs to inspect the water meters on each floor, ensuring no one wasted the precious resource. A contract had been inked between Auberge du Coq Doré and the Imperial Water Supply Company, stipulating a daily allowance of no less than 250 liters and no more than 500 liters of water. The cost amounted to 100 Verle d'Or per year. Leisurely, Lumian strolled to the café on Rue des Blouses Blanches. He indulged in delectable treats like sablé cookies and brioche, a softer variation of croissants. Afterwards, he sought out a place for exercise. Upon returning to Auberge du Coq Doré, he spotted Charlie, sporting a linen shirt and black trousers, seated on the steps outside the entrance, relishing a mouthful of meatloaf accompanied by an apple whiskey sour. "So early?" Lumian inquired, a smile playing on his lips. Salle de Bal-Brise closed its doors at 2 a.m., and the morning had yet to reach 8:30 a.m. Uncertain whether to hastily rise and greet his employer or engage in the usual casual conversation, Charlie hesitated for a moment before standing up, a sheepish smile on his face. "I think I'll catch a bit more sleep before heading back to the dance hall. I don't think I can keep doing this. I reckon there ought to be some time when we don't have to sleep or work. Otherwise, it feels. Salle de Bal-Brise opened at 10:30 a.m. "Feels like we're mere machines built for work, devoid of a life to call our own." Lumian finished Charlie's sentence, lending him a helping hand. "Exactly, that's spot on," Charlie agreed. "You're quite the refined individual, you know. Sometimes you don't seem like a mobster at all. I mean, not like the leader of the Savoy mob. You come across as more civilized. Had everything gone according to plan, I would have been studying at a university in Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative. I would be spending time chatting with my classmates and exploring the depths of underground Trier. Lumien's heart sank as he focused his attention on Charlie. This was the method he used to observe whether Susanna Matthijs's issue still lingered, and when it would rear its head. What are you staring at? Charlie stammered nervously. Do you see something amiss? Lumien eased his worry. His luck appears to be relatively normal and stable. He smiled, raising his right hand and giving a wave behind Charlie's back. Good morning, Susanna. Charlie spun around, eyes wide open, scrutinizing every detail. A few seconds later, he exhaled and turned back, forcing a smile. He addressed Lumien. You're just messing with me again. That name remained a haunting nightmare he couldn't shake off anytime soon. I'm strengthening your mental endurance. This way, if something truly occurs, you won't panic and find yourself unable to devise a solution. Lumien earnestly patted Charlie's shoulder. Moments before 10:30 a.m., Lumien made his way back to Salle de Bal Brise. Upon his arrival, Louis and Sarkota approached simultaneously, their voices merging into one as they spoke. Boss, something's up. What's the matter? Lumien inquired with a smile seemingly oblivious to the anxiety and unease radiating from his two subordinates. Louis glanced towards the staircase, lowering his voice. Red Boots, Giant, and Rat are all here. It must be something serious. Every leader present, Lumien pondered his recent actions and found it hard to believe that he hadn't offended all the leaders of the Savoy mob. I've been on my best behavior these past few days. Indeed, Louis confirmed with a solemn nod. Lumien ascended the second-floor stairs nonchalantly, where Franca and the others awaited. Franca had swapped her footwear for darker red boots. She sported light-colored pants and a trendy dark skirt that had gained popularity in Trier recently. Completing her ensemble was a more masculine, formal attire. With her right leg crossed over her left, Franca grinned at Lumien as he approached. To her right was Baron Brignies, donned in a formal suit and top hat. On her left was a slender-faced man, barely reaching a height of 1.6 meters, boasting a pair of rat-like whiskers. He wore a dark brown shirt that fell short, and his thick, grayish-black hair framed his countenance. His dark blue eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. Rat Christo, Baron Brignies courteously introduced Lumien to the thin-faced man. Baron Brignies then gestured towards the man seated opposite him. Blood palm black. Black possessed brown hair, blue eyes, and a round face. He appeared to be in his early 30s and had a warm smile that hardly resembled that of a mob leader. Clad in attire leaning more towards formality, his hands were large, with clearly defined bones beneath the surface. He held a slowly smoldering cigar. Good morning, everyone. Lumien dragged an armchair closer and settled in, positioning himself nearly a meter away from the table, assuming the air of someone in control. Giant Simon glanced at him, took a drag from his cigarette, and exhaled a cloud of grayish-blue smoke. Christo met with some trouble and requires our assistance. What sort of trouble? Lumien directed his gaze towards Rat Christo. Christo played a vital role in Salle de Bal Brise's lucrative business. Despite the premium he charged for the smuggled liquor he peddled, its lack of taxation made it significantly cheaper than the wholesale liquor stores in Trier. Moreover, a substantial portion of the alcohol Christo dealt with was moonshine, cleverly adorned with labels from relatively renowned brands and origins. Gritting his teeth, Christo, who bore a striking resemblance to a rat, spoke up. I've lost a shipment underground. The delivery men and escorts have vanished. Damn it, my younger brother was among them. His wife and child are in tears at my place. Something has transpired in underground Trier. Smuggling operations are divided into carriers and armed protection. That's right. Ostatrull had mentioned helping others transport illicit books. Horse-drawn carriages are useless in underground Trier. They rely solely on manual labor. Lumien nodded subtly and inquired, what kind of goods? A batch of red wine and brandy, along with some blackfish. Rat. Christo couldn't help but slam the table. Damn it, we've taken that route countless times. Nothing ever happened, nor did we encounter those hyenas. The term hyenas referred to the quarry police, who specialized in cracking down on smuggling activities and maintained order in the underground. Observing Lumien's confusion, Baron Brignize casually explained, "Blackfish refers to firearms. Among the mob's top 5 lucrative ventures, the bootleg alcohol supply chain ranked second. Firearms, due to low demand, brought in the least profit. The casino business, which was the most lucrative, wasn't particularly favored in the market district, given the modest incomes of the local population. The money one could extract from the patrons was rather limited. Compared to gambling, which required wit, those who toiled all day preferred indulging in cheap liquor, gyrating their bodies and seeking solace in the company of captivating dancers. Regarding the sale of psychotropic drugs, the police department in Trier cracked down heavily on it. Following repeated warnings from the Market District's police headquarters, Salle de Bal-Brise had put an end to such incidents. However, Rue du Rossignol, overseen by Giant Simon, occasionally experienced a few cases. Lumien turned to Rat Christo and spoke, "Any suspects?" "None." Christo lamented, "Damn it, that route is incredibly well concealed. Apart from me and my men, no one in the Market District is aware of it." He paused for a moment before sharing his intentions. "I need your help to search for clues along that route using your expertise. I've gone through it myself, but found nothing." Without waiting for Lumien's response, Franca nodded and suggested, "Let's form pairs to ensure safety during the investigation." "Right, I'll team up with Seal. There's something I need to discuss with him." "Giant." Simon's gaze flickered between Franca and Seal a few times before he recalled that Seal was suspected of sleeping with Franca's mistress, thus cuckolding her, seizing the opportunity to teach Seal a lesson. "Giant," Simon nodded imperceptibly and said to Blood Palm Black, "You and I will be a team." Baron Brignize then turned to Rat Christo. "I'll accompany you for your second trip." After Baron Brignize and Giant, Simon scoured the underground route to no avail, Lumien and Franca followed a smuggler into underground Trier. Chapter 186, Strange Footprints. Holding an iron-black carbide lamp, Franca glanced at the path between stone pillars and asked the smuggler, Fernandez, who was leading the way, in a state of confusion, "Doesn't this lead to Quartier de l'Observatoire?" Though underground Trier was a complex maze, the tunnels on this level had street names corresponding to the surface. After pondering for a moment, Franca realized they were going in the wrong direction. Smuggling operations certainly entailed entering the city from its outskirts, and Quartier de l'Observatoire was positioned closer to the center of Trier compared to Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. The district stood on the other side of the Esrenzo River, effectively separating it from Avenue du Boulevard. Fernandez, a smuggler associated with Rat Christo, turned around with a smile and explained, "The hidden route we're taking leads to Quartier de l'Observatoire. We always deliver the goods to the warehouse there." "Is that so?" Franca slowed down and increased the distance between herself and Fernandez, who wore a brown felt hat. Since they hadn't entered the smuggling route yet, she lowered her voice and conversed with Lumien. "I remember you traded your pugilist Beyonder characteristic for 18,000 Verl d'Or with Gardner. You know it's a Beyonder characteristic, right? Or rather, do you grasp a Beyonder characteristic's true meaning? My sister mentioned it before." Lumien attributed his knowledge to Aurore. Franca was tall and had long legs, making it effortless for her to keep up with Lumien. Overwhelmed with emotion, she sighed and commented, "It's fortunate to have someone to guide you. In the past, we were stumbling around like blind mice, relying on ourselves to figure things out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made the choice." Her voice trailed off, ending with a long sigh. This reminded Lumien of a saying, either spoken by Aurore herself or relayed from Emperor Rosel's famous words. "Once you make a grave mistake, it will haunt you for a lifetime." Franca quickly regained her composure and whispered to Lumien, "You've just entered the field of mysticism. Apart from knowledge, you're lacking much more. It's best not to be frugal with that sum of money. Use it to purchase a mystical item or a Beyonder weapon to compensate for a hunter's limitations in mysticism. Otherwise, if Black Scorpion Roger truly seeks revenge against you, he won't need to go through much trouble. He can simply summon a few undead to hunt you down. If you have such intentions, I'll keep an eye out for you, Lumion chuckled. I've already made a purchase. So quickly? Franca nearly lost control of her voice, causing smuggler Fernandez to glance back. The carbide lamps cast intersecting shadows, obstructing Lumion's view of Fernandez's expression. He couldn't discern what thoughts they triggered. Lumion replied, honestly. Before joining the Savoy mob, I discovered a circle of Beyonders through psychics gathering of mysticism enthusiasts. There I exchanged the Verl door that the boss gave me for a mystical item. No wonder. Franca revealed a knowing expression and praised Lumion. Your mind is even sharper than I imagined. Is it an item that enhances your mysticism abilities? Lumion spoke frankly. A pair of lawyer glasses, but they seemed to have been tainted by some strange power. As he spoke, he retrieved his brown mystery-prying glasses and showcased them. They allow me to see things I usually can't. Franca's brow furrowed ever so slightly as she interrupted Lumion. That's highly dangerous. I know, Lumion explained with a smile. But as long as I choose the right environment and take precautions, it won't be too risky. Besides, it offers excellent disguises and mysticism techniques. Lumion briefly recounted his urge to paint after donning the mystery-prying glasses. Franca's ponytail bobbed behind her head. It's certainly useful. If I were in your shoes, I'd make the same choice. Only the leaders and thugs of the Poison Spur mob haven't really interacted with you. They only know you by your peculiar hair color. Otherwise, they would have recognized your true identity by now. They wouldn't have needed to act themselves. They could have sought revenge by sharing your information and wanted posters with the police headquarters and the two cathedrals. Lumion chuckled. That's right. I can already set up a coffee meeting with Officer Everett. Franca's vibrant lake-like eyes sparkled as she said, You've shared so much with me about the mysticism gathering and your trump cards. Jenna even kept telling me how cunning and deceptive you are. Yet you're truly sincere and straightforward. Of course, our relationship is different from others, I knew it. Muggle's brother isn't that kind of person. For a moment, Lumion felt a twinge of guilt. He spoke sincerely. Yes, she completely misunderstood me. After chatting for a while, they finally reached the outskirts of Quartier de l'Observatoire's underground area and turned into a southward tunnel. Soon, Fernandez halted in front of a secondary well belonging to an abandoned quarry. He positioned the carbide lamp at the mouth of the well and gestured downward. Let's go in. With the aid of the blue light, Lumion peered down into the depths of the well. It had been neglected for a long time and appeared to be completely blocked by gravel. Using the recess in the well wall, ropes concealed in the shadows, and a basic iron ladder fastened to the moss, the three of them descended and swiftly reached the well's bottom. Fernandez moved a few seemingly heavy rocks, revealing a narrow tunnel at the well's edge, wide enough for one person. As they traversed the tunnel, which emitted a foul stench, the passageway ahead widened, as if they had entered another section of the quarry cave. The air grew eerily still, and darkness enveloped them. The cave ceiling was damp, with scarce traces of moss. Lumion and Franca, each holding a carbide lamp, slowed their pace and meticulously examined the various signs along the smuggling route. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fernandez pointed to a nearby tunnel. Our boss and Baron Brignize weren't entirely fruitless. They discovered that the caravan's tracks vanished into thin air over there. It was a tunnel connecting two sections of the quarry cave. The path was strewn with rubble and potholes. In the distance, darkness prevailed, devoid of any light. Lumion and Franca swiftly located the relatively fresh footprints that had abruptly vanished. They squatted down, closely examining them. Only footprints going in. The ones coming back end right here. Most people returning carry heavy loads. Their footprints are deeper, distinctly different from when they came. We can rule out the possibility of them turning around and retracing their steps. Lumion swiftly made a series of deductions. Franca averted her gaze from her surroundings and stood up. No signs of a struggle. It's incredibly peculiar. She then motioned for Fernandez to move further away and wait in the quarry cave. As Fernandez's carbide lamp glow faded into the distance, Franca produced a small makeup box and a white handkerchief with a blue checkered pattern. The handkerchief belonged to Rat, Christo's brother, Erkin, who had also gone missing during the smuggling operation. Franca placed the carbide lamp down, opened the light gold box, and ran her fingers over the mirror inside. Meanwhile, holding the handkerchief, she repeated in a whisper, "Erkin's current whereabouts. Erkin's current whereabouts." The already dim tunnel grew even more stifling. The light from the two carbide lamps was pushed back by an invisible force, and the palm-sized mirror emitted a watery glow, as though revealing the depths of a dark river. Before Lumion could count to 3, a scene materialized on the mirror's surface. Laborers lugging wooden crates and smugglers armed with revolvers and rifles trudged through the tunnel. As they progressed, the darkness behind them engulfed the space where the light had receded. Eventually, the carbide lamp's glow vanished from view and the mirror's surface turned pitch black. They did vanish in this area. Franca ended her divination, her thin red lips pressed together. "But I can't discern anything further." Lumion didn't suggest trying the mystery-prying glasses. From his perspective, Trier's underground was a treacherous place, concealing all manner of secrets. There were ruins from the 4th epoch, foul-smelling old bones, catacombs with specific rules to follow, and the lingering Montsaurus ghost that had defied eradication for years. They were all elements that instilled fear in those seeking the truth. If he were to use the mystery-prying glasses to survey the surroundings, there was a high chance he would explode on the spot. In due time, Trier's underground would boast another legend entwined with the power of an evil god. Therefore, Lumion would lend a hand out of consideration for the Savoy mob's boss, but he wouldn't go all out and take unnecessary risks. After all, it was Rat Christo who suffered the loss. What did it have to do with him? Lion Seal? Sal de Balbrise still had an abundant supply of alcohol. Franca glanced at him, not intending to make things difficult. Red Boots stowed away the makeup box and Erkin's handkerchief, picked up the carbide lamp and said to Lumion, "Let's return and find Fernandez. Let him guide us forward. Perhaps there are other clues left behind." "All right." Lumion felt that Franca was merely fulfilling her duty as a member of the Savoy mob. The two turned around, carrying their carbide lamps, and ventured back toward the original quarry cave, plunging into the ever-deepening darkness. After taking a dozen steps, Lumion abruptly halted, his expression growing grave. "What's the matter?" Franca asked, perplexed. Lumion's voice resonated with gravity as he directed her attention to the scattered rubble and pockmarked ground. "No more footprints. The smugglers' tracks from their departure and our own as we crossed have vanished, but there's a trail of footprints carrying a heavy load leading forward." Franca's heart skipped a beat. She peered ahead, coming to the realization that the ground lay in disarray. The footprints left by her, Lumion, and Fernandez in the tunnel had vanished, replaced by the sudden reappearance of the missing caravan's tracks out of thin air. Chapter 187. Shadow. "Damn it!" Franca exclaimed with frustration, her voice filled with intensity. She scanned her surroundings, her mind racing as she pondered and speculated. Did we stumble upon the same thing that the missing caravan encountered? Entering that tunnel transported us to another world, erasing the original footprints. Did we vanish into thin air in Fernandez's eyes? Lumion had never faced such a situation before, nor had his sister Aurora written about anything similar in her novels. He couldn't make sense of what was happening. Lost in thought, his brows furrowed, Lumion suddenly heard Franca's conjecture. How imaginative! Lumion's initial reaction was a deep sigh before he contemplated the possibilities. The more he considered it, the more he realized that Franca's words were eerily similar to their current predicament. He knelt down and examined the footprints once again. Indeed, the footprints suddenly appear with the weight of something heavy, Lumion said, gesturing to a dozen steps behind him. That was the same spot they had previously traversed, yet there were no traces of their passage. Franca clenched her teeth and spoke up. "It seems we truly have entered another world, or rather an underground realm. Damn it! Why did this happen to us? Christo, Brignize, Simon, and Black encountered nothing and safely returned to the surface. Lumian suddenly felt a twinge of guilt at Red Boots's questioning of destiny. Crouched on the ground, he instinctively raised his hand and touched his left chest. Was this somehow inevitable? Yes, I can't dismiss the possibility that it's Franca's doing. Her sequence is higher than mine, and she carries a mystical item that may hold some secrets. Lumian quickly gathered himself. Franca looked down at her companion and muttered to herself. Could it be linked to one of our sequences? Alternatively, it might be the adverse effect of your glasses. Lumian replied thoughtfully. Hunter and Demoness are neighboring pathways. In other words, if this problem stemmed from the convergence of Beyonder attributes, the two of them couldn't escape responsibility. Of course, at Lumian and Franca's level, the convergence of Beyonder attributes wouldn't have such obvious effects. However, Lumian recalled encountering two Demonesses less than 2 weeks after arriving in Trier, and he was only a Sequence 8. He suspected that the power of inevitability had transformed convergence into something fated to occur. Franca fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, she clenched her teeth and spoke. Perhaps this encounter is truly a problem with our pathway, but why did Christo's smuggling caravan enter this space and mysteriously vanish in reality? They've traversed this route countless times without any issues. Why is it different now? Damn it. That blasted rat must not have spilled all the beans. He wasn't just smuggling alcohol and firearms this time. There's something else, something linked to mysticism. That's not necessarily true. Emperor Roselle once said, touch pitch and you shall be defiled. Christo's smuggling caravan keeps going through this troublesome tunnel. Something was bound to happen, and unfortunately it happened this time. Lumian rose to his feet, defending the infamous rat, Christo. Franca was reluctantly swayed. She exhaled and said, Now is not the time to dissect the cause. What matters is finding a way out. Sai, why is underground Trier intertwined with the abnormalities of the Hunter and Demoness pathways? Franca fell silent abruptly, as if recalling something. Have you figured something out? Lumian stood up. Franca pondered before responding. I don't know if your sister ever mentioned anything about the Fourth Epoch. She might not even be aware. In short, Trier during the Fourth Epoch served as the capital of the Tudor dynasty, and the Blood Emperor who ruled the empire was likely a high-sequence Beyonder of the Hunter pathway. Furthermore, the Demoness family of that era shared a certain connection with one or several prominent nobles of the Tudor dynasty. It's reasonable for them to have left something behind in Trier. Demoness family? Lumian was taken aback by the term. Franca pursed her lips. In the Fourth Epoch, the Demoness pathway was under the control of a specific family. Sai, since I chose the assassin pathway, I could only do my best to gather relevant information, but I still lack substantial knowledge. Lumian steered the conversation back on track. Do you suspect that this space is linked to the sunken Fourth Epoch Trier? Yes, Franca replied vaguely, not ruling out the possibility. She contemplated for a moment before adding, the two churches must have dealt with the ruins to some extent. If we can find the corresponding node, we should be able to escape. Carrying the carbide lamp, Lumian once again examined the ground. Should we press on or turn back? Christo's smuggling caravan doesn't seem to have noticed anything amiss. They're still moving forward. Franca pondered for a few seconds and said, Let's go back to the spot where we entered this space and investigate. It's just a few steps away. We won't waste much time. All right. Lumian walked toward the center of the tunnel. Soon, he and Franca stood at the place where the smuggling caravan's tracks had materialized out of thin air, attempting to take a step forward. There was no trace of footprints ahead. After walking another dozen steps, the darkness deepened. Only Lumian's and Franca's footprints remained on the path. They had not returned to reality. Wait. Franca raised her right hand, signaling to halt. Let's turn back and head to the quarry cave we came from. We need to see if Fernandez has entered this space. Lumian didn't object. It could help them further determine the nature of the problem. Guided by the bluish glow of their carbide lamps, Lumian and Franca followed the tracks left by the smuggling caravan. Before long, They reached the quarry cave. A figure stood at the boundary of light and darkness with its back turned towards them. Franca exclaimed with delight, "Fernandez!" It seemed that the smuggler had also entered this space. Perhaps the problem didn't lie with her or Seal. However, Franca's expression tightened as soon as she finished speaking. Simultaneously, Lumian spoke in a deep voice. "Something's off." Fernandez, the smuggler, had been carrying a carbide lamp. There was no way he would just stand there in the darkness. In the next moment, the figure turned around. Under the illumination of Lumian and Franca's carbide lamps, a bloodied face came into view. The man had short flaxen hair, thick brown eyebrows, and lake blue eyes. His lips were thin, and his appearance was unremarkable. Yet his eyes radiated indescribable malice and hatred. At that moment, sticky blood stained the man's face, as if it might drip at any moment. "It's not Fernandez. Why does he look familiar?" Lumian assessed the situation as he reached for the black revolver concealed under his arm. With a clang, Franca's carbide lamp fell to the ground. Startled by the noise and the flickering light, the figure darted into the darkness and disappeared into a tunnel connecting to the cavern. "What's wrong?" Lumian turned to Franca. As a Sequence 7 Beyonder, a member of a secret organization and an experienced combatant, she shouldn't be displaying such abnormal behavior and exaggerated reactions. Franca gazed into the darkness for a few seconds before speaking. That was my past self." "Your past self when you were still a man." Lumian was alarmed. An unsettling feeling crept over him as he asked in a low voice, "You mean before you drank the witch potion?" "Yes." Franca bent down and retrieved her carbide lamp. Confusion and fear etched on her face. "I thought no one in this world would remember that face except for me. Why? Why am I seeing it here? Is it generated from my memories? Can't our memories be kept secret in this space? Wouldn't that be a good thing?" Lumian's initial reaction was one of excitement. If this space could reveal the hidden memories of his subconscious, he could begin piecing together the truth of the Cordu disaster. As for whether this space might intrude on something it shouldn't and risk severe corruption and damage, he paid it no mind. With his carbide lamp and revolver in hand, Lumian cautiously circled the empty quarry. He found no other figures or anything related to his past. Disheartened, he expressed his disappointment to Franca. "I couldn't find my past self." Could it be that it's not a memory from the past, but rather something from the future? Franca suggested returning to the secondary well that had brought them to this level. By searching for more anomalies along the way, they might be able to infer the nature of this space and find a way to leave. Side by side, they traversed the quarry cave, following the footprints left by the smuggling caravan, heading towards the edge of Quartier de l'Observatoire. As time went on, Lumian and Franca noticed something on the ground almost simultaneously. They were scattered droplets of blood, mingled with the disordered footprints of the smuggling caravan. "Are the abnormalities starting to manifest?" Franca whispered. Lumian nodded. "If we proceed further, we might encounter those people." He glanced at Franca and added, "Although they may no longer be human." Franca scoffed. "Are you trying to frighten me? Do you think that will scare me? Whether they're corpses or monsters, it's within my expectations. Remember, the most terrifying thing in this world is the unknown." Just as Franca finished speaking, Lumian's expression froze, illuminated by the glow of the carbide lamp. "You're still trying to frighten me." Before Franca could finish her sentence, she felt something warm sliding from her nose and falling to the ground. It was a drop of bright red blood. Chapter 188, Confidence? "Damn it!" Franca couldn't help but blurt out her usual modal particle. With a quick swipe of her index finger across her nose, her hand revealed a bright red stain. The sight alone sent a shiver down her spine. Franca snorted. In an instant, black flames flickered in her nostrils, fingers, and the blood on the ground, swiftly vanishing into thin air. Catching Lumian's gaze, Franca, slightly contorted from the pain, forced herself to enlighten him. "We can't leave our blood in this unknown place. Otherwise, unimaginable horrors may unfold." "Hey, why are you unharmed?" From Franca's perspective, she surpassed Seal in terms of sequence and experience. There was no reason for him to emerge unscathed while she suffered. Perhaps I'm fine for now. Lumion patronizingly responded, pondering thoughtfully. Maybe the shadow we encountered represented the old you, not the old me. So why did we come across the old me and not the old you? Franca eyed Lumion suspiciously. Could this bloke be hiding another secret? Lumion pondered for a moment before answering. Perhaps this space is more intertwined with demonesses. Could be. Franca fell into deep contemplation. After a few seconds, she pointed towards the footprints and blood droplets on the ground and suggested, "Let's catch up and investigate." The current condition of those people could reveal our future and help us prepare in advance. Lumion responded with action, walking into the darkness that swallowed the footprints and blood droplets. The yellowish-blue light of the carbide lamp quietly resisted the encroaching darkness. As they tracked further, the abnormalities on their bodies became increasingly apparent. Warm blood began to trickle from Lumion's nose, while crimson liquid seeped from Franca's eyes, gums, skin, and ears. With her black flames, not a drop of blood remained. Finally, they returned to the secondary well, where the tracks of the smuggling caravan and the slowly congealing blood abruptly vanished. Whether it was the tunnel leading to the secondary well or the path to other areas, there were no traces left. They vanished again. Franca, her face enveloped in black flames, frowned. Lumion, his nose sealed by the black flames, took a deep breath and smiled. This might be our end. When the blood reaches a certain point, our bodies will gradually fade away. Franca glanced at Lumion, who remained calm and composed, and clicked her tongue in admiration. "You've got a decent mindset," Lumion chuckled. "So what if I do? Too many negative emotions will only cloud my thinking." "Sometimes I reckon you're more mature than me," Franca sighed. "Did you just figure that out?" Lumion naturally wouldn't mention that he was both sincerely pondering the issue and confident. Compared to Cordu, trapped in an endless loop, at least there was no sign of terrifying power in this place. Moreover, Lumion didn't need to rack his brain to come up with several escape strategies. The first option was to take a risky move by using the mystery-prying glasses to explore the surroundings from different angles and locate an exit. Secondly, he could try throwing out Mr. Katik's finger to establish a connection, hoping it would create a passageway. Thirdly, summoning Madame Hella or the messenger of Madame Magician was another possibility. If it succeeded, it would mean that this place wasn't entirely cut off from the spirit world. The two ladies might have a way to forcefully extract Lumion and Franca. Fourthly, if all else failed, he could set up an altar and offer prayers to the mysterious ruler beyond the gray fog. Such a bizarre space couldn't restrict a great entity. Even the cycle of fate orchestrated by the evil god couldn't shield them from his watchful eye, let alone this place. Lastly, if the great entity remained unresponsive, Lumion could perform a ritual and beseech for a boon. He could activate the black thorn symbol on his chest, allowing the sealed evil god's corruption to amplify. This disruption might create a vulnerability in the workings of this space. You can be as calm and composed as me when you have numerous untried methods and believe there's a high chance of escaping this place. Lumion criticized inwardly, feeling somewhat perplexed. It felt like he had forgotten something important, but it eluded his memory momentarily. Franca retrieved a light gold makeup box, opened it, and placed it on the ground. Her form swiftly faded away, leaving no trace behind. The aqueous light within the palm-sized mirror flickered, illuminating Franca's figure. How magical! Lumion sighed, marveling at the sight. Franca glanced around within the mirror for a few seconds before vanishing. She reappeared across from Lumion, shaking her head, and uttered, "I can't find a way out by relying on the mirror." Without awaiting Lumion's response, the witch attempted several more methods, but all proved futile. Finally, she caressed the mirror inside the makeup box, seeking guidance from her spirituality. In such a place, she hesitated to perform magic mirror divination, fearing a perilous and dreadful connection. "The way out, the way out." Franca repeated the divination phrase in Hermes several times, and the mirror darkened, resembling a moonlit lake. The shimmering aqueous light reflected a figure. It was Lumion, wearing a wide-brimmed round hat, a white shirt, a brown jacket, and dark pants. Black flames flickered subtly at his nose. Franca turned around, looking at her companion by her side. She furrowed her brow slightly and stated, "Finding the exit with your glasses, isn't that too dangerous?" "Congratulations on finally uncovering the simplest among my 5 solutions." Lumion pondered and remarked, "This is no longer the true underground trier, nor does it seem to be directly linked to the ruins of the 4th epoch. As long as we protect ourselves, we should be able to endure any peril." "Protect?" Franca repeated the word with a smile. "I happen to excel at that." With a swift motion of her right hand, she extinguished the black flames on Lumion's nose. After a few seconds, a drop of bright red liquid trickled down, caught by Franca's open palm. Then she conjured fresh black flames, sealing Lumion's nostrils once again. The mild burning sensation was tolerable for Ainz monk Lumion. He asked cautiously, "What are you doing with my blood, a curse?" Franca chuckled. "Do I need to go through all this trouble just to kill you? I'll perform a mirror substitution to shield you from the danger of using those glasses." As she spoke, she retrieved a palm-sized mirror and smeared Lumion's blood upon it. "She has so many mirrors. Are they the essence of a witch's spells?" Lumion observed Franca's busy movements, enlightened and slightly envious. Franca turned her head and addressed him. "Give me 2 strands of your hair." Without hesitation, Lumion plucked 2 strands and handed them over. A black flame appeared in Franca's hand, incinerating the golden strands. She sprinkled the ashes onto the mirror's surface and stroked it with her black-flamed palm while murmuring an inaudible incantation. When the black flames suddenly receded into the mirror, the traces of blood and hair vanished. "Do not stray more than 30 meters away from me," Franca cautioned, holding the seemingly ordinary mirror. Lumion nodded and retrieved the mystery-prying glasses from his pocket. He placed the brown, gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, but his right hand remained gripping the mirror holder, ready to remove the glasses at a moment's notice. Almost simultaneously, Lumion beheld a multitude of scenes. Faces concealed in darkness, pallid and ferocious, drenched in blood. A mass of dark hair floated amidst the shadows, comprised of hundreds or perhaps thousands of strands, extending in various directions. Lingering figures, rock walls shimmering with aqueous light, and an impenetrable darkness in the pond-like puddle. A colossal, swollen, and pallid face lurked beneath the lightless surface, peering outward. There was a glistening cave. Light. Cave. Lumion's intuition instantaneously struck, compelling his dizzy mind to focus on the edge of the scene. The luminous-filled cave rapidly enlarged, revealing a dimly lit passage beyond. As the cave drew nearer, Lumion realized it was merely a reflection in a mirror. Its surface was solid and inaccessible. The mirror sank to the depths of the lightless pool. Suddenly, the colossal, swollen, and pallid face swiftly expanded before Lumion's eyes, consuming his field of vision. Lumion's sight darkened, and he nearly lost consciousness. Vaguely, he saw his flesh attempting to depart from his skeleton. Whack! Lumion heard a crisp, shattering sound, and his mind cleared. He swiftly removed the mystery-prying glasses and retched. After he regained his composure, Franca inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" At some point, the mirror in her hand had shattered into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Lumion took a deep breath and replied, "I'm fine now." He extended his finger, indicating a specific direction. "Over 100 meters from the tunnel, there lies a massive puddle, and at the puddle's depths you'll find a mirror. That mirror reflects a cave which leads to a path of light. However, be warned, for within that puddle lurks a perilous monster. I nearly died when I beheld its visage." Franca listened in silence, her mutterings a mixture of confusion and frustration. Goddammit, could this place truly be connected to a demoness? Chapter 189. Cooperation. Observing Lumion's perplexed gaze, Franca provided a succinct explanation. One of the core abilities of the demoness pathway revolves around mirrors and manipulating the world within them. When I suspected that this place might be connected to the demoness or hunter pathway, I pondered whether we inadvertently stepped into a certain location within the mirror world. Thus, I attempted to use the makeup mirror to see if I could escape through it. As you witnessed, It proved fruitless. Because of this, I have tentatively dismissed the notion of being in a mirror world or encountering a relic belonging to a demoness. However, now we have stumbled upon a submerged mirror that likely conceals an exit. So, you suspect that this is a specific place within the mirror world restricted to certain mirrors. Lumian attempted to grasp Franca's line of thinking. Exactly, Franca replied with a gentle nod. But what perplexes me is how we found ourselves here without encountering anything resembling a mirror. Perhaps my conjecture is incorrect, or only partially true. Lumian pondered for a moment, hoping to glean some knowledge. He posed a sincere question. What exactly is a mirror world? Franca grabbed the ponytail at the back of her head. Explaining it to you is a challenge since I am not entirely certain myself. Allow me to elucidate based on my understanding. In mysticism, mirrors possess distinct symbolic meanings, such as one's reflection or an entrance to another realm. The former suggests that we can use mirrors to create substitutes, while the latter alludes to a mirror world. It is often associated with terror, mystery, horror, and the bizarre. I cannot ascertain whether there are hidden elements or if it truly represents an alternate dimension. However, I do know that the mirror world connects to various mirror-like entities. It could potentially point to spaces that are typically inaccessible. As my sequence progresses, I should be capable of utilizing the mirror world to swiftly traverse different locations. Lumian recalled the recent events and allowed his imagination to run wild. Could the version of you we saw be a reflection left behind in the mirror world from a previous encounter before you became a witch? That would explain why I have never encountered my past self. That is a plausible explanation, but I haven't come across anything peculiar. Franca deliberated for a moment. If that is the case, we must hurry to the puddle immediately. The exit is most likely there. We can no longer afford to proceed cautiously or wait any longer. As I mentioned earlier, the mirror world harbors eerie and terrifying phenomena. If we linger here any further, I dread to imagine what might befall us. Very well. Lumian maintained his composure. Franca turned and sprinted with Lumian closely following her. As the witch ran, it appeared as though she employed some form of ability. Small patches of frost materialized beneath her feet, causing a sharp reduction in friction. Her body seemed weightless as she gracefully glided through the dim quarry cave and into the depths of the underground tunnel. Utilizing all his strength as a hunter and dancer, Lumian struggled to keep pace with Franca and avoid being left behind. In the wintry chill, a thin layer of ice gradually formed on the walls of the surrounding rocks. Upon the icy surface, visages stained with blood emerged. Their countenances contorted, eyes brimming with hatred, resembling vengeful specters emerging from the depths of hell. Among them was the previous incarnation of Franca when she still appeared as a man. After sprinting for a while, Lumian and Franca caught sight of the puddle. As the light from the carbide lamp cast its glow, the puddle's surface shimmered with a tinge of yellowish blue. Is this it? Franca halted abruptly. Lumian examined it for a moment before responding, yes. In that moment, every fiber of his being throbbed with pain, as if his body was on the brink of bursting, save for the fiery sensation in his nasal cavity. Holding the carbide lamp tightly, Franca cautiously approached the puddle. The challenge now is how to elude the monster you encountered and locate the mirror. Regrettably, I cannot yet traverse between mirrors. I can only remain inside for a few fleeting seconds. I will divert its attention and keep it occupied for a while. Why don't you dive underwater and retrieve the mirror? Lumian spoke plainly. I don't believe you stand a chance against it. It nearly overwhelmed me when I caught a glimpse of it. Though Franca felt a twinge of annoyance and frustration, she had to acknowledge that Lumian spoke the truth. With her sequence and mystical item, she could still hold her ground even against a Beyonder one rank higher. However, judging by the monster's display, it far surpassed her by more than a single rank. After a brief pause, Franca clenched her teeth and uttered, "Even if I am outmatched, my skills in escape and self-preservation are formidable. I should be able to hold out against it for more than 10 seconds. If you can retrieve the mirror within that time frame, we can make our escape." Lumian let out a chuckle. We shouldn't risk our lives just yet. I have a plan to stall that monster for 10 to 20 seconds without taking excessive risks, and I trust you can locate that mirror, correct? I'm capable. I have a unique method of detecting mirrors. Franca eyed Lumian skeptically. Are you truly up to the task? Is there genuinely no danger involved? In theory, the risks are minimal, Lumian replied calmly. Simultaneously, he silently added, if the risks prove too great, I'll find an alternative. Mr. K, Madam Hela, Madam Magician, the Great Being, and the power of inevitability are all viable options. Franca wasted no time and pursed her lips as she spoke. All right, just to be safe, I'll create a mirror substitute for you. Naturally, Lumian had no objections to something that could effectively reduce the risk. After Franca produced a small mirror and crafted the corresponding substitute, Lumian gripped the ritual silver dagger and encircled the pond-like puddle, creating a spiritual barrier. Throughout the process, he maintained a distance of 4 to 5 meters from the water's edge, fearing the monster would drag him under. Putting away the ritual silver dagger, Lumian turned to Franca with a genuine smile. What comes next involves one of my secrets. Could you turn around? Very well. Franca was content with his straightforwardness. She inwardly sighed once more. Does Jenna misunderstand Seal? As Franca turned around, Lumian placed the carbide lamp aside and began the summoning dance. He intended to summon the monster, but he wouldn't allow it to possess him. Lumian believed that the higher the level of a peculiar creature, the more aware it would be of the corruption within his body. This made it less inclined to attach itself to him. In other words, as long as he refrained from issuing commands that would influence the monster, it was likely to observe the summoning dance eagerly, waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, it was intimidated by the seal and the corruption and dared not act upon its thoughts. It would only truly engage him once the dance concluded. The summoning dance lasted for 20 to 30 seconds, ample time for Franca to submerge herself and locate the mirror. As long as Lumian could escape this world before the monster attacked, there would be no further issues. Of course, if he couldn't harness the corresponding powers of nature in this place and allow the summoning dance to take effect, he could always employ an alternative method. Amidst the contorted and frenzied dance, Lumian's spirituality stirred the forces of nature, forming a connection that dissipated into the surroundings, only to be obstructed by the spiritual barrier. After a few seconds, ripples appeared on the surface of the puddle, and a pallid figure emerged, floating above the water. It bore a resemblance to a human, with an inflated body and a gargantuan face occupying half its form. The monster floated toward Lumian and came to a stop in close proximity. Lumian dared not gaze directly at it. With his eyes half shut, he called out, "Hurry!" Without hesitation, Franca discarded the carbide lamp, took 2 steps, and leaped into the water. With a splash, water splattered around. A cold, damp sensation penetrated Franca's skin as near darkness enveloped her vision. Guided by the faint glow of the carbide lamp seeping through the water, Franca swiftly descended to the depths. Suddenly, dark creatures resembling seaweed extended their hair-like tendrils, slithering around Franca as if alive. Franca paid them no mind and continued her descent. Just as the seaweed was about to touch her, it unexpectedly burst into black flames. The black flames burned silently underwater, showing no signs of extinguishing. The seaweed didn't turn to ash, but their consciousness was snuffed out. They floated in the water, swaying with the currents. Farther away, a multitude of seaweed continued to surge forward, obstructed by layers of condensed frost. Beside the puddle, Lumian, engrossed in the summoning dance, did not look at the monster. However, he heard a sound akin to a bubble popping. A putrid odor wafted towards him, accompanied by an enveloping chill. An image flashed across Lumian's mind. The bloated monster with its enormous face was less than a step away from him, almost clinging to his back. He could even perceive its breath. Hiss! Lumian instinctively gasped, refusing to interrupt the summoning dance in the water. Franca, having dived deeper, finally sensed the presence of the mirror. Her form suddenly faded, vanishing from her original position. Franca's figure swiftly materialized on the ancient silver mirror resting silently on the seabed. She retrieved the artifact and swam towards the surface, a look of joy adorning her face. She had just confirmed that this mirror truly led to the underground tunnel in the outside world. Beside the puddle, Lumion was filled with anxiety as he kept his gaze fixed on the water surface. The summoning dance was nearing its end, and the bloated monster drew closer, its flesh almost brushing against his skin. If Franca did not emerge soon, he would resort to using Mr. Katakes' finger. Just then, Franca reached the shore, holding the mirror, and leapt up amidst the splashing water. Avoiding eye contact with the monster, she lowered her head and hurried to Lumion's side, gripping his wrist. Simultaneously, both of them turned ethereal, while the ancient mirror clattered to the ground. A scene unfolded upon the mirror's surface. Franca grasping Lumion's hand and leading him through a short, dark tunnel to an illuminated cave before leaping out. Amidst flickering lights and shadows, Lumion realized he stood upon a dim path, with distant light seeping in. Franca retrieved the mirror that had served as his substitute and noticed countless cracks marring its surface, on the verge of shattering. That was a close call. She sighed sincerely. Chapter 190. Unexpected Development. Lumion glanced at the shattered mirror in Franca's hand, relief and confusion evident on his face. But I don't feel like I was being attacked. His summoning dance still had 5 to 6 seconds left before Franca grabbed his wrist. Franca cleared her throat and assumed the stance of a teacher. Some mysticism techniques are undetectable. The moment you feel attacked is the moment of your death. Could it be that the monster secretly influenced me when I paused the summoning dance to enter the mirror for those brief seconds? Lumion nodded thoughtfully. Yes, the bleeding in that space caught us by surprise. We had no idea how to prevent it. As he spoke, he looked at Franca's face and noticed her smooth skin, devoid of any scars. It was impossible to tell that blood had seeped out from multiple places. Franca touched her face and pondered before saying, "It's indeed very bizarre, but we did lose some blood. As a witch, I have a mystical perception of the amount of my blood. In other words, the damage we suffered in the special mirror world isn't fake. It's just that we didn't leave any wounds." "Damn it, I didn't bring the carbide lamp." As she spoke, she turned around and searched through a pile of gravel on the side of the dim tunnel. Lumion didn't have time to retrieve his carbide lamp either. He could only observe Franca's every move with the help of the distant light. In less than 10 seconds, Franca pulled out a mirror from the rubble. The mirror appeared to be made of pure silver. The patterns on both sides were mysterious and sinister, and its surface was dark and lifeless, as if time had eroded it. As expected, there's a corresponding mirror in reality. Franca did her best to avoid being reflected in the silver mirror with its classic design. She also instructed Lumion, "In unsafe places or when encountering strange occurrences, try not to look into the mirror if you can. Otherwise, something terrifying might happen. We mustn't touch such mysterious and evil objects of unknown origin." Lumion, who hadn't mentioned to Franca that he couldn't look in the mirror after using the mystery-prying glasses to disguise himself, nodded. "I understand that the exit is a mirror. What I can't figure out is how we entered that space without noticing. We didn't come across anything along the way. That baffles me too." Franca covered the surface of the classic-styled silver mirror with a handkerchief and other items. She stood up and said, "This thing seems to be closely related to the demoness pathway. How about you give it to me? I'll find something valuable to compensate you later." "No problem," Lumion chuckled. "You don't have to ask. I can't beat you." Franca clicked her tongue and said, "No, the spoils of war must be distributed fairly. Otherwise, there will surely be conflicts within the team. I used to be taken advantage of like this in the past. If it weren't for my good nature and not holding grudges, I would have sought revenge long ago." "Why does it sound like you're cussing me?" "Madam," Lumion silently muttered. If someone took his spoils and exploited him for no reason, and his strength was inferior to the other party, although he wouldn't say anything on the spot, he would definitely find a way to seek revenge later. He wouldn't simply forgive the other party so easily. Stowing away the classic-styled silver mirror, Franca gestured toward the source of light. Let's go and have a look over there. We might come across the quarry police or other smugglers. We can ask for directions. Getting lost in underground Trier and being unable to find a way out might be even more perilous than being trapped in that peculiar mirror world. That's right. Lumion agreed wholeheartedly. If it weren't for that, the Montsaurus ghost would have been eradicated long ago by the official Beyonders. The two of them proceeded through the tunnel, guided by the faint glow, staying alert for any potential attacks. Before long, they reached a quarry cave. In the center of the cave stood a figure wearing a felt hat. The light emanated from the carbide lamp he held in his hand. Franca recognized him and called out, "Fernandez?" She realized that the figure was Fernandez, the smuggler who had been leading the way for them. This appeared to be the quarry cave where they had arranged to meet him. Fernandez turned around, surprised, and asked, "How did you come from there?" "I've been waiting for nearly half an hour, but you didn't show up. I even went to the spot where the footprints vanished to search for you, but you were nowhere to be found." Lumion and Franca exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, they had spent nearly half an hour in the special mirror world. Franca approached Fernandez and casually explained, "We stumbled upon some clues and pursued them. However, we ended up circling back here and encountered an ambush on the way. We lost our carbide lamps." "What clues?" Fernandez asked, pleasantly surprised. Franca smiled. "We'll discuss it with Cristo directly." Fernandez knew his place well and didn't pry any further. He led the two of them back along the same path they had taken before. They ascended the secondary well and entered the underground section corresponding to Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, finally arriving at the exit on Rue Anarchy. Only when Lumion and Franca laid eyes on street peddlers, children picking up fruit peels, homeless people huddling in corners, and the bustling crowd, did they truly feel as though they had escaped from that strange realm and returned to the real world. After boarding the carriage, that rat Cristo had sent for them, Lumion glanced at Franca and asked in a low voice, "What should we say later?" Fernandez knew the carriage driver and had taken a seat beside him, so he wasn't in the carriage. Franca chuckled. "We'll simply say that we entered an unknown space, discovered some traces, and managed to escape using my mirror magic. The rest has nothing to do with Cristo." Lumion didn't say another word. He closed his eyes and recalled his encounters in the special mirror world. The four-wheeled carriage swiftly turned onto Avenue du Marché, hurtling toward Suhit's steam locomotive. It veered into the alley that led to the depot. Rat, Cristo awaited them in the nearby warehouse. Before long, Lumion and Franca caught sight of the rat-like smuggler. Cristo approached them with a grin and exclaimed, "Thank you by steam. Erkin and the others are back." Erkin, Franca's eyes narrowed as she blurted out, "The missing caravan has returned." Erkin, Cristo's younger brother responsible for the smuggling caravan, had vanished previously, and Franca still had his divination handkerchief. And now he's back. What the F***CK was going on, Cristo nodded, still smiling. Indeed, the goods have returned as well. They arrived over an hour ago. Over an hour ago? Wasn't that the same time when we discovered the spot where the footprints vanished and entered that peculiar mirror world? Lumion frowned, a hint of confusion stirring within him. It was only because he had already experienced unbelievable phenomena like the time loop and the vivid dream that Lumion managed to keep his composure, unlike Franca. Observing the surprised and perplexed expressions of Franca and Seal, Cristo smiled and stated, "I'll let Erkin explain it himself." He turned and headed a few steps toward the entrance of the warehouse, calling out, "Erkin, come out for a moment." Seizing the opportunity, Franca tilted her head slightly and whispered to Lumion, "This is highly unusual." Lumion's lips curled into a smile as he lowered his voice and replied, "I even suspect that Rat and the others conspired to set a trap for us. They used the disappearance of the goods as bait to lure us underground into that perilous realm." Franca studied him, amusement in her eyes, and remarked, "You don't have much trust in others, do you?" Lumion spoke candidly. "The dancers' salaries make Giant and Baron Brignies resentful, and I possess the coveted salle de bal brise. Only Rat has no conflict of interest with us, so he was made to intervene." Franca fell into deep thought, seriously considering the possibility of being deceived. In that moment, Lumion grinned. This is merely a conjecture. It doesn't account for the footprints and other traces in the mirror world. As soon as he finished speaking, a man who appeared to be under 30 years old emerged from the warehouse. He was not particularly tall, standing at about 1.6 meters. Apart from the absence of rat-like whiskers, he bore a striking resemblance to Christo. "It is indeed Erkin," Franca whispered to Lumion. Then she turned her gaze to Christo and Erkin, who were approaching together, and inquired, "Erkin, what happened?" Erkin's dark blue eyes revealed a blend of fear and joy. "We entered a peculiar world within a section of the tunnel and couldn't find a way out. In the afternoon, while we were searching in all directions, we suddenly found ourselves back on our original path. Did our entry provide them an opportunity to escape?" Franca had a suspicion. Lumion stared at Erkin, his expression devoid of any emotion, as if assessing an adversary who might bring him calamity. In his mind, he recalled the droplets of blood left behind on the ground of the mirror world. Gradually, they coalesced, staining a whole area crimson. Could someone who had lost so much blood truly return alive? Franca had evidently pondered this as well. She regarded Erkin and asked, "What happened to you there?" Erkin couldn't help but tremble. "We started bleeding inexplicably. Towards the end, many were on the verge of death. By steam, we managed to find the exit in time. As soon as we emerged, we recovered." "Is that so?" Franca felt that Erkin, adorned with the sacred emblem, was relaying his account in line with her own experience and could be explained. Thus, she could only temporarily set aside her doubts. Beside them, Christo cast a glance their way and invited them with a smile. "Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude. Would you like to sample the most authentic Savoy roast chicken?" "All right." Lumion responded on Franca's behalf. Christo produced a set of keys and tossed them to his brother. "Erkin, go to my office and bring all the spices to the kitchen." "All right." Erkin received the key and ascended the iron stairs embedded in the outer wall of the warehouse. With his left hand, he inserted one of the keys into the door of Christo's office and turned it to unlock it. Franca was momentarily taken aback before muttering to herself, "I recall that Erkin habitually uses his right hand. Why would he awkwardly open the door with his left hand when he wasn't holding anything?" Hearing Franca's remark, Christo nodded and replied, "Indeed, he is right-handed." Chapter 191. Suspicions. Right hand, Franca's body jolted with a sudden shudder. As a witch, she was well acquainted with the intricacies of mirrors, attuned to their peculiarities. And one thing she knew for certain was this. When a person gazed into a mirror, their reflection would be inverted from left to right. The situation at hand was baffling. After Erkin, who habitually favored his right hand, had ventured into the enigmatic mirror world and returned, he had inexplicably switched to using his left hand. Franca and Lumion, however, had not experienced such a change. What could this mean? Franca trembled with unease. Just then, Christo reappeared at the warehouse's bottom floor, bellowing instructions to Erkin on the upper level. He demanded that Erkin retrieve his prized white elixir wine. Seizing the opportunity, Lumion leaned in close to Franca and whispered into her ear, "Have you noticed any connections?" "You've thought of it too," Franca replied, taken aback. It was a challenge to detect Erkin's abnormality and grasp the underlying possibilities without extensive knowledge of mysticism and encounters with the Bay underworld. Lumion continued in a hushed tone. "Judging by the amount of blood present in that space, I find it hard to believe that a regular person could have survived. From the start, I suspected something was amiss with Erkin and the other members of the caravan. Furthermore, you mentioned that the peculiar mirror world contains your past self, the reflection of who you once were. A mirrored image is left-right reversed in reality. Do you think the Erkin in the mirror has replaced the original Erkin?" Franca fell into silence, pondering the implications. "I dread to consider such a horrifying possibility, but the circumstances align more and more with your theory. I need to be certain." As they conversed, Erkin descended from the warehouse's upper level, clutching a sack filled with various spices and 2 bottles of white elixir wine. He made his way towards a nearby grayish-white, two-story building. The structure served as a dining room and kitchen for Rat, Christo's subordinates. On the surface, Christo presented himself as a merchant. He owned multiple companies specializing in trade and providing storage facilities. Franca approached Christo with a solemn expression and asked, "Are you absolutely sure that is truly Erkin?" Christo blurted out in surprise. "Why are you asking such a peculiar question? Of course, it's Erkin. By steam, how could I not recognize my own brother? My kids are also quite fond of him. They find nothing unfamiliar about him." Franca pondered for a moment before smiling faintly. "I can't help but feel that something might go awry after venturing into that bizarre realm. I've checked on them. They're fine, just a bit weakened from the bleeding. Damn it, now I have to offer them some compensation. Why did Emperor Roselle have to introduce these bizarre notions, and why do so many people still remember them after nearly 2 centuries? Christo's heart ached at the prospect of additional expenses. Franca chuckled. "You're not a Beyonder yet. Before you took over this smuggling business, didn't you anticipate that those above you would follow certain customs and pay extra for particular matters?" Christo fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Franca then said, "I'll help you confirm whether anything is amiss with those individuals." Franca retrieved her makeup box and Erkin's handkerchief, preparing to perform a divination in front of Rat Christo. "Erkin's whereabouts. Erkin's whereabouts." As Franca chanted in Hermes, her eyes darkened, and she gently caressed the surface of the makeup mirror. Lumion observed as the mirror shimmered with watery ripples of light. Soon a scene materialized within its depths. Erkin, dressed in a blue shirt, stood near the kitchen, engaged in conversation with the chef. I knew everything would go smoothly. Rat, Christo chuckled. He then gestured towards the warehouse. "I have some matters to attend to. You can explore the area on your own or wait for me in the dining room." Once the short-statured leader of the smugglers had entered the warehouse, Lumion turned to Franca. It appears that the real Erkin might be dead. Thus, the divination results indicated the person who originally belonged to the mirror world. "Do you still think something is amiss with Erkin and the others?" Franca furrowed her brow. "And if not," Lumion laughed. "Should we cover our eyes and ears and pretend we didn't see, hear, or discover anything?" Franca pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps, because I'm using mirror divination, it will be easier to pinpoint the individual within the mirror. I shall attempt another method." Surveying the warehouse area, she picked up a short wooden stick and held it before her, pressing down from the top. After uttering a similar divination statement, the wooden stick snapped, pointing directly at the grayish-white, 2-story building that housed the kitchen and dining room. Erkin was there. Franca fell silent momentarily before declaring, "Let me see if that mirror can be of any assistance." She referred to the classic-styled silver mirror that served as a gateway to the peculiar realm, hoping to employ it in banishing all the monsters that had emerged from within. Lumion eagerly trailed behind Franca as they entered the dining room. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a woman wearing a grayish-green dress. She appeared to be in her late 20s, holding the hands of a boy and a girl. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she embraced Erkin, who had just emerged from the kitchen. "You're finally back. Pepe, Pepe, play with me." Amidst the clamor of excited voices, Erkin's face radiated sheer happiness. His brows and eyes reflected pure joy. Franca paused in her steps, silently observing the heartwarming family reunion for a long while. Eventually, she let out a sigh and remarked, "Let's give it a little more time." Lumion maintained his smile. "Are you finding it hard to bear?" Franca sighed. The real Erkin might already be dead. After all, this is his reflection. If I were to expose his true nature now, kill him, or force him back into the mirror, not only would his wife and children fail to show gratitude, but they would also despise me. "You're right," Lumion chuckled. "In any case, if anything untoward happens in the future, whether someone lives or dies is not our concern. We simply need to exercise caution. Why should we appear as the villains? No one will thank you for it. Yes, let's avoid Rat Christo and the others for the time being. If we don't encounter them, it's as if nothing has occurred." Franca's inner conflict grew. She didn't know what the mirror's reflection would do after replacing the person in reality. What if his kindness morphed into cruelty, and his affection transformed into hatred? Franca, unable to reach a decision, could only gaze at Lumion and sigh. "Your words are rather cold-hearted." She began to think that Jenna's assessment of Seal held some truth. "Madam, am I not merely following your inclinations to help you convince yourself?" Lumion responded, a mix of annoyance and amusement evident in his tone. Franca offered a sheepish smile. "How do you propose we handle this situation?" Lumion glanced at Erkin, who was recounting his strange encounter to his wife and children as if it were someone else's story. "We should have someone write a letter and report this matter to the police headquarters, or a cathedral. The letter should merely state that Rat Christo's brother, Erkin, ventured into an underground realm with a group of individuals and remained absent for the majority of the day. Upon resurfacing, their dominant hand had changed. Official Beyonders have encountered numerous anomalies, so they should be familiar with the underground. They will likely deduce what has befallen Erkin and his companions. As for how they handle it, that's their responsibility. We need not worry. If they refrain from harming Erkin and the others, the mirror person poses no threat. They can serve as replacements for the deceased originals. And if those monsters are eliminated, we won't have to confront pain and animosity, let alone compensate anyone. In short, we must trust the officials and the church. Emperor Roselle once mentioned that a gentleman wouldn't feel inclined to dine on an animal they were familiar with after it had been slaughtered. However, if they remained unaware, it wouldn't be an issue. They could enjoy their meal blissfully. The same principle applies in this case. Lumion couldn't recall the exact words, so he did his best to convey the sentiment in his own words. Franca pondered deeply for a few moments before being convinced. "You're right," she glanced at Lumion. "You don't sound like a mob leader at all." "A true mob leader knows how to manipulate the authorities." Lumion grinned. Franca chuckled and remarked, "Do I have to address you as Godfather from now on?" Without giving Lumion a chance to inquire further, she swiftly added, "A mob's Godfather. Yes, for now, you don't have the means. I'll take responsibility for leaking the information to the officials." Mob's Godfather. Lumion had heard his sister mention this as the subject of her next book. He grasped the general idea, but couldn't help feeling a tad disheartened. In the ensuing hours, he and Franca joyously attended a banquet hosted by Rat Christo, engaging in lively conversations with Erkin and the other smugglers. Lumion couldn't stop raving about the delectable Savoy roasted chicken. It was seasoned with an array of spices, its surface glistening with a similar concoction. The golden skin boasted juiciness, tenderness, and an aromatic essence. He sliced a piece of the crispy, skin-covered meat and let it soak in the succulent juices for a moment before savoring it. The experience was pure bliss, rendering it impossible for him to cease indulging. As the banquet drew to a close, Franca noticed only a handful of people remained at the dining table. She turned to Rat Christo, a smile playing on her lips. "Come closer. I have something to ask you." Christo, momentarily taken aback, shifted his chair nearer to Franca and responded with a smile. "And what's the matter?" Franca smiled and whispered, "In truth, Seal and I also ventured into that peculiar world. Fortunately, we managed to escape." With that, she swiftly produced the roast chicken's knife and drove it into the table in front of Rat Christo. Her voice turned icy as she interrogated him. "What's concealed within that shipment? You nearly got us killed?" I don't know." Christo glanced around, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Realizing that only he, Franca, and Sealed remained at the table, he hastily explained. "I genuinely don't know. The boss instructed me to bring it to Trier." Chapter 192, Verification. Boss, Lumion was alarmed. He hadn't anticipated the connection to Gardner Martin, but now things were starting to make sense. Why did the smuggling caravan vanish on a known route that had been used before? And why was Rat Christo so eager to seek their help? If he had only lost a shipment, he would have made more confirmations. It would have taken time for him to reveal his vulnerabilities and mistakes to his peers, who might be eyeing his position. Lumion's mind raced with thoughts. Gardner Martin might be a sequence 6 or 5 on the Hunter pathway. Both Franca and I entered the special mirror world, and were a hunter and a demoness, respectively, on similar and neighboring paths. Mr. K instructed me to approach Gardner Martin and gain his trust. Franca, as a member of the secret organization Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, has quite a high sequence. It's surprising that she's willing to be the mistress of a mob boss like Gardner Martin. The boss of the Savoy mob must be hiding a major secret or involved in something significant. Why does he want Christo to smuggle an item related to the hunter or demoness pathway into Trier? And why go through the risks of underground smuggling? Is he afraid of the tax collectors? Instead, why doesn't the boss retrieve the item himself outside the city and have Christo get a smuggler lead the way? It would be safer and more discreet. Could it be that he knows the item might cause trouble and wants to avoid the risk? Lumian shifted his gaze from Rat, Christo, to Franca's face. To Lumian's surprise, the witch seemed unprepared for such an answer. Her initial shock was swiftly followed by a hint of excitement and joy. She stared intently at Rat, Christo, and sneered. "Are you trying to F***seeking deceive me? How come I haven't heard about Gardner asking you to bring something into Trier? Where is that thing?" Excitement. Joy. Lumian grew increasingly certain that Franca had ulterior motives for joining the Savoy mob and approaching Gardner Martin. Christo forced a smile and responded. "It's in an iron box. I've already sent it to Rue des Fontaines. Perhaps the boss hasn't informed you yet." As a seasoned member of the Savoy mob, he knew the power Franca possessed. She could easily dispatch him, especially since he wasn't prepared and hadn't brought any assistance. Moreover, she excelled in divination and could detect falsehoods. "You better not be lying to me." Franca recoiled, produced her makeup mirror, and began performing a divination in front of Rat, Christo. Lumian cooperatively stood up and walked to Christo's side. He reached out and firmly grasped Christo's shoulder. Once Franca confirmed the truth through her divination, Lumian patted the Rat on the back with a smile. "If anything similar happens in the future, make sure to remind me of any potential issues with the merchandise. I must be prepared for any unexpected incidents. Otherwise, I might just chop you into pieces and feed you to your beloved kids." He had heard from Louis that Rat Christo had numerous pets and had a special fondness for dogs. Fueled by the threat, Christo grew angry. "Franca may be the boss's mistress, and she's stronger than me. I can tolerate her treatment, but what right does a newbie like you have?" Recalling Margit and Hammer 8, who were just as powerful as him, Christo wilted under their memory and forced a smile. "The boss asked me to keep it a secret this time." Franca stowed away her makeup box and cursed. "You son of a bitch! You could have at least given us a clue." Christo sheepishly smiled and replied, All right, all right." Surprisingly, he wasn't at all offended by the insults. To him, dogs were cherished family members, so how could their mention be taken as an offense? He often warned his lecherous subordinates that laying a hand on his wife was akin to touching his dog. Observing Franca and Seal's softened attitudes, Christo curiously asked, "Is that strange world really as Erkin described?" Before Franca could respond, Lumian patted Christo's shoulder with a smile. "Haven't you figured it out yet? Has a dog eaten your brain? We were just bluffing you. We didn't enter any strange world at all. We simply suspected something was amiss with your goods, considering the previous smooth smuggling operations and the sudden involvement of a Beyonder incident. So we decided to deceive you." Rat, Christo couldn't help but feel vexed. Indeed, if Franca and Seal had truly entered a strange world, they wouldn't have returned so swiftly. Erkin and the others had been missing for hours. How could he have been so foolish? Why did he fall for their ruse? Suppressing his emotions, Christo looked at Franca with a fawning smile. "Please don't tell the boss that I revealed the existence of that item. He will not be pleased with me." Franca cast a strange glance at Lumian and said to Rat Christo, "Fine. From now on, you owe me a favor." "All right," Christo hastily agreed. After bidding farewell to the leader of the smuggling operation, Lumian and Franca exited the warehouse and turned onto the narrow street of Avenue du Marché. I realized today that Christo is a complete fool. He's incredibly gullible, Franca remarked, breaking the silence as she glanced at Lumion beside her. There was a hint of a smile on her face, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. You're quite skilled at deceiving others. Lumion assumed a composed demeanor. In Cordu, you must have heard about Cordu, right? They call me the Prankster King. Franca, familiar with Cordu due to the wanted poster, smiled at Lumion and responded, Did you lie to me earlier then? Heh heh, Jenna's assessment of you wasn't entirely off. You possess cunning and trickery. You're my sister's companion. I've been telling you the truth, Lumion said sincerely, maintaining an honest expression. However, he didn't divulge the complete truth. Even if Franca were to confirm it through divination, she wouldn't detect any signs of deception. Franca observed his expression and nodded in satisfaction. I am willing to trust Muggle's brother. Let's pretend you don't know about Gardner's item. There are certain things that can be harmful if you were to uncover the truth. I won't inquire about it either. All right, Lumion acquiesced, obediently playing the role he had assumed in front of Auror. The two then went their separate ways on Avenue du Marché. One headed towards Salle de Bal Brise, while the other turned onto Rue des Blouses Blanches. It was already past 8 p.m., and the sky had darkened. Gas wall lamps embedded in the walls illuminated the dance hall, casting a yellowish glow on the entire first floor. As they approached the dance floor, the ambience grew dimmer. Amidst greetings, Lumion took a seat at the bar counter and ordered a glass of fennel and mint absinthe, known as Parrot. The drink was rather invigorating, and with just one sip, it cleared his mind as if he had been slapped awake. Lumion sat for a while, enjoying Jenna's risque songs. Eventually, he noticed Charlie approaching the bar counter with a tray in hand. Seal boss. Charlie swiftly altered the way he addressed Lumion upon realizing it was the bartender looking at him. Lumion took a sip of the psychedelic green liquid and asked with a smile, Do you prefer the dance hall or the underground bar in the motel? Charlie glanced at the bartender and the other waiters before lowering his voice. I still prefer the motel bar. Over there, I'm the center of attention, I can tell. Lumion chuckled and nodded towards the young female singer who had taken over from Jenna. Is she your friend's daughter? Charlie had previously mentioned a friend who had fallen victim to a loan shark. Pressured by Baron Brignize, the friend tragically committed suicide by jumping off a building, and now his daughter was forced to sing at Salle de Bal Brise. Yes, Charlie replied with a sorrowful expression. The female singer, dressed glamorously in a revealing blouse and skirt, was around Jenna's age but lacked the same allure. Upon closer observation, Lumion noticed the key distinction between the two. Jenna's eyes radiated a certain spark, whereas despite her fake smile, the light in the other singer's eyes was absent. Charlie opened his mouth, seemingly hesitant to ask for something, but in the end, he decided against it and remained silent. Lumion took another sip of the Parrot and immersed himself in deep thought, the song playing in the background, approaching 10:30 p.m. He stood up and made his way back upstairs. He changed into a worn linen shirt, an old jacket, brown pants, and topped it off with a dark blue cap. With this appearance, he resembled a vagabond. Without hesitation, Lumion pushed open the window and leaped into the alley behind the dance hall. His intention was to pay a visit to Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons. His prophecy spell had revealed that Monsieur Ive, the landlord of Auberge du Coq Doré, would be present at Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons between 11 p.m. and 12 p.m. this Friday, i.e., tonight. Lumion wasn't expecting to confront the matter involving the evil god, the mother tree of desire, single-handedly. He had no intention of facing them head-on. Instead, he aimed to gather valuable information and uncover more problems through observation. To him, the most crucial objective was to utilize Monsieur Ive and the others to locate the place where Susanna Mateyes had resided during her lifetime, and obtain an item she had carried for a significant period. This would lay the groundwork for the exorcism spell when she eventually launched an attack. Although completing the ritualistic magic in time might prove challenging, being prepared was preferable to being caught off guard. After taking a few detours, Lumian arrived outside Theatre de l'Ancien Cage of Pigeons. Since it was not yet 11 p.m., he saw no need to rush inside. Instead, he found a corner and settled down, observing Monsieur Ives' beige six-story apartment with the demeanor of a genuine tramp. Before long, Lumian spotted the landlord. Monsieur Ives returned from Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, holding a black cane. He wore a faded dark suit, chestnut pants, and an aged half-top hat. A few minutes later, a dim light emanated from one of the windows of his apartment. Lumian patiently waited. As he waited, his brow gradually furrowed. Why hasn't Monsieur Ives made his way to Theatre de l'Ancien Cage of Pigeons? It's already past 11 p.m. The window continued to emit a yellowish glow, and occasional figures passed by. 15 minutes elapsed, yet Monsieur Ives had not left his apartment, crossed Avenue du Marché, and entered Theatre de l'Ancien Cage of Pigeons. Lumian couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Could there be an error in my prophecy spell chapter 193? Luck enhancement." Lumian waited patiently until midnight drew near. As the clock struck 11:30 p.m., the light in Ives' room went out, yet no one emerged from the apartment. It seemed the miser had decided to save on gas bills and retired for the night. The final act of the play at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons, concluded as midnight approached. The audience trickled out one by one, but no one entered the theater. Lumian muttered to himself, his thoughts racing. Could it be that the prophecy spell's answer isn't precise enough? After all, the ritualistic magic was cast by me. It's understandable that its effect isn't perfect. Yes, that's a possibility. But what if the prophecy spell is accurate? Alarmed amidst his thoughts, Lumian's head snapped in the direction of the door adorned with theater posters. If the prophecy spell was correct, it meant that Monsieur Ives had indeed been at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons between 11 p.m. and midnight. And if Monsieur Ives truly had been there, who was the identical figure who had entered the apartment and never left? There was a strong chance it was a decoy. A decoy, no way. Lumian couldn't fathom his own suspicion. How could he be deceived by such a trick, especially after meeting and conversing with Monsieur Ives before? He was more inclined to believe that the prophecy spell was flawed. Perhaps there's a tunnel beneath the apartment leading to Theatre de l'Ancien Cage of Pigeons. Lumian pondered, searching for a plausible explanation. Trier was a city where establishing a tunnel was easier than in other places. It only required a short excavation to connect to underground passageways and sewers. However, such tunnels were also prone to discovery. The underground Trier teemed with people, quarry police patrolled the area, smugglers traveled through, and planters passed by. Unless the tunnel went deeper or had a cleverly hidden entrance, it wouldn't take long for it to be found. If Monsieur Ives' apartment did have a similar tunnel, he wouldn't have needed to venture out to the nearby underground Trier entrance at night. In the midst of these thoughts, Lumian recalled two important details. Firstly, he had witnessed a change in Monsieur Ives' luck when they first met. The next day, he realized that luck had inexplicably altered. Secondly, Monsieur Ives possessed Beyonder powers and had a high likelihood of being a believer in the evil god, the Mother Tree of Desire. Despite having a low sequence, when the official Beyonders brought him in for questioning, they found nothing amiss. Combining these perplexing facts with the disparity between the prophecy spell and reality, Lumian's pupils contracted as he muttered to himself, "A decoy. Could it be real? Was the person residing in the opposite apartment all this time after the robbery a mere decoy? Is that why his luck changed, and the official Beyonders failed to detect anything wrong? How is it possible for him to resemble Monsieur Ives so perfectly? Did he employ a mystical item akin to the mystery-prying glasses or some other method? And where is the real Monsieur Ives hiding in Theatre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons? The more Lumian pondered, the more unnerved he became. No one had discovered the substitution that took place. At the very least, Christo's men showed signs of mirror-like reversal. The situation is growing increasingly sinister, befitting a follower of an evil god. Lumian sighed deeply. From the assortment of the pervert's abilities, Lumian had already deduced that Monsieur Ive had sensed something awry after being robbed. After all, even a single Verle door held value as money. No robber would willingly discard it, and if it had truly been discarded, it meant that the robbery was not the true objective. It was understandable, then, that Monsieur Ive had prepared himself to conceal his secrets from the official Beyonders. Lumian simply hadn't anticipated such a bizarre method. He had actually fashioned a doppelganger identical to Monsieur Ive. For a moment, Lumian couldn't ascertain whether the decoy in the apartment was an ordinary person adorned with Beyonder cosmetics, or a devotee of the evil god with extraordinary powers. If it was the former, Lumian desired to seize the opportunity in the dead of night, apprehend the decoy, administer a thorough thrashing, and extract the truth. Then he would deliver the decoy to the police headquarters or a cathedral, leaving the official Beyonders to conclude matters. If it was the latter, he dared not act impulsively. No one knew the decoy's sequence level or the breadth of its abilities. Lumian turned his head once more, casting a glance at the brick-red, three-story building housing Theatre de l'Ancien Cage of Pigeons. He noted that no more patrons emerged from its entrance, dispelling his idea of venturing inside for another look. The final performance of the day had concluded. After contemplating for a while, Lumian resolved to make some preparations. He rose slowly to his feet and proceeded toward Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, skulking in the shadows untouched by the glow of the gas street lamps. Along the way, he scrutinized the vagabonds slumbering in the corners of the roadside, his gaze deep and earnest. Finally, he found a suitable target. Huddled beneath a makeshift barricade in the alley, the vagabond's clothing was tattered and stained with mud. His legs bore the marks of dog bites, festering wounds oozing yellow pus. In Lumian's eyes, this individual was plagued by misfortune. He would face a series of calamities in the next 2 or 3 days, with his very life potentially at stake. This made him the ideal material for the luck enhancement spell. Yes, Lumian intended to employ the ritualistic magic of the alms monk, the luck enhancement spell, to fashion an item capable of transmitting ill fortune. If the fake Monsieur Ive were to be plagued by misfortune, continually beset by various predicaments, there was a high likelihood that he would reveal his predicament to the official Beyonders. With this in mind, Lumian had been on the lookout for the most hapless vagabonds. This particular group belonged to the realm of ill-fated individuals. With his cap pulled low, Lumian approached the vagabond, positioning himself so the gas lamps on the street cast his face in shadows. He crouched down, black-gloved hands ready, and gently prodded the tramp. "You." The tramp stirred, his voice filled with pain and confusion. "I need your assistance with something. Willing to lend a hand?" Lumian produced a silver coin worth 1 Verle d'or, adorned with cherubs and intricate lines. The tramp's eyes were immediately drawn to the gleaming coin. Without hesitation, he nodded and replied, "No problem." As he spoke, he extended his hand, already imagining the aroma of apple whiskey sour and hearty meatloaf. Once the silver coin was in his palm, the tramp's eyes widened suddenly, fixated on something behind Lumian. He blurted out in shock, "That's—" Seizing the moment Lumian turned his head, the tramp swiftly pushed himself up, attempting to vault over the barricade and sprint down the alley. It was evident that giving money to a vagabond and enlisting his cooperation in something posed a clear danger. For an ordinary tramp, the logical choice was to accept the money and make a run for it. Whack! Lumian swiftly withdrew his right hand, calmly observing as the tramp slumped against the barricade, unconscious. From the start, Lumian had no intention of allowing the tramp to witness everything while awake. Even if he were blindfolded and his ears blocked, there was still a risk of danger. Moreover, there was the potential for revealing Lumian's identity and the sinister ritualistic magic known as the luck enhancement spell. Hence, his plan had been to seek the tramp's consent and then render him unconscious. Lumian assisted the tramp to his feet, as if supporting a drunken companion, and guided him to the nearest entrance to underground Trier. Finding a concealed spot nearby, he secured the tramp, binding his hands and feet, blindfolding him, and muffling his ears. Once everything was in place, he stealthily returned to Salle de Balbrise, retrieving a carbide lamp and the necessary tools. Without delay, he went back to the entrance, carefully lifting the unconscious tramp and making his way to the quarry cave where he had previously performed the prophecy spell. This time, however, the ritual had undergone a change. While it remained a dualistic ceremony, the orange candle representing a deity and other supplicants had been replaced with one of a grayish-white hue. It still contained Lumien's blood. To enhance his chances of success, Lumien intended to utilize the ritualistic magic to pray to the corruption sealed within his chest, mobilizing a fragment of its power. After constructing the altar and erecting a wall of spirituality, he plunged Hedsy's tainted dagger into the tramp, allowing his blood to flow into a metal vial. The tramp stirred, only to be swiftly rendered unconscious once again. Lumien disinfected and bandaged the wound, blending the blood with ash from his own hair to create an ink-like substance. Using the thinnest paintbrush at his disposal, he meticulously outlined a series of intricate and enigmatic symbols on faux goatskin parchment. The design consisted of interwoven black thorns forming a ring, snakes with entwined heads and tails, a river composed of these serpentine figures, distorted lines, a peculiar eye, and more. By the time he completed a fraction of the intricate work, Lumien's forehead was drenched in a sheen of cold sweat. He positioned the tramp, and the faux goatskin adorned with symbols upon the boulder that served as the altar. Dripping perfume into the flames and sprinkling powder, Lumien took 2 steps back, fixing his gaze upon the gently flickering yellow candle flame, and uttered ancient Hermes' words. Power of inevitability, you are the past, the present, and the future. You are the cause, the effect, and the process. As before, the flame of the deity's candle compressed to its utmost limits before expanding, swelling to the size of a clenched fist. Its hue transformed to a silvery black shade, distorting everything in its vicinity. Gray mist filled the air and a tempest of darkness whirled about. Lumien, his ears assailed by frenzied murmurs, endured the vertigo and switched to the Hermes tongue. I implore you to alter this destitute man's fate. I pray that you will take away his misfortune. At this juncture, Lumien took a step forward and ignited the faux goatskin adorned with mysterious symbols using the silver-black candle flame. Placing it within a natural crevice on the altar's surface, he observed as the parchment began to smolder. In the next instant, he produced a gold coin worth 5 verl d'or engraved with the sunbird and positioned it near the tramp's outstretched hand. To those gripped by greed, money was an irresistible lure. It served as the optimal conduit. Lumien, burdened by a sensation akin to carrying a weight of over 500 kilograms, retreated a step, awaiting the consumption of the smoldering faux goatskin before commencing the final incantation. Gray amber, a herb that belongs to inevitability, please pass your powers to my incantation. The entire altar abruptly ignited, assuming an ethereal semblance. Before Lumien, an illusory, intricate, and chilling river of mercury silently coursed its way. It enshrouded the tramp and the gold coin, amplifying the murmurs in Lumien's ears and causing the cyan veins upon his face to bulge. Instinctively, Lumien recoiled from the agony of supplicating for a boon. Suddenly, the illusory image shrank, descending upon the surface of the gold coin resting upon the altar. Everything returned to its former state, except for the gold coin, which now appeared dimmer under the silver-black illumination. Chapter 194. Triggered. At the sight of this, Lumien hastily concluded the ritual and extinguished the candles in the proper sequence. The frenzied ravings that had filled his ears vanished, and the searing pain abruptly ceased before it could overwhelm him. Once he tidied up the altar in a rough manner, Lumien shifted his gaze to the 5 verl d'or coin. It no longer appeared peculiar. Bathed in the glow of the carbide lamp, it shimmered with a captivating golden sheen, indistinguishable from any other coin. Lumien's eyes darkened suddenly, as if he were observing a living being examining its fortune. Normally, he couldn't see an object's fate, but this time was different. After focusing, he realized that the gold coin was enveloped in black vapor tinged with a hint of blood-red glow. The former symbolized ill fortune, while the latter indicated a degree of impending catastrophe. Phew, Lumien let out a sigh of relief. This meant that the luck enhancement spell had succeeded. The tramp's streak of misfortune for the next few days had been transferred to the gold coin. However, if Lumien didn't find another person to bear this fate within 3 days, it would revert to the tramp, permanently untransferable. Lumien continued to gaze at the tramp for a few more seconds, confirming that his luck had temporarily returned to normal, neither good nor bad. Satisfied, Lumien, already positioned at the edge of the altar, reached out and picked up the 5-verl door, which served as the medium for luck transference. He wasn't concerned that this act would transfer the misfortune attached to the item onto himself. That's because activating the luck enhancement spell required specific conditions. Firstly, the recipient had to willingly accept the gold coin and subjectively desire to possess it. Secondly, throughout the entire process, the recipient had to exploit a situation they shouldn't have. In other words, if Lumien used the gold coin to make a purchase, the shopkeeper wouldn't suffer any ill luck merely because they accepted the item, unless they sold Lumien something counterfeit or dishonestly manipulated the transaction for illicit gain. Likewise, if Lumien discreetly slipped the gold coin into Charlie's pocket without his immediate awareness, Charlie wouldn't encounter misfortune when he eventually used it. As the original owner of the coin, Lumien naturally remained unaffected by the luck enhancement spell when he retrieved it. The two straightforward methods to trigger the luck enhancement spell were to keep the coin in his pocket and allow the target to steal it. He could also feign leaving it behind so the target could pick it up. Lumien believed that, unless individuals like Monsieur Ive, who had acquired a miserly habit, underwent a significant transformation, they would still harbor an enduring fondness for money. Falling into such a trap would be easy for them. After erasing various traces on the altar, he hoisted the tramp onto his back and ascended to the surface. He dumped him back into the alley where he had been found, removing the ropes binding his hands and feet, along with the cloth covering his eyes and ears. Observing the tramp's condition, Lumien gave him a swift kick and departed. The tramp stirred slowly, uttering pleas of desperate fear. "Please, let me go." He blinked his eyes open, instinctively scanning his surroundings. To his realization, there was no one in sight, and he found himself still slumbering in his usual spot. The tramp fell silent. As his senses gradually returned, his initial reaction was to delve into his pocket. A chill seeped into his mind, and with a gleeful expression, he retrieved a silver coin worth 1 verl d'or. "It's still here. It's really still there. It wasn't a dream." Under the faint crimson moonlight casting its glow from above, and the street lamps illuminating the vicinity, the tramp fiddled with the silver coin repeatedly, assuring himself that it wasn't a counterfeit. Only then did he recall to examine his body. Soon he noticed that his arm was bandaged, and a sharp ache assaulted his mind. Apart from that, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The tramp stumbled to his feet, rubbing his backside as he muttered to himself, "It's not that kind of pervert." Having witnessed the world prior to his bankruptcy, he was aware that Trier housed its fair share of peculiar individuals. Consequently, various private organizations had sprung up. Some advocated that men and women existed solely for reproduction, while others believed that true love only blossomed between men. Gatherings even catered to those who believed that women alone held the secret to loving their own kind. The tramp had initially suspected he had fallen victim to men with a peculiar fixation on foul, unwashed men. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. After pondering for a moment, he conjectured that someone had taken an interest in his blood and extracted some. The 1 verl d'or was his reward. He had heard tales before of influential figures relying on continual blood transfusions to sustain their lives. At least there's 1 verl d'or. The tramp instantly rejoiced, no longer dwelling on the loss of blood. He even entertained the hope that the other party would seek him out once more. When the time came, he would willingly inquire about their desired price. Lumian relied on a copper coin toss to decide that he would spend the night at Auberge du Coq Doré. Consequently, he returned to room 207 and slept until 6 a.m. After having breakfast and engaging in some outdoor exercises, then returning to the motel, changing his attire, and disguising himself, Lumian prepared to set off for Avenue du Marché to find the two cleaning ladies already hard at work. Lumian caught sight of a cleaning lady in her 50s, sporting a vibrant golden wig and makeup, as she diligently cleared the trash in the lobby. Lumian halted his steps and asked contemplatively, "You're Elodie, aren't you?" He recalled Charlie mentioning her name. "Yes, Monsieur Seal." Elodie straightened her posture. She wore an old yet clean grayish-white dress and stood at an average height of 1.65 meters. From her facial features, it was evident that she had been quite attractive in her youth. "You know me?" Lumian inquired nonchalantly. Elodie answered truthfully. "Monsieur Charlie Collins spoke of you before. He mentioned that you're the hotel's guardian." Heh, just as expected of Charlie. That's the right attitude. No trace of inferiority or fear, Lumian started to feel that Elodie, the cleaning lady, wasn't a former street girl as Charlie had speculated. He casually asked, "I heard from Charlie that you used to be a theater actress?" "Yes." A smile graced Elodie's face. "I performed in 2 theaters, taking on supporting roles. However, one of them went bankrupt and the other stopped hiring me for some reason. I was already quite old by then." As she reminisced about the past, a hint of melancholy appeared in her demeanor. Lumian nodded and glanced towards the motel door. "Have you heard of Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons?" This was the question he was truly interested in. This cleaning lady named Elodie was originally a theater actress, but she had been hired by Monsieur Ives, the motel landlord who had a close relationship with Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons. It was a little suspicious. Elodie's expression became animated. "I know that their plays are splendid. The actors possess remarkable acting skills. It's worth saving up for a month just to purchase tickets to their shows. When I attended a performance at Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons, I discovered that they were in need of a cleaning lady for half a day. That's why I ended up here." "I see. It seems unrelated to Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons or Monsieur Ives." Lumian refrained from further probing to avoid raising any suspicions. He smiled and remarked, "Seems like you have other jobs." Elodie believed that Monsieur Seal sought to ascertain the cleaning lady's background to protect the motel's interests, so she responded honestly, "Every day from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. I work at a factory south of the Market District. It's called the Goodville Chemical Factory, situated on Rue Saint-Hilaire. Rue Saint-Hilaire ran alongside Trier's city walls and neighbored the factories in Quartier du Jardin Botanique. Trier's factories had preserved a practice from the era of Roselle. If production continued around the clock, the workers were divided into 3 shifts, one for the morning to noon, another for the afternoon to evening, and the final one for the night. "That sounds demanding," Lumian sighed. Elodie smiled and spoke gently. "I have 2 children who are nearly grown. Once they secure their own jobs, I won't have to toil so relentlessly." "What about your husband?" Lumian casually inquired. Elodie's expression darkened. "He died in a factory accident a few years ago." Lumian didn't pry further. Instead, he engaged in conversation with another cleaning lady, faithfully fulfilling his duties as the protector of Auberge du Coq Doré. Exiting Rue Anarchy, Lumian stepped onto Avenue du Marché, making his way towards Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons. He wasn't intentionally waiting for Monsieur Ives, who was suspected of being a decoy. His intention was simply to observe. His primary objective was to keep a close watch on the individuals heading to 126 Avenue du Marché. The prophecy spell had revealed to him that he would cross paths with Louis Lund on Avenue du Marché. Hammer 8 had mentioned that Louis Lund would once again seek out the boss of the Poison Spur mob. Black Scorpion, Roger, this Saturday or Sunday, and Black Scorpion. Roger resided at 126 Avenue du Marché. With this combination of information, Lumian had decided to become a permanent resident on Avenue du Marché on Monday and wander about in hopes of encountering his target. As Lumian neared Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons, and Monsieur Ives' apartment, he slowed his pace. Sometimes he sat among the tramps, while other times he visited a nearby café for a drink. Since he was already there, it was only natural for him to keep an eye out for Monsieur Ives. After all, this was Avenue du Marché as well. After nearly 45 minutes, Lumian finally spotted the landlord of the motel. Clad in a faded formal suit, a worn-out top hat, and a black cane that was on the verge of losing its paint, Monsieur Ives emerged from the apartment and made his way towards the Suhit steam locomotive station. Lumian gradually stood up and glanced behind him. He feigned terror and jogged, as if he were being pursued by an enemy. In his attempt to overtake Monsieur Ives from behind, he accidentally collided with him. A clatter ensued as a golden coin fell to the ground, yet Lumian seemed oblivious to it. He lowered his head and fled in a panic. Monsieur Ives grumbled, his gaze suddenly drawn to the golden coin on the pavement. Subconsciously, he wanted to call out to the impolite individual, but as he extended his hand, no words escaped his lips. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, he swiftly squatted down and retrieved the 5 d'or coin. Nonchalantly, he slipped it into his pocket, as if nothing out of the ordinary had transpired. Chapter 195. Candidate. Hidden behind the shadow of an ebony street lamp, a mere 20 meters away from Monsieur Ives, Lumian leaned discreetly, tugging his cap lower amidst the bustling crowd. He watched intently as his mark retrieved the glistening gold coin, secretively stashing it away. Only then did Lumian release a sigh of relief. With one hand nonchalantly tucked inside his pocket, he strolled towards 126 Avenue du Marché, paying no further heed to the dubious decoy, for the luck enhancement spell had been officially set in motion, impervious to interruption. However, the spell required time to manifest its effects. Within half a day, or at most, a full day, misfortune would incessantly plague the false Monsieur Ives. Lumian need only orchestrate a small incident when the opportune moment arrived, and the chances were high that Monsieur Ives would inadvertently unveil his peculiar nature to the legitimate Beyonders. As Lumian ventured forth, he soon realized that 126 Avenue du Marché was none other than the abode of Black Scorpion Roger, the very nerve center of the poison spur mob. Consequently, he dared not approach too closely, wary of exposing himself. Settling himself near a café window, diagonally positioned at a distance of over 10 meters, he ordered a Fermo coffee and a Dariol. While awaiting his refreshments, Lumian attentively scanned the passers-by on Avenue du Marché, his gaze lingering upon the promotional posters adorning the café's walls. A prevalent theme among them was the impending National Convention elections scheduled to commence on Sunday. There were 3 contenders vying for the position: Matthew Boulanger, representing the National Party, Hugues Artois, championing the Enlightenment Party, and Jacques Sanson, hailing from the Revolutionary Party. As Lumian observed the fervor surrounding the approach to 126 Avenue du Marché, he found himself engrossed in the manifestos of the candidates. Matthew Boulanger, the incumbent parliament member for the Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman district, advocated for the restoration of Intis's former glory. His rallying cry was "Make Intis glorious again." Boulanger attributed the nation's current predicaments to its defeat in the recent war against the Lone Kingdom. His proposed solution entailed reorganizing the Intis army with a renewed focus on prioritizing Intis's interests. He sought to regain the advantages relinquished in the southern continent, bolster the economy, and transform the marketplace district. Boulanger believed that the process of making Intis glorious again would bestow upon the denizens of the marketplace district an abundance of employment opportunities, enabling them to amass wealth, whether through venturing into the southern continent, enlisting in the army, or capitalizing on foreign trade. Hugues Artois, a candidate gaining considerable popularity of late, advocated for more jobs for a fairer society. His pledge was to invigorate the economy, constructing additional factories in the southern region of the Marketplace District, while simultaneously dismantling the shackles that bound factory owners, bankers, financiers, and merchants. However, his intentions also encompassed challenging the privileges enjoyed by the church and the affluent, imposing heavier taxes upon them. Jack Sanson, a member of the Revolutionary Party, shared Hugues Artois' conviction that societal privileges had no place in the modern world. Regardless of one's affiliation with the church or financial benefits, Sanson believed that everyone should pay equal taxes. He boldly asserted that the current tariff policies hindered Aintiz's progress, particularly the city walls and the 54 checkpoints surrounding Trier. Sanson advocated for the free circulation of goods and the establishment of a liberated market, which would lead to the proliferation of factories and a significant increase in tax revenue. By taxing the privileged class alongside these reforms, the national treasury would swiftly recover from any initial setbacks. When the time came, Sanson planned to explore the implementation of Emperor Rozel's envisioned annuity guarantee system, providing essential protection to the workers in the Marketplace District. His slogan resounded, "Take down those damned walls." Having finished reading the candidates' platforms, Lumian couldn't help but feel inclined to vote for Jack Sanson. While it remained uncertain whether Sanson possessed the capability to realize his ideas, cheaper alcohol and goods would bring tangible benefits and security to the people in the Marketplace District. As for taxing the privileged, they weren't overly concerned, as long as the burden didn't exceed a koppit. Yet it was evident that Jack Sanson faced discrimination. His campaign posters were relegated to the farthest corners, barely visible. This treatment stemmed from the Revolutionary Party's perennial status as a minority within the National Convention. As the poison spur mob rallied behind Hugues Artois of the Enlightenment Party, Lumian directed his utmost attention towards this candidate. He not only perused Artois' election platform, but also scrutinized his color photographs. Artois, a man in his 30s, possessed a luxuriant head of black, fluffy hair with hints of gray at his temples. His nose stood tall and proud, complemented by deep blue eyes. His height commanded attention, and he exuded an air of refinement when dressed formally. I can't allow this man to be elected unless I dismantle the poison spur mob before that happens. However, the mob still enjoys the mysterious support of Madame Moon. Even if one black scorpion falls, another red scorpion will emerge. Yes, the elections are set to commence this Sunday. The police headquarters, military police, and official Beyonders will be mobilized to vigilantly monitor each constituency. Causing trouble won't be easy, should I involve the laborers, porters, and waiters of the Savoy mob. Lumian contemplated how to secure the National Convention seat for both Matthew Boulanger and Jack Sanson. According to Ainz law, anyone residing in a constituency for at least 6 months and having a job or attending university possessed the right to register and vote in that district. Lumian himself had only arrived in Trier less than a month. Lost in thought, he maintained a watchful eye on the window, hoping to catch sight of Louis Lund. After a considerable time had passed, the golden sun ascended into the sky. Lumian realized that waiting was not a viable option. Firstly, his identity posed a problem. He remained under the intense scrutiny of the poison spur mob, preventing him from waiting in a building opposite Black Scorpion, Rogers' residence. Such a vantage point would limit his view and increase the risk of overlooking crucial details. Secondly, as the leader of the Savoy mob, he had numerous responsibilities to fulfill and required moments of respite. Waiting 24 hours a day for 2 straight days was simply unfeasible. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian was struck by an idea. Why should I do it myself when I have so many subordinates, and even hired Anthony Reed with my own money? With that thought, Lumian rose from his seat and left the café, making his way towards Salle de Bal Brise. As he reached the middle of Avenue du Marché, Lumien's attention was drawn to a gathering by the roadside. At the outskirts of the crowd stood a circle of black-uniformed police officers, while 2 rows of mounted officers observed the passers-by. Amidst the 200 to 300 people, there stood a makeshift wooden platform. A man in a black suit, sans bow tie, commanded the stage. A massive poster displaying his photo adorned the outer wall of the house behind him. His resounding voice resonated through the streets. We need jobs. We need better income. I will construct more factories on Rue Saint-Hilaire. I pledge tax concessions for these factories. Ah, isn't that Monsieur Hugues Artois? Lumien, utilizing his above-average and tis height, could clearly see the speaker on the wooden stage. It was the elegant, black-haired, blue-eyed Hugues Artois, a candidate supported by the poison spur mob. Lumien listened for several seconds, his gaze instinctively scanning the upper levels of the building opposite Hugues Artois, examining the windows and roof. As expected, he detected signs of police officers or individuals who clearly did not belong to the household. He's well protected indeed. I cannot shoot Hugues Artois in the head or chest from those positions using a rifle. Lumien averted his gaze, a tinge of regret washing over him. There was another way to ensure Hugues Artois' defeat in the election, and that was to prevent him from participating altogether. Those who perished would automatically forfeit their right to run. Lumien had seriously contemplated the feasibility of this plan while at the café, but he concluded that it would stir up too much chaos. The market district mobs would likely be mobilized and used as scapegoats. He himself would fall into that category. If that happened, his true identity would likely be exposed, compelling him to flee the market district, if not Trier altogether. He would lose the opportunity to track down Madame Pualis and the Padre. Assassinating the candidate appeared to be quite a challenge. Even if he were fortunate enough to succeed, escape might not be guaranteed. Lumien shifted his gaze to the people standing behind the wooden platform. They were most likely members of Hugues Artois' campaign, a trio of men and 2 women. Among them, there was a woman with fiery red hair, rumored to possess noble lineage. Her features were striking, with chiseled lines on her face, yet there was an overall air of neutrality to her beauty. Tall and attired in a white and brown hunting suit, she was accompanied by 4 other individuals. Fearful of missing Louis Lund, Lumien paid no heed to Hugues Artois' oration. He withdrew from the throng and made his way back to Salle de Bal Brise. Noontime brought few patrons to the establishment. Some waiters and bartenders took a break, while others busied themselves with tidying up. Addressing Louis and Sarkota, Lumien spoke up. Dispatch 4 men to keep watch at 126 Avenue du Marché. 126. Louis repeated, his voice filled with astonishment. Isn't that Black Scorpion Rogers' residence? Is the boss planning to stir up trouble for the poison spur mob once again? Lumien nodded, his expression candid. You've got it. Don't get too close and ensure you remain undetected. Stand guard from different vantage points and observe whether he appears among the passers-by. Lumien gestured toward the wanted posters adorning the wall, as well as Louis Lund, who stood nearby. Since joining the Savoy mob, Louis's own wanted poster had been discreetly moved to an even more inconspicuous spot. Louis and Sarkota turned their attention to the wanted poster, carefully examining its contents. Words like Cordoue Village caught their eye. They grasped the general idea and readily agreed. Yes, boss. Once the 4 mobsters departed Salle de Bal Brise with the wanted poster in tow, Lumien turned to Louis and Sarkota. For the next few days, your task will be to maintain order on the first-floor dance hall. Having issued his instructions, Lumien added nonchalantly, I just caught snippets of Hugues Artois' speech. Not bad. Whom does our Savoy mob support as the Market District's Member of Parliament? Louis cast a quick glance around and lowered his voice. The Baron mentioned that he intends to vote for Monsieur Artois. Chapter 196. Elimination. Hugues Artois? Lumien never anticipated such a response. Did the competing Savoy mob and the poison spur mob really endorse the same candidate? If Hugues Artois succeeded, would he assist the Poison Spur mob in dealing with the Savoy mob? Or would he aid the Savoy mob in completely overthrowing the Poison Spur mob? Or would he demand peace between the two factions? The more Lumion pondered it, the more he sensed that something was amiss. If the influential figure behind both the Savoy mob and the Poison Spur mob was none other than Hugues Artois, then the two sides wouldn't have become bitter enemies to this extent. Though Lumion played his part, wasn't he acting under the blessings of the boss and Baron Brignize? Furthermore, Hugues Artois wasn't an elected member of Parliament. What authority did he have to protect both the Savoy mob and the Poison Spur mob? The only plausible explanation was the machinations of the Enlightenment Party, but it made no sense for them to incite two rival mobs to fight each other to the death. Lumion, lacking experience in this area, failed to find an answer even after considerable thought. All he could do was sigh with regret. I can't employ the Savoy mob's men to secretly intimidate voters into not supporting Hugues Artois. He glanced at Louis, his confusion evident as he asked, "Why was I unaware that our Savoy mob is backing Hugues Artois?" Louis immediately grew tense. "I assumed the Baron had apprised you, boss. Wasn't that the purpose of the handover? Baron Brignize was in a foul mood after losing the Salle de Bal Brise, so he couldn't be bothered to inform me about many things. In any case, I'll find out when I need to know." Lumion mumbled inwardly as he departed from Salle de Bal Brise and returned to Auberge du Coq Doré. He proceeded directly to the third floor and made his way to room 5, the dwelling of Anthony Reed, the information broker. Extending his hand, Lumion knocked on the wooden door. Knocks reverberated, yet no response came. He must not be present. That makes sense. How can an information broker stay holed up at home all the time? Lumion retrieved a note and fountain pen he carried with him and wrote on the note, using Anthony Reed's door as a surface. "I've received intel that Louis Lund will be seen on Avenue du Marché from Saturday to Sunday. Keep a close watch on him. As soon as you spot him, notify me without delay. You can find me either in room 207 at the motel or at Salle de Bal Brise. The agreed payment will be made promptly when the time comes. Seal." After sliding the note through the crevice of room 305 door, Lumion returned to Salle de Bal Brise and settled in the café, patiently awaiting feedback. As twilight descended, a gangster positioned near 126 Avenue du Marché dashed back to the dance hall, racing up to the second floor. "Has Louis Lund been discovered?" Lumion rose from his seat, eyeing his subordinate. The mobster appeared inexplicably anxious, as if a famished lion had set its sights on him. Without waiting for Lumion to inquire, he stammered in haste, "Boss, this is bad. I saw a group of police officers heading toward the depot." "The depot? Isn't that under the boss's ownership?" "Ah, near the depot lies the warehouse belonging to Rat Christo. Could Franca's report have taken effect?" Lumion swiftly contemplated a possibility. This left him disheartened. In his eyes, the Mirror people and any potential harm they might bring couldn't hold a candle to a single strand of Louis Lund's hair. Suppressing his emotions and residual excitement, Lumion spoke to his subordinate. "Understood. I'll handle it. Return to your original post and remain vigilant for the person depicted in the wanted poster. In half an hour, I'll send 4 others to relieve you." "Yes, boss." The gangster heaved a sigh of relief and made his way downstairs. As Lumion watched him disappear, he gazed down at his trembling hands. They still quivered slightly. It was a result of the sudden surge of exhilaration he experienced when he thought his subordinate had brought news of Louis Lund. "At times, my emotional stability wavers, fortunately. I have another psychiatric session scheduled for this Sunday." Lumion sighed inwardly, taking a seat and savoring his coffee. In order to welcome Louis Lund in his finest state, he had refrained from ordering alcohol. Outside the warehouses belonging to Rat Christo, he, along with his subordinates and the porters, had gathered together, encircled by 20 to 30 armed police officers donning black uniforms. Christo forced a fawning smile and addressed Superintendent Travis Everett, saying, "Monsieur Superintendent, Why have you suddenly surrounded the warehouses? I'm a legitimate businessman. Everett, a man in his 30s with black-framed glasses and a broad chin, regarded Christo and spoke in a deep voice. Do not assume that we are unaware of your usual dealings. We are not dealing with you because you abide by the rules and know what is permissible. Your only choice now is to cooperate with us and aid us in unraveling this as swiftly as possible. Christo detected a glimmer of hope in Superintendent Everett's words and nodded. All right, no problem. He had already distributed the batch of goods from yesterday. As long as the genuine account books were not discovered, there was no concrete evidence to accuse him. With his short black hair, Everett turned to the man standing beside him and said, Monsieur Deputy Assistant Commissioner, you may proceed. The man had a rugged appearance, sporting fluffy blonde hair, golden eyebrows, and a beard. He wore a slightly smaller black police uniform, but his buttons were crafted from gold. Adorning his epaulette was a silver-white 7-petal scented iris, accompanied by an off-white diamond square. This emblem indicated the rank of Deputy Assistant Commissioner. The police department in Trier had 4 ranks in ascending order: Chief Superintendent, Deputy Assistant Commissioner, and Deputy Commissioner. Of these, there was only one Deputy Commissioner, the head of Trier's police department. Across the entire Ainz Republic, the Minister of the National Police Department, a commissioner, held a higher rank. The Assistant Commissioner and Deputy Assistant Commissioner served as Trier's Police Department's Deputy Minister and Police Committee members. Their epaulets displayed off-white diamond squares beside the 7-petaled irises. There were 4 commissioners, 3 deputy commissioners, 2 assistant commissioners, and 1 deputy assistant commissioner, with no chief superintendents. In other words, this uncouth man with blonde hair and a golden beard held an equal rank to Immerk, the police committee member in charge of the entire Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. However, Christo was entirely unfamiliar with him. Just call me Angoulême. The rugged deputy assistant commissioner replied succinctly. His gaze swept across Christo, Erkin, and the others, inexplicably making them feel as if they were staring at the blinding sun, forcing them to lower their heads. Angoulême averted his gaze and instructed the plainclothes team behind him. You may bring that object forward now. 2 team members approached the nearby 4-wheeled carriage and unveiled a wide, flat, and sizable object covered in a black velvet curtain. They positioned the object beside Angoulême. Angoulême locked eyes with Rat, Christo, and the others, subtly raising his chin, and uttered, Line up in front of me, one by one. Christo sensed the kid in his pocket trembling visibly. He surmised that Angoulême was an official Beyonder, someone of considerable power. After a few moments of contemplation, he approached Angoulême fearfully, not daring to resist. Suddenly, Angoulême pulled open the black velvet curtain, revealing the complete appearance of the object beside him. It was a full-body mirror, simple and unadorned, mounted on a stand of rusted iron black. Christo's reflection appeared instantly in the mirror, capturing every detail. Christo remained unaware of anything amiss, but Erkin's expression underwent a drastic change behind him. Erkin abruptly turned to the left, attempting to escape. Almost 20 others followed suit, including laborers and porters. Bang! 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 Angoulême's team had already prepared, raising their arms and squeezing the triggers. Bullets struck those fleeing, but it was as if they struck an illusion, passing through them and landing in the distance. Angoulême calmly extended his left hand and adjusted the position of the full-body mirror beside him. The mirror reflected Erkin's figure against a dark background. Erkin froze in place, maintaining his running posture. In an instant, he was drawn towards the full-body mirror, a look of horror etched on his face. As soon as the two collided, Erkin's body vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in the mirror, his face stained with blood. His expression turned sinister, consumed by hatred and resentment. He opened his mouth as if to scream, but an invisible force pulled him into the unnaturally dark backdrop of the mirror, and he vanished. Witnessing this, Christo stood dumbfounded, forgetting to aid his brother. One thought echoed in his mind. There's something terribly wrong with them. Meanwhile, Angoulême's subordinates worked to control the fleeing individuals. The ordinary people caught in the midst of the chaos cowered on the ground, heads lowered, trembling with fear. In Salle de Bal Brise, Lumion sat at the bar counter, listening to Jenna's captivating singing. 2 hours ago, he had received news that Rat Christo was unharmed, but a group of his subordinates had perished. Quite efficient, Lumion inwardly commended the official Beyonders in the market district. As the risque song came to an end, a woman who had been waiting on the sidelines took the stage and hurriedly approached a young band member. She sobbed and cried out twice. It seemed she was delivering news of someone's death. The band member stood frozen, shocked by the news, unable to react for a moment. After a few seconds, he flung aside the 6-string zither strapped to him and dashed off the stage. However, he only managed a few steps before he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise but failed. In the next moment, tears streamed down his face. Jenna, adorned in a shimmering red dress, observed him for a few seconds before pressing her lips together. Eventually, she didn't offer consolation, allowing the band member and the grieving woman to weep. She quietly stepped down from the stage and crossed paths with Lumion, who had left the bar counter. "What happened?" Lumion inquired. Jenna let out a soft sigh and replied, "His father passed away in an accident a few hours ago. I know him. Learning to play a musical instrument hasn't been easy for him. His father works as a porter and his mother is a dishwasher. Without their unwavering support, he would be limited to manual labor." An accident a few hours ago, a porter. Lumion roughly pieced together the cause. He gazed silently at the stage. Chapter 197, Helper. After the band member and his mother got time off from Renee, Salle de Bal Brise's manager, the drum beats reverberated through the air, signaling the start of a new round of dancing. Lumion turned his gaze to Jenna, who stood by his side and spoke in a casual tone. "I thought you would offer him some comfort. After all, you know him well and often collaborate with their band." Jenna, dressed in a stunning red sequin dress that revealed a generous amount of her chest, pressed her lips together and responded calmly. In that moment just now, what he needed wasn't comforting words but a release. Offering condolences would only worsen his pain. Lumion scrutinized Jenna for a few moments. "You seem to understand it quite well. Why do I have a feeling that you've experienced something similar yourself?" Jenna lowered her gaze to her toes and smiled softly. "A few years ago, I went through the same thing when my father passed away. One day, before dawn, my mother took me to the rooftop of our apartment and stayed with me until the sunrise. I witnessed the gradual brightening of the sky from pitch black to a deep blue. It grew lighter and lighter, and I saw the clouds adorned with shades of bright gold and other colors. In that moment, she told me that darkness would eventually pass and the sun would rise. Light would always find its way to illuminate the land. When he returns to the band, I'll find an opportunity to share something similar with him." Lumion listened in silence, letting out a sigh. "You have a wonderful mother." "Yes." Jenna accepted the compliment with pride. Lumion chuckled and remarked, "You managed to say so much without resorting to curses. That's unlike you." Moreover, she appeared rather refined. "Damn it, do you think I'm the type of person who curses incessantly?" Jenna cursed indignantly and made her way to the break room to prepare for the next song. Lumion settled back at the bar counter, his mind preoccupied with another matter. He had therapy scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, and there was a possibility of Louis Lund showing up on Sunday. What if he missed it? Lumion's initial impulse was to write a letter to Madame Magician and request her to check with his psychiatrist, Madame Susie, about the possibility of rescheduling the treatment by a day. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling of his condition being unstable for the past 2 days. If he didn't act promptly, he might face severe consequences when tracking down Louis Lund. Even though Madame Puales wasn't exactly Madame Knight, Lumion couldn't confront her directly. His primary objective was to locate the survivor from Cordoue and engage in a friendly conversation with her. Lumion didn't hold much animosity towards Madame Puales. While she believed in an evil god and had involvement in Cordoue, it appeared that she wasn't responsible for the disaster. She had departed before the ritual took place under some compulsion. Lumian didn't concern himself with others' beliefs, nor did he intend to. Hence, if he allowed himself to become unstable and reacted impulsively, escalating the conflict with Madame Pualis and making her his enemy, matters would become exceedingly troublesome, and he might even lose his life. As for the dispute with the Poison Spur mob, a problem with Madame Moon didn't equate to matters involving Madame Night. After careful consideration, Lumian devised a plan to find someone who could track Louis Lund on his behalf and follow him to his residence in Trier. There's no need to consider individuals without Beyonder powers. They simply wouldn't be able to keep up with him. There are two viable options. The first is Anthony Reed, an information broker suspected of being a Beyonder from the psychiatrist pathway. He possesses excellent tracking abilities and has already accepted my commission, receiving a deposit. Since the task involves locating Louis Lund, it naturally falls within the scope of the mission. If Anthony proves difficult, I'm prepared to offer more money. The second option is Franca. She, along with Aurore, belongs to the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Franca knows my true identity and displays a certain level of concern for me. She is trustworthy to some extent, not to mention that she still owes me a favor. Franca possesses enough power to tail Louis Lund and even intercept him if necessary. As these thoughts raced through Lumian's mind, he rose from his seat, making his way to the bedroom on the second floor and leaving Salle de Bal Brise through the window. Auberge du Coq Doré, room 305. Lumian knocked on the wooden door. "Please come in," Anthony Reed responded in a West Mid-Seashire Coast accent. The door slowly swung open. The information broker stood before Lumian once more. His plump face, once slick with oiliness, appeared freshly scrubbed, enhancing his air of honesty. Wearing a grayish-blue worker's uniform, he seemed to have spent the entire day in the southern part of the Market District and Quartier du Jardin Botanique. "I've read your note," Anthony Reed said, running a hand through his receding light yellow hairline. "I've been keeping an eye on Avenue du Marché." Lumian felt a slight unease, but he surveyed the room and spoke directly. "I have other matters to attend to between 2:30 p.m. and 5 o'clock p.m. tomorrow. If you happen to spot the target during that time, don't inform me. Simply follow him and ascertain his place of residence." Anthony Reed locked his dark brown eyes onto Lumian's for a few seconds. Very well. He made no mention of an additional fee, and Lumian was content not to broach the subject either. 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches housed a relatively new apartment building. Its beige facade boasted a charming curvature, featuring numerous irregular walls adorned with a variety of statues. Angels, animals, celebrities, and legendary objects found their place amidst the architecture. The building boasted an abundance of large windows, wall pillars, and scroll art, creating an atmosphere of grandeur. Lumian stood before room 601 and pressed the doorbell. With a jingling sound, Franca swung open the dark red door. Her flaxen hair cascaded naturally and voluminously, while she wore a loose white silk nightgown that gracefully reached her knees. The wide-open collar revealed a fair expanse of skin. Observing that the other party showed no signs of wariness and wasn't even wearing a bra, Lumian made a conscious effort to keep his gaze focused. Before opening the door, Franca seemed to already know the identity of the visitor. She greeted him with a smile, coming to seek knowledge and mysticism. "After all our discussions, you've finally arrived." "No, it's something else," Lumian responded, gesturing towards the room, indicating that they should speak inside. Franca turned and walked towards the sofa, Lumian following closely behind. As he entered, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. This apartment consisted of 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen. The furnishings in the living room, such as the sofa, coffee table, dining table, chairs, and cupboards, were predominantly beige, iron black, silver white, or light gray. The colors were muted and lacked vibrancy. The overall aesthetic was one of simplicity and cleanliness, but it also exuded a touch of coldness. It stood in stark contrast to the living room styles found in most households. Lumian took a seat on the edge of the divan while Franca curled her legs and reclined on the adjacent armchair, revealing her alluring curves. "What brings you here?" Franca inquired. Lumian pointed towards her. "Aren't you considering changing your clothes?" Franca glanced down at her nightgown and came to a realization. "Perhaps it's because you know my original gender. When I'm around you, I always have this illusion that I'm still a man and forget to pay attention to such details." A smile played on her lips. Rather than changing her attire, she shifted her sitting posture, accentuating her allure even further. After a few moments, she even left her recliner and settled beside Lumian. Sensing Lumian's perplexed gaze, she chuckled and remarked, "Since you won't peek, why should I bother changing?" She made a playful gesture, unreservedly teasing him. "Madam, you have a wicked sense of humor." Lumian sighed. Franca grinned and replied, "Life is already tough. I need to seek some amusement for myself, but I'm considered fine." There's a group of individuals in the Research Society who harbor little hope for the future and have made it their life goal to pursue enjoyment. They've formed a group called April Fool's Day. Your sister must have mentioned it, right? She did. Lumian confirmed, recalling reading about it in Auror's grimoires. Franca refrained from elaborating and fixed her gaze upon Lumian, her eyes resembling calm lakes, awaiting an explanation for his visit. Lumian spoke directly, his words carrying a certain bluntness. "I require a favor." "Oh." Franca responded cooperatively, her tone laced with curiosity. Lumian took a moment to contemplate before continuing. "Considering you've seen my wanted poster, you must possess some knowledge regarding it. I've received information that one of the individuals depicted, a man by the name of Louis Lund, will make an appearance on Avenue du Marché tomorrow. He maintains close ties with the masterminds behind the Poison Spur mob. My intention is to apprehend him and unveil the truth behind the catastrophe in Cordoue. However, I'll be preoccupied with crucial matters tomorrow afternoon, so I can't personally await his arrival. I hope you could lend me your assistance. Should he show, tail him and ascertain his whereabouts. If you feel confident, aid me in capturing him. He once possessed Beyonder powers equivalent to a Sequence 8 and is likely a gardener, though I cannot say for certain at present. After acquiring the mirror, you did promise to compensate me. This would be it." Franca retorted angrily. "This concerns Muggle's death. I will most certainly help. Compensation is not an appropriate term in this context. Tailing him doesn't count, but attacking him counts," Lumian proposed. Discerning the underlying polite and detached nature of his request, Franca did not insist and simply nodded. "That works too." Curiosity danced across her countenance as she posed another query. What could be more pressing than apprehending this individual named Louis Lund? I expected you to be more concerned about uncovering the truth behind Cordoue. Lumian pondered briefly before speaking candidly. The Cordoue disaster has left me grappling with certain psychological issues. I am presently undergoing regular treatment. I fear that, without timely follow-up, I will lose control of my emotions, thus jeopardizing my quest for the truth. Franca nodded sympathetically, displaying her understanding. Taking the initiative, she offered a suggestion. "Would you like me to find a genuine psychiatrist, one with Beyonder powers, for you?" "My psychiatrist already possesses them," Lumian revealed, withholding nothing. Franca refrained from prying further, recalling that Muggle's brother participated in other mystical gatherings. Lumian mentioned the attributes of a villain and a gardener, as well as the existence of Anthony Reed. He provided a detailed description of Reed's appearance to ensure Franca wouldn't mistake him for a companion of Louis Lund, potentially leading to unnecessary conflict. With that, Lumian rose from his seat, signaling his intention to depart. Franca stood up, amused. "You've come all this way. Aren't you interested in delving into the mysteries of mysticism?" "Louise Lund may make an appearance tonight as well," Lumian remarked, eager to return to Salle de Bal Brise as swiftly as possible. At that precise moment, both he and Franca directed their attention toward the door. Light footfalls resonated from the stairs before halting nearby. Franca glanced at the peephole from a distance, her expression suddenly morphing into one of peculiarity. In hushed tones, she addressed Lumian. "Jenna, Chapter 198, Conciliation. Beneath the open window of room 601, Lumian scaled the wall with his bare hands, aided by the protrusions, statues, and pipes. His descent was swift and steady, story after story, until he made a final leap and landed gracefully on the edge of Rue des Blouses Blanches. He grumbled under his breath, "Why am I forced to climb down from the 6th floor? I haven't done anything." Lumian slipped into the shadows and made his way towards Avenue du Marché in room 601. Franca cast a fleeting glance at the swaying window, adjusting her silk nightgown before approaching the slowly opening door, wearing a smile. Dressed in a sequined red dress, Jenna stored away the spare key Franca had entrusted to her and entered the apartment. "Why are you here so early today?" Franca inquired, blocking Jenna's path to the window, her brow furrowed in confusion. Jenna let out a sigh and replied, "Something happened to the band's 6-stringed zither player. While it didn't affect my singing, it put everyone in a foul mood. The dance hall manager, Renee, asked me to end the performance early and switch tonight's theme to cheek-to-cheek dancing." The cheek-to-cheek dance in the Market District differed from the usual version. It involved intimate embraces and provocative movements between men and women on the dance floor. It was an exhilarating experience, but dance halls needed enough female dancers to organize it. Attempting to find a topic of conversation, Franca asked, "What happened exactly?" She discreetly calculated the time it would take for Lumian to descend to the 1st floor, all the while grumbling internally. Why is Muggle's brother a hunter instead of an assassin? Assassins can effortlessly leap from the 6th floor and land as light as a feather. Jenna recounted the band member's unfortunate incident and concluded, "Damn it, why do unlucky people always attract more misfortune?" "Yes, even though the performance ended earlier than usual, it's still late. Going home would be quite troublesome. I'll sleep at your place." Given that Jenna lived far away from Avenue du Marché, she often sought refuge at Franca's whenever she performed late into the night at the dance hall. She even had a spare key. Warehouse? Porter, recalling the information provided by her subordinate, Franca surmised that it must be related to the matter involving Rat Christo. As she let out a sigh, contemplating how the innocent had lost their kin, Franca inwardly expressed her sorrow. "Brother 007 is incredibly efficient. I only informed him about the mirror people late last night, and the official Beyonders have already dealt with the anomaly before this evening." Brother 007 was the code name of a man from the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, a member of an official organization in Trier. His rank seemed quite high, and Franca had secret connections with many fellow researchers in Trier, often organizing private gatherings with them. However, Franca knew that the matters involving the mirror people wouldn't end there. The special mirror world still existed, the mystery artifact that Gardner Martin smuggled into Trier remained, and the classic silver mirror in her possession persisted. If these elements weren't eliminated entirely, it would only solve the problem temporarily. Franca couldn't predict when similar anomalies would arise in the future. Franca approached the classic-styled silver mirror, which allowed entry into the special mirror world, with caution and seriousness. She believed it held a secret related to the demoness pathway. "Why are you so quiet?" Jenna asked, extending her right hand and waving it in front of Franca. Franca snapped back to reality and let out a sigh. "I feel a bit sad upon hearing about their misfortune." It was precisely because she didn't want to face the pain of countless innocents that she followed Lumian's suggestion and handed over the matter to the officials. Jenna bypassed Franca and made her way to the guest room, intending to change into more comfortable attire. As she glanced around, she noticed that the living room window was open, letting in a refreshing breeze. "It was a bit stuffy," Franca quickly explained. Jenna regarded her with suspicion. "Why did you feel the need to explain?" Franca nearly choked on her own saliva. Thankfully, Jenna didn't dwell on it too much. She entered the guest room and headed towards the washroom, carrying her nightgown and pajamas. Once Lumian returned to Avenue du Marché, he began his rounds, starting with Unit 126, where Black Scorpion Roger resided. He approached the four mobsters disguised as beggars stationed at different entrances, far from their intended target. Lumian made a promise to each of them, guaranteeing 100 Verl d'Or by Monday. That night, he struggled to find rest in Salle de Bal Brise. Occasionally, he would wake up, straining his ears for any signs of movement outside the window, hoping to catch the sound of hurried footsteps. At dawn, while enjoying breakfast at the café and skimming through a newspaper, Louis ascended from the first floor and whispered in Lumian's ear. "Boss, Superintendent Everett requests your presence at the Valiant Café, opposite the police headquarters, for a cup of coffee precisely at 10 a.m. Superintendent Everett wants to meet me, the newly appointed leader of the Savoy mob." Lumian remained relatively composed with the mystery-prying glasses in his possession. He asked Louis, "Who else will be there?" "Many," Louis responded in a hushed tone. "They say all the mob leaders from the market district will gather. The official voting begins today." "The voting would extend over 3 days. Is that so? So they won't let us disrupt the National Convention election, it seems. I wonder if the Poison Spur mob will attend." Lumian nodded and left Salle de Bal Brise at 9:15 a.m., making his way back to Auberge du Coq Doré. In room 207, he put on the mystery-prying glasses, experiencing the disorienting sensation of descending from great heights and burrowing into the ground. Suppressing the urge to retch, Lumian retrieved a mirror and all his cosmetics, busying himself with preparations. He opted for subtle alterations, focusing on thickening his eyebrows, accentuating his cheekbones, and enhancing shadowy areas. The adjustments created an impression that it was indeed Seal and not someone else. As soon as he finished his makeup, Lumian hastily set the mirror aside, unwilling to catch a glimpse of his reflection. Shortly before 10 a.m., he arrived at the Valiant Café and was promptly escorted to a private room by a waiter. Upon entering, he immediately recognized several familiar faces. Baron Brignize, adorned in formal attire with a top hat and pipe; Franca, sporting trousers, red boots, and a blouse; the towering giant Simon, and the merchant-like figure of Blood Palm Black. Seated in an armchair at the head of the table, Travis Everett, donning a black uniform, rose with a smile upon seeing Lumian enter. "You must be Seal, am I right?" "Yes, Superintendent Everett," Lumian responded respectfully. Franca, Baron Brignize, and the others, who had risen alongside Travis Everett, exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Lumian. Franca's gaze averted in enlightenment as she recognized the golden black hair. Baron Brignize, Giant Simon, and the rest gradually realized that it was Seal. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, Superintendent Everett's blue eyes gleamed as he half-praised Lumian and patted the recliner beside him. "You've only been in the market district for less than 3 weeks, but you've already taken over Salle de Bal Brise, and you're so young. You're really outstanding. The market district hasn't been peaceful for the past month." He half-praised Lumian and patted a recliner beside him. "Come, have a seat here. Let me introduce you to the others." When Lumian stood by Everett's side, the superintendent gestured toward a middle-aged man seated across the coffee table and spoke. "Roger, you're acquainted with him, aren't you?" "Black Scorpion, Roger?" Lumian directed his gaze at the middle-aged man. Roger, dressed in formal attire with neatly combed black hair, had a slightly chubby face, and his deep blue eyes resembled the vast sea. "We're meeting for the first time," Lumian replied with a smile. He noticed a chilling gaze emanating from Black Scorpion. Everett proceeded to introduce the individuals sitting beside Roger. Harmon, Castina. Upon entering the private room, Lumian had noticed only Harmon among the few members of the Savoy mob. The bald man's shining head was so eye-drawing that Lumian almost looked away, fearing that it might reflect his disguised appearance. Upon closer inspection, Lumian recognized Harmon's unique features: a prominent brow, a high nose bridge, and deep-set lips. He possessed the allure of a ruggedly handsome individual. Even in a seated position, his imposing height was evident, complementing his dark breeches shirt splendidly. Castina, petite and likely under 1.55 meters tall, appeared to be around 30 years old. She possessed curly auburn hair, brown eyes, a curvaceous figure that turned heads and full lips. You should be familiar with Seal from the Savoy mob, right? Everett introduced Seal to Roger and the others. Roger flashed a cold smile. Indeed, Superintendent. The impression he made on me will never fade. Baldy, Harmon's eyes brimmed with hatred and cruelty. Everett sighed and said, "We all reside in the market district. Only by coexisting peacefully can we secure a better future and greater wealth. If any conflicts arise, come to me. I'll mediate and arbitrate. Seal, take this cup of coffee to Roger and hand over Sal de Brise's profits for the next 6 months. The issue between Margit and 8 ends here. If anyone troubles you regarding these matters again, feel free to inform me directly." Lumian observed Roger, Harmon, and Castina with a sense of amusement, realizing that their eyes held no mercy, only restrained coldness and malevolence. Baron Brignies and the others remained silent, watching the scene unfold as though it were a spectacle. Franca shook her head at Lumian, signaling him not to act recklessly. Lumian bent down and picked up the cup of coffee from the table. Suddenly, he raised his hands and flung the contents of the cup at Black Scorpion Roger. Reacting swiftly, Roger evaded the liquid, colliding with the coffee table. Harmon and Castina sprang to their feet. Simultaneously, Lumian pointed at Black Scorpion Roger and cursed. "F*CKU. Are you disregarding the superintendent's words? Playing dumb, are we? If you don't desire peace, speak up. I, Seal, shall await you at Sal de Brise. The look in your eyes tells me vengeance is on your mind." How brazen, Franca had not anticipated Lumian's audacity. Chapter 199. Unruly. Travis Everett concealed his emotions behind the black-framed glasses, rendering them inscrutable. Nevertheless, he made no attempt to halt Lumian's actions. It was as though he had transformed into a mere observer. Baron Brignies, Blood Palm. Black and the rest were taken aback by Lumian's reaction. They couldn't fathom his audacity to splash coffee at Black Scorpion Roger in front of the superintendent and sabotage the mediation. In particular, Baron Brignies felt as though he was encountering his former subordinate, now colleague, for the very first time. Is he far more unruly and reckless than I had anticipated? Does he refuse to accept any grievances and is unwilling to pay any price? Although he attempted to shift the blame onto Black Scorpion Roger and the others, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense and perception that Lumian was the instigator of the conflict, driven by a strong will of his own. Clearly, he had no intention of reconciliation. He sought only an excuse to undermine Superintendent Everett's proposal. Is this not a blatant slap in Superintendent Everett's face? The superintendent wielded considerable influence in the market district. A slight embellishment in reporting to higher authorities, or rather stating the unvarnished truth, would draw the attention of official Beyonders and dismantle all our enterprises, including the leaders of the Savoy mob. Incensed, Baldy. Harmon denied Lumian the opportunity to shatter the coffee cup on his boss. He lunged forward, stooped down, grasped the coffee table's edge, hoisted it, and flung it at the detestable individual. Cups clattered to the ground, splintering into shards. Lumian deftly evaded the projectiles, swiftly drawing his black revolver from beneath his arm. He trained it on Harmon amid the cacophonous crash of objects and the ensuing chaos. Baldy, Harmon chuckled, a product of his extreme rage. "You country hog, do you spurn Superintendent Everett's gracious offer of mediation? Very well, then, our poison spur mob shall entertain you until one of us is vanquished from this game. Go ahead, fire away. Your audacity and lack of respect towards Superintendent Everett know no bounds. If you possess such ability, then pull the trigger. Were it not for the impending election and the stringent surveillance imposed by officials, the poison spur mob would have long seized an opportunity to assassinate Seal. In that instant, Black Scorpion, Roger rose once more. Black flames materialized within his clenched fists, only to dissipate swiftly. He was reluctant to unveil his Beyonder powers in the presence of Superintendent Everett. Short-legged candlestick, Castina also fixed her gaze on Lumian, poised to strike if he refused to relent. Upon hearing Baldy Harmon's retort and provocation, Lumion chuckled. Bang! Lumion squeezed the trigger, unleashing a yellow bullet hurtling directly towards Baldy Harmon's skull. The audacity of Seal's action caught Harmon off guard. He never expected him to open fire in the presence of Superintendent Everett, defying all rules and driven solely by the desire to end his life. His reflexes barely saved him. Harmon crouched down just in time, his eyes widening in alarm. The bullet grazed his glistening scalp and careened off, ricocheting into the adjacent washroom with a metallic clang. In an instant, all the mob leaders sprang to their feet. Black Scorpion, Roger, and short-legged Candlestick Castina fixated on Lumion, preparing to retaliate. Undeterred, Lumion remained resolute. He lowered his gun and aimed it once more at Baldy Harmon, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Enough! At that very moment, Superintendent Everett, who had been calmly seated, spoke up. The indescribable authority emanating from him, combined with his esteemed position, compelled Lumion to instinctively halt his finger from pulling the trigger. Seizing the opportunity, Baldy Harmon shifted his position and rose to his feet. Though the others maintained their combative stance, the palpable tension that had lingered dissipated. Lamenting his mischance, Lumion reluctantly holstered his revolver and turned to face Everett. "Superintendent, I am willing to comply with your request, but they don't seem inclined to do so." Everett's eyes flickered behind his black-framed spectacles. Standing up, he surveyed the room. "We will address your conflict after the election. For the next 3 days, I expect all of you to conduct yourselves properly. Fail to do so, and you shall make an enemy out of me. Trust me, that's a predicament you won't be able to handle." Although Everett's voice carried depth, his tone remained calm, devoid of anger or arrogance. Instead, a hint of sincerity permeated his words. Yet, those who had resided in the Market District for more than 2 years recalled a term: the Valiant Mob. 2 years prior, the Valiant Mob held a similar status to the Savoy Mob in the Market District. However, due to their repeated defiance and disrespect towards Superintendent Everett, they were ruthlessly eradicated in a joint operation conducted by the authorities. The subsequent rise of the Poison Spur Mob was partly due to the power vacuum left behind in the district's underworld. Now, only the Valiant Cafe stood as a testament to the existence of such a mob. The leaders of the Savoy Mob, the Poison Spur Mob, and the other 2 medium-sized gangs fell into silence for a few seconds before responding to Superintendent Everett's words. They expressed their commitment to restrain their subordinates and ensure that the election proceeded without disruption. Superintendent Everett's gaze swept across their faces. Without uttering another word, he strode towards the exit of the private room as he disappeared beyond the door. Black Scorpion, Roger, Baldy Harmon, and short-legged Candlestick Castina cast Lumion cold glances before departing from the cafe. The remaining gang leaders didn't linger, leaving only the Savoy Mob in the confines of the private room. Baron Brignize took a leisurely puff from his pipe and addressed Lumion. "You acted too impulsively back there." Lumion offered a faint smile in response and replied, "I have been awaiting an opportunity like that. Unfortunately, I couldn't seize it to incite the conflict." Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of Giant Simon, Blood Palm, Black, and the others, Lumion calmly elaborated, "We have already made 2 attempts, and the Poison Spur Mob chose to endure. Baron, as you have rightly pointed out, they harbor a significant problem, and they await their chance. I believe that opportunity will present itself soon. If we fail to incapacitate the Poison Spur Mob before then, we shall face their unhinged retaliation. And when that moment arrives, none of you will be able to escape. Just a moment ago, there were only 3 members of the Poison Spur Mob present, while we numbered 5. Red Boots, your strength is comparable to that of Black Scorpion. With my assistance, you can surely overpower him. Baron Simon Black, is it conceivable that you cannot handle Baldy and short-legged Candlestick? One of you might even be able to impede Superintendent Everett. As long as the Poison Spur Mob dares to strike back, We shall eliminate them all right here. Rat. Christo had received instructions from Superintendent Everett the previous night that he was not to be invited today. Baron Brigny's, blood palm black, and their comrades found Seal's words reasonable, yet a deep-seated fear for this individual arose within their hearts. He wasn't bluffing. He genuinely desired to eliminate Baldy Harmon and the others. He was too crazy and extreme. He possessed the audacity to commit any act without hesitation. But this is tantamount to slapping Superintendent Everett in the face. The repercussions will be exceedingly troublesome. Blood palm. Black shook his head. Franca shared the same concern. She wished to caution Lumion that such a course of action would render him unwelcome in the market district. He might even end up with another wanted poster. However, recognizing that the other leaders were present and unable to reveal her true friendship with Lumion, Franca sealed her lips. A quizzical smile played on Lumion's lips as he inquired, "Wasn't Superintendent Everett killed by the poison spur mob?" Lunatic, this notion raced through everyone's minds. Baron Brigny's, gently stroking his mahogany-colored pipe, chimed in, "It's nearly impossible to conceal that from official Beyonders. It's merely an excuse." "In that case, let it go. Blame everything on a lunatic like me. At worst, I'll depart from the market district. I trust the boss will arrange another task for me once this storm blows over," Lumion calmly remarked, a serene smile gracing his face. This was indeed a fragment of his genuine thoughts. Mr. Katik's mission revolved around earning Gardner Martin's trust, not running Salle de Bal Brise or establishing a foothold in the market district. If his provocation had genuinely enraged Black Scorpion Roger and his accomplices, Lumion believed that Franca would surely come to his aid. With one of the Savoy mob's leaders on his side, the others wouldn't hesitate to act. When the time came, united in strength, they stood a high chance of eliminating the remaining 3 leaders of the Poison Spur mob. Once he unraveled the Poison Spur mob scheme, Gardner Martin would undoubtedly appreciate Lumion's daring and unorthodox approach in eradicating hidden threats, even if he lost Salle de Bal Brise and was compelled to escape. Once more, he would merely find sanctuary elsewhere in Trier and continue serving Gardner Martin until he gained his complete approval. Furthermore, it was advantageous for Lumion. If the Poison Spur mob finalized their preparations, he would be their primary target for revenge. Failing to address the issue beforehand would only heighten the danger he faced. In the future, even if Madame Moon birthed another group, Lumion wouldn't fret. Today, Louis Lund would likely be present in the market district. By temporarily suppressing the deaths of Black Scorpion, Roger and his cronies, creating a facade of tranquility, Lumion could patiently await his target at 126 Avenue du Marché. These individuals weren't parliamentary candidates whose demise would incite an uproar. After a few moments of silence, Baron Brigny's approached the door and issued a reminder. "Superintendent Everett has probably marked you. There will be considerable trouble after the election." Lumion responded with a smile. Perhaps he will mysteriously vanish one day. Having said that, Lumion calmly endured the mildly apprehensive gazes of Giant Simon and his comrades. You see, having laid the groundwork, anything I utter now will convince them all. At 3:15 p.m., Lumion arrived at Quartier du Jardin Botanique in a public carriage. Once again, he beheld Mason Café, housed in a beige 4-story building adorned with lush green plants entwined on its outer walls. Passing through a sheltered walkway upheld by pillars, he entered the interior, enveloped by dark green walls and expansive windows. Settling into the familiar booth D, he removed his wide-brimmed round hat. "A cup of Ainz coffee," he instructed the waitress and patiently waited. Chapter 200, Spectator. The titular coffee was rich and aromatic, a perfect match for the creamy cupcake. Though Lumion's focus was elsewhere, he still appreciated their beauty. The moment the clock struck 3:30 p.m., a familiar soft female voice reached him from the booth behind. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lumion Lee." "Good afternoon, Madam Susie," Lumion responded, concealing his surprise. While Lumian didn't intentionally observe the customers entering Mason Café, his hunter instincts allowed him to maintain awareness of his surroundings. When he had arrived at the café at 3:18 p.m., Cabin D had been deserted. No one entered from 3:15 to 3:30 p.m. And yet, here was Madame Susie, appearing silently behind him in the very spot behind booth D. How mystical and bizarre was this? Susie's voice gently inquired once more. "How did you feel after your last treatment?" Lumian didn't hold back and responded simply, "I felt much better than before. At least I could release my emotions." That's a good thing. Suppressing your feelings and bottling up your emotions will only exacerbate your mental problems and lead you down a self-destructive path until your innate will to live is completely overwhelmed. Susie commented in a calm and soothing tone, confirming Lumian's transformation. A hint of a smile laced her words. "Let's have a conversation first. We'll discuss all the things you've encountered in the past 2 weeks. Feel free to choose what you believe you can and are willing to share." Lumian knew he needed to calm himself and undergo further psychiatric treatment as a foundation for unlocking more memories later. Hence, he offered no resistance. He chuckled wryly and said, "There's nothing I can't tell you. I've even shared that dream with you. Everything else can only be classified as minor secrets." He paused for a moment and began with Charlie. "There's an unlucky and dim-witted fellow at the motel I'm staying at." Lumian casually recounted the events of the past 2 weeks. Gradually, his mind relaxed, as if he had returned to a time before Cordu's destruction. Aurore, who rarely ventured outside, would hear about everything that transpired in Cordu from him. He delighted in sharing it with his sister, even boasting about the successful pranks he had orchestrated. As time trickled away, Lumian's rigid posture softened as he sank into the plush sofa. He refrained from delving into further details. Time was limited, and he couldn't afford to waste it. He didn't touch upon the curly-haired baboon's research society, Franca's true gender, or his suspicions regarding her motives for joining the Savoy mob. He merely mentioned his encounter with a pen pal of Aurore's, a Sequence 7 witch of the Demoness pathway, who happened to be in the same mob. Likewise, he provided only a brief mention of performing a ritual and receiving an additional boon, without going into the specifics. Susie listened intently throughout their conversation. Every so often, she would prompt him with a gentle "and then," allowing Lumian to seamlessly continue. After recounting his experiences from the past 2 weeks, Lumian spoke in a self-deprecating tone. "I can't help but wonder if it's my own fault for stumbling upon so many Beyonder events in such a short span of time. Sometimes I question why every human and dog in Trier seems to possess Beyonder powers." For once, Susie didn't respond immediately. After a few moments, she smiled and replied, "I can perceive that your mental state has indeed improved compared to before." "How can you tell?" Lumian didn't mention the details of his tearful carriage ride upon seeing Aurore's obituary. He didn't believe that describing all of that was an accurate reflection of his mental state. Susie spoke in a gentle tone. "I can sense that you're reconstructing your social connections and beginning to form friendships." "Friends?" Lumian asked, slightly amused. "Charlie, Jenna, Franca, can they truly be called friends?" "They are mere acquaintances," Susie responded with a smile. "Friendship comes in various forms. Not all require deep connections. You simply need to ask yourself, when they face challenges that lie within your capabilities to solve, would you be willing to offer assistance? That will reveal if they can be considered your friends." "It depends on the specific circumstances and the price I must pay. I'm not the type to go out of my way to help just anyone," Lumian muttered. Susie didn't press further and explained. "For someone prone to self-destruction, a sign of their emergence from the quagmire is their willingness to forge new social bonds. Emperor Roselle, assuming he truly said it, once remarked that humans are the sum of their social relationships. When you no longer resist forming new connections, it signifies that you're no longer opposed to your own future. Of course, this is just one aspect. It's not everything." Lumian fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Madam Susie, there's something I'd like to ask you." I mentioned a series of coincidences that have befallen me. Are they truly as Madam Magician suggested? Could they be partially influenced by mid-sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway? In contrast to the previous session, Susie appeared more at ease. She chuckled and remarked, "Are you attempting to divert the topic? Are you still resistant to such matters?" Actually, one can discern it from certain details. You took the initiative to request the Red Boots lady to enlighten you on mystical matters whenever she was available, but you never followed through. The sole visit you made was on the pretext of her repaying a favor. It suggests that you remain unwilling to establish a closer bond with her. That's natural. How can a patient recover after just one treatment? You need not burden yourself. Susie tirelessly voiced her observations, gently pinpointing some of Lumien's current psychological issues. If it were the last time, I wouldn't have been so forthright. It would have only bred resistance, causing you to close yourself off further. However, now you exhibit certain inclinations toward forging new social connections. This will allow you to gain clearer insights into your true self and facilitate your progress. Having his underlying thoughts laid bare by Susie, Lumien's initial reaction was wariness, vigilance, and denial. Yet Susie's composed demeanor, non-aggressive analysis, and accurate understanding of the situation gradually eased his tension, enabling him to confront his deep-seated problems. His body and mind gradually settled. Susie refrained from prying further and addressed Lumien's inquiry. Madam Magician's explanation is not entirely incorrect, but it lacks specificity. For a mid-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway to engineer a coincidence, they must employ face-to-face psychological cues or hypnosis. In other words, they need to be present around you, Baron Brignize, and his associates. The reason you didn't notice it, and Baron Brignize remained oblivious, is that mid-sequence beyonders of the spectator pathway possess an additional beyonder power: psychological invisibility. Psychological invisibility? How does it differ from regular invisibility? Lumien inquired, perplexed. Susie calmly elucidated. Psychological invisibility is not true invisibility. It merely prevents you from perceiving me, even when I am standing right before you and numerous others have already witnessed my presence. Sounds very magical, Lumien sighed with a sense of wonder. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though psychiatrists were all around him, yet he remained oblivious to their presence. This won't change even if you employ spirit vision. Your intuition for danger will not react until I am prepared to strike, Susie continued. By comparison, a shadow ascetic's concealment within shadows occasionally evokes the sensation of being watched by the darkness. Lumien pressed. Which pathway does shadow ascetic belong to? Secret's suppliant, Susie replied simply. Secret's suppliant pathway. Above listener and below shepherd, there's a sequence known as shadow ascetic. This belongs to Mr. Katakes' pathway. Occasionally, I sense someone observing me in the surrounding darkness because of him or his subordinates. Combining this with Auror's grimoires and Madam Magician's clues, Lumien felt a wave of enlightenment. For the Secret's suppliant pathway, Auror had only noted down Sequence 9 Secret's suppliant and Sequence 8 listener. Madam Magician appears to write a substantial amount, but it's actually just an outline without much detail. It's not as comprehensive as Madam Susie's explanation. Lumien mumbled curiously and asked, "Aren't you concerned that revealing your pathway's beyonder powers to me might harm you?" Susie brushed off the question and continued, "If you're a high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway, there's no need for such elaborate measures. Even if they're far away from you, they can subtly influence you, causing you to unknowingly follow their arrangements and create various coincidences. Though I too am a spectator, I must still caution you, beware of the spectator." High-sequence beyonder, Lumien was alarmed. "So you arranged for the paperboy to deliver an outdated newspaper to me. Madam Susie is a high-sequence beyonder, a true demigod." "It wasn't me," Susie said, feeling a tad embarrassed. "It was my companion." Companion, Lumien recalled Madam Magician's initial suggestion and guessed. "The other psychiatrist? He was here last time too?" "Yes, Susie candidly admitted. Your condition is more serious, and I wasn't too confident, so I invited her along to assist me. Yes, as a precautionary measure. In fact, she's here today as well. She's sitting across from you. Across from me. Lumian glanced in surprise at the empty seat across the coffee table. Not only was there no one present, but there wasn't even an indentation from someone sitting there. In the next instant, he heard a gentle female voice with a hint of a smile and a slightly brisk tone. Hello.